court finds that the AI holds no legal responsibility.
But the data... This doesn't add up.
Just do what the AI says.
Priority. Protect company assets. Valve closed.
You destroyed our home!
That dream again.
Gabriel Mercier, codename N2, role engineer. As a former nuclear facility engineer, N2 was removed from his position following a major incident that escalated into legal proceedings. He later returned to military service and was reassigned to Arctic deployment under CBR and related units. With the originally designated technical specialist unable to fulfill operational requirements, and following assessment review, N2 has been approved as a replacement operator for the subsequent operation.
Stun out. Throwing stun. Stun hit. Freeze right there. It's getting cold.
N2 is equipped with a modified grenade launcher, capable of firing up to 6 LN2 grenades. Upon impact, each round detonates and releases a burst of cryogenic gas, dealing area damage and significantly impairing enemy mobility. Sustained hits can fully immobilize targets through extreme low temperature exposure.
Cold. I can go colder.
Unbreakable, unshakeable. Shadows tried to dim my light. They told me to give up the fight. Said I was weak, said I was small, but there's a drum inside my chest, a beating heart that gets no rest. I'm waking up, I'm shifting gears. You can build a wall so high. Watch me spread my wings and fly. You can try to block my way, but hear the words I'm gonna say. 'Cause I am invincible, I am the storm, breaking the silence, I am reborn. Throw your lightning, bring on the rain. I found my power inside on the blade. Unbreakable, unshakable. Unbreakable, unshakeable.
Should we really be sending her to the front lines in her current state?
You ought to know her better.
Stop!
Lena Vandermeer, codename Vlinder, role support. Vlinder is a medical specialist from GTI Europe, specializing in pharmaceutical research, possessing outstanding medical expertise and a strong sense of responsibility. Vlinder's med drones can be deployed to a targeted area, dispersing med-infused nanobots that restore teammates' health, providing them with an adrenaline boost. They may also be deployed on herself, following and continuously restoring her own health for a limited time. Her windmill smoke grenades are guided by gesture censoring tech. Upon impact with a service, the grenades create a cloud of smoke, creating cover for teammates.
Smoke grenade out.
Vlinder's Flutter Rescue UAVs will automatically target downed teammates, administer medical injections when deployed. Once the injection is administered,
I've got you.
Vlinder may approach the downed teammate and manually revive them. During deployment, The UAVs may also utilize their active defense system,
It's working.
automatically absorbing 1 instance of explosive damage per deployment, and applying a buff effect of Linder.
Counting on you guys. Vital signs stable. Prepare for rescue. I've got you. It's taking effect. I'm here. Feeling better.
Can't I just have 5 minutes, peace?
Everly, we've picked up abnormal acoustic signals in the Eastern Sea.
Just dolphins mating. It's that time of year, after all. You won't get away.
Luke Everly, codename Morse, class Recon. Morse is a former Navy acoustic intelligence specialist with deep expertise in maritime acoustic environments, making him highly skilled in the analysis and exploitation of sound waves and portable sonar equipment. As an operator, Morse excels in the use of his jammer, a portable sonic device that disrupts enemies by reducing their audio detection range. Morse's advanced sonar device emits sound pulses to scan for enemies, generating markers on their positions.
No more secrets! Jammer out! Queen flash! Sending jammer! Throwing delayed flash! Allied troops engaging! Searching for hostiles! Throwing delayed flash! Sending jammer! Throwing jammer!
Shh. The storm is coming. Keep it down. I need to listen. All right, operators. Name's Morse. Command decided someone had to walk you through the season update, and I'm the unlucky sod who got stuck with it. Enough small talk. Let's get into it. The faster I finish this, the sooner I can clock out. Operations first. Zero Dam has changed again. There's a new reed marsh by the water, but there's more to it than meets the eye. The switch extraction point has been restructured too. Expect to see some fierce fights over there. You'll also hear Raven broadcasting about blowing open the vault. Don't get pulled into chasing the signal source, though. 9 times out of 10, it is a trap. Lately, everyone at GTI is obsessed with some parkour competition. Watching them climb walls and jump gaps makes me wonder if anyone here takes their job seriously.
Yeah.
The rewards are decent, though. Join the circus if you want. I'm more interested in the buried treasure around the field. A lifetime at sea has taught me one valuable lesson. The most valuable things are always hidden deep. So get to digging. Occasionally, I'll leave a bevy behind for someone else to find. We'll get thirsty on the job from time to time, right? Oh, and before I forget, there are a few new collectibles. Have a look if you're interested. As for warfare, let's just say things are getting complicated. After our mission in Ark Canal went sideways, the Havoc freighter got lodged in the canal. Hazardous materials on board run the risk of leaking. Someone needs to take the area under control, so we're counting on you. Command has prepped combat supplies. How much you walk away with depends entirely on your performance. Choosing other battlefronts is fine too. Whatever your speciality, there's a place for you here. Stack up on merits and earn rewards. Plain and simple. Now, since we will be working together, you'd better get to know me. I specialize in using sonar to detect hostiles. My resonance jammers and flashbangs can also disrupt enemies. Word to the wise, on the battlefield, the one making noise gets found first. So keep quiet. With that out of the way, let's have a look at the new weapons. The M82 sniper rifle has arrived. Semi-auto, heavy caliber, the kind that drops a target in one shot. This thing means business. We've also got the AR-57 assault rifle. This weapon boasts high capacity and mobility. It's perfect for suppressive fire when rotating positions. A few more things on the agenda. Season pre-registration is live. The early bird gets the worm, after all. There's a weapon skin for those who log in for 7 consecutive days. There's some new arrivals in the armory. Close quarters combat isn't exactly my cup of tea, but if you prefer a direct approach, there's a free legendary knife skin available. Remember to try out the new game modes, and all these combat items are yours. Clothes make the man, apparently. I don't give a toss, but Raptor clearly does. The Echo Season Pass includes a variety of combat supplies. It features an all-new operator outfit for Raptor, along with weapon and vehicle skins. Everything in one package. This season, the Mandel Brick drops weapon skins from the KC-17 Assault Rifle Relic series. There's also a brand new melee weapon called Falling Star. Just be careful, I don't want you cutting yourself and getting blood all over it. And I think that's everything covered for Season Echo. Great, I've got more important things to take care of. Go on, whoever you.
Initiating Operation Ak Canal debrief with Operator Morse.
Got it. Full review, right? You want me to put together a presentation? Come back.
Command has concerns regarding the outcome. Detail the sequence of events.
Concerns?
Patrol at 2 o'clock.
Target down. Boarding.
Mission objective. Verify the contents of Hudson's cargo. Avoid direct engagement. Enemy support is positioned close by. You have 10 minutes.
Stand by to breach.
First floor, 3 units. 2 upstairs. We're compromised. Breach! Bob's your uncle. Got evidence.
All units, rally at the cargo bay entrance for evac. Now!
After confirmation of the Dark Star fuel, your signal died. Explain that.
Comms failed. It's documented in the report.
You weren't with the team. So where were you?
Bob's your uncle. Something's off. Checking it out.
All units, rally at the cargo bay entrance.
Unknown acoustic signature at 2 o'clock. Radar empty. Requesting permission to investigate.
Just heading at increased speed.
The sound's gone.
Torpedo inbound, bearing on 48!
Defensives are down! Torpedo range, 600 meters! 400 meters! 200!
Given your performance during the operation, Command has determined you are no longer fit for frontline deployment.
What's that sound?
Don't lie to me! This ship isn't carrying anything good! Got you, mate!
We're pulling out! I repeat, we're pulling out!
Hang in there.
Cargo was confirmed, exposing Hudson's operation. So what is it you're actually searching for? State your reason for joining GTI.
I'm looking for something. Something right in front of you. Something you cannot see.
That will be all.
This court finds that the AI holds no legal responsibility.
But the data... This doesn't add up.
Just deal with the AI.
Priority. Protect company assets. Valve closed.
You destroyed our home!
That dream again.
Gabriel Mercier, codenamed N2, role, engineer. As a former nuclear facility engineer, N2 was removed from his position following a major incident that escalated into legal proceedings. He later returned to military service and was reassigned to Arctic deployment under CBR and related units. With the originally designated technical specialist unable to fulfill operational requirements, and following assessment review, N2 has been approved as a replacement operator for the subsequent operation.
Stun out. Throwing stun. Stun hit. Freeze right there. It's getting cold.
N2 is equipped with a modified grenade launcher, capable of firing up to 6 LN2 grenades. Upon impact, each round detonates and releases a burst of cryogenic gas, dealing area damage and significantly impairing enemy mobility. Sustained hits can fully immobilize targets through extreme low temperature exposure.
Cold. I can go colder.
Unbreakable, unshakeable. Shadows tried to dim my light. They told me to give up the fight. Said I was weak, said I was small, but there's a drum inside my chest, a beating heart that gets no rest. I'm waking up, I'm shifting gears. You can build a wall so high. Watch me spread my wings and fly. You can try to block my way, but hear the words I'm gonna say. 'Cause I am invincible, I am the storm, breaking the silence, I am reborn. Throw your lightning, bring on the rain. I find my power inside on the daily battle. Unbreakable, unshakable. Unbreakable, unshakeable.
Should we really be sending her to the front lines in her current state?
You ought to know her better.
Stop!
Lena Vandermeer, codenamed Vlinder, role, support. Vlinder is a medical specialist from GTI Europe, specializing in pharmaceutical research, possessing outstanding medical expertise, and a strong sense of responsibility. Vlinder's med drones can be deployed to a targeted area, dispersing med-infused nanobots that restore teammates' health, providing them with an adrenaline boost. They may also be deployed on herself, following and continuously restoring her own health for a limited time. Her windmill smoke grenades are guided by gesture censoring tech. Upon impact with a service, grenades create a cloud of smoke, creating cover for teammates.
Smoke grenade out.
Vlinder's Flutter Rescue UAVs will automatically target downed teammates, administer medical injections when deployed. Once the injection is administered, Vlinder may approach the downed teammate and manually revive them. During deployment, The UAVs may also utilize their active defense system,
It's working.
automatically absorbing 1 instance of explosive damage per deployment, and applying a buff effect of Linder.
Counting on you guys. Vital signs stable. Prepare for rescue. I've got you. It's taking effect. I'm here. Feeling better.
Can't I just have 5 minutes, peace?
Everly, we've picked up abnormal acoustic signals in the Eastern Sea.
Just dolphins mating. It's that time of year, after all. You won't get away.
Luke Everly, codename Morse, class Recon. Morse is a former Navy acoustic intelligence specialist with deep expertise in maritime acoustic environments, making him highly skilled in the analysis and exploitation of sound waves and portable sonar equipment. As an operator, Morse excels in the use of his jammer, a portable sonic device that disrupts enemies by reducing their audio detection range. Morse's advanced sonar device emits sound pulses to scan for enemies, generating markers on their positions.
No more secrets! Jammer out! Point flash! Sending jammer! Throwing delayed flash! Allied cruiser engaging. Searching for hostiles! Throwing delayed flash! Sending jammer! Throwing jammer!
Shh. Storm is coming. Keep it down. I need to listen. All right, operators. Name's Morse. Command decided someone had to walk you through the season update, and I'm the unlucky sod who got stuck with it. Enough small talk. Let's get into it. The faster I finish this, the sooner I can clock out. Operations first. Zero Dam has changed again. There's a new reed marsh by the water, but there's more to it than meets the eye. The switch extraction point has been restructured too. Expect to see some fierce fights over there. You'll also hear Raven broadcasting about blowing open the vault. Don't get pulled into chasing the signal source though. 9 times out of 10, it is a trap. Lately, everyone at GTI is obsessed with some parkour competition. Watching them climb walls and jump gaps makes me wonder if anyone here takes their job seriously.
Yeah.
The rewards are decent, though. Join the circus if you want. I'm more interested in the buried treasure around the field. A lifetime at sea has taught me one valuable lesson. The most valuable things are always hidden deep. So get to digging. Occasionally, I'll leave a bevy behind for someone else to find. We'll get thirsty on the job from time to time, right? Oh, and before I forget, there are a few new collectibles. Have a look if you're interested. As for warfare, let's just say things are getting complicated. After our mission in Ark Canal went sideways, the Havoc freighter got lodged in the canal. Hazardous materials on board run the risk of leaking. Someone needs to take the area under control, so we're counting on you. Command has prepped combat supplies. How much you walk away with depends entirely on your performance. Choosing other battlefronts is fine too. Whatever your speciality, there's a place for you here. Stack up on merits and earn rewards. Plain and simple. Now, since we will be working together, you'd better get to know me. I specialize in using sonar to detect hostiles. My resonance jammers and flashbangs can also disrupt enemies. Word to the wise, on the battlefield, the one making noise gets found first. So keep quiet. With that out of the way, let's have a look at the new weapons. The M82 sniper rifle has arrived. Semi-auto, heavy caliber, the kind that drops a target in one shot. This thing means business. We've also got the AR-57 assault rifle. This weapon boasts high capacity and mobility. It's perfect for suppressive fire when rotating positions. A few more things on the agenda. Season pre-registration is live. The early bird gets the worm, after all. There's a weapon skin for those who log in for 7 consecutive days. There's some new arrivals in the armory. Close quarters combat isn't exactly my cup of tea, but if you prefer a direct approach, there's a free legendary knife skin available. Remember to try out the new game modes, and all these combat items are yours. Clothes make the man, apparently. I don't give a toss, but Raptor clearly does. The Echo Season Pass includes a variety of combat supplies. It features an all-new operator outfit for Raptor, along with weapon and vehicle skins. Everything in one package. This season, the Mandelbrick drops weapon skins from the KC-17 Assault Rifle Relic series. There's also a brand new melee weapon called Falling Star. Just be careful, I don't want you cutting yourself and getting blood all over it. And I think that's everything covered for Season Echo. Great, I've got more important things to take care of. Come on, away with you.
Initiating Operation Ak Canal debrief with Operator Morse.
Got it. Full review, right? You want me to put together a presentation? Come back.
Command has concerns regarding the outcome. Detail the sequence of events.
Concerns?
Patrol at 2 o'clock.
Target down. Boarding.
Mission objective. Verify the contents of Hudson's cargo. Avoid direct engagement. Enemy support is positioned close by. You have 10 minutes.
Stand by to breach.
First floor, 3 units. 2 upstairs. We're compromised. Breach!
Bob's your uncle.
Got evidence. All units, rally at the cargo bay entrance for evac. Now!
After confirmation of the Dark Star fuel, your signal died. Explain that.
Comms failed. It's documented in the report.
You weren't with the team. So where were you?
Bob's your uncle. Something's off. Checking it out.
All units, rally at the cargo bay entrance.
Unknown acoustic signature at 2 o'clock. Radar empty. Requesting permission to investigate.
Just heading at increased speed.
The sound's gone.
Torpedo inbound! Bearing on 48!
Defensives are down! Torpedo range, 600 meters! 400 meters! 200!
Given your performance during the operation, Command has determined you are no longer fit for frontline deployment.
What's that sound?
Don't lie to me! This ship isn't carrying anything good! Got you, mate!
We're pulling out! I repeat, we're pulling out!
Hang in there.
Cargo was confirmed, exposing Hudson's operation. So what is it you're actually searching for? State your reason for joining GTI.
I'm looking for something. Something right in front of you. Something you cannot see.
That will be all.
Well, good afternoon and welcome into Wuhan, China for the 2026 Delta Force Invitational here. We're playing Warfare for 5 days straight. We have the 8 best teams from all over the world. So excited to get into the competition here on land in China. My name's Goj, going to be casting all the action and hosting with my man Vivid. We are back, man. We just did this in Vietnam, like, what, 6 months ago? Already back this time in China. How you feeling?
Dude, I'm feeling great, yes. Vietnam was so fun. Ready to run things back here in China and Warfare. I feel like it's just gotten so much better over the last couple of months that, you know, tuning into an in-person event, LAN event like this, the stakes are going to be higher, the games are going to be better, the competition is just going to be ecstatic, and I'm excited to jump into all of the action with you, Goj.
Dude, we've got a bunch of returners, we've got some new faces, we've got roster changes, we've got different qualifiers.
Everything.
I mean, everything is new, but also going to feel very familiar. If you've been watching Warfare esports from any region, wherever you are in the world right now, you're going to see some familiar faces, and you're going to learn some new names in this competition. Everything has leveled up since Vietnam. In our last competition, we got to see the kind of progenitors of what Warfare esports looks like. The new strats, how they play, things that they're able to showcase on main stage. My favorite part about Warfare esports is that it is 20v20, and it is a huge macro conversation around this Victory Unite game mode, folks. It is commanders, we've got squad leaders, we've got delineated roles. There is nothing like it, and I'm really ready to get into the action.
Absolutely, and as you guys can see there on your screen, right? If a match goes to round 3, okay, so what the heck are we talking about there? Every single match that we play over the course of these next 5 days, except for the grand finals, is going to be a best of 3.
Right. Yep.
So if our teams go ahead and match head-to-head, they go 1-1, which basically means that, you know, they're going to be playing the same map, and if they tie, if they both win a defending side, if they both win an attacking side, that means they have to go to a round 3, which means, of course, that we do need a little bit of a tiebreaker. Now, we're going to need priority sides, which are kind of decided a couple of different ways. Like I said, if there is an attacking side win from both of our teams, there is a specific tiebreaker there, and then the defending side also has its own specific tiebreaker.
Yeah, we'll talk more about that as we get into it, folks, but like Vivid said, it's best of 3s all day. Today, all day, the next several days until we get to grand finals will be a best of 5. Now, something different about this time is the way we're doing the maps ban and draws. It's on your screen right now. I'll read this along with you. The way this works is we flip a coin, we draw a loss to figure out who's going to be attacking or defending. But each team does have the ability to ban one of our maps out of our overall 8-map pool that we have. So then we get to our 6 maps, and you'll see it on some of our future days. We've already done it for today, but these teams, it's randomly drawn on what map they'll play once those 2 maps are banned. So that's how it'll work. We have a total of 8 maps. Aftershock has joined our map pool this time around. So 8 total maps. Saw that in the qualifiers if you were watching online. But then, obviously, like Vivid said, it's a best of 3, so we'll play that map that is randomly drawn, and then we'll get into the selection of who picks the map or who picks the side as we get to Game 3s, if we see them. Now, I'm thinking we go to a lot of Game 3s. All of our teams have leveled up, but if you remember, if you all watched in Vietnam, it was a lot of 2-0s. So let's talk about those teams, because we said there's going to be some new faces, some old faces, 8 teams from all over the world representing different regions. What you got for me?
There's one team that should be gleaming to anybody that paid attention or had a chance to watch Vietnam. It's going to be TXD, our current reigning champions, jumping into the competition here. They will be seen again on main stage today here. Another couple of familiar team names here, RRQ. I remember kind of seeing them, but bunch of new teams as well kind of joining the fray. We got AHR, Favorites, LT. I mean, what are you seeing, Goj?
Yeah, I mean, it's fun to talk about a lot of these rosters because, like you said, we've got some returning rosters. LT is basically the same TL that we saw last year from the China mainland region. TXD, like you mentioned, had a really underdog story to get to the finals and then win in the finals after going through the lower bracket. So fun to talk about those 2 teams. And, of course, you and I also casted over the EMEA region teams, which is going to be Reborn this time around, and then FX from the Americas team. So those are the teams I'm watching out for, but we'll be able to see all of them today. We talked about our maps, folks. Here is our overall map pool. Like I said, 8 total maps that we can play throughout this competition. Each team will be able to ban 1, and like I mentioned, Aftershock is new to the mix this time around in the competitive season. What you got for me on Aftershock?
I mean, Aftershock is going to be sick, and I'm excited to kind of see it here, right? As you can see top right, it is going to be a new map. Me and Goj did go ahead and cast over the qualifiers, and it was pretty much banned every single time. So we didn't have the opportunity to go ahead and check out Aftershock. So in terms of competition specifically, this is going to be the first time for me and Goes that we're going to be paying attention to how Aftershock is going to be able to be played out. Of course, we have watched some games and kind of seen how this one does play out, and I got to tell you, this can go a lot of different ways.
Yeah, and we've also have things like the main event that happens on Aftershock, where some of our buildings will fall and collapse and change up that B sector in particular. But let's take a look at our bracket. Again, we talked about the teams, but this is our match schedule and our bracket for the entire competition. You can see how it's all broken out. We have 5 days of competition working our way through this double elimination bracket. Now, to start, on the top left-hand corner of your screen, we'll see every single team today throughout our group stages, if you can call them that, working our way through the upper bracket here. So you're going to see LT versus HAN first. We then see the 2 teams you and I casted over the qualifiers for, FX versus Reborn next. And here's that schedule for today. If you win, you stay in the upper bracket. If you lose, you go down to the lower bracket. It is double elimination. That is very important to remember.
So if you take a look at today's matches, all the way to the left and all the way to the right, you're going to see each team's denoted bans, right? As you can see, first matchup here, LT versus HAN. LT opted to go ahead and ban that Aftershock map, and then HAN followed up with a ban of Ascension. After those 6 remaining maps were randomly chosen, Cyclone was going to be the map that we're going to be playing for this team. LT is going to be starting on the defending side, and HAN is going to be starting on the attacking side. And that pretty much follows suit all the way down throughout the maps today. So if you're curious about which team's banning what, you can kind of see on all the way to the left, all the way to the right. And specifically speaking, today's matches, the maps that we are going to be seeing, the ones that we're going to be playing on, Cyclone, Aftershock, and then Trench Lines. I'm looking forward to match number 3, Aftershock. Of course, we kind of talked about how it's so banned frequently, even in the first 2 matches today, that we don't get to see it a lot, but we are going to have the opportunity here today.
Yeah, so these are the 4 maps that we'll at least be starting with. Reminder, it is a best of 3, so if we go to a game 3 for any of these matchups, you will see a different map. But because of the way a best of 3 works, we get to see both teams attack, both teams defend. Cyclone, Aftershock, and then Trench Lines. Now, you and I have casted over a ton of Warfare, and in particular, we've casted over a ton of Threshold at Vietnam last year. If you all remember, if you didn't watch, we'll remind you, we pulled 6, again, it's randomly decided, okay? We pulled 6 randomly decided thresholds in a row in 6 different best of 3s. We don't see a single threshold on day 1 of Dfiw here in 2026 here in Wuhan, China. So that is a little bit wild. It brings a small smile to my face. I love that map, but it's time we see some other rotational maps. Cyclone to start things off. We'll talk a little bit more about the map and the matchup here in a little bit. But again, it's fun to watch these teams. There's so much strategy that goes into the breakdowns. One of the strategy pieces that I think is oftentimes understated is the picks and bans and the map selections. Obviously, it's randomized, but the picks and bans go crazy. A lot of these teams have been VOD reviewing for this moment. Like, everything's leveled up since last year. I was talking to some of our EU players that are playing with Reborn. They've been VOD reviewing the other regional competitions to figure out what maps those teams like to play. So let's talk about some of these other regions. Let's talk about LT, who on paper may be one of our favorites. We're going to be starting with them today. What do we know about this roster?
First and foremost, I want to go ahead and talk about the commander role. We all know how that works. Victory Unite. They're going to be the ones kind of in charge, making sure that they go ahead and mark a bunch of things and make sure that a team picks up a lot of scores. So pay attention to those commanders because they are a pivotal point apart across every single one of the teams. Obviously, 78 Dog, there's going to be a lot of trust in him being that commander. Turning the page over to HAN. Some familiar names here for us goes obviously Wanza, a great commander. We're probably going to be seeing him in the vehicle gameplay specifically as well.
Yeah, it's a good call out. If you all remember in our last competition last year, Wanza actually was one of the top leaders for this roster. It was not named HAN. It was actually DNI, I believe. Dead Dog was the commander. Yep. Dead Dog not playing in this competition. Wanza back and leading the team. Some other notable names, of course, we all remember Hodu and many others. But we did do some predictions, and one of my favorite parts of the show is talking about our predictions. We have a brief moment here, about 40 seconds before the opening ceremony. Talk to me about your predictions. Similar idea, but I think it's going to be a little bit closer than you do.
Dude, listen, if I've learned anything about Warfare, to me, it just feels like it's shifted so heavily to where if a team is better, it doesn't matter what side they're on, man, they're just going to win. So I'm favoring LT here, and honestly, a lot of the talk on the town is that LT are the favorites to win the whole tournament. Yeah. So they seem like the better team. I feel like they're just going to 2-0.
Listen, history repeats itself. That's the way our Vietnam competition went for us, so who knows? It could be 2-0s. I'm saying it's going to be a 2-1. This HAN roster is very, very strong, but folks, we're headed straight to the opening ceremony. Let's check it out.
腾啸四海，有请龙腾战队。Rise from the deep, roar to the world. Please welcome Team LT. 一队一星，剑指巅峰，有请 HAN 战队。One team, one goal. Please welcome Team HAN. 雷霆万军，主宰战场，有请 FX 战队。The room, please welcome Team FX. 铁血巨敌，重整旗鼓，重返巅峰，有请 RBN 战队。Resist, reset, return. Please welcome Team RBN. 领略巅峰，问鼎冠军，有请 HYD 战队。Overstrike, please welcome Team HYD. 倾力一战，淬风出击，有请 AHR 战队。Deep grind, one stage, please welcome Team AHR. 我们就是 Tuxedo， 有请 TXT 战队。We are Tuxedo, please welcome Team TXT. 荣光归于 RRQ， 有请 RRQ 战队。Viva RRQ, please welcome Team RRQ. 2026三角洲行动全面战场国际邀请赛正式开赛。The 2026 Delta Force Invitational Warfare is about to begin.
恭喜 TXT， 他们真的是最值得尊敬的对手。
ทุกก้าวของเราเป็นดั่งกระแสน้ำที่รุนแรง ใครหน้าไหนก็ขวางเราไม่ได้
未来终有一天，腾龙还会杀回来的。
这是让所有人再次看清我们的机会。
数えきれないほどの昼夜を僕らは乗り越えてきた。全ては悔いのない夏をつかみ取るために。
The phoenix doesn't rise without fire. We've waited long enough. Let's go. Make them remember us.
아직 아무도 우리의 진짜 힘을 보지 못했습니다. 하지만 곧 모두가 알게 될 것입니다.
Mengejar para pesaing terkuat, lalu mengungguli mereka sudah sifat alami kami.
In warfare, there's only one language: forward. We came from half a world away for one thing: that trophy.
次なるより大きな戦場へ向かおう。
人代11，快速出刀。
이제 우리의 목표는 단 하나입니다.
在主场将冠军之名重塑。
接下来，让我们用热烈的掌声，有请第一场对战的双方队员登场。Now, please welcome the players for our first match. 有请龙腾战队 ，Please welcome Team LT。潜龙出渊，腾啸四海 ，Rise from the deep, roar to the world。 有请 HAN 战队 ，Please welcome Team HAN。一队一心，剑指巅峰 ，One Team One Goal。 战火已燃，坚不可摧，对决开启。 The fire has been lit. Unbreakable, the battle begins now.
Unbelievable opening ceremony there. Top to bottom, really, really cool to kick things off, especially for day one, Vivid. We've got a 5-day competition like we talked about. A lot of games to go, but we've already set the scene for two of our heaviest hitting teams about to match up in our very first matchup of the day. What a way to start.
Absolutely, yeah. I mean, I'm super excited to get this underway, and I'm sure the players are as well. I love the fact that you kind of bring up that it's a 5-day competition because obviously the players have been here already for a couple of days. They've done scrims up there on the stage as well, but nothing will really feel like it does when those matches actually end up mattering. And the fact that it is a 5-day competition, double elimination bracket, gives all these teams an opportunity to go ahead, get up on that stage, and get used to the environment, the lights, and the pressure that it takes to play on a stage like that.
Yeah, I mean, speaking of pressure and speaking of just playing in an offline or LAN environment like today here on stage, this is something that some of our players are used to. So we have a lot of returners from last year, some that have maybe even played other titles or maybe even in operations as well, our other game mode here with Delta Force. But some people are brand new. We were talking to some of the members of this LT roster, and there's a lot of familiar faces. But if you did watch our Vietnam LAN not too long ago, you noticed that we have some different commanders as well. So not only roster changes, but also different leaders. Instead of AG78 Cat, who led the charge of this roster that was nearly infallible until the finals last year, changing it up. Apparently, AG78 Cat has decided to at least semi-permanently retire from competition, and we now have a new commander, 78 Dog, competing this time around for this LT roster. So fun to talk about. That entire squad has Dog in their name, which could only denote how good they are, I'm sure.
Yeah, absolutely. And I'm super excited to kind of check out this LT roster as a whole. We were kind of talking about the history amongst this team. Obviously, we know that TL, a completely different team in Vietnam, was kind of the favorites to go ahead and win that. They came a little bit short. They got second place just back in December, and a couple of the members of that team did come over to this new roster of LT, right? So some of that experience that you are talking about, it can be found on this roster. But then on the other side of things as well, some of those new members as well, some of those people who are not used to an environment like this. So we'll have to see kind of that adjustment period that is being made by some of these players, but even still, LT considered the favorites.
Yeah, I think most teams will consider them the favorites. I mean, in general, I would say their regional qualifiers were probably the most extensive when you think about the different teams that they had to go through to get to this stage. Unfortunately, a team like Q9, for instance, didn't make it to this stage because they lost in the grand finals of their regional qualifiers. But it's the same for everybody else. All had to win their regional finals. And I'm looking at HAN in particular as we actually take a look at our venue here on screen now. This is Hongshan Sports Center here in Wuhan, China. Vivid and I have had a blast exploring, talking to the players like we mentioned, and it is beautiful over here. We've got a fantastic venue. Again, it's like, what, Wednesday right now? We have 5 days of competition, so we still got some of our audience filtering in today, but the word on the street is the weekend sold out. It is going to be loud in here once we get to the weekend. But let's talk about these players again, Vivid. You can see the commander squad on your screen right now. This is going to be that dog squad, if we can even call them that. It's got 78 Dog on it, NW Dog, PZ Dog, and then Owen, a part of this squad. Each of our rosters have different squad leaders, which are all in communication with our overall commander.
Absolutely, and yes, we do know how Warfare works. It is a team of 20 comprised of 5 different squads of 4 players. So we're kind of taking a look at all of them on stage right now, making sure that they are all kind of set up. And as you do kind of take a look at them, right, they're all looking pretty locked in, all looking ready to go ahead and play. Obviously, we have the commanding squad, Bravo, Charlie, Delta squad. And listen, man, some of these players, they really got to start getting ready, right? Echo squad here as well, getting locked in. And I can tell you from my experience playing on a stage like this, it does take you quite some time to start to feel comfortable, even day of, as we go ahead and take a look over at HAN on the other side of the stage. The commander squad, already talked about it, led by Wanza, which is going to be a big change up for this team as a whole. We got Hoodoo. We know kind of the role that she is going to be playing. She loves that engineer role as well. Mianji and Genmen kind of comprise the commander squad.
Well, it's worth mentioning this Bravo squad that's on your screen right now because one member that you briefly saw on camera that if you watched last year's competition, you will certainly remember Artyom. Artyom was one of the top individual players in the entire competition.
By far.
Fragging potential, the amount of kills Artyom put up on the board was bar none, was top of the leaderboard in every statistic. Unfortunately, the team they used to play for, DNI, ended up falling in lower bracket finals to TXD, if I remember correctly. But Artyom was still a star player, and one of the reasons this team still has a very good chance of being one of the top teams in this year's competition as well.
Absolutely, and of course, yeah, you already mentioned it, a part of the Bravo squad right there, but I'm taking a look at one of the other squads for the side of HAN, comprised of Stacks, who I do remember Stacks as well, being one of those players in Vietnam that picked up so many kills as well. So obviously we're going to have to pay attention to how well Stack does throughout the day. And then Sarah Jin in the same exact squad as Stacks, just all about vehicle gameplay. I mean, the kills are being racked up for Sarah Jin as well. And that's kind of the name of the game for a lot of these teams. And we're going to be seeing a little bit of a theme across, you know, the entirety of the competition. But for me specifically, man, I feel like the individual firepower, the individual prowess on a team like HAN, it just stands out to me.
Yeah, I mean, one thing that they did really well last year, with, again, a slightly different roster, but a lot of familiar faces, is the ability to win the vehicle gameplay.
Yes.
It doesn't always win you the rounds, but it usually does. Anybody that knows Warfare knows that vehicle gameplay and being able to control a vehicle advantage is key. But folks, you can see it on your screen right now. We are loaded into the game, folks, and like we mentioned, we are headed to Cyclone. So if you know Cyclone, you probably like it. It is very different than a lot of the maps we will play. So let's jump straight into Cyclone and see not only some jets in the sky, but some boats on the water.
LT is going to be starting on a defending side. A quick reminder, all green you're going to be seeing is going to be the defending squad. All red, that's going to be our attacking squad as well. And this first sector on Cyclone can be a little bit of a tricky one. I mean, me and Goj actually got the opportunity to watch the qualifiers for an event like this, and we saw some teams get stopped here on this sector. So even though there is only one zone apart of this sector, it is not a gimme at all. And we do know, of course, the cool thing about Cyclone is the fact that you do have those land vehicles. You are going to have those water vehicles, but you are also going to have those eyes in the sky. The attacking side is going to be starting off with the jet as well, which is going to be a big advantageous thing to keep an eye out for. But we've seen some defending squads immediately find themselves able to go ahead and take out that jet, so keep an eye on how well that does.
Good breakdown here from Vivid as we start to get things kicked off. Now, if you haven't watched Warfare Esports before, I do want to break a couple things down for you that he didn't mention. One thing, our kill feed. If we're in our free cam observer like we are right now, you can see the kill feed for the side of the attackers on the left, for the side of the defense on the right. So it is a split kill feed, and then when we're in a player POV like this, it is top right. So if you're looking for players, what they're doing, how they're doing it, that's where you should take a look on your screen as we get into it. And already into a quick contest as our attackers are making quick work of this first point, or at the very least putting some pressure on.
Absolutely, but thwarted are going to be their efforts by the side of LT. Now, Warfare can get a little weird on some of these first sectors as well, because sometimes the defensive side is kind of thinking about, yeah, I mean, the attacking side might eventually go ahead and get this. So how much time do we really want to give them to go ahead and pick up some score here? We've seen some teams kind of go ahead and concede that first sector, but LT, as it currently stands, looking like they're interested in going ahead and defending this in almost its entirety, as we do take a look over in the water at one of the boats. And I mean, listen, if you were attacking towards that A sector, that boat kind of firing all of those shots off in the distance towards all of your positions, towards pretty much the exact path that you want to take towards that zone, it's going to be a big nuisance.
Definitely a valuable boat to keep alive. And our jet needs to be very careful as well. Vehicle advantages. You can see our vehicles down below. I love this overlay. You can see which vehicles each team has currently. And of course, you can earn more as we go. But the attackers have made a nice push over onto the A point. Gonna quickly work through this A sector. See mostly red around this point. Usually isn't one that can hold for very long, but LT did a solid job of at least getting the lay of the land. The only thing they probably wish they would have gotten is maybe a couple of these vehicles down. The assault vehicle actually decently low now over the top. Really only good for spawning in players quickly. LT not giving it up for free though. Still some nice contest on this point. You can see the defense still pushing forward and thinking there's actually maybe a way that we could retake this if we can get a nice push here over the top side on the high ground. The bunker in complete control of the attackers, though. This just feels like a matter of time.
Yeah, we did see that assault vehicle go down for the side of the attack, which kind of allows some of those defenders to filter in past that little bit of a hill that it was defending pretty well. You can see off in the distance, Wanza, we talked about him. He's going to be, of course, the commander for the side of HAN, but also does a very good job of playing the vehicle side of things here for his team. So
look at this. I mean, we took a look at that map view. Unbelievable retake there, and vehicle going down, boat down for the side of the defense. Now, listen, I'm going to be honest. The fact that LT was able to retake here on A, it looked like the attackers had control over this bunker, and then just maybe got a little bit too aggressive, lost a lot of lives that didn't get revived on point, and then all of a sudden the defense was back on point, slowing this thing down. Now, we don't call it really a win for the defense unless we get to a point where, as we move to the B sector, our attackers don't have maximum amount of lives going into the next round. So we're a long way away from that still, but still a nice solid retake from the defense. They're definitely not giving it up easy.
Absolutely, and I'm kind of taking a look at the bottom of the screen. That jet is still healthy. I don't think it's found much value so far in this first game, but I think it is trying to just go ahead and stay alive, because if you do try to get close enough to where you can find an immense amount of value, like I already mentioned, me and Goj have seen situations before where that jet is lost very, very early on, and it kind of hinders your attacks for some of the later pushes. But as it currently stands, LT, they're making a big push once again towards the sector, and they're defending it for quite some time.
Yeah, and I think I misspoke earlier, but the attacking side actually losing a boat as well. They lose the jet ski, which isn't really that big of a deal, but not a lot of presence in the water yet. You can now see our newest vehicle, the AAV, joining the fight and looking to take care of our defending boat quite quickly. So LT, looks like 009 going to be our boat operator for this roster. Going to be backing up, healing up, and no, actually going down. Looks like a little bit of help over the top, maybe from our jet. No, some Allura rockets potentially, but either way you look at it, boat down for the defense. This could be the opening that they needed. The attackers should move back onto this point soon.
And that's what the vehicle gameplay is all about right there. That's what we'll be seeing throughout the next 5 days. It's going to be coordination, man. Kind of timing all of the attacks onto one vehicle at the same exact time, which sometimes the credit, it's always like a big question mark. Like, oh, did the Allura rocket get it? Did the vehicle get it on the opposing side?
Team effort.
Yes, absolutely. The Allura rocket, of course, finding the final hit right there onto that boat. So that's going to prove to be quite valuable for the side of HAN. But our first urgent deployment of the tournament is going to be coming in from the side of LT. Once again, they are looking to defend this A sector. But as you can see, that red bar right under the big egg in the middle of your screen means that there are way more attackers on this sector than there are defenders. In fact, there are no defenders currently on the A sector.
Yeah, this is a great push, and again, once you take down vehicle presence, you just have much more room to work with around the point. They're body stacking the point. They've got the assault vehicle there for spawns if they can back out of the fight. For those that maybe haven't tuned into a lot of Warfare Esports, a quick reminder that yes, this is Victory Unite, which means our commanders can call in those support systems using the score that they rack up. One of the things they can do is this urgent redeployment, which unfortunately looks like it was used without much value. Urgent redeployment means it reduces the respawn time for all players that die by a dramatic margin, and yet even still, LT lose the point. We move into the next one, taking a quick look at the stats with maximum lives as we move to the next point. And a nice advantage there, if you saw, Wanza also marked the objective for the taking a mere 2 seconds before they captured it. That is an instant reward of a bunch of points in the score to be able to use by this HAN roster.
And I already saw the 3 names that we kind of talked about for the side of HAN. It was going to be Sarajin, Stax, and Artyom. They currently lead the pack in terms of most kills on the side of their team. So no surprise there. They're looking like they're going to be in form. Now quickly turning our sights over towards the B sector again. Only going to be one zone again, a part of this one. But now finally the defensive side goes ahead and finds themselves back into the vehicle side of things. As you can see, 78 Dog, he's going to be in the tank now.
Yeah, this is pretty classic for this LT roster. Commander last year, Commander this year. riding these heavy vehicles that can take quite a bit of fire, can provide some nice, you know, shelling power, some nice artillery from a distance to be able to take down kind of the onslaught of attackers, but also just gives you a nice kind of far back POV to allow you to still command your team. That is the key thing that you got to remember about both of these rosters, is that the commanders are issuing orders to all the squad leaders, and so you don't want to be running around in the chaos of smokes. You have to be able to see the battlefield. One way to do that is either in the air or one of these tanks that kind of holds a far back point. Nice pickup here by Ghost over the top, HAN. Ghost is our jet operator, finding the kill on the boat in the water. We'll take any advantage we can get as our attackers, and Ghost showing some value in the jet is a huge, huge win.
Yeah, I've actually been paying close attention to the kill feed, and Ghost has been, he's been picking them up, man. So finding an incredible value out of that jet early on, that's going to be a good side for the side of HAN. As you can see right there, 78 Dog and NW Dog are actually going to be going down to a rocket. So the tank is going to be destroyed here early for the side of the defense. Take a look at the bottom of the screen. The vehicle disparity between the two sides, it's all HAN. They have so many more vehicles to their ready than LT does.
Yeah, this is a huge advantage for the attacking side, and because of this advantage, they should push this equation and get over to B before this LT roster is able to call more in. Ooh. You can see that LT has elected to go ahead and mark this B sector for hold, so as long as they're able to hold it, they will get some extra score here. We saw B for a moment be contested, but defense still doing a good job despite the vehicle disadvantage of holding point and making sure they capture this. They need to hold for at least another 70 seconds to get that extra score. And as per the usual here with Warfare Esports, vehicles being called in, especially tank destroyers, and oftentimes they'll get cut down before they land. That one will land though, which is a huge boon for the defense.
Yeah, tank destroyers are scary. We're gonna see them doing a lot of little runs, right? They are such a small vehicle that they can make a lot of maneuvers happen that some of these other vehicles cannot. So the individual skill in a tank destroyer is sometimes what makes the difference in these warfare games. And as we tune our attention back towards the point, the attack is coming in. They've finally gone ahead and flooded the sector, but a big push back from the side of LT. I gotta go ahead and tip my hat real quick to HAN, because even though some of these sectors have been going on for quite some time, their tickets have gone down quite slowly on each one of these approaches, which means to me that those revives are coming in quite heavily on the side of the medics for the side of HAN specifically.
Yeah, I remember Veronica being a support operator in the past and a support operator this time around. You can see that revive coming through there in the kill feed on the left-hand side for HAN. Definitely one of the reasons they're having a fairly successful attack right now is because of their support operators and those that are in that role. Every squad has a role, and every squad has a role that they have to execute if this team is going to succeed. So far, so good for the attackers to make sure they don't lose too many lives. Now, a couple things just happened over there in the top right-hand corner. It's somewhere you want to be watching, and top left, you're seeing a couple different things be marked. One, it looks like vehicles are being marked. These are vehicles that need to be destroyed against their opposition. Both have marked those as their next objective. We also did see LT get the extra score by holding on to this B sector, so that could be one of the reasons they're able to call in more vehicles here shortly.
Our players are so good. I mean, even tuning into their ability to go ahead and control those allure rockets. I personally am terrible at it, but they just, they find their way inside of buildings, trying to go ahead and pressure some of the vehicles of the defensive side of things. So great to kind of see that. And you can see the game that is being played right here. Some of these ground vehicles get distracted from the side of the defense just simply by that jet having a presence around the map, but it's very, very hard, of course, to go ahead and hit a jet that's flying around super fast. We are going to be seeing an artillery barrage called in from the side of the attack. So hopefully they can kind of find some value on the back foot of that.
Yeah, and you can see also with our new UI, our artillery barrages, they will tell you what they get as they move through the map. So if they get some vehicle destructions, if they get some kills, you'll see that populate. This artillery strike coming over the top should shell the point pretty aggressively, should give the attackers at least a little bit of breathing room to push up onto the point and start taking back some of this sector and some of this zone. They've been kind of slow pushing up towards this B sector. We're not into a tug of war yet. We're just trying to push the door open to get to the B sector, but the defense have a nice line set up on the forward advancing. Here comes the artillery strike, picking up 2 kills over the top. Nothing crazy, but it's forced the defense to have to back off from where these missiles are landing, which is giving the attackers this kind of slow push move over to the sector. Should see them on the point here in the next couple seconds, probably next 20 seconds or so. Look at all that red around the BE sector.
Absolutely, and once again, let's kind of check in on the vehicle economy for both of our teams. 2 land vehicles for the side of HAN, and then that jet, of course, still in the skies. On the other side of things, 2 land vehicles for the side of LT, and then, of course, that boat is also active. So 3 versus 3 in terms of how the vehicles are kind of panning out. So somehow LT was able to go ahead and equalize. But talking about equalizing, HAN are no longer interested in having this B sector be equalized. They're making a big push to go ahead and capture this.
Yeah, it was pretty much exactly what I thought. And as you can see, LT does call in the urgent redeployment in the top right-hand corner and an artillery barrage of their own. These teams mimicking using their support systems kind of back-to-back. As we see the attackers gain ground, the defense answers back with their own use of these score streaks. The other one that is very important are these team strategic respawn beacons. This is a beacon that players can respawn on. You can see it on your screen right now. It's that big pillar down below, respawn beacon. This will allow the defense to spawn right onto the point. And all of these score investments now means that score won't necessarily be used later, which could mean that the later points are a little bit more difficult for the defense to hold. But investing them now has given them a ton of value on this point. Urgent redeployment, respawn beacon, artillery barrage. Look at this. Defense, complete control of B.
Absolutely. You can see Wanza's trying to make something happen by going into the tunnel, trying to push some of these defensive troops back, but the strategic beacon and the urgent deployment as a combination just flooded way too many defensive troops onto the point for anything for HAN to kind of go ahead and counter that at all. Taking a look at the feed though, Wanza is going to be picking up a couple, trying to go ahead and push back, but I feel like the artillery barrage from the side of LT is probably going to be able to hold back the efforts of the attack for just a little bit longer. Let's take a look at our tickets that are available. We have just crossed 130 tickets. This feels like the first time where HAN have kind of dwindled their tickets. What has it been? It's been like 30 plus over just the past minute alone.
Yeah, I mean, urgent redeployments will also do that. It's going to break down your tickets quite aggressively because you know you can respawn almost immediately if you just give up and get back into the match. But if you're on the attacking side, that can certainly make things dwindle. Wanza in deep trouble, though, underneath. We see it through this X-ray. Tank Destroyer gets into the mix. 78 Dog, the commander, no longer on the back lines, joining the front lines to hold this B sector. This is probably the strongest, actually definitely the strongest position LT has been in since the very beginning of the game.
And as you can see right there, that AAV also getting active over in the water. But oh my gosh, 78 Dog doesn't find one, finds 2 vehicles from the side of HAN, and I feel like the tides have turned immensely into the favor of LT. Obviously, they've been defending this point, and it's not been able to be captured by the side of HAN, so they kind of have been in control, but destroying those 2 vehicles just puts them so much further ahead.
Yeah, some nice help there from Asmodeus, by the way. It is a credit to the Tank Destroyer and this commander, 78 Dog, but also the helps of some AT-4s over the top. Adds together to take down these vehicles. What a huge advantage now for the side of LT to be able to hold here. Now vehicle advantage. 78 Dog did a great job of going in, getting the kills and destructions he needed, smoking and getting out as fast as humanly possible. This ebb and flow of vehicle gameplay is the delineator upon being a good player versus being a great player.
Absolutely, and trying to go ahead and resupply, recall in some of those vehicles. Let's take a look at the scoreboard right now. Sarah Jin with 38 from the side of HAN. Let's go ahead and take a look at the team that is in control at the top there. It's going to be Lazy with 30 of his own for the side of LT. I do want to go ahead and note, Goj kind of pointed this out to me behind the scenes. Sarah Jin, who we're used to seeing pick up so many kills inside of a vehicle, is on the bow.
Compound bow, baby. Hey, listen, sometimes you're hitting your shots, and if you are, you can find so many kills with that bow. So things going well for Sarah Jin. It looks like they've been practicing the compound bow gameplay, and it's paying off on main stage. While we've been yapping, though, the attackers have made their move back over to the point. You can see that currently the B sector has been kind of commanded by LT to hold, and it was in the neutral zone when that timer went down. That is a miss out of score for LT that may matter as we get deeper into this B sector. But regardless of losing out on some of that score, they decide to invest and double down on that anyways and throw another artillery strike down on that barrage is landing on the B sector, gonna push these attackers back. The biggest thing it can't do, if you're a fan of HAN, is destroy either of these two vehicles that are on the point. We've got a full tank on the point, a tank destroyer around the point, maybe even two. I think it's a Lav on the back. No, it's an assault vehicle on the backside. 3 vehicles on the point, smokes are down, bodies on point. This artillery barrage
Obviously, that tank destroyer is going to be destroyed, so that's going to be a big win for the side of LT. But also a small victory for the side of LT is also going to be the fact that HAN, 167 tickets. The most you can have in Victory Unite is going to be 180. You do get replenished some tickets every single time that you go ahead and capture a sector. So if you don't capture it fast enough, or if you don't capture it efficiently enough to go ahead and not lose as many tickets as you want, you don't get back up to 180. You effectively aren't at quote-unquote max tickets for the subsequent sector.
Definitely an important note, but a nice trade there for LT in transition to this new sector of Sector C. A quick look back at our stats again as our players decide how they want to rotate to the new sector. We see Lazy at the top of the leaderboard actually kind of doing everything for this roster. Look at that, 33 total kills and 45 revives as well. What a stat line from a support operator.
That's crazy. I'm actually taking a look over at the side of HAN. Obviously, Sarajen is now at 40+ kills, but so is Artyom Adams right there at 37. So none of our vehicle operators actually finding themselves towards the top of these leaderboards, which is kind of surprising, but that just speaks to how good Sarajen and Artyom are actually playing right now.
We can take a look at our map view and see how the defense has decided to set up on this C sector. Of course, prioritizing the high ground rather than prioritizing being on the point itself. This high ground position is very valuable, especially for these tanks, to be able to get some nice value over the top of the C sector. You see both teams are electing to play fairly safe with their vehicles. Tanks playing very far away, just shelling around the point, hoping that they can catch one of these other operators sleeping, and enough missiles land at the exact same time. And either Sarajen could go down, or of course, our dog squad over there in their tanks roaming around near the C sector. But when the defense is elected to play high ground, what do the attackers do? They head to the tunnels. They're trying to cap from down below, and it's going to force the defense to come down, get into the mix, get onto the point, which is exactly what the attackers want.
Facing some pressure, going to be vehicles from both sides, but Wanza is going to be able to go ahead and retreat, trying to apply all that pressure to the tunnels down low. And yeah, LT is kind of feeling the pressure of all of these units that are capturing the C sector from down below. So they themselves are feeling like they have to go ahead and push in, but they are just met with their demise from the side of Wanza in this tank. He's been in the vehicles throughout the entirety of the game and finding so much value. Now 78 Dog is also going to try to go ahead and meet the matchup of the tank v tank, but cannot find his way into the tunnels just yet. And if you take a look at the center of your screen, the C sector is almost fully captured.
Yeah, I mean, again, this is the play the attackers needed to make. They needed to go low, they needed to force more CQB, and they needed the defense to have to invest some of their vehicles in order to win this point. And if they decide not to, if they decide to play slow, they decide to play too defensive, if you will, they're going to punish them for them, and that's exactly what has happened. Quick. The attackers go low, they invest their vehicles, the defense does not answer, they're not going to take too many risks, and we move on to next sector.
That was a big win for the side of HAN. Like I already mentioned, tickets, they're back up to 180, and really that push was just all about two things. Obviously, the vehicle support there from the side of Wanza, that was huge, but all they did was they just had one member of their team go ahead and place a strategic beacon right on the outside of that C sector, and everybody just flooded in from the side of HAN. So great coordination there as Sarajen just crests the 50 kill mark.
Yeah, also Jappy at the top for HAN is the same. There's a lot of score that you can earn by being a great support operator, picking up 24 kills, but also 54 revives for the side of HAN is a huge win for them, and one of the reasons why their life total is still so high. But you're right, that C sector just went too quickly. It erased all progress that the defense was able to make on B sector. That entire elongated fight on B really didn't matter because of how quickly C went. So we moved to D1 and D2. It is our first tug of war, and as you all well know, I'm sure at this point, Cyclone is a big map. One of the biggest, if not the biggest map that is in the game right now. And And so we are still have plenty of map to play. In this D sector, things begin to change. We now head indoors. We also have boats that can get indoors through the water pathways between these D sectors. This is going to be a fun one, and I'll be curious to see how the attackers decide to play it, if they want to force a tug of war, or if they're going to try to do an all-out frontal assault and invest some of their vehicles in the early part of this D sector.
And this is where it gets a little bit awkward for the side of the attack. We know they started this game with that jet. They have found value out of the jet from the A sector, from the B sector, from the C sector, but all three of those sectors are outside. Of course the jet is going to be able to find value, but now we enter that first area where, like Goj mentioned, it is all inside, all underground, and that jet is kind of just going to be flying around outside, and it's going to be hard for them to kind of find value. So you are, in a way, like a man down throughout this little bit of a fight, and it always does kind of bring apart this awkward conversation where it's like, well, is the jet really worth it? So HAN have big things to go ahead and do, and what's going to be helping right there is RDM picking up one of those vehicles. Going to be destroying those.
Well, here's the causeway I was talking about. You've got some water pathways between these two sectors, and the tug of war may be beginning now. The attackers deciding to commit to D2, and the defense in deep trouble here. Their boat trying to hold the causeway gets taken down by a great strike team there. That's Chang picking up the full elimination on the boat with the help of that full squad. Great team chemistry to call in the strike team to make the flank and catch the boat in its retreating angle. Now you got two boats down for the attacking side. They're trying to maintain control of the water without giving their lives away. That's Mayang back as well. Played last year, a difference maker for this roster of HAN rather, and excited to see them back in the boat.
This Cyclone has just felt so methodical from both sides, right? It's felt like every single one of these sectors has felt elongated, very, very long. But every single time I take a look at the tickets, it's like HAN, they haven't really lost ever a surmountable amount to where it's been like, wow, like LT is kind of pressuring them off of those revives enough to kind of make all of this time worth it that is going to be invested. Now, one thing that could work out very, very well, nice actually it won't, because I was going to say 78 Dog with the flank maybe onto the tank, but does get sniffed out.
I mean, one thing I will say right now, just looking at the player camps, it's probably worth mentioning. Right now, finally speaking the first word, I'm not sure 78 Dog is being as quite of a vocal leader as Wansa. Wansa, now for the very first time, not saying anything on camera. Wansa has been much more aggressive in the comms from what we can tell on the attacking side, whereas 78 Dog hasn't been quite as aggressive with it. Will that matter? We'll see. But this really feels like an HAN game right now that they likely can and will win. I know the E sector will change things pretty dramatically, but the only time HAN has been thwarted or at least slowed down in whatever systems that they're trying to implement was that second push on the B sector. Everything else, like you said, I think methodical is the right word, especially for HAN. They're playing fairly aggressive, they're not over-investing, but things finally going their way. And finally, something goes back the way of LT as we lose Wansa in transition, trying to set his team up well for the D1 push that's inevitably coming.
Yeah, I love the fact that you went ahead and pointed out the fact that we do have access to the player cams, and as Wansa went down right there, I was invested in how he was going to react, right? Because that's the first time, or the second time his vehicle has been destroyed, but that tank has been alive for so long. And there was this little bit of a big, deep breath, right? Maybe a little bit of frustration, but it seemed like he also was able to instantly reset and just start to communicate to his team what was going to be happening next. So it's good to see that the emotions are there, but also the ability to seemingly reset as we do to kind of take a look at this D2 point right here. Obviously, the attack does have the vehicle on the point, which is making it hard for the side of LT to find bodies on the point, but they are trying.
Yeah, Miang's got a really good position here with the newest vehicle, AAV, down below. Kind of playing this ditch on the outside of our D points. These D zones, again, I did this all last year. I'm going to do it again this year. It really is tug of war when it's a two-sector zone because you have to play for one. You can't play for both at the exact same time or you'll never be able to either defend or attack. You have to have complete control of one and then push the other back, and it will go back and forth quite a bit. Now, I'm hearing some guided missiles in the sky. An interesting call from the attackers to invest one here. Let's see where it lands and what it connects with. Over the top, actually finds 78 Dog, the guided missile, somehow finding the commander of LT. I was gonna say, what an interesting call to call a guided missile on the D sector, but somehow they pointed out the commander of the opposition and just dropped a guided missile on their head.
And that was going to be a big part of the defense there for LT in terms of that D1 sector, but also what was a part of the attack for the side of HYN was, of course, their vehicle that was on D2. So simultaneously, those two vehicles are going to be lost. If you take a look at the bottom of your screen, again, the vehicles have all been but equalized. Obviously, the side of HYN, they still do have that jet in the air, but in terms of the vehicles on the ground, it is just 1 versus 1 as it currently stands. But Sarah Jin now jumping in the tank, which is a little bit interesting to me. We talked about how well he was playing just on that bow, and now opting to go ahead and jump into the tank. So it'll be interesting to see if he is able to find as much value as he was finding on the bow inside of that tank. And I'm a little bit worried now because the tickets for HYN, they're down to 130, and I don't know if they've made any progress at any point of this sector towards D1.
Yeah, towards D1, sure, but they've already taken 50% of the sector, so they've done a pretty good job with the lives that they have. I will say, to your point about Sarah Jin, it's a good call because Sarah Jin's going insane on the bow, but you got to remember Sarah Jin was one of, if not the best vehicle operator in the competition, and because of that is already finding a 2-piece in the kill feed off screen right now. So watch out for Sarah Jin in this tank. This is what they do and what they've done for now well over 6 months in 2 different LAN competitions. No surprise there that they're making some waves already transitioning over to the tank, as likely our other vehicle operators saying, hey, let me get my gunny warmed up. We got to keep moving. Let me change it out.
Yeah, look how annoying it is sometimes for these vehicle operators as well. Like, you got to be worried about some of these swimmers.
Yeah, fire-ins with magnetic bombs, jumping up and
diving down, swimming underneath of your boat. Crazy stuff that these players are well aware that they are possible. So there's just so much for these players to kind of be aware of. As you can see right there, one of the vehicles actually being destroyed on the backside. That's going to be Sarah Jin once again finding value. That was going to be 78 Dog once again losing his vehicle.
Yeah, tough scenes here for the LT team, but still holding D1 in complete control. You can see where LT's currently positioned around D1, protecting the backside. Wanza having to play slow, having to back off, taking a couple rocket shots, and dodging a few others. See Hodu there. We ask our operators, or ask our players rather, what their favorite operators are, and Hodu always repping the engineers, always protecting and helping out the team with a ton of repairs. You'll see Hodu's scoreline go pretty aggressive in the engineering category of our score lines and our stats. Each of these players do have their roles that they specialize in, and the operators that they prefer or maybe are forced by the commander to play to make sure all roles are covered. And we did see LT try to mark this boat, this Wansa boat, for destruction, and of course not earning the extra score there. Wansa doing a good job of staying alive. It was a smart play, I think, to mark the boat just because they had so many players over there protecting the back of D1. Wansa quickly realized they were outnumbered though and smartly backed off.
When we do tune into these boats, right, Wanza is of course operating it, but when we were kind of looking at it from a distance, you do only see Wanza's name, but it is actually a full vehicle. It's 4 out of 4, as you can see right there in the middle bottom right of your screen. There's going to be another guided missile being called in right here for the side of HA, and this is going to be the second one. Let's see how much value this one finds. Take a look towards the point. It is going to land, but it finds absolutely 0 value. Obviously, the players of LT are going to be forced off of the D1 point, so maybe there's some value in that regard. But take a look at the top right of your screen. Now the guided missile gameplay has started to come to full fruition for both sides. They're going to be calling in the guided missile of their own. LT, where is this one going to land? How much value is it going to be finding?
1 kill. Listen, I mean, one of the reasons you call guided missiles is because it forces players to back off from a position. Again, we talked about D sector being underground. These guided missiles aren't getting near as much value as they would on some of these other sectors, but at the same time, what are you going to do? Just sit there and hoard the points until you look up and you've lost the game? Like, we're at 95 lives. It is finally time where HAN should be sweating. They still have complete control of D2, but they have not touched D1 at all. We are less than 100 lives. This is a great hold by the defense. Quick look at the stats, though. What do you see?
I'm already looking at, I love paying attention to Sarah Jin because we do have a metric for this. Going into Sector D, had 50 kills. Is on 57.
Yeah,
when that vehicle swap comes in, so only finding 7 kills over the course of this D sector because of that swap to the tank, and that's what I was talking about. Obviously, we did see some vehicle destruction coming in from Sarah Jin, but how much value is he actually finding?
Like here's a nice push here from Blake and the team. You can see the smokes going down, likely a couple stingers in the mix. And Sarah Jane adding another one to their tally. A little bit of splatter in retreat to getting out of here. Looks like, again, the defense is prioritizing trying to take down some of the attacking vehicles so they can maintain control over D1 and D2. The tank above ground is nice, but the boat below ground is what is marked by the team, and the defense also investing a team strategic respawn beacon as PZ Dog tries to get a little cheeky and gets punished for it. Finally, we're seeing the attackers on the back of these support operators. Look how many revives just got picked up by HAN. This defensive team has to cut down Blake and Veronica. They keep reviving these attackers on the point. And here comes 009 in the Seneva, just throwing out the shield, trying to get into the mix and get these support operators down so they stop reviving on D1.
Another guided missile from the side of LT lands, but it finds zero value. Great push there from the side of LT.
Good retake.
To go ahead and flush those attackers out. Take a look at the tickets, 80 available for the side of HAN. And listen, we kind of talked about it already. Yeah, D2 has been in control for the entire time of this sector by the side of HAN, but D1 has barely been touched. What is going to be the difference maker? Do they have to switch up their strategy? Do they have to invest something just a little bit more heavily, like one of these vehicles, onto the point? And as I say that, the boat is getting a little bit more active. It's feeling the frustration of not being able to go ahead and get towards that point. But some of the rotations for LT are a little bit slow here. They're actually spawning off of the point and having to run in. HAN, what's that, their third guided missile now?
Yep, Sarah Jin utilizing that score that they've earned by just slaying out the lobby, bow, vehicles, whatever it takes. Calling in another guided missile, trying to open things up onto D1. What will they be able to find? Hardly anything, just one kill, pick up a beacon as well. Decent over the top push, and now we can see the attackers flood the point down below as the defense is answering back with a guided missile of their own. What these missiles are doing is basically cutting off the top path of T1, so there isn't a double-sided push. They're forcing them into a choke point on the lowest side. You see Blake, who is one of our support operators, by the way, for the attacking side, going to answer back with the guided missile of their own. Ami does pick up a 3-piece with that guided missile off screen, but all eyes from our spectator is on this sector and on this point of D1 that's finally starting to change hands, at least slightly, as Blake picks up a 2-piece of their own.
Absolutely, but while all this is going on, LT, they have the urgent redeployment called in as it currently stands, so the troops keep flooding in. Now Lazy is going to get active in terms of the guided missile, spending some of those points. His is going to land in just over 5 seconds. We'll have to see if that one is able to find some value, but the attackers are kind of just leaving the point so that way they do not get blown up. And yeah, sure enough, that guided missile not going to be finding value in terms of kills, but look who is going to be finding value in terms of kills. That's going to be PZ Dog destroying the vehicle, but that is quickly going to be returned in terms of the favor there.
Yeah, very well done, I think, for the attackers actually to trade that kill out. That was one of those that could have gotten away from you, but the attackers did have 2 boats. You see them with a nice vehicle advantage down below, and because of that, we're able to trade out with their boat gameplay, take down the only boat for the defense. This could be the opening that the attackers need if Stax is able to stay alive and start pushing the equation here for this roster. Push over to D1, open up a pathway, be willing to lose your 1 boat. You are running out of lives. We are down to 59 lives remaining as we take a look at the map and see how the attackers are trying to set up. It looks like a lot of folks on respawn, grouping up on D2, and now finally making a push over to D1 as yet again, another guided missile called. Holy cow, we got some score on both sides yet again. This is the most missiles I've seen called in a single map, and this is match 1 of a 5-day competition.
I mean, this match has been going so long. I'm trying to take a look over at the clock. What has been going on for like 40 minutes now? It's been so long. The guided missile for the side of the defense only finds 1 kill, but they're going to be calling it a strategic beacon at the same exact time. They want to go ahead and make sure that they can get all of those defensive members back to the point as quickly as they possibly can. But HAN, they want to do the same exact thing. They call in a strategic beacon of their own, and LT does find the destruction of the vehicle right now. Taking a look at the bottom of the screen, does look like the vehicles available to each one of the sides in terms of the ground vehicles specifically, it's going to be tied up just 1-to-1.
Yeah, I mean, this is exactly what I was just mentioning a second ago. The attackers have to start investing more aggressively with their vehicles. When you start investing, you start going more high risk. When you go more high risk, of course, that risk sometimes doesn't go your way to give you the rewards you want. Our boat is invested, gets close up and personal. The defense very quickly and smartly take it out. this could be the nail in the coffin of HAN. We see the beacons coming down for the defense still. They're still earning a ton of score, and D1 still in complete control for them. Here's the one thing about Cyclone that we always talk about, is that the map is very open until it's not. It's not open right now. This is where most teams struggle on the attacking side. How do you capture both of these points when the defense continues to set up well? One of the ways they're trying to do that is with guided missile after guided missile after guided missile, trying to clear the top part of the ground, so there's at least another entry point for this attacking team to get to the point. And still, these guided missiles aren't finding a ton of value.
Yeah, it's kind of the same story over and over again. You can see Sarah, Jin, and Squad are trying to find some value on the backside of the hill, trying to cut off some of those rotations to help out the efforts of some of the members that are jumping on the D1 zone right now. And take a look at this. Actually, that value is being found. D1 is being captured, but Sarah Jin under a lot of pressure right now. There are engineers surrounding the tank from above. It's very, very hard to kind of thwart them out. And sure enough, they're going to be destroyed.
Light tank down, Sarah Jin down. When we finally started seeing some pressure onto D1, the defense yet again win a war that could maybe win them this game. Sarah Jin down and their backline opened back up. The defense will be seen flooding the point right now on a strategic respawn beacon. 5 of their 20 players just spawned in on the beacon and basically just spawned in on the point. Look at it. This was a great win on the backline that opened up the front line for the defense. Now 7 of their 20 on beacon and now on point. This guided missile will not find a ton of value, and all of a sudden we're down to 26 lives for HAN. Things not going well for the attackers as they still are trying with everything they have to capture this point.
That guided missile does help out a little bit. All of the defensive members were forced off the point, and as soon as that guided missile landed, all of the attacking side of HAN, they flooded the point. There's so many members of HAN here actually available for the side of D1. Take a look how quickly it is being captured right now. You have to stay alive. PZ Dog goes down right there. That's going to be one less member for the side of LT. Finally, HAN have thwarted the defenses of LT. They've went ahead and captured Sector D against all odds.
That's one of those moments that I think was just a slight misstep from LT. We'll talk a little bit more about it in a second. Let's take a look at our score lines, and what we're seeing most is that Deanne is now topping the charts here for LT, over at 62 kills at the top of the leaderboard. Nice move from Wansa as the commander to be top of the leaderboard with score, which is expected, but also nice stat line as well. 42 kills, 46 assists, and of course not playing a support operator.
Remember how I mentioned Sector D is kind of awkward for the side of the attack because they were forced to keep this jet alive and effectively find no value out of it for the entirety of the sector. But right after, we've got Sector E. It's all out in the open, so now the defense is going to have to feel that jet's prowess once again. All of the vehicles being called in for both sides now because the score has kind of been reset. The sectors have been reset. So we're going to have an all-out war, and this is kind of what we see on Cyclone a lot. Is as soon as we get to Sector E, there's not a lot of tickets remaining because Sector D is usually so tough that the attacking side is going to have to make something happen on Sector E almost instantaneously because they only have 60 tickets available.
Yeah, our attackers need to use these guided missiles that they can potentially call in at the perfect time. Here's the problem. If they call them in too early, they're not going to see the value that they need. And like you said, they don't really have a lot of room for error. There's only 60 lives remaining, and so they have to be called in at the perfect time to open up this point. And they need to be saved until the attackers have at least control over one of these 2 zones in Sector E. If they want a chance to capture both, it's going to be on the back of these guided missiles that they have available, and it's going to be the back of what frankly has to be a perfect push.
I will say, though, Artyom did pick up one of the tank destroyers for the side of the defense right there, and that was actually a tank destroyer that was pushed very, very forward. So playing a little bit of aggressive right now does get called out, so that's going to be a little bit of a loss. And what's very, very tough for the side of the defense is that, again, we see this all the time. These tanks then get access to this hill that overlooks both of these zones in E1 and E2. So sometimes it can be very, very hard to defend because these tanks are in such a good position. But obviously the side of LT does have a tank of their own.
Look at his flank. HAN, a full squad trying to invest against 78 Dog and his team. Unfortunately, tanks usually win this battle, especially when they've got a full team of engineers, and that's exactly what happens for the side of 78 Dog. Very well played to make sure that sneaky squad isn't going to get paid for a nice play over the top. And again, with the way D went and how long it took, we're kind of running out of daylight here for HAN. This feels like kind of the classic methodical play, moving slowly up, setting up a nice push with your vehicles on the high ground, shelling over the top, and opening up pathways for your infantry. Problem with that slow-paced gameplay is, I mean, if people aren't dying, it's fine, but right now you're already down, what, 15 lives in a matter of a minute or so? Running out of daylight.
One objective for the side of Owen over here, playing so far back in that LAV, but pretty much is just finding value in trying to keep that jet at bay. Again, that jet does rejoin the fight, but if you can kind of silence it throughout this point, then it is going to be a giant win. Now, since we actually jumped over to this East sector, HAN have lost 25 tickets already, and they have made pretty much no progress. But of course, the flank squad is going to try once again to go ahead and take out that tank 78 dog. I'm not entirely sure if he knows what is possible right now. That tank destroyer Wands is now trying to get active. This is going to be over towards E2. 78 dog under heavy fire is going to be taking a lot of damage. This tank is pretty much all of the defense right now for the side of LT. Sarah Jin does come in with help from the top of the hill inside of the tank. And this looks like a big win for the side of HAN toward the side of E2.
What a well-executed play from Wansa and Sarah Jin. Sarah Jin on high ground with the light tank. Down in the mix is Wansa in the tank destroyer. The fact that they're able to trade out that tank for the side of 78 dog and not even lose the tank destroyer is on the back of those two vehicles working together and the strike team of already moving around the flank, distracting infantry so tank destroyer stays alive. You could break down that play for a solid 10 minutes in the post replays and the highlights. I desperately hope it's added because that could be the difference maker of HAN potentially and now likely taking E2 and setting up the push on E1. Again, take a look at the bottom of your screens. We now have this new feature here with our UI where you can see the things that our players can call in. You can see all 20 players have the ability to call in some smokes, but everything else, super important, namely those guided missiles. Look how many guided missiles we can potentially call in if we're the attacking side. The defense has a couple to answer, but they've got to get control over E2 first, and it's looking like that's not going to be as easy as we thought.
Oh no, before the tank even touches down, Sarah Jin shoots it out of the sky. That's going to be a big blow to the side of LT. Only 2 land vehicles currently available for the side of LT to try to go ahead and help the defensive efforts. That being said, NW Dog does go ahead and return the favor, does destroy one of those vehicles from the side of HAN, and as it currently stands, E1 is currently under attack, but E2, LT are like, hey, listen, if you want to go over to E1, fine. We'll go ahead, we'll reclaim E2.
This is such a win for HAN. A great job setting up that smoke line perimeter so that they can get infantry onto the point as well as their vehicles. They get over there, they cap E1. Folks, smoke barrages are landing. Those are going to be easy to call in. What's not easy are some of these artillery barrages, these guided missiles. Where do you put them? Where do they land? And how much value do they find? A big push from the attackers, and unfortunately it does look like at least one of our vehicles cut down from the attacking side, but still a nice advantage from HAN. 24 lives and counting. If a full squad dies here, this is a huge problem for the attacking side. They need to be careful about investing all of these lives in these flanking squads. Play as a unit, make one big push. You have vehicle advantage, and you have the ability to call in these support systems. Do it at the right time, you win. Do it at the wrong time, they're losing the game. And now the guided missiles start to land because we're down to 20 total lives. It's going to be a lot in succession. They need these to open up the point. It's not about kills, it's about zoning people off this E2.
Let the fun begin. Hodu does call in that guided missile, does only find 1 kill, but like Goj mentioned, not necessarily about the kills. With a side of LT, 78 dog with a guided missile of his own is going to be finding 2 kills over there. We did take a look at that new UI all the way down at the bottom. It does look like HAN do have access to more guided missiles available than does the side of LT. But if you want to talk about availability, why don't we talk about the availability of lives? Because HAN is down to just 11 when, of course, the side of LT does have an infinite route remaining. With that vehicle going down, when does the all-in come in? Right, Sarah Jin is still up on the hill, has yet to go ahead and invest the positioning of the tank itself towards this point. Is that call going to come in?
Here we go. Guided missiles landing now. This is the push they needed. Unfortunately, the guided missile from LT did force off the original push from HAN, and they're starting to realize that not only are we running out of runway, we're running out of lives, we're running out of seconds left in this game if we're not careful. A lot of these individual squads not finding the value that they want. The guided missile does not find hardly anything, but it zones people off from the point, which is what you need. Unfortunately, we still don't have a push. What I'm seeing on the map right now, Tams, Ian, you can see even Holito all the way into the mix on E1. The reason the attackers aren't flooding E2 is not because of the guided missiles, it's because they're getting stuffed at the line on E1. You have defensive units all the way up on E1. None of the infantry can push over to E2, and they're losing lives. Defense is doing a fantastic job of just breaking their ranks. The attackers cannot move as an organized unit, and they're calling in another guided missile as a Hail Mary to hopefully open things up.
But the attackers are doing so well. How long have they been on 8 tickets remaining? Right, they are just finding all of the revives that they need to go ahead and keep this dream alive of capturing E2. Finally, a small push towards E2 does come in, but with that guided missile of LT coming in, you got to imagine where else would you put it? Why would you put it anywhere other than on E2? Sure enough, it does land. It picks up 2 kills. Those are not going to be able to be revived. Now we're down to 5 tickets remaining, but a big push from the side of HAN is coming in. Look at this. The vehicle's now finally joining the fray. It's going to be getting active. That's going to be Wanza.
Going huge.
My gosh, lighten up the kill feed.
Wanza's going insane right now. We've got another guided missile that is coming in maybe at the perfect time. Only 2 lives remaining. We're into overtime. Because the attackers put body on the point, they technically have position on both sides of this E sector to force us into overtime. Guided missile could change things, or will it just force them off for a moment? A brief second of Wanza doing hero plays for HAN to keep them in this game. Quite literally could not be any closer in the very first game, the very first round of our first match here. 5 days of competition. This is setting the tone for how close these competitions will be. Everything being called in. We've got artillery barrages. We've got more guided missiles. We got urgent redeployment. And the back of the urgent redeployment from the defense has allowed them to recap most of E2. This could be the final note in the song of what almost was a heroic push on the E sector for HAN.
I'm taking a look at what is available right now for the side of HAN. Still has that tank in Saragent up on the hill, so has yet to go ahead and invest that positioning. But one more guided missile is going to be available here shortly with only 50 seconds remaining. You got to imagine they're going to call that in soon, and that has to land on E2 and find incredible value, whether that be pushing the defenseman off, whether that be finding so many kills that the capture just makes it so much easier. E1 has obviously been in control of HAN throughout the entirety of this, but with only 30 seconds remaining, one of those guided missiles is available. Are they going to call it in? When are they going to call it in?
Strategic beacon place. The defense holding the line on E2.
There it is.
A guided missile here.
Last one.
From HAN. The last that they can call in, I can only imagine will land directly on E2. And you can see Wanza aggressively communicating to his team in the bottom left-hand corner. This is the last push in the last moment. And in the moment of a push, trying to clear the way, the AAV goes down. The guided missile lands and finds hardly anything besides a couple beacons. Nice. And because of that, the attackers are now pushing up. This is a huge zone-off play from the attackers. The defense are on their heels. They don't have an urgent redeployment. They're running out of runway, but there's only 6 seconds left in overtime. The attackers have to make it happen right now, and it's all red all day on E2, but is it enough? Is it enough to win this game in the final 2 seconds of overtime? Or are there enough bodies on the point where the defense could still possibly win? We still got 30 seconds, folks. The defense are moving in right now. Kiss shot, winning the gunfights on the ground. If this goes back into neutral territory, folks, it's going to be a defensive win. LT putting everything on the line.
Waiting until the final moment, double OT. Saragent has finally left the mountain, finally has joined the fray with the tank. Take a look at E1, it's being recaptured. That's gonna be 78 Dog, trying to go ahead and play the tug of war for the side of LT. They just gotta survive a little bit longer.
Unbelievable.
Oh my gosh, an absolute nail biter for both sides. HAN, they played so methodical throughout until the final seconds. They knew exactly when they needed to invest what, but it just wasn't enough. LT played it perfectly throughout. Whenever they needed to, they destroyed a vehicle. Whenever they needed to, they placed a strategic beacon. Whenever they needed to, they had a guided missile available, and it may have been scary, but that's going to be a huge win for the side of LT.
It was the right play from 78 Dog. A great move as the commander to say, hey, listen, we have the final moments here in the double overtime where we know as long as neither or one of these 2 points is not fully captured, we have an opportunity to still win this. And in that moment where it looked like E1 was going to fall, did you see what he did? He swung around the back line with his engineers and sat there and said, I'm going to make sure that this E point is in jeopardy in the final seconds. It was a great move, great investment of the vehicle, and a crazy nail-biter hold. Folks, That's what Cyclone has to offer.
Wow.
Okay, I love it. It was a nail-biter all the way through the D sector, the E sector. Even B was back and forth. I can't believe this is the first game of the first match of day one of a 5-day competition. Take me through the stats.
Oh my gosh, 74. Of course, we were watching Sarajan just continuously rack up those kills. Was eventually actually topped by Artyom, who picked up 81 total. We did go ahead and mention how big of a gun he can be, but DN on the other side for LT, 75 kills. And no surprise that we see 78 Dog all the way towards the top, the commanding officer for the side of LT. Just so good at marking some of those objectives, but the objectives are good, man, but so are the individual plays.
Yeah, and I'm looking at that engineering category. It's those two vehicles with a big crash over the top. That score is calculated by a ton of different variables, right? When you look at that score line, you see Hodu at 107 leading the charge. That can come down to vehicle destruction. That can come down to vehicle repairs. That stat line is a really fun one to talk about. It's usually dominated by the engineers that are on this squad. And Hodu, yes, near bottom of the leaderboard, but a huge difference maker for this HAN roster. One of the reasons that they almost were able to get the win. But it's LT all day. After a first round 1 victory, they now have a huge advantage going into round 2. Of course, we'll be swapping sides, Vivid. And now this LT roster has to attack on Cyclone, and I can only imagine we're going to see another, 50-point game as we take a look back on these highlights.
I mean, yeah, and we have a lot of highlights to go through. I mean, match time for that. I don't have the official time, and I'm kind of just guessing, taking a look at the clock right here, but what was that, a 50-minute game? Something around there. So these players, they got to be feeling tired, and the fact that they have to go right into another round, man, and to come so close to winning and having to defend right there, just super, super tough. But going all the way back to A, B, C. Remember how long it took for them to actually capture some of this? But we kind of talked about it. HAN did such a good job throughout every single one of these sectors with the revives. Obviously, we don't have it on screen right now, but I did take a look at the column of the revives for the side of HAN. They had 5 members that were pretty much in triple digits. Like crazy. 3 of those said 5 members won like 99, 98, but we'll go ahead and count it. So many revives coming in from the side of the medics.
Well, and this is what was wild as we were looking at the D sectors. This is where the guided missile started to be called in. Cyclone is such a long map. There's a longer, nuanced conversation about how you invest score on this map because you don't need to hold it to the last sector when a game goes on this long. Utilize your score when you can to find the advantages that you do. The only reason LT win this game and win this round is because they held HAN for so dang long on the D sector. We say it every single time. It is a defensive win if you don't go into the next sector at max lives. And here, that's even more emphasized. Look, we're just now moving to the E sector at 61 lives, and HAN were still almost able to capture both. HAN thrived in the outside arena. In the CQB indoors, it was a tough, tough fight for them.
Yeah, it's kind of like one of those big what ifs. If, you know, Sector D just went a little bit better and they had just that many more lives available, you know, access-wise in Sector E, 10 more seconds maybe we'll give them. Could HAN actually have pulled this off? But they knew exactly how this was going to play out. They played it to perfection from the side of HAN. They played it all the way down into the last and final second. Take a look how close both of those zones were to being captured, but the side of LT, they were feeling comfortable throughout, and a win like that, yeah, I would be jumping up and down, similar to how those players were reacting on stage.
Listen, I love talking about this because that's the way esports goes. Regardless of the title, regardless of the game mode, when you win a nail-biter like that, the amount of momentum that you gain, the amount of wind in your sails to say, wow, in the hardest game that we've probably played to date, in the closest matchup we played, and probably the longest matchup as well, all the adjectives you can think of, we still get the win. The reverse is also the case. A team that goes through all of that hardship, all of that battle, and is that close to winning and loses, golly, you better be strong-willed and steel-minded if you want a chance to win in the second round. This is going to be a tough one to come back from if you're HAN.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, listen, obviously, HAN, we got to feel for them because it was such a well-fought battle, but Go just kind of talking about momentum. I don't know, man. Is there really going to be any momentum available for either one of these teams after you just sat up on stage and we're pretty much sweating throughout the entirety of Cyclone for 50 minutes? Dude, man, I don't know. I'd feel winded.
I'm sweating up here. I am winded up here, man. We were losing our minds watching that gameplay because of how close it was. Quick look at the best squad, though. Well earned here from this LT squad. This is, in general, top score line on average. You basically take the 4 players on each squad, average it out. Whoever had the highest total score based on squad will be your best squad of the day. You can see their score lines. Unbelievable job from Asmodeus, Kissshot, Alita. Otherwise, 78 Dog, though, the MVP. This is going to go to the player with the most score, which, of course, oftentimes will be the commander because they earn extra score. But also, I will say, there was a lot of back and forth between commanders. I think there were some mistakes from both commanders, but 78 Dog stayed cool under pressure. Even when he kept losing vehicle after vehicle after vehicle, was in the right place at the right time to secure and make sure that they get that win in the first round of this match.
Absolutely, and it was kind of cool as well having access to those player cams. You kind of talked about how 78 Dog kind of felt like it was a little bit more of a reserved role in terms of kind of being that commander and maybe just focusing on just kind of like marking things and playing that vehicle game, and it looked like Wanzo was a little bit more active, so that'll be something that I think we should pay attention to over the course of this next game as well, see if anything kind of changes when the sides do. But I just can't wait to jump back into Cyclone and see if the approach from either one of these sides is any different.
Yeah, true. I mean, I think one thing that we did notice via the map view and also a lot of our free cam views, which we were in for most of the time, was that things were obviously organized. You remember that these teams battled through their regional qualifiers to get to this main stage. They had to win another tournament to even earn their place here. So it makes sense that they're so organized and so well. I guess they earned their spot here. Yeah. There's no question that every team here, whether they get last out of our 8 teams or first, will be a very, very strong roster. And it was very apparent in a first matchup that goes the distance, double overtime on the last sector of the longest map in the game. This is the way we're setting the tone here in China, and I love it.
So obviously I went ahead and predicted a 2-0 for LT, and obviously that is currently standing true. If they do go ahead and win this next game, right, when flipping sides, I won't feel good about predicting it right. Because it doesn't, like, even if they do win this next game, right, the 2-0 doesn't feel like a 2-0 after watching that first game. Like, HYN actually felt like, in my opinion, they played so well. And it really just came down to how well they control the revives. Like, I can't emphasize enough how hard it is to keep that many people alive consistently. Not even just from like sector to sector, but over the course of, you know, we keep talking about it, a 50-minute game, you're hardly losing tickets. Yeah. Like, you're just staying locked in on the medic for that long. It's hard to do.
It's hard to do. I mean, you can tell our support operators were doing a ton of work. It was a great call out. It was oftentimes in those free cam pushes where you could see the team making a big aggressive push into the point. The difference on that push being successful or being unsuccessful was based on the support operators picking up the revives in the smoke. That's how valuable that position and that role is on the map. It's one of the reasons where a lot of the players that are the top of the score lines are actually support operators, because those revives, you know, makes sense that they're given so much score because they're so valuable for these teams. So something to certainly keep an eye on. Smoke's important, revives important, vehicle gameplay important. Those are kind of the 3 pillars that we talk about often in Warfare, 3 things you have to emphasize. Both teams emphasize them quite well. Even the defense picking up a crazy amount of revives. I mean, you have to if you want to be able to sustain that much aggression from a team like HYN.
The list goes on for Warfare, right? You're kind of mentioning vehicles, smokes, revive. I mean, everything is important, and to kind of find value in all of those categories amongst a squad of 20 people. And the fact that we're kind of seeing Warfare just evolve, even over the course of the past 6 months. Like, it feels like a completely different game than it did in Vietnam when we went ahead and casted over Dfiw 25 just back then. And yeah, like I said, just 6 months later, just feels like an incredibly different game. And it's just so much more difficult because every team has just gotten so much better.
Yeah, exactly. They've been practicing, they've been repping, they've been watching VODs, they've been preparing for this moment. There's a lot on the line here, not only in prizing, but also in ego, and also in clout, and also in recognition. I mean, listen, I'll say it like it is. We've got a lot of teams that are trying to earn their spot to be an esports professional. Yeah. We've got some of these teams that have been esports professionals in the past. So there is this kind of back and forth, people still trying to prove themselves on a global stage here in Warfare. A lot of stuff going on here in Delta Force in Warfare, and this is the culmination of a lot of work for these teams. So, as we prepare for the next round, we know that we're going back to Cyclone, folks. And I saw some of you in the chat. There's some mixed reviews of Cyclone in the chat. One of the main reasons, though, is that you're not playing on a pro team, all right? If you're organized, Cyclone could be very fun to compete on, but it is one of those maps. I saw chat calling it kind of a stalemate. Yeah. We saw the stalemate.
Yeah.
That D sector can go on for, it feels like an infinity amount of minutes based on how many revives you can pick up, playing some of those, what I call credit corners, playing some of those kind of ditches down below of the D sector underneath the missile silo. There's a lot of positions where our support operators can find a ton of value, but also it can feel like a headache to try to capture both of those sectors. And again, it's the reason HAN was not able to get the win on E sector. They thrived out in the open. They really struggled indoors trying to capture both of those points. They finally did it. It just took them a little bit too long.
And one thing that's cool about Warfare as well, that as the game itself evolves, like the maps will change as well. Obviously, we've watched Cyclone in the past, but because there is a new vehicle in the game and you have access to that vehicle on Cyclone, it plays completely differently. Like, for example, their hold over towards D2, that was all about the AAV. Yeah. Because they were actually able to get that vehicle over to that specific zone. So even though both of these teams have probably played Cyclone in the past, they kind of had to relearn it just simply because a new vehicle was added to the game.
No, that's a good call. I like that shout out. Also, I mean, we all know this. Cyclone's also extremely unique because it's one of the very few maps that you actually have to focus on and prioritize the usage of boats. Yeah. I mean, listen, you see how many moments, especially on the D sector, where the boats were the difference maker. I mean, there's so many times where it looks like, oh, hey, we got a little bit of some extra intel. We've got some substitutes coming in, folks. Looks like Owen is heading out and a brand new player joining the mix.
Absolutely, and a quick reminder, oh, look at this. HAN is actually going to be making an adjustment of their own. Cranberry is going to be joining us, and Ghost is going to be leaving us for the side of HAN. Ghost, as we know, our jet operator, so probably one of those nuances to where some of our teams, or actually all of our teams, obviously are fielding a 20-man roster, but they all also have the ability to go ahead and break 5 substitute players who they can kind of swap in and out as they do so please. And we've seen this before. We saw this in Vietnam 6 months ago. We see it all the time. Some of these teams actually prefer to call in specific vehicle operators when a map calls for it. So a jet operator, a jet pilot, if you will. No surprise to kind of see them prioritize him. Maybe he's just specifically plays the jet and is very, very good at it. And he was very, very good at it. Took like no damage, by the way, throughout the entirety of the map.
He was in the jet the entire game.
Yeah, but took no damage on the jet. Like, he was so good at kind of avoiding that damage and obviously avoiding getting destroyed as well. But we'll probably see it again where we have some helicopter pilots kind of join in as well on some of the specific maps. But cool to see the substitutes already finding some value here early on.
Yeah, I mean, again, and we can probably project the same. We don't know for a fact, but we can project the same substitution happening in reverse for the opposite side.
True.
Right? And we do know that Owen is a part of the Commander roster as well, the Commander squad. So he's a part of that 78-dog roster at the top. And so it's probably one of the reasons Owen is being pulled out and our substitute is being pulled in. That's, I believe, Bitterscue as well being moved in. Likely going to see Bitterscue in the in the jet. Mainly because also is going to be talking with our commander in the jet, being able to communicate extremely effectively on what they see from Eyes in the Sky.
Absolutely. And as you can see, our players, we're getting a little bit of a sneak peek towards their monitor. I did see the map of Cyclone was loaded up, so it won't be long before we are kind of jumping back into the mix. Round 2 here. Round 1 was absolutely crazy. Banger. LT on the end of things on the defense did go ahead and win out, but swapping sides now, they have to do the same thing on attack.
A banger round 1. We also know that weather is dynamic on Cyclone, and it looks like it's a little stormy to kick things off. But let's see how fast A gets captured, or if the defense is going to get mixy on the first point, or let it lie and prepare for new. We do see exactly what we thought. Bitterscue in the jet. So a nice projection here from Vivid about our substitutions and why they were made. And joining the likes of 78 Dog in this Commander roster. Up in the jet, Eyes in the Sky, a lot of intel for the team.
Yeah, very, very cool to see as well. Like, instantly the jet seems to be a little bit more active than we saw it in that first game. We did see Ghost was kind of playing way off on the horizon, and we've actually already kind of seen a very vertical attack from the side of the LT pilot. So it'd be cool to keep an eye on what kind of a difference in gameplay that we see. And yeah, look at this. Look how much value this jet is kind of finding by playing this little bit of a different approach. And it looks like it's actually helping the attack pretty heavily as well, because LT are actually already on this zone very, very early, and it looks like it might get captured pretty quickly.
Yeah, I think so as well. Things going pretty well for them. Look at this play over the top from the jet. Try and make quick work of the boat from the defense would be a nice find. One of the classic strategies we talk about with aerial gameplay is something that's quite pedantic, to be frank. If you just go perfectly vertical over the top of an anti-aircraft vehicle, they can't shoot you. So the jet did a good job of hovering, slowing way down, throwing on the brakes, and hovering above the boat to put down quite a bit of damage on it. We'll likely see that a couple more times. That operator doing a pretty good job, but the attack, nice little push over to A, unfortunately thwarted in its totality. AAV down on the ground as well, but trying to gain position on this boat to be able to look over on the point and just kind of thin the herd, if you will, of the defensive side before they make a coordinated push.
And that being said, I mean, the side of HAN did a great job of pushing LT back, and because LT made one of those early pushes onto the zone, take a look at what those investments do to your tickets, which is why we were kind of touting how well HAN were doing at playing that methodical gameplay, as Wanza actually picks up an assault vehicle, so that's going to be a little bit of a win there. But yeah, some of these big pushes from the side of LT, if they do continuously do these big pushes and they do get pushed back, it's very hard to find the revive, so your tickets do dwindle pretty quickly, and it can be a little bit of a surprise. So we'll have to keep an eye on that. But that being said, another one of the big investment pushes do come in from the side of LT. They've got a lot of bodies on point as it currently stands, and they are currently capturing it.
Yeah, it should be fairly free take here. It doesn't look like the defense is really putting in a huge effort on point. So it's going to be a slow cap, and we actually see AAV over onto the point as well. Here's the push from the defense to try to retake. It was up on the high ground. We did get a quick look that they did call in a lob and do have that on the ground, which is nice for the defense, but it might be a little too late. Actually, look how well the defense is holding. I'm surprised. A huge push over to the high ground goes their way. There's a lot of advantages you can find in warfare. The high ground is one of those that frankly sometimes feels like not that big of a deal.
Huge.
But in that retake of the defense, it was a massive deal apparently. Whether they just won their gunfights or won the position, either way you look at it, what a hold there from the defense.
Yeah, it was the same exact play they did on the first initial push from the side of LT. And like I mentioned, again, that is a huge investment from the side of LT. Instead of just like methodically approaching the point and being very, very slow like we saw HAN do in that first game, just throwing all these bodies on point and then getting, pushed back off of it, the ticket investment is required for a play like that. We're already down to 140 lives. If they get pushed back on this push as well, they might be lower than the threshold requires for them to kind of bounce back to those 180 tickets. So kind of keep an eye on that, as Sector A is currently balanced in terms of who's capturing it.
It's a good shout. Take a look at our jet in the sky. Just looking around, seeing how they can help, and as another push comes over to A, we already invest the urgent redeployment the side of the defense. I think a smart move to try to hold the line a little bit longer. Already nearly 50 lives down for the attacking side. They're not really too worried about losing lives on point A. They feel like it's in the bag, and it looks like that bag doesn't have to be quite that deep. 78 Dog gonna mark the point for a take here for LT, and a great job of securing that score and holding on to that mark until you need it, or rather for certain it will go your way. Nice win for the attack. It felt like inevitable, but urgent redeployment is not invested correctly, I would say, for the defensive side. Knowing that they lost that point, maybe saving onto that score for one of the first pushes could be viable, but at the same time, we know that score is not something you're really lacking for when it comes to Cyclone.
And taking a look at how things are panning out early on here, I mean, nothing stands out too incredibly. DN is going to be picking up 11 kills there, and we did see him towards the top of the leaderboard for the side of LT, even on the defense. So switching sides is not going to make a difference for him in terms of his capability to go ahead and pick up some of those kills. And look at this early push here from the side of LT, already kind of finding themselves pretty close to that B sector. They're trying to maybe catch the side of HAN off guard. They're even investing 78 Dog in that tank destroyer to get a little bit active, get a little bit mixy here with some of these players to try to find some value. But on the return side of things, he's going to be punished for that. The tank destroyer is going to be lost for the side of LT. That's going to be a big win for the side of HAN.
Mayang for HAN back in their vehicle. Again, anytime you see green, they're going to be on the defense. LT got some swimmers, looking for some routes, trying to make some flanks. See what value Hang can do on the backside. Likely squad will spawn on him if he's got a specific mission of taking down this tank. Trying to get to maybe this AA gun and throw some damage on some of the vehicles to the defensive side. I like the idea. Got a long way to go to get to the B sector, though, and right now it's just about setting up that push, and HAN doing a pretty good job, actually, of just kind of stuffing them at the line, playing spoiler. They can't have a coordinated full team push up the hill into the B sector. There's a nice respawn beacon for Hang. A nice find, by the way, be able to route all the way around, throw this beacon down. It's going to allow his squad to spawn in right behind him. Should see LT make some moves because of that play from Hang.
And remind me when we do go ahead and take a look at the leaderboard once more, probably after the B sector does get captured, to kind of take a little bit of a peek at that revive column from the side of LT, because I swear to me it kind of feels like they have all but abandoned the idea over the course of these first 2 sectors of picking up much of, if any, revives.
There's the spawns, by the way. Potentially going to take Zip up. I'm not sure exactly what they're deciding to do. It looks like they're kind of in between decisions right now of when do we want to make a move to the top and high ground and try to make a play for either this tank or just a different position, moving out of the B sector into new. Kind of got a long way to go until they get there, but still a nice respawn beacon regardless. Team's going to be floating up, cutting down some of the reinforcements of HAN from the defensive side. So maybe just playing flank here. Ooh, nice spawn. That was Sarah Jen with the bow, by the way. Back on bow duties, finding some nice shots as Hang and the Routman trying to cross the bridge.
Currently, as it stands, 157 tickets available for the side of LT. I don't think they've had anybody go ahead and step foot onto the actual zone itself so far. So HAN currently doing a great job of defending the point, taking a look at the vehicle economy for both sides, and actually hold that thought as a big push comes in from the side of LT. They're currently capturing Sector B, but it does look like a lot of members are available for the side of HAN to go ahead and flood that point if they do find it necessary to defend it just a little bit more heavily. And as this attack is coming in, the side of LT is also feeling pretty confident in investing their vehicle just a little bit, but actually decides against it as HAN do go ahead and push back that exact attack. And yeah, again, take a look at this, Goj. I mean, the push comes in and it feels a little bit disjointed for the side of LT to where it doesn't really feel like a complete and thought out push by the entirety of the team. So they lose like, what, 1, maybe 2 squads. And as a result, just 8 tickets kind of deleted for what feels like no reason.
Yeah, I think that's a pretty decent point. You can see the attackers of LT, again, not trying to get too aggressive with this jet. We did see now only 1 remaining AA gun kind of being manned right now. That's what that bottom right, far right, quote-unquote vehicle is. That's the big AA guns that are on the ground. So the jet has to stay high enough to where it can't get peppered and taken out by just making a mistake, getting too close. It's one of the reasons why the right jet operator can really make a huge difference, is you have to find value while also not losing the jet. Because if you lose air superiority, it allows the defense to get much more aggressive in the way that they play around this B sector. But 78 Dog in maybe a bit of trouble here, taking a ton of damage from, I believe, mostly Allure rockets over the top. But both PZ Dog, 78 Dog, manning these vehicles, just shelling the point, trying to open something up for these attackers and this infantry to make a move over to the point. Now we do see, finally, Red starting to get some bodies on the point. This could be one of their first pushes, but a nice respawn over here on the side of Blake. These are the support operators. They're going to keep reviving, looking to help out their team. It does look like Blake is running Saniva. It's fun to see. Don't oftentimes see old Saniva come out, especially on these open points like the B sector, but fun operator, and a lot of investment from scorers. Urgent redeployments being called in. We got artillery barrages being called in, respawn beacon called in, and a marking of this B sector. So they got to get this back into their control, which it doesn't look like it's going to happen. Oh, maybe just barely could get back into their control right before the time goes out on their objective. No, not enough. Ran out of time. Not going to get the extra score from holding B because it wasn't fully in their possession. There were still red bodies on it. And so lost out on a bit of score and invested a ton, but that investment seemingly does pay off. Vivid taking it back.
Got to go ahead and tip my hat to Wanza right there. That was a very well-timed urgent deployment. He kind of felt the pressure, but you know, when you take things at face value, the actual sector itself wasn't under any pressure, but at that moment he called it an urgent redeployment, and then it was like 10-15 seconds later to where the attack actually came in. So a great read from Wanza right there, and knowing when to call that urgent redeployment pretty much saved the point in its entirety. So well-timed, well-executed from the side of HAN, but following that said defense, The attack does come in from LT, a subsequent attack, I should say, round 2. And it does look like this one is going to be a little bit more successful.
A lot more red bodies on the point than green. Like, it ain't going to go their way, but nice. Look at the squad down below. Yet again, trying to make some waves down below with these support operators. Trying to keep the revives up, even from the defensive side. Can just keep bodies on the point long enough for the defense to resurmount their efforts and push back and retake. But finally, going to the attacker side. This one falling, still full lives moving into the next point. The A and B sectors usually just feel kind of like a matter of time. And, oh, a nice pickup from LT from a distance. That's something that was so valuable, and maybe a small misstep from the HAN roster. They got a bit too comfortable once they lost the sector of backing up. Called in the vehicle pretty far advanced in their sector, preparing for C, and because of that, they lose it. Well-timed shots from the vehicles as well as some of those Allura rockets. Quick look at the stats, Vivid. What are you seeing?
Yeah, I wanted to go ahead and take a look at the revives for the side of LT. It does look like they are picking up quite a few
kiss shot
revives there from the side of them. I kind of felt like it wasn't feeling like they were picking up a lot, but they are proving me wrong with that category. And look at this, an early attack onto the C sector. We barely even just kind of had access to it for any surmountable amount of time, and LT are actually finding themselves already on the point.
Yeah, fun conversations here. We don't get to see all of the comms from the players, but again, as a reminder, the commander can talk to all the squad leaders, and then of course the squad leaders talking to their team. Fun ways for the team to interact. You can even buy extra score for a full team order to come through, so some fun stuff with Victory Unite and the way it plays. It makes it so sweaty and so really what makes Warfare feel like esports, right? This is a full team of 20 with subs, with coaches on most teams, making a coordinated team effort to win in a much more macro gameplay than the micro gameplay you'll see in even the other game mode that Delta Force has to offer of operations. So it's fun. Now there are some heroes of the map. I mean, our commander's doing a great job. Wansa had some hero plays. Sarah Jin has been a hero, but right now, an early contest of the attackers. The attackers smartly go underneath with the assault vehicle. NW Dog there with the assault vehicle will allow this squad to respawn in the assault vehicle and respawn underground so they can take possession of the C point. This looks very familiar, Vivid, of the last round. We saw HAN employ basically this exact same strategy. Go underground, force the defense to get onto the point rather than playing high ground the entire time. Smart and frankly easy play to make. We'll see how it pays off for them.
You can see the approach from the side of the defense. They're actually sending their vehicles up top instead of down below and trying to go like head to head. So they're trying to get some bodies on point and make this capture just a little bit tougher, but you can see as it currently stands, their artillery barrage from the side of the attack is actually pelting these vehicles from the side of HAN and is making it a little difficult for them to kind of feel comfortable up here. As you can see it in the feed, the artillery barrage actually picks up 3 kills. Not often that we see the specific artillery barrage actually find a lot of value. Top left
6 total.
will find you, the exact total amount of value that it is currently finding. But I can't lie, even though they're just kind of playing this top layer all the way up top with all of their vehicles, HAN are actually defending this for quite some time. I mean, it's kind of stalemated, though. I mean, neither side is really finding any kills, so...
and look, it's a smart play from the attackers to pepper in these artillery barrages because they know the defense is just huddled in a corner like penguins up on high ground while they're low ground. So artillery barrages, it makes sense they found 6 kills on the last one. Super valuable to kind of shell the top of the point while you're down below. This is hilarious.
And the defense is actually winning out.
Both teams are not fighting. They're just sitting on low ground and high ground and hoping they have the numbers. And the attackers have what? One more person? It's just slowly going there. Like, what are we doing?
Oh my gosh.
Oh, Cyclone. There's so many times where you love it and so many times where you're like, what is going on? Both teams deciding it isn't worth fighting. I mean, the attackers are going to have to do something. I mean, here's their other vehicle. There's their one person that they're missing and the reason that they're not capping the point. This is utter ridiculous.
Yeah.
Oh, and the jet, too.
And, of course, the jet, yeah. So it's like, what, like
you
18
lose.
on, like, 20 right now on the point. So look how, like,
you have to play the pillbox.
The defense is still capturing it, but they've been capturing it this entire time, but is yet to go all the way. So this is crazy. I mean, Well, now the attack is actually winning somehow, so it does look like, yeah, some kills are actually getting picked up by those artillery barrages. And the jet,
Nice.
oh my
Nice.
gosh, the jet finds the angle needed. Wanza feels the pressure, calls in the urgent redeployment, wants to get all, like, what, 6, 7, 8 of those members back on the point. And oh my
Nice
gosh, they're actually
play.
deciding
Holy
to flood
cow.
in. They don't want to play this game anymore. They want to go ahead and go on the aggression.
Unbelievable job. That pillbox up above provided great cover for the artillery strike, but the jet was able to blow it up, getting extremely mixy through the smoke, peppering through. Somehow the tank destroyer is able to stay alive from the defensive side. Unbelievable job from the defense to stay alive here and even still have a chance to keep this in the neutral zone. Look how many bodies are on the ground because of 009 and the effects of the AAV and all of the vehicles. Finally, it looks like Jinman's gonna fall from HAN. I don't know how this tank is still up. Finally goes down. Good grief. What a wild, wacky play from both teams, frankly, on that sector. But a big shout out to our substitute up in the jet. Bider Zicki was able to find the necessary firepower to finally take down that pillbox and swing it back the other direction. That was weird.
Yeah, I mean, obviously the strategy behind just kind of sitting up top and sitting down below, it was cool to see. I wonder why the call kind of came in from the side of HAN to just kind of full infest into what felt like a trap. Because there was like 3 vehicles ready and like 15, 14 infantrymen ready for all of that push. I don't know how HAN didn't pick up more kills as well, because it looked like they were all clumped up in one small area. You would imagine the tank destroyer would have went absolutely bonkers in a situation like that, but I don't know if I found any kills.
Well, there was like
a little bit weird.
There was 4 attacker vehicles kind of holding the line, and like they couldn't get past or take shots over the top of those vehicles, and so they couldn't find the angles to take down the infantry. But either way you look at it, a fun C sector. We now move to what we know is oftentimes the longest sector of this map. We're going to be here for a little while, most likely. LT still attacking, trying to find which point do they want to go for first. The defense saying we want to hold D1, and so they've marked it for the hold. Likely going to see the attackers recognize that quite quickly of which part of this sector is being prioritized by the defense. They'll elect to go take the other. That's exactly what happens. D2 starting to fall to the attackers and likely being given by the defense because they know they're going to hold D1.
LT have does a great job throughout this entire game of keeping their vehicles alive. Obviously,
Nice.
The investment is going to be coming in right there from the side of LT to go ahead and send their boat all the way through. They knew it was going to get destroyed, but they do get the destruction of a vehicle of the side of HAN, which is obviously going to help them out because they still have 3 vehicles available on the ground to now the 2 of HAN, and I wouldn't be surprised if LT was also able to go ahead and call in a vehicle once again. Obviously, the jet is still in the air, and it's able to kind of cut off some of those rotations from the side of HAN on the backside of the point, but not going to find much value outside of that. We already talked about it. Gojo already talked about it. D2 is going to be finding an early capture here from the side of the attack, and the defense is going to look to go ahead and defend D1, but I am super worried.
Nice move, yeah.
Because there is a vehicle on the point that AAV, like I mentioned, Cyclone plays out a little bit differently because of this vehicle, and this is exactly why. It can traverse the water, that little bit of a canal. It can ride up onto the land as well, and then back into the water. This thing can go anywhere on this map, it feels like. And I can't believe I'm saying it. Sector D feels like it's falling faster than Sector C.
I mean, listen, this is just straight up a good play by the attackers to get extremely aggressive. Now, the defense with that urgent redeployment, and then they also have that respawn beacon, it does look like they were trying to spawn back onto D1. But the AAV is the difference maker yet again, Vivid. I'm so glad you highlighted it. It's called an amphibious vehicle for a reason. It thrives on Cyclone, and all of a sudden we look up, and what felt like mostly a stalemate on the last sector in Sector C, Sector D falls immediately. This is looking more and more like it's going to be an LT win.
And we saw how well HAN did on the side of the attack when they had 60 tickets remaining going into Sector E. How about triple that? 180 from a team that seems unstoppable. I mean, LT coming into this tournament, they felt like the favorites. And I'm not going to lie, watching that last game where HAN were able to kind of take them the distance on this map, I was like, okay, maybe they're not as good as everybody had thought. And then we see them on the attack, and this has just felt clinical and fast.
Oh, I mean, it's way faster. I mean, we're on Sector E already. We didn't get here for another 30 minutes in the last matchup. I mean, good grief. Well-executed plays here from the attacking side. Let's see if they can continue that motion. Now we can see the defense have picked up a couple more vehicles, but our vehicle overlay is full from the attacking side. They are ready to rock and roll on this last sector with all the advantages under their belt, or at least most of them. Do lose one vehicle in transition. That is that AAV going down, armored amphibious vehicle. Huge difference maker for the team. They lose it, likely we'll get another one or call in whatever they would like. We do already see a guided missile for the attack. You might be saying, Goj, already? We're already in Sector E. Yeah, but we didn't see, we saw like what, 6 guided missiles on Sector D?
Like 12.
Yeah, but it came so much later in game time. Like the amount of score this team's already been able to rack up, things are looking very, very good for LT, and they'll likely use that guided missile yet again when you capture one and you're looking for the second, rather than investing it too early.
We see a lot of the vehicles from the defensive side. They're pushed all the way back. And the reason why they said all the way back here is, again, think about where the attack is right now. We know that those tanks have access to that hill that can kind of overlook. And these vehicles all the way in the back for the defensive side, they want to pressure this jet. Well, you called it out before. When this jet does this flyover where it's like vertically right above these vehicles, it's super hard for those vehicles to do any damage to the jet. So it feels pretty safe. That one guided missile that is available for the side of LT is actually going to be called in right now. Where is it going to land? Is it going to land on one of the points? Is it going to land on those vehicles that find themselves all the way in the back? Take a look at where it lands. It does aim for the vehicles.
Play.
It finds the tank. 78 Dog with a great call to call that in on these hangars back here. Does find value in picking up Saragen and the tank.
When I heard the siren, I felt like, wow, is this too early? But a big brain play from the attackers, because again, everybody hears the siren, everybody knows this thing is coming in, but you don't expect it. You expect it to land on the point, not on the back line, not on your vehicles.
And take a look at the ground vehicle for the side of HAN. It is hiding inside of the hangar. It is finding 0 value because the jet constantly is just doing flybys, peppering it, threatening to destroy it. And you gotta imagine, if you're on the defensive side, after watching one of your vehicles just get destroyed, you feel like you need to keep this LAV alive.
Yeah, jet operator doing a fantastic job again of staying perfectly vertical over what would be an anti-aircraft vehicle. But that guided missile changed everything. We thought LT had a lot of advantages. Now they have nearly every advantage you can think of. 78 Dog still playing high ground position, shelling the point. The anti-ant just putting on a show for us, does get traded out. One of the top players for this roster. Leanne as well. Leanne. You'll be hearing those names a lot over the next 5 days, because not only are in the same squad, but also one of the top squads here, and some of the top individual players, let alone on one of the best teams. Now, another vehicle being called in. Where does it go? To oblivion. Yet again, LT are finding every advantage they can get their hands on, and this feels like inevitability that they're going to win this match at this point. They are winning everything they need to secure a foothold on the doorstep of E2.
Yeah, I'm going to pay close attention to how this push does come in from the side of LT. But you can know that that kind of rotate from E1 to E2 can sometimes be very, very difficult. So I am curious to see how LT approaches it. It feels like for the rest of the map of Cyclone, they've kind of just gone forward. That's all they have done, and it has worked out so well for them. So I wonder if they're kind of do the same thing again. Wanza trying to pick up some score, marking one of the vehicles for destruction. We'll have to see if they can kind of come together as a team and make that one happen, but I don't know, man. Look at this. Oh my gosh.
Nice play. Again, when you see a jet take down an anti-aircraft vehicle, you know you've got a great operator. What a great substitute from this LT roster. There's a reason a better Zeki is being called up to be the jet operator for this team. A nice pickup and a nice play on the back line that's going to open this jet up to get even more aggressive. Folks, things are turning continually upside down for HAN.
Yeah, I haven't seen anything really go the way of this defensive side. One thing that's like maybe a little bit of a caveat is we are already on 150 tickets, but the amount of space that they've been able to claim with just 30 tickets feels insurmountable as the AAV makes its way towards this E2 point. And it feels comfortable doing this because there are just no vehicles from the side of HAN that can kind of contest this. It's so hard for them to find value. The AAV is playing on the point. It's kind of destroying everything around it, trying to kill all of the infantry. And a last-ditch effort from the side of HAN. The urgent redeployment is going to be called in. The strategic beacon is going to try to get some members onto one of these points to make a flood happen. But take a look at this. They're getting flooded right into a tank of 78 dog. This is going to be an absolute field day for the vehicle.
Yeah, this is exactly what you would expect from a team like HAN. Yes, they've been on their back foot, but we know they're a very strong team. What do when everything is turning upside down? They put a respawn beacon and an urgent redeployment on the backside of E1. They're trying to give up E2 and take E1. It is the right play. Unfortunately, it's still not working. We got air superiority for LT, we've got ground superiority for LT, and a great read from the commander. 78 dog picks up so many kills in transition, they can't even get a full cap of E1. Vivid, this is all she wrote most likely, and a guided missile, artillery barrages, and everything in between should close the deal. HAN, another huge push over to E1, likely the last one of this matchup.
Yeah, I mean, Vehicle was just peppering the side of HAN, and somehow they actually managed to get themselves onto the point, so much so that they're actually recapturing E1. The jet is trying to pepper them off. The tank is obviously in the mix as well, trying to pepper them off. But as they take a look over towards E1, wait a minute, did we miss it, Coach? Did that tank from 78 Dog get destroyed amongst all of the chaos? If it did, that is actually going to be a big blow to the defense or the attack of the side of LT, and HAN got to be feeling a little bit better about whether or not they can make something happen. But as I say that, a big push from the side of LT towards E1. They have finally started to recapture it, and without the urgent redeployment, without the strategic beacon towards E1 that pretty much saved the defense here for the side of HAN, you got to imagine this is very, very close to ending.
I mean, Better-Zeki is just having his way with the map at this point. When there's no AA out there, when there's no lobs, there's nothing to shoot you out of the sky. These strafing runs are unbelievable, not only picking up vehicles, but also tons of kills onto the point. Yet again, the defense is trying to swing back the other way. They're trying to play tug-of-war, and they've done it briefly, but with 0 vehicles to their name now, they're both being destroyed by 78 Dog's team and this substitute of Better-Zeki. I mean, this is just unbelievable domination, but still a great stalwart effort from HAN to still hold the line. And it's not over. It's not nearly over as fast as I thought it would be. They're still putting bodies on the point.
This would be one of the greatest warfare comebacks I have ever seen. If somehow, some way, HAN actually managed to go ahead and defend this E sector through LT's efforts, through their 6 available vehicles to their 0, and through their 120 available tickets.
We got artillery barrage is being called in, trying to hold this point. It looks like the barrage is landing basically on the bridge between E1 and E2. It's making sure these LT tanks can't cross the bridge. Artillery barrage is ending. Tanks go forward. They've got vehicle advantage. Let's invest them now on the back of a guided missile that I can only imagine is going to land directly on the point. That's what it does. Does it kill anybody? No, but it zones them off, and it almost doesn't even matter because yet again the tug-of-war is beginning. E1 in complete control from the attackers, and E2 now in jeopardy. Guided missile is nice. Tanks are even better.
And it looks like from the side of the defense, they've actually ran out of score. I don't see any strategic beacons being called in, and that's kind of been what has kept them in this game. And as I say that, actually the strategic beacon is called in from the side of the defense. So they're trying to go ahead and flood one of these points once more towards E1. They're trying to go ahead and make the same play happen on the back foot as well of an artillery barrage. This might be enough of an opportunity to go ahead and create enough space towards this E1 point, but they got to do it before E2 gets captured. It's about 75% of the way there, and on the back foot of that, double-09 is going to be calling in the guided missiles to kind of try to help to close things out for LT here.
You can only imagine this guided missile is landing on the backside of E1, basically directly on that respawn beacon.
There it comes.
You see the players swarming from the beaches of E1. Where does the missile land? Lands a little bit off center, but it's enough. It's a triple. Bodies fall, and so does HANLT win the first match of Dfiw 2026, and they will be moving on in our upper bracket. HAN put up a great effort. They're a great team, but it does fall in a 2-0 fashion on Cyclone. Does it feel like a 2-0? Not really.
No.
With the first round. The second round, though, it felt like all the momentum was in LT's sails. All the wind was with them, and they carried that forward all the way to the finish line.
What a great matchup we had. I mean, honestly, after watching that first game of Cyclone, I myself was thinking, dude, this feels like the grand final matchup that we're supposed to be seeing, and we're seeing it of game one of the tournament head-to-head here. As you can see, respects being paid across the board here, across the stage from both teams, because they know, you're like, man, that was tough from both sides. I feel like LT, they looked a little bit better than they did on the defense than, you know, obviously in game two there, the attack just seemed unstoppable. And maybe Cyclone is kind of leaning towards an attack-sided map for us.
I don't know. I think Cyclone is just crazy, man.
It is. It is.
I think Cyclone is just... it comes down to reps, too. I mean, comparatively to some of these other maps, Cyclone and Aftershock are by far the least played in our map pools in the past. And right now, LT's got to be feeling really good about being able to secure a win against arguably one of the other best teams in this competition. Gonna celebrate here, bow to the crowd, celebrations from everybody as they are technically the hometown team. Fun conversations and a fun cast, Vivid. I had a blast with that one. LT the favorites on paper, and they come out the favorites on top. And you come out on top as well in the predictions. It was a 2-0.
I said it was a 2-0, but I already mentioned I do not feel good about that at all. It was way too close in the first game there to even consider that. Like, if you just read on paper, you were like, oh my gosh, they 2-0'd them. Like, they must be the way better team. It didn't really feel like that. If you actually go ahead and watch that first game, because the attack from HYN was absolutely incredible. That being said, in terms of, you know, taking a look at the leaderboard for both of these teams in game number two, obviously we know 78, dude, 50,000 score?
And that short of a game is actually insane. Like, I was going to bring this up. Compare the score lines between these two teams, and specifically the Commander. The score was the difference. You mentioned it in the cast. The score was the difference in why this team was able to have so much momentum on the map. They were able to call in the score streaks effectively. They were able to call in more vehicles. They were able to have every advantage. They had more missiles. They had more artillery strike. They had everything they needed. They secured more score along the way, not only because they picked up a ton of kills, farmed their opposition in a couple of those sectors, but also secured all the high-value objectives to add the extra score.
If you kind of replaced LT's, you know, leaderboard from that game, which was like, what, like half the time of game number one, and replaced the leaderboards of the two games, like, that looked like they played like a 50-minute game. Like, everybody on their squad, on their team, had over 20,000 score, which is the exact same trend that we saw across the board in game number one. That went double the amount of time. So I don't know how they picked up so much score. Absolutely incredible job from the side of LT, and maybe that was the exact difference. Maybe just HYN were not able to go ahead and keep up in terms of just score, because you can't call in all of that stuff. And taking a look back through the game, I mean, it was an absolute stop. Like, these attacks went super fast.
Yeah, I suppose like the one attack that didn't was the weird stalemate on the Sector C.
Oh my gosh.
We'll see it in just a second. Here it is. Sector C was a weird one, folks. And as per the usual, the attackers go underneath, the defense goes on top, and then finally when that pillbox was destroyed, what was it but utter brutal warfare down below. This was maybe the first mistake of, in my opinion at least, of the defensive side, is they got too aggressive there. You're never winning that fight in a 1v3 in vehicles and like 20-4. And because of that, you lose the vehicle advantage. And then when you get to the D sector, it went in a blink of an eye. I mean, that is a huge win for TL. And that was a huge reason their score leapfrogged so aggressively over their opponents. They were wiping the floor with them in the C and D sectors at the end. And that gave them the ability to call in these guided missiles. And that missile in particular was the most valuable of the day, let alone, of course, the final one against the triple. Those two vehicles going down allowed Better Zeki to be a menace in the jet. The unsung hero, if not the MVP, Better Zeki, the sub for this team. The jet operator, that guy is the difference for this roster being so valuable in these above ground points.
Yeah, and LT kind of just played that match like dominoes. Like, as soon as something fell for the side of HYN, they just took advantage and continued to knock things down in terms of what was available to the defensive side of things. You kind of mentioned it. The jet starts to, you know, find value, starts to destroy vehicles as soon as one of the LAVs is destroyed on the back of the guided missile. So they just continuously you know, kind of pressed on their attack and they never gave up. Sure, it cost them a lot of tickets. I kept mentioning how it felt like they were draining tickets, but it didn't matter because they continuously kept capturing the sector. So a well-executed attack for the side of LT. Well done to them, and a well-deserved 2-0 across the board.
Yeah, and a lot of excitement in their reactions, and of course dismay on the other side, but it is a double elimination format. If you're a fan of HAN, they lose out in round 1 of our bracket. They're not out of this competition, folks. We've got 5 days of matches, and this is just the very beginning. We'll be seeing more of HAN a little bit later. For the rest of the day, though, we're going to be going through all of our round 1 matchups in our bracket, which means we won't see HAN again today. They are done for the day, as is LT. We'll take a look at that here in a moment. We're going to be moving on to the next match shortly. Any final thoughts on this LT versus HAN matchup? Anybody you want to see more of?
I mean, listen, 78 Dog did such a good job of picking up all of the score. Very, very scared of the side of LT. I will say I'm actually a little bit excited to see HAN kind of return to the stage because I feel like they played so well. But when you take a look at it, again, LT are kind of coming into this tournament as the favorite. So you could kind of mention that HAN had a very tough matchup. So I'm curious to see how they actually pair up against some of these other teams. And also, I just feel like there is just so much stardom on the side of HAN that I do want to see them back there up on that stage and, you know, given another opportunity to go ahead and prove to us that they are a team that can win.
Yeah, no, I think that's a really good shout. I'm excited to see more of LT as well. HAN, we'll see more of them in another day. But it's time to move on to the next matches. And I got to say, Vivid, this is maybe the one I'm most excited about. I am very biased, but it's because we got a chance to cast over the qualifiers of what's coming up next. We've got FX, we've got Reborn going to be battling it out here very shortly from the EMEA regions and the Americas regions. And we got a lot more matches coming your way as well. Total of 4 best of 3s today.
Yeah.
Holy cow, I'm pumped.
You know what else we have coming up next?
What's up?
Cyclone.
Oh, baby.
Like, we're just going right back to Cyclone for matchup number 2. And I feel like, listen, do I like that or do I not like that?
I don't know. We're already in the mix of Cyclone.
Yeah,
might as well
like,
stay in the mix, right?
Yeah, we can kind of keep talking about differences, see if anything's kind of the same. We kind of, you know, we're a little bit more familiar with it. And, you know, it'll be interesting to kind of see if we can kind of pick apart like some of the teams, FX and Reborn. They're obviously waiting in the wings to jump up on the stage. They know their matchup is coming up next, so they were probably watching that game, kind of get played out, so they can kind of pick up some things that maybe they want to implement into their strategy in terms of their Cyclone gameplay. So,
well, the other thing that's worth mentioning too, I mean, it's a little bit behind the scenes, but you'll see it at the end of the day today. To give you a little bit of heads up, we'll do maps and bans, the picks and bans for each of our maps, and then what map is actually pulled at the end of the day for tomorrow. So these teams do have a full day of prep, which is very different from the way at least our regional qualifiers went. They only had about an hour of prep. Now, they're prepped for every map, let me be very clear. But it is definitely different to see a team say, hey, we have a full day to prepare and see what's next. So these two teams we're about to see in just a moment do have the opportunity of prepping for Cyclone up until this match starts. So fun look, though. Before we move on too far, we expected to see them at the top, not only because of the efficacy of Berzeki in the jet pilot position, but also this is the commander squad, and 78 Dog had a ridiculous scoreline.
50,000 is crazy across the board for them, kind of approaching 30,000 as well. I mean, taking a look at all of the kills, this squad alone had, you know, more than 100. So just so much value for these guys. Obviously, 78 Dog being the commander. Yeah. So good playing those vehicles, the jet pilot as well. You kind of mentioned it. Just went on an absolute tear when the airspace was kind of freed up for him. So incredible squad. Excited to see LT kind of return to the stage and see if they can kind of continue a similar run that we saw at Vietnam last year, an undefeated one all the way to the grand finals.
I know.
Yeah, it'll be interesting to see.
LT with a new commander, but still the same final form, top dog type of roster. There's a reason that they've changed things up. A spiritual successor, I suppose, to AG78 Cat, now with 78 Dog leading the charge. Things went really well for this LT roster. More to come from them very soon in the next round of the upper bracket. But we've got to move our eyes to the next match. We've got a lot of best of 3s today. It's going to be best of 3s for this entire competition up until the grand finals. So a lot to talk about with the next teams, even though it will be the same map. And I'm excited to get into it here very shortly, Vivid.
Yeah, absolutely. You kind of mentioned that you are kind of looking forward to this matchup the most. I mean, yeah, it's going to be great. I feel like us, you know, coming over from America all the way over to China, we got to be rooting on the team of FX, right? We got to be a little bit biased, right? So yeah, it'll be interesting to kind of see them join the stage. And we had the opportunity actually to talk to some of the players from some of the teams, and they were kind of looking towards the Reborn team and mentioning that they feel like they're better than a lot of people feel like.
Well, and I don't want to jump the gun necessarily because there's a lot we need to talk about when we come back from a break here in a little while. But it is worth mentioning that a lot of this Reborn roster is a part of the original No Mercy roster that was at Vietnam last year. So you're going to see a lot of familiar faces, a lot of familiar names. And I know our English, at least our English broadcast that is broadcasting on all the different channels out there, I've seen a lot of support for the EU roster in particular. The EMEA roster might have a little bit more support maybe than the Americas roster. Let's see who's going to be in the chat because time zones are all over the place. We know some of you are staying up all night to watch your favorite team compete. Maybe it's some of your best friends. Maybe it's some of your family compete here on main stage. And Vivid and I will be casting all the action here in just a little while. So I'm excited to get into that one. Cyclone, though, while we have a moment waiting before we head to this break, talk to me a little bit about Cyclone. We learned a lot today already. We're moving into it again. What is maybe one key to success for, let's just say, the attacking team that you'd expect to see them do moving into the next match, regardless of which team they are?
The theme is always the same when it comes down to warfare, and it's obviously the vehicle gameplay, right? Yeah. And who's going to be kind of the best. When you mention vehicle gameplay and you talk about the Americas region, I guarantee you a light bulb just went off in your head of a specific player.
Commander.
Yeah, Commander, Mr. Wormy.
Big talking point for this roster.
Guy's nasty.
Yeah.
Yeah, he could do anything. We've seen him go absolutely crazy in terms of playing the vehicles. I know as well, when we were kind of entering Vietnam 6 months ago, he was practicing with the bow, right? And into some of those qualifiers as well. That being said, he's now had 6 more months to kind of practice on that thing as well. We saw Sarah Jin kind of popping off with the bow as well. So I wouldn't be surprised if we saw Wormy on the bow as well. Like, I don't know. Like, is he going to play the vehicles? Is he going to play the bow? It could be nasty in both regards.
It is an interesting point, and I want to shout this out to the Americas team. This is the first time they've been able to make an appearance on LAN. The first time they've been given an invitation to earn a spot into the LAN event here in China. And we see some of the players starting to filter in from both teams. You'll see them here in just a moment on stage. But the Americas roster is a really strong one. We had a chance to interview Wormy. I asked him personally, who's the unsung hero of that roster? He mentioned Randy Savage. You're going to see him today as Randy for this roster. A big difference maker as well. He's kind of Wormy's second-hand man. Both of these teams also, by the way, listen, I'll get into the deep lore. Both of these teams have very familiar and kind of similar stories to each other. They both were piecemeal together from a couple different rosters because this is the first year in both of these regions where teams qualified as a full team of 20, not as squads that then had to be kind of meshed together and figure it out. So they say, hey, listen, we're trying to win. We're trying to be on stage. Unfortunately, going to have to cut down some of our friends and allies and make the best team possible. So this Americas team truly represents the Americas region. You have folks all the way across the board, from the top of that region to the bottom of that region, from both sides, even speaking different languages that have all come together to make this team. The same story is the side for Reborn. Some of the No Mercy team is back. Some of the No Mercy team decided to cut off some of their friends and they said, hey, listen, let's make this new roster that we think is going to be the best in the region. So a ton to talk about with these two teams, and I wanted to set that scene. We do look back one more time at the best squad here with LT, because it is worth reminding everybody about how well they played. And the reason we bring this back up as well is because in just a moment, we're going to have a chance to hear an interview with, hey, it looks like, oh, look, production's listening to us. The MVP doesn't go to the commander. It goes to the substitute. We are going to get an interview down on stage in just a moment. But Better Zeki is our MVP, folks. We're going to head down the stage with an interview with 78 Cat in just a moment. And I am so excited to hear from 78 Dog, rather, not Cat.
Got him.
the new commander of this LT roster, and see how it all went down for them and maybe what the keys to success were, Vivid.
Yeah, it'll be super interesting. I'm excited to kind of see and hear some of the answers there. And that's what makes competition like this great, because you are asking, somebody like that. But yeah, Goj mentioned it. We are ready to kind of jump down to the stage for an interview with the winning team.
好的，欢迎来到赛后采访环节，我是贝佳。首先恭喜龙腾战队拿下了第一场比赛的胜利。我们邀请到了指挥官78 Dog 来到赛后采访席，也请他先跟大家打个招呼吧。
大家好，我是78 Dog。
欢迎啊，欢迎！今天的比赛其实打得非常的好看。我们先问一下第一个问题吧。其实，在昨晚的抽签当中是给到了风暴眼这张图嘛？你们在昨晚的话，大概会是做了什么样的一个安排和部署呢？
我们昨天部署这张图的时候，大概部署到凌晨多，12点多，然后早点休息，早上又过来表演。
早上来的比较早是吧 ？Okay. So the first question I'm asking him is that what's the preparations about the map colony about last night? And he said we've been prepared for this map for a really long time until like 2 a.m. and we arrived at the venue very early today as well. OK， 那下一个问题啊，在这个防守端这一侧的话，其实在1点最后拉扯的时间是非常长的，并且给到了2个加时嘛。当时队内的交流会是什么样的？
都很激动啊，因为2次加时是一个很危险的信号，但是我们还相信我们会赢的。
好的，好的。So the next question I'm asking him is that what was the conversation sound like at the last spot, which is E, and it was very close. And he said, we know that we are confident about the winning, of course, and it was 2 overtime at the time, so we were very sure that we are going to win this map. OK， 那下一个问题啊，想问一下，你们是怎么评价自己今天队伍的表现的呢？
今天大家打的都很好，都是超常发挥。
都是超常发挥。那在哪些地方还需要做一些提升呢？
可以再打一下这张风暴眼，因为打的比较少。
OK， 这个问题呢，问他的是So the question about so this question is about how does he think about the team's performance today, and in which point that the team still needs improvement. And he said we've been played really well today, and also we need to focus more on this map because we didn't get much, preparations as the before. OK， 那下一个问题也是最后一个问题，想问一下如何评价你的对手的表现呢？
我们的对手今天的表现也是非常的出色。我觉得他们是一个很强劲的对手。我预计我们决赛还会相遇。
Okay, 这个问题呢，so this question for him is that how does he think about his opponent today? And he said he think HAN is a very strong team, and maybe we are going to meet them in the grand finals. OK， 那以上呢就是赛后采访的全部内容了，非常感谢78 Dog 接受我的采访。OK, that's the end of interview. And 让我们把时间交还给评论席。
Thank you so much to Lucia and, of course, our fantastic commander down on stage. A lot of confidence, a lot of talk, but also respect to the opponent. You heard it there at the very end. Said, hey, listen, we think we may see them in the grand finals. Vivid, what'd you think?
I mean, listen, I was feeling the exact same way watching through their match up there. So I'm glad to hear that the sentiment is kind of feeling the same across the board there. Feeling good.
Yeah, feeling good, folks. We're going to head to a very short break here in the booth. When we come back, a brand new match, a brand new best of 3. You know them, you love them, or maybe you don't, but we're going to have a dang good time.
This court finds that the AI holds no...
Unbreakable, unshakeable. Shadows tried to dim my light. They told me to give up the fight. Said I was weak, said I was small, but there's a drum inside my chest, a beating heart that gets no rest. I'm waking up, I'm shifting gears. You can build a wall so high. Watch me spread my wings and fly. You can try to block my way, but hear the words I'm gonna say. I am invincible, I am a storm, breaking the silence, I am reborn. Throw your lightning, bring on the rain. I find my power inside on the daily path. Unbreakable, unshakable.
I didn't think we'd be exchanging information with these underlings. Is Smee serious?
Hey, show some respect!
Is that enough respect for you?
Unbreakable, unshakeable. Shadows tried to dim my light. They told me to give up the fight. Said I was weak, said I was small, but there's a drum inside my chest, a beating heart that gets no rest. I'm waking up, I'm shifting gears. You can build a wall so high. Watch me spread my wings and fly. You can try to block my way, but hear the words I'm gonna say. 'Cause I am invincible, I am the storm, breaking the silence, I am reborn. Throw your lightning, bring on the rain. I find my power inside on the blade. Unbreakable, unshakable. Unbreakable, unshakable.
I didn't think we'd be exchanging information with these underlings. Is Smee serious?
Hey, show some respect!
Is that enough respect for you?
my light. They told me to give up the fight. Said I was weak, said I was small, but there's a drum inside my chest, a beating heart that gets no rest. I'm waking up, I'm shifting gears. You can build a wall so high, watch me spread my wings and fly. You can try to block my way, but hear the words I'm gonna say. 'Cause I am invincible, I am a storm, breaking the silence, I am reborn. Throw your lightning, bring on the rain. I find my power inside on the blade. Unbreakable, unshakeable. Unbreakable, unshakeable.
I didn't think we'd be exchanging information with these underlings. Is me serious?
Show some respect!
Ready to fight, gonna survive. I got that lust in me. Staying alive and skipping the line. I'm the only queen.
Is that enough respect for you?
Unbreakable, unshakeable. Shadows tried to dim my light. They told me to give up the fight. Said I was weak, said I was small, but there's a drum inside my chest, a beating heart that gets no rest. I'm waking up, I'm shifting gears. You can build a wall so high, watch me spread my wings and fly. You can try to block my way, but hear the words I'm gonna say. 'Cause I am invincible, I am a storm, breaking the silence, I am reborn. Throw your lightning, bring on the rain. I find my power inside on the blade. Unbreakable, unshakeable. Unbreakable, unshakeable.
Much as we love Reborn, and I really do love these guys, I will say both of us went the same direction. We think it's going to be close. We both say FX. Why NA? Why Americas? Why do you think that Americas region wins this?
Listen, it's hard for me to agree with Goj on anything.
Okay.
I'm going to go ahead and agree with him on this one. I mean, I don't know. It just feels like FX just feel like the better team to me. Like you mentioned, we did get an opportunity to go ahead and watch both of these teams, you know, kind of go through their qualifiers.
Yep.
I just feel like FX just feels way more well-rounded.
Well-rounded. Interesting point. I mean, we agree on it.
Right.
Well-rounded, I think, is an interesting way to put it. I want to say that FX has a bit more star power. I think they've got some individuals that make highlight-level plays front to back. I do think Reborn could snatch a win here. It's the reason both of you and I said 2-1. We think it's going to go the distance. It's also on Cyclone. One thing we know about both of these teams is that they don't prefer to play Aftershock, and they don't prefer to play Cyclone either. However, both teams certainly can and have been programming to play for this map here in just a moment. They've been waiting all day basically to play this. You heard even, you know, some of the other teams, LT was just talking about in the interview, they stayed up till 2 a.m. prepping for Cyclone, thinking, hey, we'll close it out here in 2 rounds because this is the only map we're playing in a best of 3 if we close it out in 2. So I'm sure both of these two teams have been doing the same, VOD reviewing, etc. I will say one thing about FX. Both teams were dominant in the regional finals of getting to here, like to win that. It was the only way to get here is if you win the entire competition. FX was, I mean, it was utter dominance. I mean, I think their average attacking time, regardless of map, was like, what, 9 minutes?
Yeah,
I mean, it really wasn't close in the region, unfortunately. There's some really good teams, I think, at the Americas regions, but not a team that, like you said, is well-rounded or has the heavy hitters and the star power of this FX roster, which is why I decided to go for them.
Yeah, absolutely. It'll be interesting to see if they can pull out a 9-minute attack on Cyclone, which I think is
it might be impossible.
Yeah, exactly. So obviously, we both kind of mentioned that FX versus Reborn here. We favor FX 2-1, which means that if it is going to be 2-1, which means that means we'll go 3 games.
Yeah, we'll go to a different map.
So they'll tie in Cyclone. Which side do you think each team will go ahead and pick up a win on? Is it going to be an attack or defense?
I feel like in these 2 regions, it's going to be the defensive wins on both sides.
Really?
Yeah,
I think they're
so.
both going to pick up an attack.
No, I think we're going to see a stalemate in like Sector D on both sides. I think they're going to be able to hold. I don't know. Who knows what will happen, but
you know what's crazy? Right behind your shoulder, I get to see the broadcast, Chinese broadcast, and I just saw their predictions.
What was it?
All 3 of their analysts agreed on the same exact winner and the same exact score. They had 2-0 in favor of Reborn across the board. So
listen. Here's the thing about Reborn. They know this roster. They know the star power of Reborn. They've seen those rosters compete in the past. Again, this is about like 50% of this old No Mercy team that also performed on LAN. Folks, we're going to get their walk-ins. Let's check it out.
国际邀请赛 Welcome to the 2026 Delta Force Invitational Warfare. 有请 FX 战队 Please welcome Team FX. 雷霆万军主宰战场 Dfiw.有请 RBN 战队 Please welcome Team RBN. 铁血巨敌，重整旗鼓，重返巅峰。Resist, reset, return. 战局升温一触即发，让我们共同期待。The battle is heating up, one clash away. Let's see it happen.
A playful moment there between Wormy and Jinx-Jill at the end. I don't know if you saw the bunny ears over the top of Jinx-Jill's head from Wormy. Both of these two teams, they know each other. I'm sure they've got a lot of love for each other in some form and fashion. But when it comes to playing on main stage, it is all competition. It is all, maybe besides that one playful moment, all steel hearts, steel-eyed. They're ready to rock and roll. They're ready to compete. I want to talk a little bit more about both of these rosters, though, Vivid. I think in particular, when you talk about this FX team, we've been hyping up Wormy and what he's been able to do for this team, what he brings to this roster. Randy, Luna, this whole squad with Boom as a part of their squad. There's a couple other squad leaders and players I want to hype up about FX, and one of the reasons I am saying they are star-studded and they're heavy hitters. I want to talk WAG. WAG, Rasta, Snarf, and Mega, watch out. This is technically their Charlie squad. Watch out for that Charlie squad. These guys are difference makers on the map. I've been casting over these guys since the alpha. I've been casting over these guys in Delta Force since the progenitor of warfare competitions on main stage in the Americas region. These guys have been around since the beginning of the game. They're still here on land almost nearly 3 years later. This team is very, very good. Both rosters certainly star-studded. I'm watching out for FX.
Yeah, I love Goj, man. He just knows so many of these players, is used to kind of casting over something. I feel like a newbie anytime I jump on the casting, because he's like, oh yeah, I know that guy by name. I know, everything about him. It's crazy stuff. But some of these players obviously are going to stand out to all of us throughout the competition, throughout the next 5 days. Let's take a quick second to talk about the journey for a team like FX. Like, not even through the qualifiers, just physically.
Yeah,
because you gotta imagine, right? An America's team making their way all the way over to China to make their way to the Hongshin Sports Center here in Wuhan, China. The physical journey, I mean, me and Goj ourselves actually went through the journey.
Like 30 hours of travel.
30 plus hours of travel. Thankfully, we talked about it before. These teams have been here for a couple of days, so the adjustment period, the time it takes for teams like this to go ahead and adjust has been allotted. So hopefully they were able to go ahead and find themselves comfortable, kind of conquer jet lag to give themselves the best opportunity to go ahead and conquer a team like Reborn.
Well, I've been hyping up FX. I want to hype up Reborn. I really want to see both teams succeed, frankly. And I know we're taking a look at FX, but we've been hyping them up a ton. So let's talk a little bit more about Reborn. I think when you talk about kind of mainstays in the warfare scene, I'm taking a look at DF Yellow. Yellow Love, you may know him as a couple different names, but Yellow has been one of the guys that's been around the warfare scene, kind of pushing the EU scene for a very long time.
Isn't this guy usually commander?
He has been commander in the past. There has been some back and forth. Jinx-Jill has kind of fulfilled that role for this roster. If you remember, actually, last year, Yellow ended up coming into No Mercy as a sub who lost in the finals, technically, with his roster. But it's a totally different year. They scrapped their whole team. No Mercy was basically cut in half. And I'll shout him out as well. John the Bomb on that DF Yellow roster. When you talk about Wormy, you mention Randy Savage. When you talk Yellow, you bring up John the Bomb.
Ooh, okay.
These guys are a duo. They've been playing together for years now in Warfare. It's the same old story I'm talking about with WAG over there on FX. Yellow and John the Bomb have been playing in warfare competitions in the EMEA region for the last 2 years. These guys have been non-stop in the scene, and a big shout out to Rick and Fuzor, who is in their squad as well. I think both of these rosters also have some really strong substitutes. It's worth bringing those up. We'll see if they make a play in the Jets, or otherwise, we'll see when they decide to step onto the scene. I'm looking at Store Life as a substitute for Reborn. It's a really strong player that's been around for a long time. On the FX side, Zinseer. If you guys know Warfare, you know Zin.
Yeah.
That dude has crushed some show matches that I have watched and casted over. So again, top to bottom, both of these rosters are star-studded. They both represent their region really well. We've got a lot of folks from all over the EMEA region on this Reborn team. And again, folks from all over the Americas region on this FX team.
Absolutely. Of course, RBN as well, a name that you called out, HR, a part of his squad, which is going to be the Charlie squad. Ushbishka, I know that we have seen a bunch in a bunch of these competitions as well.
Well, and one quick thing, by the way, this has got to be your favorite squad. Those guys are demons on operations
Yeah,
as well.
exactly.
Those guys have like thousands of hours in ops, and they also can compete in warfare.
Yeah.
They just love Delta Force, man.
Yeah. So a team like that is pretty scary to me, or a squad like that is pretty scary to me, because I personally am a little bit more in tune with operations. I know what it takes to be good at that, so any team that's going to be good in operations surely is going to be good in warfare. Of course, a completely different game mode. I know that Silly Cat as well. I remember Silly Cat's name from the side of RBN having some pop-off moments as well. So like you mentioned, obviously FX you kind of coined as this team that has so many stars a part of it. But when I do take a look at the roster of RBN, I feel like there are some star studs over there as well.
Oh, no, there's no question about it. There's a reason both of us said 2-1. I think we both saw the utter dominance that FX put on in regional finals and went that direction, but easily could have gone the other direction. And again, I am maybe a little bit biased towards both of these teams, not biased towards one. I love both of them dearly. I know a ton of these players like you do as well now, and it'll just be a really fun grudge match to kick things off. The interesting part about this, too, is because of the way the bracket falls, the loser of this matchup with our bracket should go down to the bottom side of the lower bracket. And so I wonder, when you think about the way the bracket falls, are they actually playing HA in next, or are they going to be at the bottom side of the lower bracket and avoiding some of the quote-unquote on-paper top dogs? Something to consider when we look at that bracket later.
Yeah, absolutely.
This could mean a lot, is what I'm saying.
Yeah, the pressure is on. We do see that our teams are loading up. Cyclone, again, of course.
Here
Take
we
a
go.
look about the sides. FX, they're going to be starting on the attacking side, and RBN, they're going to be starting on the defensive side of things. I personally think that this is going to be a 2-1 matchup, but I think on Cyclone specifically, the attacking side, I think, is going to win both of these games. So I'm going to be looking towards FX to go ahead and take this first game.
Okay, you're saying FX is going to win the first game. You're saying it's going to be the attack all day. I'm saying, yes, we agree in predictions. I think Reborn's going to be able to hold, but you never know. One thing we know about FX is if you give them an inch, they will take it multiple miles. This is a very momentum-based team. Let's see what they're able to do on the very first sector of the first round of their match. Welcome in to Wuhan, China, gentlemen. Let's see who comes out on top.
Obviously, we're playing the same map. We'll have to see if these two teams going head-to-head will make this play out a little bit differently. We know the attacking side, of course, does start out with that jet, but taking a look at the side of RBN, trying to play spoiler to said jet, just kind of playing one of these vehicles all the way back on the defensive side of things to make sure that this jet cannot find any early value. That's going to be Natoxi finding himself inside of the jet, and a lot of responsibility early on here. We know that over the course of these first 3 sectors on the map of Cyclone, that jet can be so valuable if it can kind of find the right approach.
Well, a quick look at the map view, and it looks like our attackers are massing in what I like to call the old death ball. They are grouped up, ready to go around this pillbox. Going to roll around the bunker and clear out the point almost immediately. They're going to put that AAV on point, front and center. I told you they're a momentum-based team, and they've got all the momentum right now.
And you're talking about how Wormy and Randy, those two are like peas in a pod. I saw the kill feed, and it was pretty much just both of their names, and it continues to be. They just keep finding vehicle kill after vehicle kill, and take a look at the point itself. It's absolutely cleared out. This is one of the fastest pushes we have seen so far today, and this is the 3rd time that we have seen Cyclone. So we have seen this happen multiple times, but not like this. This is a super fast attack.
And again, I want to be clear about something. Not always is point A given away. This one, it felt like the defense decided, we saw a quick look at the map view, they decided to play on the back line, preparing for more of the B sector. It doesn't look like they're giving it for free. Maybe it's just the dominance of FX being able to take it where it feels like it's free, but that was 4 lives. You can count that on one hand, my friend. 4 lives, A sector down. Let's move into the B sector and see how free this truly will be.
A completely different vibe already in this specific matchup. I mean, what, our first game of Cyclone took 50 minutes, and if we're capturing points that fast, it won't even be close to that. But let's go ahead and bring back up the point that Goj talked about. throughout the qualifiers, going into the finals for said qualifier, FX had an average attack time of 9 minutes. We kind of joked about how there's no way they could pull it off on Cyclone, but it still might be quick. And sure enough, take a look at the top of the leaderboard for the side of FX. Randy at the top, 8 kills. Wormy right next to him, 6 kills as well.
And Boom. I mean, that's all in the same squad. It's Boom, Randy, Wormy. You might know him as Boom, Chicka Chicka Boom Boom, whatever you want to call him. Gotta fit it into the name tag, and Boom it is today. A great trio picking up Luna as their 4th. That squad are not only heavy hitters in the scoreline, but also difference makers for this roster for obvious reasons. Let's move into the B sector, though, and see what the defense is able to do. We see a couple things I want to pick up on. One, Pano, our boat operator, playing very, very safe. You can see Funk also here with Reborn backing way up, not trying to get too aggressive here. They want to make sure they maintain control over their vehicles. We can see also, I want to say that's a more that was in the lab, making sure that they're at least throwing some fire towards that jet in the sky. And I think it was Natoxi, by the way, that's in the jet for the FX roster. So watch out for some of those players that could be difference makers for their teams and the vehicles.
You can see Wag there kind of playing sacrificial to go ahead and get that respawn beacon now. Now, of course, that's not going to be one of those strategic beacons that allows the entire team, but instead those respawn beacons allow your specific squad to go ahead and spawn in on them. So a potential flank opportunity for said squad. We'll have to keep an eye on that, but it is going to be safeguarded by a tank off in the distance. And taking a quick look at how our vehicle economy is doing for both sides. Of course, RBN access to 3 of said vehicles, and then FX as well, 3 vehicles. One of those, of course, being the jet. And we've kind of had this standstill between, you know, the ground vehicle of RBN, that LAV, and the jet. So they're kind of like finding themselves nulled out. But a quick attack from that squad. That was going to be Wag putting that respawn beacon down. Allows the engineers to go ahead and find a quick flank. It's going to be a sliver of HP left on the tank, but the retreat comes in. Down the tunnel, but 1 rocket to do it. That's going to be Meg finding the quick destruction on that light tank. And that goes all the way back, Goose, to that respawn beacon. It is the only reason a play like that was available.
I told you, this Charlie roster, Wag, Rasta, Mega, Snarf, they all moved as a unit, and they just made a giant play for their roster to hopefully open things up on that B sector. 1 vehicle down, they now have an advantage. Let's see what they're able to do with it.
Coordination is key. Every single time we see any play make its way to be a successful one, it's just all about finding the necessary members that do the same thing at the exact same time. So great to kind of see that. Now a little bit of a push does come in from the side of the attack. They haven't made much progress towards the point itself, but take a look at how much space that they have been able to claim with these vehicles. This is going to be Wormy inside of the vehicle trying to go ahead and sniff out some of these members of RBN that are finding themselves in a little bit of a tricky spot on this elevated building, and is torn apart, and it's actually taking some damage. Wormy's got to be careful. And on the other side of the map, Wag is trying to pull off another one of those sneaky plays. Look at this. They are right next to each other.
They're waiting on the respawns, and they're not in combat, so their teammates can respawn on him. Wag's gonna have to win the 1v1, and he catches him unaware. A nice play on the backside, and there's the teammate back up, able to spawn in now that he's out of combat. Nice play. See Wormy's able to stay alive in the AAV, taking a decent bit of damage from what looks like maybe a few Allure rockets over the top. But nice repairs there. Engineer, pocket engineer of Boom, able to keep him alive, keep things nice and healthy. And now Pano trying to get aggressive on the backside, take down this flank from Rasta and Wag. The same trio, same squad that took down the tank is looking to take down this boat as well.
And we have seen squads like this before in past competitions, and they can be such a nuisance because of how successful they can be some of these times. And you got to imagine, if an entire vehicle for the side of the defense is having to focus on one of these squads, do you feel like that's a win for the defense or a win for the attack? I mean, me personally, I feel like that'd be a win for the attack because the vehicle is pretty much finding itself rendered almost useless.
I mean, they got this thing getting repaired. I think they might have beached that thing to make sure that it stayed up. I don't know. But regardless, we still look towards the B sector, and we say, well, this has all been fun and games. There's been some great flanks. There's been some nice vehicle gameplay. However, we're down over 45 lives, or 44 lives now, and hardly have touched the B sector at all. Now, we're fine playing slow. We've got plenty of room to still work with, but still can't get too comfortable after, obviously, an easy win on Sector A.
Jet trying to make one of those runs that we talked about. That can be the difference maker here. Taking a look at investments coming out from RBN. They're starting to feel the pressure, so an urgent redeployment is going to be called in. But take a look at the progress bar towards that B sector. One of those, you know, kind of moments where it's like, whoa, why are we calling it an urgent deployment right now when it seems like there's hardly any attackers towards the sector itself? So potentially an overstep, but, you know, we've seen those urgent redeployments be the difference maker. Probably knows something a little bit more than I do. Taking a look at the tickets, though, for FX, we're already down to 130, and it feels like not a lot of progress has been made towards this B sector, so a little bit scary. Now the pressure is coming in from the tank. It's going full investment mode right now, trying to go head-to-head with Wormy and the squad. Randy jumps out as the engineer is potentially going to go ahead and try to use that rocket to be the difference maker.
Fuzor.
But a return shot from RBN takes out Wormy and the vehicle.
It's a really good find from Fuzor for this roster to pick it up with the Allura rocket and the help of the rest of the team. Able to take down one of the vehicles of our attacking roster. Now actually all the vehicles of their attacking roster. FX,
jeez, what?
Whatever momentum they had on A maybe was freely given, as B is a full hold from our EMEA team, Reborn. And Netoxy even taking a decent bit of damage in the sky, because this AA, this Lav, kind of doing whatever it wants on the back line. Finally, the attackers do pick up a tank, calling that one in, getting it back onto the map, but still, zero momentum now for FX. And I told you they're a momentum-based team. Things getting mixy as Uzbisha is driving this assault vehicle right onto the point. Doesn't care, and he certainly didn't ask about any of these guys on the ground.
Yeah, this might be a little bit of a reset moment from the side of FX. Obviously, trying to wait for some of those vehicles to be called in again. And as you can see, we did see that a tank, of course, was making its way in and has been finding itself a little bit more useful. And there's going to be another vehicle for the side of FX. So, like I said, they have to pretty much wait until these vehicles return to the mix, because there's just such a big difference as it currently stands in the vehicles available for the side of RBN and the side of FX. But a great run from the Jet right there puts
the boat was beat. I think they couldn't get it off the shore. So this is a little bit of some misplays. They haven't been able to move it yet. At some point, the thing had to die. So I'm glad they were finally able to get a free one. But getting some more reinforcements here with the tank destroyer falling down. It will end up landing on the very backside of the spawn here for FX, so you'll see that back into the mix. Likely going to see Randy and Wormy into that one. But all things slowing way down on the B sector, and I'll even say it, certainly not picking up nearly as many revives as you probably want on the B sector, now down 70 lives.
Yeah, but like I mentioned, it's been about what feels like a minute or two since they were at 120, so FX did go ahead and full reset and wait for some of these vehicles to become a vehicle. And as I say that, the assault vehicle does get destroyed, but it's not like the most valuable vehicle that they're going to need. I'm going to be keeping my eyes towards Wormy and that tank destroyer, because in past competitions, that's where he has found the most value. Randy picks up a huge destruction on one of the vehicles for the defensive side of things. So that's going to go ahead and actually even out the vehicle game 3-3.
See more Lemon on the far backside, just shelling the point. AAV for the side of the defense as well. Nice pickup there. Does look like, I think it was Siren in the tank, and the team able to take down another vehicle of the defensive side. The attackers now getting pretty aggressive over the top. Netoxy shelling the point with these strafing runs, but it's Wormy as the commander with the tank destroyer down below, flipping that thing while Siren's in the actual tank itself. They're trying to open things up on the B point. Currently, the point is actually open. The problem is the defense is, one, yes, spawning on the far side where their vehicles are, but they've also got a respawn beacon on the close side underneath that ridge. They do get their boat back. It was beached, it was destroyed, and now Mursky is able to pick it up, but it's taking a ton of damage right now.
The rockets are coming in. The Jet also might try to tag in and go ahead and finish off that boat. We'll have to see which way the Jet decides to play, but taking a look towards the point, you did mention that it was open. FX now fully aware of that exact fact, and they've kind of jumped onto the point, and they're looking to go ahead and take advantage, but Jinx Jill is not interested in giving this one up for free. He's taking the AAV straight onto the sector, and it is becoming quite the problem for FX. As you can see, the defense is now in full control of the point, but Wormy is feeling pretty confident with his team's ability to go ahead and capture this, so he marks the sector.
Yeah, interesting play. I guess Wormy believes in himself. Good grief, just gonna barrel stuff. Jinx Jill doesn't care about the artillery barrage that's landing on his head right now. Is able to stay quite healthy. The engineer's doing everything they can, but Jinx Jill oversteps, feeling like he had the cover of the artillery barrage. We maybe questioned it for a moment of the cap from the attackers on B, but the urgent redeployment could even the tide here. There's still a chance for the defenders to hold B sector.
But I don't see a beacon down for the side of RBN. It doesn't look like it's necessary. It looks like there's so many members of RBN finding their way onto the point somehow, some way.
Oh, wow.
As Lemon lands a rocket from all the way across the map, finding the vehicle to be destroyed from the side of FX, and now their attack, their push onto the sector of B. Where did it go? It's gone.
Yeah, I mean, again, it felt like a misstep, and it turns out it was. I think Wormy was quite overconfident that they were going to take that B sector despite the artillery barrage and despite the play of the AAV being on point, because I think, frankly, he felt like they had the momentum when he was rolling up with the tank destroyer. The thing he didn't know is that the urgent redeployment was called in immediately after, and they had bodies down on the low side of this point to make sure that it wouldn't be captured. They have complete control of it now, and Wormy calling in, it looks like an artillery barrage to hopefully open things up. But Reborn doing a really good job of playing the back side of the point as well. They're not just doing a full frontal assault. They're not trying to win an arms race. They're playing strategic on the backside, picking up a lot of players in transition. All of this support, all of these reinforcements that are trying to flood in from the attacking side are being thinned out before they can get there, which is allowing the defense to hold.
Wormy, down to a sliver of HP in that tank destroyer, is relying on the engineers to go ahead and help him out, but the help does not come in. It's a little bit too late. Silly Cat credited with the destruction of the tank destroyer. I was actually just about to make the point that I felt like with Wormy in the tank destroyer that I thought the B sector was going to fall. And shortly after I was thinking about making that point, it gets destroyed. Take a look at the vehicle economy for the side of RBN. They are left with just one of those ground vehicles and one of those boats, and it's going to be a similar situation for the side of FX. But amongst all of the chaos, amongst all of the vehicles being destroyed, somehow, some way, FX are actually coming out on top on the point directly.
Another tank destroyer falling for Mr. Wormy, investing for more and more reinforcements. More Lemon has been in the back line this entire time and is getting really aggressive, trying to help out his team from the far side and maybe trade a vehicle out, and that's exactly what happened. Nice job from HR to get an AT4 shot with the help of the Lav. They trade a vehicle spawn out, which is a nice play from them, and they're able to retake the point just with raw bodies on it. So again, this is still feeling like a defensive hold here. This is what I said. We both predicted FX to win, but I was definitely considering the fact that I think both of these teams will win on defense. Unfortunately, I think for both of us, this is looking much more one-sided than maybe we were expecting on a map like Cyclone.
Yeah, definitely. I feel like we've seen some moments from FX where it does look good, but somehow, some way, RBN just continuously seems to find a way to thwart all of the efforts. Taking a look at the map, it does look like there are a lot more red bodies towards the point of Sector B. But they do have to go ahead and make that final jump onto the point, and it's very, very scary to jump onto the point itself, because once you do get on the sector, you know, physically, those vehicles from the side of RBN, that's when they start to come into play, and they can just kind of rain down those explosives from those vehicles onto the point.
Yeah, the map showed us the numbers advantages on the attacking side on the point, but here comes the defense. They were able to spawn in, go low, smoke a run through the low side, and this is the thing the attackers haven't been able to solve for yet. And one way they're going to have to solve for it is just invest their vehicles. Get onto the point, shell down below, and that's exactly what it looks like. We've got one member of Muzz here for FX, is just on the point, just holding the line. The defense can go low and stall this thing out. You're gonna have to send Muzz over the top or around the side to clear out these defenders, or the defense will win again on low and therefore win the B sector back. Great job from Pano being able to hold the line on the low side. That boat's not there, these infantry would not stay alive.
So I was just about to say, I feel like the Jet has to help out in taking out this assault boat. That being said, Nataxi himself with a rocket launcher on the ground. I was just about to say, I feel like the Jet needs to go ahead and help take out the boat, but then I looked down, I realized there's no more Jet. It's been destroyed. We missed it.
Listen, Natoxi dies, but still is making an impact on the map. Natoxi is our jet operator and is able to get the vehicle kill on the boat down below. This is what I said needed to happen if you're the attacking side. You need to clear out the boat on the low side so you can actually play for low and protect these defensive members from actually getting to the point. Unfortunately, if you pop your head over the side, you're going to get blasted, either from Amor Limon with that lob now that he actually can focus on the point, or potentially just from some of these people that are crossing the bridge or going low in the smoke. Again, it's a lot of bodies both sides. This feels reminiscent of the last matchup on Sector C, this time happening on B. One team on the high side, one team on the low side. Who will win? It's just a numbers game.
Yeah, you can see vehicles being called in on the backside of both of the sides here. The attack is trying to go ahead and reclaim some of the vehicles because they were down to actually just one, which was left onto the point, whereas RBN has had quite a few in terms of having the advantage there. But take a look at the point. The advantage is all over for the side of FX. They have finally gotten the point to just over 50% of the way. But remember what happened last time. When they got to this point, RBN, they called it an urgent redeployment and a strategic beacon. The same exact play is coming out for the side of RBN as urgent redeployment and strategic beacon is called in for the side of RBN. And as soon as that happens, they start to reclaim the sector. It is now in their full control. And you want to talk about control, the vehicle economy for RBN also in full control as Jinx Dill takes out the vehicle before it even touches down.
And again, this is all going back to the fact that they don't have a jet. The fact that Lemon and the fact that Jinx Shield can focus on the vehicles of the attacking side and not have to focus on the air is giving them the edge they need to be able to hold, especially when their backs are being pushed against the wall on the low side of this B sector. You're not seeing a lot of the flanks from FX find any value if they're happening at all. This feels like they're just trying to win the numbers game and they cannot survive. There's too much score being invested by the defensive side. More artillery barrages. You cannot hold high is what the defense is saying. You have to win the low ground if you're going to beat us. And so far, FX has not been able to do that.
Obviously, this is working for one of the commanders more so than it is the other. But over the past like 30 seconds, I've been kind of keeping my eyes on Wormy and Jinx Jill in the bottom left and bottom right, and basically neither of them have really said anything. So a little bit quiet on both sides in terms of the commander. Now finally FX find themselves back onto the point. They're trying to make something happen.
Here we go again.
But every single time this happens, the boat becomes such a big pain point for the side of FX because it finds itself right next to the point in the water and almost nothing can be done about it.
There's a good shot from the observers. This time, finally, FX is prioritizing getting Pano down. Boat down means the low side can actually be battled for. This is a war they have to win. We're down to 37 lives and counting, but we've got artillery barrage. We've got a respawn beacon down. The defense have bodies, and they are not giving up on this point. They want to win on the B sector. They know how fast this map can flip on its head, and all this work could be for naught if the B sector falls here and C falls quickly. We get a lot of lives left, and I sure am thinking that both of these teams desperately wish they still have this tank.
Especially from the side of FX. Take a look at that progress bar in the middle of your screen. It is all green, and sure enough, if you take a look at the point itself, just a bunch of green infantry all over the point, and the red has dwindled out. The push, every single time it looks good for the side of FX. Every single time they invest all of their members onto the point, RBN has had an answer, and it seems like they're switching back and forth between two separate plays. On one side of the coin, they like to play for that beacon, but when the beacon is not available, then they kind of invest the boat's position to kind of get that involved a little bit more directly. So they always have an answer for this attack of FX, and really the pain point for FX throughout the entirety of this match, ever since they kind of fell short in the vehicle economy, ever since they lost the jet, all of their vehicles have been called in all the way on the backside. Like, how many have been destroyed before they even touch the ground? Like 5?
Well, here we go, running out of daylight. We got beacons down, we got urgent redeployments, we've got everything connected for FX. They're marking everything under the sun because they have to. Artillery barrage is over the top as well. This is where the rubber meets the road. They've tried this push 15 times now, and hopefully the 16th time will be a successful one, so they still have a chance in the first round of this matchup. Again, they have to win low ground, and it looks like they're finally prioritizing it. Look at all red all day on B. They win low. Finally, the defense doesn't have a boat, and finally, FX will capture the B sector and move on to C, but they only have 86 lives to take this new sector. They need to take it quickly. They're going to do a lot for Sector D.
Taking a look at the breakdown here. If you take a look at for the side of RBN, 42 kills
Xmiet,
from the side of Xmiet. Great work there. And this is one of those awkward situations where the commanders on both sides actually not finding themselves towards the top. So some individual performances from the likes of Randy as well from the side of FX put him towards the top.
Big shout out to Mirsky, by the way. 76 revives for the defense. So big stuff there. Was able to skate over some anti-tank mines. That was wild. But yeah, both teams doing a pretty good job on the revive category for the most part. Getting into Sector C, looking like it's going to go quick.
But remember, the reason FX were able to finally capture Sector B was because they had a big swing in terms of the vehicle economy. And that economy has transferred very well into the C sector, so they go into the tunnels with both of their vehicles, and before RBN get to call their vehicles in and kind of get into the mix, take a look at how much progress has been made towards the capture of Sector C. A giant explosion goes off and takes out a bunch of the RBN members, and that's going to be a big hurt towards how long they can actually defend this. I gotta tell you, if FX can fully capture this, let's go ahead and wait the 5 seconds that I think it's gonna take.
Wow.
That was a huge swing, because if you take a look at the tickets, they invested almost none into Sector C, and how desperately did they need to regain so many tickets after they lost so many in the capture of B?
It's the exact same flow that we saw in the last matchup.
Yep.
It just wasn't answered fast enough by Reborn. That's something you have to break down after the fact. When we look back on this match, if FX somehow, some way, continue to claw their way back into this matchup, it was Sector C that was the biggest mistake. There's no question about it. They move to low ground as the attackers always do, but Reborn doesn't move to high ground fast enough, and those that do get blown up to smithereens. FX finally with some momentum. Let's see if they can keep it, as Reborn barely keep that vehicle alive. You're gonna get out of here, be able to repair it.
That was actually an impressive effort there from the side of FX. You want to talk about impressive efforts. Take a look at the side of RBN, taking out one of those vehicles before it is able to go ahead and enter the tunnels of Sector D. But I did want to go ahead and go back to my point, right? Remember, FX no longer has access to that jet, and that jet is usually what kind of prevents a lot of the vehicles for the defense from spawning and making its way towards the D sector. FX almost still made that happen in terms of destroying a vehicle before it made its way to the D sector without a jet. So that was going to be huge for them, but unfortunately the vehicle did live with a sliver of HP.
Worth also mentioning that all of that work and all of that investment from Reborn on the B sector, again, has at the minimum been cut in half on all that progress, if not more. I mean, we saw there on the overlay for a moment, we got a lot more score right now from the FX side that they're able to utilize. It looked like somewhere around 13 total artillery barrages in terms of the players that could call them in. Not that you will want to do that, we want to save for more things, but still, there it is with the overlay again. Look at the comparison at the bottom of our screen. We got a guided missile on the FX side. Like, they did not invest nearly as much score as this Reborn team did on the B sector and C sector, maybe because they couldn't, but now they can. We could see D1 and D2 fall fairly quickly.
Whoa.
And this missile being called in very early. I wonder if this is maybe a vehicle-targeted missile. You could assume that they're going to back away. I don't know how much value it'll find. Maybe a little too premature, but it will land over the top and do basically nothing.
A big investment from the side of FX, right? That one advantage that it looked like they had. They do call it in hopes to kind of apply some pressure and get some of the defense off of the point, but it does not look like it works. As you can see here, there's going to be a 2v1 happening on the side of the vehicles all the way up top.
Nice,
but Muzz somehow takes out the LAV, is now going to be feeling the pressure of the Tech Destroyer, but take a look at the Tech Destroyer. It's on a sliver of HP. The trade comes in. That's a huge win for the side of FX, because you find 2 vehicles being destroyed for the life of just one, and then you jump back towards the side of D1. Remember, D1 is usually the zone that takes longer to capture for the side of the attack. They're actually capturing D1 on the back foot of that guided missile because it was able to go ahead and secure them the space that they needed. I feel like if they are able to turn tail towards D2 and capture it early while they have the advantage in terms of not really having any vehicles to go through because they did just do so much work, this would be a huge win for FX.
What a vehicle trade. FX with a lot of momentum. Both teams should slow down here pretty aggressively. Look at what they both marked as their high priority objective. You can see the attackers are saying we want to hold D1, the defense saying we want to hold D2, we want to get our extra score. So both teams are going to slow down. And it looks like Muzz, ooh, nice play from Silly Cat down underwater to make a play, a sneaky one, to trade out the boat. No boat in the middle of this canal between D1 and D2 for the attacking side. Could maybe be the difference maker on them being able to move quickly over to D2 or not. We will slow down for a moment, but now that the defense has an advantage again, you could see them try to retake D1.
Would be incredible for their efforts if they are able to go ahead and pull that off. I'm trying to take a look off in the distance and see how many vehicles I do see alive. Looks like RBN have fully recuperated in terms of their available vehicles with one boat and now one tank kind of joining the mix. They're trying to pressure D2 just a little bit, but not investing too much.
Looks like D1 secured. No longer see that objective, so Wormy did earn that score. You can see it in the form of a guided missile down below. They can call it in if they need it, but now Reborn finally has that score as well to call one in if they need it. Gonna get some extra score here if they're able to hold D2. That's what they're trying to do right now. A boat back in the hands of the attackers, though. Might have missed the window for the defense to retake both, but D1 is in jeopardy, at least for a moment.
Talk about jeopardy. The boat right now for the side of RBN, Pano, who has constantly been finding himself inside of one of these boats, has been a big pain point for the side of FX. Somehow, actually manages to go ahead and escape. Keep a close eye on whether or not that ends up going down, because those are rockets can sometimes be tricky and find themselves all the way over. What can also be tricky is this kind of battle between the vehicles. Funk on the tank, trying to go head-to-head with the boat. Does manage to go ahead and escape, but that's going to be a little bit of a win for the side of FX, because if they're able to keep both of those vehicles outside of this canal, outside of the points, you got to imagine that they're going to have a little bit of an advantage.
CHR, by the way, on the compound bow. Feeling like his shots are hitting. Seeing several kills pop up with the kill feed from the kid. But again, yeah, this is a nice retake from the defensive side to be able to retake D1 and still hold control of D2. A bit of a misstep from FX, and I think it, again, came down to that boat falling. It just opened up a window of opportunity for the defense to get aggressive. You can see Silly Cat again finding another vehicle destruction. Man, if I'm Reborn, I am singing the praises of Silly Cat, playing these flanks, swimming underwater, and hitting that well-placed AT4 when the vehicles are weak. Still just keeping FX on their heels. With vehicle superiority now on the Reborn side, things have shifted back, and momentum certainly on the defense.
Yeah, doing a great job at constantly finding himself in behind enemy lines and kind of picking up those final little bits of damage that need to be done for some of these vehicles. D1's going to be back into the hands of FX, but again, they kind of instantly had D1 captured when we kind of first entered this sector, so kind of just returning to where they were before. Jinx Jill actually wants to apply some pressure onto D1, calls in the urgent redeployment, which is maybe a little bit of an early investment. Wants to, like I said, apply the pressure onto FX. Doesn't want them to feel too comfortable with having D1 and wants to go ahead and recapture that for the side of RBN.
Dude, I'm seeing 4 pieces by Pano from the boat. I mean, like 4 kills. Pano is doing so much effort for the defensive side. Kill after kill, the water presence is a huge difference maker on this D sector. One of the reasons they've been able to hold. Here's a nice route from Rasta, Mega, who else? Boom. Actually following along with this squad as well, all swimming towards D2. Potentially try to open things up, kill a couple folks on the back line, trying to support this retake of D1. An overcommitment here from Reborn onto D1 could mean that D2 could be in jeopardy if FX recognizes it fast enough, especially with that flanking squad. We'll keep an eye out for it.
Yeah, absolutely. And like I mentioned, wanted to apply the pressure onto D1. Just constantly contesting that is something that FX has to think about. And, you know, speaking about things that FX has to think about, how are you going to go ahead and attack this AAV that has found itself onto this point? I mean, RBN with a little bit of a weird assault vehicle, but this is actually acting as a little bit of a spawn point, which works great for the whole team.
I love Canyon. It was like, nah, we're just going to leave that thing there, and if anybody spawns in, I'm going to shoot them. I mean, I respect that play. Don't have to kill something that isn't a problem. D2 in trouble though, D1 also in jeopardy, so this is a big moment for
Whoa.
FX, and because of it, Xmian says, I'm not leaving anything up to chance. Let me throw a guided missile so that they can't come over from the top side. Again, when we talk guided missiles on the D sector, we're talking about cutting off pathways to get to these zones. You have to force them into a position where you can funnel them into a choke point and make a play on the low side. Force everybody underground, and because of that, a guided missile will force everybody underground and force a play for the attackers to just play bodies on point, which is what Reborn wants. They feel like they have presence there with the AAV. You can see Rick there shelling the point. They're trying to retake this and hold both at the same time.
Yeah, that was actually a quick little moment there where there were 0 vehicles available to the side of FX. They do go ahead and pick up the assault vehicle down there, so nothing too crazy that's going to help them take out some of these boats or some of these AAVs that have found themselves parked right onto the points. And that was looking dire there for a quick second from the side of RBN. Like, both points were getting captured, but that guided missile pretty much just resets things completely for them as they're able to go ahead and pick up the capture back onto D2. But only 30 tickets remaining for FX to make something happen.
Yeah, again, it feels like a blink of an eye, and this is much more similar to what we saw on the B sector, right? I think, unfortunately, Reborn has every advantage. Look at that, bottom of the screen. They have 5 vehicles. FX has 0. And Reborn is doing a great job on D2. They're just parking vehicles onto the point. The only access point that is dangerous is that missile silo. You let a couple flankers come through there. You could let a couple Virans come through there with magnetic bombs, and you're in deep trouble. You lose D2 quickly. And it looks like somehow, even with all those advantages, we lose a couple vehicles like I was just talking about, and FX are making a heroic move to try to take both points at the same time. They've maintained some presence on D1 so they don't trade points, and they're moving on to D2. They're calling the Reborn vehicles back. They say, you have to come address this, or we're going to sneak a D sector capture.
Wow.
Both are very low. Both can go. It is insanely close, and Rick is one of the last remaining people on the point. HR with the bow, maybe the last to hold the line on the D1 to try to put it into jeopardy. They are doing it just barely. Minuscule moments, 1-player differences. FX almost just took both points without a single advantage in their name. A great beacon and a great hold. Ice in the veins for Reborn.
That was criminal. Basically a photo finish there for how close FX was to making that happen. But RBN, they go ahead, they return the favor, and they continue to go ahead and flood in with those strategic beacons. They call in another one, but so does the side of FX. Now, they have one last final push remaining towards this D2 point. They do have bodies on point. They do have the boat available to them to kind of help with their push. But take a look at that progress bar in the middle of the screen. It looks like it's all the defense as it currently stands. But will it be all the defense when this guided missile lands?
Can they clutch up again? They did it on the B sector in the last moment. They're going to try to do it on the D sector. A guided missile to hopefully open things up and help things out. They're going to send it right down the missile silo, back to Cinder, and pick up a 2-piece. But it looks like, I want to say that was Starbatcher that calls in the guided missile for Reborn to answer back. It says, we can do it too, and it does connect on 1 on the top side. One of the access points down into D2. D2 in jeopardy still. Xmian, the last remaining player for the defense on it that we can see. There's John the Bomb on the respawn beacon dropped by the assault vehicle. There's still a chance. Urgent redeployment. It could be enough to get enough bodies onto the point. Silly Cat goes down though. Somehow FX could do it here, but this urgent redeployment is doing everything for Reborn. They are still in this. They are still holding, and D2 won't fall. Not yet. There's enough people here. How has FX not captured both points?
Yeah, it's just the same thing again. There's a sliver.
Insane.
Urgent redeployment is doing absolutely incredible work. They are trying their best. The medics for FX, take a look at how many revives that they are going ahead and picking up right now. Another strategic beacon for the side of RBN to go ahead and help keep these troops kind of flowing in. Only 1 second remaining on the urgent redeployment, so that is no longer going to be accessible for the side of RBN. But FX, they have to make something happen. They have to clear out the tunnel to where RBN is just continuously capturing the side of D2 from.
Unbelievable job from Reborn to hold the tunnel just inside of the D2 zone. They're just inside of it to have a player advantage. It's slowly slipping from their grasp, but there's only 7 lives remaining. The push from FX, this could do it. This could clinch both points. What does Reborn do? How do they answer back? They're worried about Wormy in the boat, but they're losing ground on D2. It's all red lighting up the kill feed. They're swarming in. Wag, Snarf, everybody wiping the Reborn roster. D2 is complete control over the side of FX, and with 7 lives remaining, they somehow push it to the E sector. This is unbelievable. We knew it was gonna be close, but Reborn has had moments where they've been in complete control and they've let that grasp just barely loosen enough for FX to just sneak their way through.
MVP for the side of FX was 1,000,000% the medics, because they sat there. They had 8 tickets remaining
Mega
when they made
has 113 revives.
113. I see Alid down there with 100 himself. So already entering triple digits, but they were on 8 tickets. They only dropped to like 7 over the course of like a minute and a half. So nobody had to respawn because they just kept getting revived. Now, as we go ahead and turn our attention over towards this E sector, I want to go ahead and see what is available for the side of both of these teams, because we saw a big investment from the side of RBN. How many strategic beacons did they call in? So many. The urgent redeployment was called in as well. Both sides kind of called in the guided missiles. Yeah, take a look at this. FX, they have 6 available guided missiles, and the side of RBN only has 1.
6 is ridiculous.
They could do it.
Here we go. This time we're right back out in the open. LT was able to hold HAN with 61 lives remaining. Can Reborn hold FX when they only had about 56 remaining to push onto an entire double capture point sector, Sector E? It's gonna be difficult. Pano trying to get into the mix, swinging another boat around. I don't know if I believe in FX in this moment, but the fact that they got to the E sector is still a feat worth being proud of. Let's see what they're able to do with all of these missiles. They have so much score to work with. The problem's not the score. The problem is the amount of lives that they have and the fact that they've got to capture both of these points. As yet again, we see another vehicle destruction on main. Defense still having their advantages.
Yeah, that boat does go down from the side of Wormy, but I feel like he found so much value from it. He was actually able to help with the destruction of an AAV out of the air and did destroy one of the boats from the side of RBN. So definitely found some value from that as well. Now FX have to go ahead and full reset, have to try to find some sort of momentum towards this E sector. They have to make sure that they kind of stay in the vehicle game here, and it's gonna pretty much just be on the back foot of destroying vehicles out of the air. You can take a look at the bottom of your screen and see that it currently is tied 3-3 in terms of available vehicles. So they've done a great job of keeping it equal. They just have to wait until they are able to go ahead and call in these guided missiles. I think when you get to this E sector, there is a little bit of a time you have to wait before you call them in. Else we would kind of see them raining in right now, as they do have 7 available to them.
Yeah, I mean, you can't just call them in immediately. The biggest thing about this is you need to have some sort of foothold on the E sector. That's the thing I'm waiting for, regardless of an in-game timer. You got to get control over E1 and then utilize those guided missiles to clear a pathway for you over to E2. Both of these two teams racking up score, but it was funny because I was looking back on the D sector and it was kind of like, we have a ton of score we need to be utilizing to secure the win. They don't end up utilizing everything in their toolkit, and so they have a huge advantage going to the E sector. Here's the problem. We've lost over 20 lives. We're down to 35 lives. We're running out of daylight here, Vivid. I know these medics are going insane. I know our support operators are picking up a crazy amount of revives, but we gotta make a move, and we gotta make a move now.
I did see FX. I think they were able to go ahead and take out one of the tank destroyers. No, sorry, that was actually RBN taking out a tank destroyer from the side of FX, so they lose one of their vehicles, but they do start to make some progress towards the E1 zone.
Here
this
we
is
go.
exactly what Goj wanted. They wanted him to go ahead and flood the E1 zone, so that way they can call those guided missiles into E2, but they gotta go ahead and take care of this tank, or else they're not gonna be able to secure E1. Even if they are able to capture it, if that tank floods back in, going to be able to kind of play that tug-of-war game. The tank is retreating. It's on a sliver of HP. Can the final shot be found? It is. It's going to be Wormy.
This is a big play from Wormy. They've got their foothold on E1. Here comes the first guided missile, folks. You're going to see a bunch of these back to back to back. And look who the flanking squad is. It's Rasta. It's Mega. It's Snarf. They do this every single sector. This is their flanking squad, and they've made a big play over to E2. Here's the thing about E2. With the guided missile coming down and Snarf being there so so early, they're going to put E2 into the neutral zone before the defense can even answer back. What do? The defense has to drop a guided missile square on their forehead, and it's too early. I could see an FX win here. FX have a huge advantage. They have so many missiles to call in, and they got tanks up on the high ground. They're cutting down all the support. Any way RBN turns, they're getting obliterated, and that guided missile just picked up 5 kills from Litods. That is a huge one from Leo. That could open things up for this team, and they will not stop until the game's over. We got missiles on missiles on missiles on missiles.
Absolutely. E1 is going to be fully controlled by the side of FX because they have 2 of their tanks over there being invested. The urgent redeployment is about to run out for the side of RBN. They have no guided missiles available to them. The guided missiles are going to continue to rain in from the side of FX. That guided missile does not find any value, but again, it's going to continuously push off the defense. They need to call in one more of their guided missiles right now. And there it is. Meg's going to be calling it in. Take a look at the progress bar. E1, they still have full control. The vehicles are still over there for the side of FX. Now take a look at E2. It's almost captured for the side of FX. This guided missile has to find value.
Jinx Jill on the back line with Byron picks up the magnetic bomb kills on our commander. Wormy is currently down, but Mega picks up a quad piece. Another missile lands, another missile invested, yet they still can't get control over E2. We got 2 more in our belt with 22 lives remaining. The last 10 lives have felt like a lifetime, but we've invested 4 guided missiles, and the defense still have complete control over E2. We're gonna take a breather, but it's time to make a move. We've got 2 vehicles still from the side of the attackers that can push forward. We've got a tank destroyer that's gonna go down. Another great play from Funk. All of a sudden, all the momentum that the attackers had is being cut out from underneath them.
Yeah, but I like this little bit of a reset. Remember, they know that it is possible for them to go to overtime on this sector. They will just have to go ahead and put some bodies on the point. So a little bit of a reset allows them to make sure that they make a cohesive play. They're holding these guided missiles until they can get some of their attackers in position. Take a look at where they are currently stated. They put the respawn beacon down. They put a strategic beacon down. Now, in my opinion, they are set up to make a thwarted push towards that E2 point. I want to see a guided missile called in right now. But if you take a look at what's in their belt, they did have 2 available, but because they're calling in some of these streaks, like the strategic beacon, they're actually using up their scores, so that way they cannot call in guided missiles as much as they once could.
Yeah, and the artillery barrage is landing near the point, so they can open things up. Siren in deep trouble, though. Funk, yet again, has found another vehicle destruction with Yellow in pairing. A great play with the Luru Rockets. Yellow able to help out Funk to make a hero play for their team. If there's one thing about these teams that I like is that they leave it down to the wire. This is a nail biter, folks, and we've got 4 lives remaining. It has gotten down to single-digit lives on 3 different sectors. And here comes the final push from the attackers. And on the back line, Silly Cat picks up another vehicle destruction. And Dobridge is about to pick up another vehicle destruction. These flanking plays from Reborn's team is the reason that they may be able to hold right here, right now. But we make it to overtime, and our guided missile lands with hardly anything to show for it. We've got to push on to E2. Job's not done, and we still have a huge vehicle advantage now from the defensive side. Let's see what happens.
The beacons are called in from the side of FX, so they're going to be able to go ahead and flood both of these points. But talking about flooding, the vehicles are now flooding the points from the side of the defensive side. You blink and you might have missed it. FX has lost all of their vehicles. They once had 3. They once had a big advantage over the side of RBN, and that has all but disappeared.
They've traded points. This is a great play from Reborn. When they had the vehicle advantage, they swung them into the open side of E1, but John the Bomb goes down. Another Vibrant play, another magnetic bomb well placed. And down goes another vehicle of Reborn. They had an advantage. Now they have to hold that advantage. We have swapped points. We're playing tug of war. And I like the attacker's position a little bit better than I once did. With John the Bomb out of the tank destroyer, we've got a huge push that can land straight onto the heads of E1. A much easier position to retake. E2, a harder position to take. We've got an opportunity here as the attackers with the artillery barrage, with a beacon that actually goes down quite quickly. It's still anybody's game, but FX, they have a very good chance of retaking E1 and potentially winning this round 1.
No beacon down for the side of the defense, so they're not going to be able to spawn back onto the point. E1 is being absolutely flooded by the attack right now, and nothing is kind of happening on the side of E2. You can see Funk is trying to go ahead and tap onto the point at the very last second to make sure that they cannot lose the game. He wants to go ahead and hold this up, because if the attack becomes aware of this play happening, then they're going to have time to go ahead and counter it.
Here we
go.
E1
has been conquered
by
FX, but look at the vehicles. The vehicles are now rolling in for the side of FX. They might be able to do this.
Unbelievable turn of events, folks. It goes down to single digits 3 times in a row. 3 different sectors. They go down to a single squad in lives, and somehow, some way, FX had pulled out a round 1 victory. Can you believe it?
Cyclone might be the best map ever. The moments we get from that map, they just never disappoint. And disappointment is kind of the expression that I feel like is screaming off of the faces of the side of RBN. You can see that just head shake, like how? How did we lose that? We had everything, they had nothing. Our Virons were dashing around, blowing everything up. Their vehicles were just disappearing. But they just kept coming, man. FX, they wouldn't give up.
Listen, a round of applause for both of our 2 teams. We told you this regional matchup was going to be a blast to watch on main stage. These are 2 teams, by the way, that have basically never scrimmed against each other. I was talking to both of the rosters, and they were like, yeah, we've been playing with these teams, and then the EMEA guys have been playing with these teams, and they get here on main stage, and it is a wild and wacky show. If you would have told me at the onset of the Sector B that FX was going to go down to single digits on Sector B, I would have said you're crazy.
Yeah.
And then at the end of Sector B, if you would have said, hey, by the way, FX is going to win this game, I would have said you're crazy. I cannot believe it. They somehow pull it out in overtime on Cyclone. A back-and-forth map and a back-and-forth matchup. I think there was a lot of hero plays. I also think there was probably a lot of mistakes you could point to as well from both teams. But that's the nature of LAN, baby. That's what makes this competition so special, is that no team is ever going to be perfect. It's just a matter of who shows up on any given matchup.
Super hard to keep track of everything that was happening. Wormy did an absolutely incredible job. Finds himself towards the top of the leaderboard in that commander role, so was doing well in terms of marking everything that he needed to. I'm taking a look at Fear, down a little bit towards the leaderboard with 76 kills. Ezak from the side of FX as well, picking up 70.
Look at these revives.
I mean, that was the big talking point for us, right? They just continuously kept picking up all of those members that kept getting downed.
I mean, Mursky on the Reborn side picked up 118, but when you compare revives, I know we have to prioritize revives as the attackers.
Yeah.
But there was a couple times where if you just had a couple more support operators, I think especially on like D sector, you might be able to hold out and actually hold the line there. There were so many revives there, but also insane engineering scores, great vehicle gameplay from both teams. I don't know. That was just a blast to watch more than anything else. I still cannot believe it not only went the distance, it went to overtime, but the fact that FX does come out on top in the attacking position, a feat to behold with what we experienced on every sector. It was a surprise on literally every sector. A and C went in a blink of an eye, which we weren't expecting.
Yeah.
B, D, and E took literally until single digits, which we also maybe weren't expecting, especially for a team to get the win on the attacking side there. But wow. I don't know. I'm almost at a loss for words. You know that I like to yap, but that was nuts.
I mean, how have we had like just such similar game ones?
I know.
Over our first 2 matchups. Let's take a look back at those highlights. Like Goj went ahead and mentioned, A sector fell quite quickly. And then it was all about that B sector. It looked like RBN was going to hold. They just had that great playbook for defending throughout, right? Back and forth with the strategic beacons, back and forth with those boats kind of getting into the mix. But finally, somehow, some way, FX, they broke through. They kind of replenished some of their tickets after they were able to take down C very, very quickly. And after that, man, it got crazy, but they were able to go ahead and make things happen.
Yeah, I want to be very clear. I actually loved the play from Reborn on the B sector. I thought they did a magnificent job of holding this B sector. They really won out in the vehicle gameplay. They played, like you said, so well with the boat on low side of B. willing to give up the high side, willing to not overcommit. Look at Pano here. Finally, FX was saying like, hey, okay, wait, this is the problem, is that Pano's able to sit down here and just pepper the point, and they're playing low every single time. We're doing a great job, but we have to take down that boat for us to capture the sector. They're able to do just that. And then C, yeah, I mean, that reaction is my reaction. C was just a straight-up mistake. It was a mistake from both teams in a lot of ways across the map, but in the C sector, it was just Reborn not answering fast enough.
Yeah, and this was a big play as well from when Muzz kind of solo up there, and that LAV was able to take out 2 of the vehicles of RBN, and of course, you know, went down himself, but a 2-for-1 trade in terms of the vehicle gameplay side of things. That's going to be a huge win, and a quick little peek towards Sector D over there. That kind of went back and forth forever. Obviously, the beacons playing a big part of that, and then E. Dude, it happened in like, what, like 5 minutes, but it felt like we were on the E sector for like 20.
Can you believe, too? I mean, here's the single digits again, just barely. Look at that, 1 life before they're actually able to put pressure onto E, and then they trade back and forth, play tug and forth. But can you believe that FX actually win on Sector E? Not because of their guided missiles. They dropped 7 guided missiles in a row to try to take the E sector, and you can see the frustration from Reborn. I mean, frankly, I'd be frustrated too if you get down to single digits that many times, and the elation, of course, from FX. But we'll talk about the top squad, and of course, it comes down to our commander to finish that point. FX wins not on the back of 7 guided missiles, but on the fact of just raw resilience. Willingness to trade over and over and over again and still keep fighting. Wormy, Luna, Randy, Boom, well earned to be the top squad. This is again based on total score. They were all near top of the leaderboard, all had hero level moments, all did a fantastic job in the engineering category, which makes a ton of sense because Wormy was driving and the rest of the boys were keeping them up. And when they weren't keeping them up in the engineering category, what were they doing? Blowing other vehicles up. So there's a reason it's at the top in the engineering category. But here's a look at, of course, our commander. Our commanders are an extra score. Wormy ends up being the better commander in terms of score.
Flexibility from Wormy as well. How much responsibility this guy has on this team. Obviously, the commander role in itself just has that extra layer of responsibility because they have to kind of, you know, call the team around and mark objectives and everything like that. But he was jumping in all sorts of vehicles throughout that entirety of the game, right? Kind of just showcasing his skill across the board. So, again, hats tipped to Wormy. We kind of talked about him coming into this matchup that he is one to look out for, and he was just that.
Hey, look, I'm reading chat, okay? I hear you guys yapping in chat. We got a lot of supporters for both teams. It's really fun to watch the back and forth from chat as well. I saw somebody in chat say, oh, Wormy's talking now. There was a moment there at the beginning of the game when he was basically not talking in the commander chat. And when they transitioned and they won out Sector C immediately and transitioned into D, that boy started yapping. Hey, look, communication wins championships. That's my saying at the very least. And it seemed to work out for Wormy and the boys. I'm really proud of FX to win that game, but I'm also excited about Reborn's gameplay because there were moments of greatness from that team as well. You predicted that Reborn, when we swap sides here in a second, Reborn will also win the attack. I'm going to put you on the spot. Do you think that it goes the distance? Does it go to overtime in E, or is it going to be a little bit more dominant?
No, I think it'll be a little bit more dominant.
You think Reborn's going to kind of wipe the floor with them on attack?
Yeah, but okay. But I think, again, like on paper, I mentioned that I thought that obviously it's going to be 2-1 overall, but then I also mentioned that on Cyclone that the attacking side was going to win from both.
Yeah.
Again, I kind of got away with it in our first head-to-head of the day, and I feel like I'm again getting away with my prediction because, again, on paper, it's like, dude, Vivid's a genius, but if you watched it, like, it was not clear cut as it may seem on paper. So, I mean, just a bunch of crazy games already, and we've only watched 3 so far.
Listen, if you know anything about Vivid, you don't think he's a genius. Now, one thing you do have is the Gunny. We got a couple players that had the Gunny. I want to hype them up again. They may not have been the MVP squad. I got to shout out my boys, that Charlie squad for FX. We had Wag, we had Snarf, we had Rasta, we had Mega. I'm going to be honest. I think that squad also deserved an MVP shout. Maybe not because of score, but the amount of times they were really the only squad that was prioritizing the flanking. Probably because that's their role. But with that in mind, they picked up a ton of vehicle kills. They picked up a lot of openings in the back line of some of the reinforcements from Reborn. They were the reason I think that this roster in particular had a chance when it was their back against the wall, they had a chance to sneak in and grab some points.
I remember in Vietnam, we had a similar squad on one of our teams, and we coined them a phrase. What do we call them? We called them some sort of a squad. It was like a hit squad or something like that, where they would kind of get those flanks in and just spawn in these engineers, and then vehicles would just...
A strike team.
A strike team or something like that, and vehicles would just blow up on the other side of the map.
I mean, it worked for them. Now,
it's so good.
We did... it's interesting, because I think that squad worked as a unit maybe better than a lot of the squads that we saw from Reborn. Generally, though, Reborn did a better job of destroying vehicles. I mean, they blew up more vehicles. Yeah, for sure. They blew up more vehicles than FX did. They had the vehicle advantage most oftentimes. But that squad, I mean, again, these guys, at least 3 of them, Snarf, Rasta, and Wag, and I think Mega's been with them for a little while as well. But that trio, as a trio, has been playing the game together as a trio in Warfare since Alpha. So, like, it makes sense that that squad in particular has worked really well together. I'm hyping them up a ton, but they really were difference makers.
I mean, Wag was the big one for me.
Yeah.
He was the one actually kind of finding those flanks, finding those positions to put down those beacons. So there's so many little things in Warfare. And remember, we're kind of watching this live, and we're watching like one POV or one section of the map when there are 40 players kind of doing those little plays. So we only get to see a very small fraction of what's actually happening.
Insane stuff. Well, I am pumped to see our players yapping and talking a lot. There's a lot of excitement. There's a lot of trading of analysis. But again, they've been prepping for Cyclone for an entire day. They got these maps picked. The picks and bans all happened yesterday to prepare for today's competition. Stayed up late prepping for Cyclone. And it could be, if we do go to third game, this could be the first time we see a map other than Cyclone if we see our attackers win. So if you want to see a game 3, if you want to see more of FX and Reborn, you're cheering on Reborn here in this next round. We will be swapping sides, still on Cyclone. Reborn must win if they want to stay in the upper bracket and force us to game 3 in this match. Best of 3s all day today, tomorrow, the next day, and then day 5 for our grand finals will be a best of 5.
A lot on the line here for these teams. Obviously, you want to go ahead and win your matchup. You don't ever want to lose one of your matchups. But again, if we talk about, FX's first time kind of at an event like this, because, this is the first time the Americas region is featured at this international event in terms of Warfare, you want them to start off strong. They want to start off strong because that's a huge part of the mental game.
Something else to bring up, I mean, mental game aside, can we talk about air superiority? FX, they lost their jet, like, off rip.
Yeah.
And they barely snaked their way through these open points.
You know what's crazy is that I feel like FX, in terms of how they played against vehicles, it felt like they were better against vehicles when they didn't have vehicles. No, seriously.
Yeah, because they just lose if they don't try to kill vehicles.
I guess, right. It's kind of like obvious. But
no, it's
you
a good
made
point.
the point that RBN was ahead throughout that entire game in terms of vehicles. But FX, whenever they lost all their vehicles, seriously, if we could go back and watch that, every single time it was just all boots on the ground for them.
Yeah.
RBN's vehicles would just disappear.
Yeah, that's true.
So something about it to be noted there.
Well, I'll be very curious to see who flies the jet for Reborn.
Yeah.
Will air superiority be a more difference maker for this roster than it was for FX? FX said we don't need it.
I didn't see any substitute.
I didn't see a sub either.
So they're feeling confident in their
and we got some good subs on both sides. Can I just say
that? Yeah.
I will say one other thing is that Reborn, they also, I don't think they traveled with the coach. They might have filled the coach slot over here, but they kind of had a 20-person roster they felt really comfortable with throughout the course of the regional finals, and then they picked up some substitutes along the way before competing finally. But both of these two rosters, I think, originally formed as a 20-man roster. Like, this is our team.
Right.
And then the subs kind of came in where they felt like they were needed, or maybe as a friend of somebody else that was also really good. Fun combos there. But, yeah, not an immediate sub for either of these two teams like we saw for LT and HAN. But we're getting into it, folks. You can see the same thing we can. There's that timer ticking down and players about to spawn in. It's time to get back into Cyclone, baby. Back against the wall for Reborn. They got to take control and win the attacking side. Let's see who's in the jet. See what they can do.
Momentum in the hands of FX, though. They've got a big defense to go ahead and put in. We were coming into this competition, we talked about how good FX were on the attacking side, but oh my gosh, Lemon, air superiority, you talked about it. No, that cannot be good for FX.
Honestly, that checks out. If you said, hey, who's gonna be flying that jet? I'd be like, you know what? I bet it's the guy that was making sure that jet never got into the action, which was Amor Lemon. Lemon was in that lob the entire start to this match on the defensive side. Makes sense that he takes to the skies and immediately reaps the rewards of it. Already, it looks like the attackers are thwarted on our little island to work their way onto the point. Here's a quick look at the map feed and see what the attackers are deciding to do. We got a couple folks out on the island, and then a big push over here around the pillbox. This is kind of classic strategy on A. It looks like both teams are ready and willing to give up this A sector quite easily and not invest too many bodies on point. I mean, we hardly see more than, what, 4, 5, 6 bodies for the defensive side. They don't want to get steamrolled on the B sector, so they're not going to put up a huge fight.
It's kind of tough to defend this as well. Once your LAV goes down, again, the main point of that LAV, it doesn't a lot of the times take out the jet, but it just keeps it busy. So now that this jet has kind of been freed up, it's going to be a giant nuisance to the side of FX. I tell you what though, FX Wormy has done a great job, and we mentioned it, vehicles across the board, but especially in these boats is constantly finding very good angles and very good positions to go ahead and make something happen. But the jet, I think, has turned its sights onto said boat, so we'll have to see if Wormy kind of feels pressured into leaving this power position. And I mean, a big win early for the side of RBN, but the defense is actually holding right now, and the AAV is actually going to get destroyed for the side of RBN, so a great effort there from the side of FX.
Yeah, to be frank, I mean, this A sector, it looks hard to kind of hold. It's deceptively quite big. The pillbox is nice to be able to provide you some cover, but the backside all the way on the hill, that kind of a green, grassy knoll, if you will, on the other side, is still technically in zone. So it allowed the defense to play just around the ridge of that hill and have enough bodies on the point where it doesn't get fully captured. And then once they stabilize there, they're able to push their way back on. Now, we're doing tricks over here. Wormy with the boat. Try not to make the same mistake as his opponents of getting beached, and instead shows us what it looks like to drive the boat with some skill and ease, finding a vehicle destruction and more shelling of the point to make sure these attackers don't get the A sector for as free as it looked like. A couple folks on the island trying to do some damage to him, but he's feeling quite comfortable to get much more aggressive with the boat than we usually see.
And we have seen, like, just in our past matchup, our past head-to-head, where this boat actually was taking up 4 slots, right? They had 3 engineers inside of their boat. However, you can see Wormy is actually only working with 1 engineer. So finding value without, you know, multiple engineers able to go ahead and back them up. I mean, that's just how good Wormy is. He's able to kind of find value in a vehicle that in the past we have seen requires multiple engineers to keep it alive, but Wormy is so good in that boat that he doesn't require such a big investment and kind of opens things up for, you know, the others on his team to play boots on the ground elsewhere. So a little bit of a note there to kind of keep an eye on to see if there is any more investments. And he's doing a great job right now because he is constantly switching which side of Sector A he is actually attacking from. And that's got to be so annoying for the side of RBN, because you got to imagine they're like, okay, well, his boat's over there, so let's go ahead and attack the other side. And then, boom, he's on the other side and kind of preventing you from pushing from that side as well. So great job from Wormy so far, and a great job from FX, because RBN down 40 tickets already, and the A sector is completely in control of the side of FX.
Well, also, because they were able to hold Vivid, look at what's back on the menu for the defensive side.
Nice.
They've got their lav back, able to harry this jet, so it's not a freebie. Jet can't just have free strafing runs onto the point. So it's a little bit more even of a playing field. We do see attackers with our map feed back onto the point, going to force Reborn, or sorry, going to force FX to jump the point with their defensive units and get things a little bit more mixy, especially with that AAV onto the point for Reborn. Should find a decent amount of kills unless it goes down. That's Luna in the commander squad with Wormy, able to find that shot over the top from the boat with Wormy to find the kill. A nice pickup on the AAV to yet again cut the wind out of the sails of Reborn on this push.
How well it all ends up falling right there for the side of FX. Obviously, you can mention they destroy the vehicle, but they also call in this urgent redeployment that finds incredible value. They're able to defend the point very, very well. And because they're able to defend the point so well, they actually get RBN all the way down to 130 tickets. Keep an eye on that, because again, they want to go ahead and crest that 120 ticket to kind of find extreme value and kind of consider this A sector hold a win. And take a look at this.
Yeah, a nice build. They're going to build that AA gun on the backside. This is going to help shell the backside of the point of A to protect these attacking vehicles from being able to make a huge move and help out their team. Look how weak that boat is from the attacking side. Reborn in trouble because they built this AA on the far back side. It's going to force Pero to back way off.
Nice.
And be a lot more timid about helping his team around the point.
One
great
more
idea.
shot.
A great idea from Wormy. This is something they drew up a long time ago for sure.
Yeah, absolutely. Unfortunately, from that turret, I saw a couple of the shots missing. I don't think he was necessarily kind of honed in with where he needed to be aiming at, but
Wormy's
as it currently
hunting him,
stands, Wormy is on the hunt indeed. Pano is trying to go ahead and survive, but Wormy constantly finding value from this boat, winning the head-to-head over there. Uzbishka is going to go ahead and take out Wormy's boat, so unfortunately he is no longer going to be able to kind of get into the mix with that, but he's going to try to make a little bit of a flank happen, make something a little bit worth it. Take a look at the defense, though. Take a look at the attack, more specifically towards the A sector. Now that the tank destroyer is active, it is kind of rolling through all of these infantry that are kind of all over the point, and just before they crest at 120 ticket threshold, it looks like RBN are going to be able to go ahead and pick up the A sector.
Are they? I think Leo was able to hold on just a moment on the low side, heals back up, gets the health regen, and then teammates start spawning onto him because he hasn't shot at his gun. Look at the defense flooding the point. FX are going to hold again, and Funk frustratedly just sends the tank destroyer into the mix and starts blowing people to smithereens. Funk finding triples, quad pieces, and more, and not even hardly any damage done to him. That was a nice thinning of the herd, but it felt like it was just a hair too late. They just didn't read that the defense was going to send that many bodies at that moment.
And you're talking about how many kills he just picked up, but the defense stayed on the sector somehow. Now they're trying to get the second vehicle involved. They feel like the pressure is on. They feel like they need to send everything towards this point. Be careful though, because when these vehicles kind of get into the center of these points, they are susceptible to a lot of these explosions. And sure enough, Silly Cat in the AAV is down to 25% HP. Can one more rocket find its way over towards his AAV from the side of FX? Wormy laying out on the point, does get found out. 113 tickets left remaining. They are able to go ahead and replenish pretty much back up to 180, and probably the biggest saving point for the side of RBN is that both of their vehicles do stay alive. Take a look at Uzbishka from the side of RBN with 15 kills of his own, HR as well with 14 over there, and man, I take a look at FX, Wormy up top, the commander role, already 14,000 score and 16 kills to his name.
It's worth even comparing just where the two commanders are. Jinx Shield's only on 6K. 14 versus 6K, and you got to remember, Reborn also invested in artillery barrage on Sector A.
Yeah.
FX, I know they only saved basically 2 lives going into Sector B, but that really felt like an FX victory moving on to Sector B, which is going to be much more difficult in theory for Reborn to take.
Yeah, I mean, I know comparison is the thief of joy, but that was kind of a similar theme even in that first game of Cyclone between these two teams, right? Wormy was at the top of the leaderboard and Jinx Jill was kind of in the middle of the pack in that commander role. I really do feel like we need to kind of see some better pickups in terms of score for Jinx Jill if they want to kind of continue throughout this attack, because we saw how important all that score was in terms of how valuable it found its way towards helping FX kind of secure some of those points in the later stages of this map. So keep an eye on that.
It's a good shout. More calm before the storm here, moving into Sector B. We know the game plan, right? You can see where the defense is lined up. The attackers have said that we want to try to play for the high ground on this side, and the defense are saying, okay, let's play on the other high ground. We're going to be fighting between our two castles and see who comes out on top. And because our defensive vehicles are so far away, we can't really shell that point. And here's finally Siren going to come get Mixie. Going to have to win a 1v2 in the vehicle gameplay, though, and doing a good job of dodging a few missiles. Uzbishka, yet again, playing the route man for this Reborn roster, and causes these defensive vehicles to back up. Siren in trouble, mainly because of Uzbishka.
gotta keep this tank alive, even if you go ahead and give up the sector alone. We saw how important these vehicles were in the D sector, and the tank does get destroyed. A second flyby from the side of Lemon in the jet, and does actually get away with half HP, but does not get blown up, so that's going to be a huge win. And while all that chaos was happening amongst the ground vehicles and the air vehicles, the urgent redeployment was called in from the side of FX. They want to go ahead, they want to make a push towards this B sector. But how are they going to do it? I mean, these vehicles from the side of FX, they have played all the way back and have really not been involved in the defense of this point at all. And as I say that, you can see Randy and the tank destroyer is finally trying to get up close and personal, trying to help his team out, trying to help that strategic beacon kind of flood in towards the point.
Yeah, unfortunately, maybe it's a little bit of recency bias, but I didn't love the defensive setup there. The defense elected to try to play that high ground, and I called it the castle battle, and it looks like Randy is able to actually get paid on the flank. Jet is peppering him as he leaves, but is plenty able to stay alive. I just much prefer the defensive setup of trying to play low ground. I think the problem is maybe that we don't have the boats, so how are we going to hold low? Finally starting to move this direction, but they lost so many bodies on the high ground on the opposite side of the point that they're just scrambling to all group up. Now, somehow they've been able to do just that, and mainly it's because of Randy Savage on the backside. A savage indeed. Randy going huge for the team to hold on B sector. What was a mistake turns into a success, mainly because Randy clears the way.
Great individual effort there from Randy from that tank destroyer, which is why we do see a lot of our high-profile names kind of use that tank destroyer, because it can make plays like that. It is so agile. You can kind of get into so many different positions with that tank destroyer. It's so fast, does so much damage. So great job from Randy right now. Now, obviously, one of the players that we do see a lot from the side of FX find themselves in the tank destroyer is, of course, Wormy. We know that Randy's in the tank destroyer. So it begs the question, what's Wormy up to right now?
Yeah, he might be in the vehicle with him. Potentially just changing who's in charge of it. We'll see if we can get a read on him here in a little while. There's Wormy actually on the ground, leading the boots on the ground in the charge.
Bow.
Over onto the B sector, and he's got the bow back out. Let's check out based on what we know of him in the regional finals. Muzz has been peppering a more lemon up in the sky. I'm adding a little pizzang on lemon. It might just be a more lemon, which is love lemon, but even still, just fun to say.
Watching the POV of those lobs try to take out the jet, it's literally just like guessing. You're just shooting missiles somewhere, and you're like, well, I hope he runs into that.
Yeah, I mean, the ballistic velocity of those shots is just like a hair too slow. I mean, you really got to lead that thing and hope that it's going to fly straight. Good play there from Yellow down below. It's not often we get to highlight individual like gunplay because we're in free camp so often. These macro plays, Randy again getting paid. Randy's engineering score is going to be insane. This is the third vehicle we've seen him destroy. That one not even hitting the ground this time. Randy doing a huge job. It is a team effort. There was a team destruction, but Randy gets the credit for it. A nice find to still maintain an advantage for the defense and vehicles. This jet not quite as able to get as aggressive as they would like. Both teams dropping artillery barrages on the point. It's utter chaos on the B sector.
Looks like Randy actually went ahead and lost that tank destroyer, but he is immediately back in a vehicle. It's going to be a tank this time, and he is going to be up close and personal still with that B sector. Looks like Siren is also able to go ahead and jump back into a vehicle. They're still trying to go ahead and pepper these vehicles down as they land. It looks like the side of RBN is successful in landing one of their vehicles. The other one does unfortunately get destroyed. That's going to be the tank destroyer. The tank does land, and that's going to need a couple of seconds to return to full HP before it starts to join the mix. But how long has it been since RBN have been able to answer the vehicle domination from the side of FX with a vehicle of their own?
Dude, it's all been the commander roster. That's boom. Same squad as Randy, picking up another vehicle destruction. They're just keeping this Reborn roster on their heels. But again, we said the exact same thing last time. Yeah, in reversed categorical, whether the attackers or defense, it doesn't matter which team. This is looking very familiar. The attackers are just struggling to get possession of this B sector for whatever reason, but namely it's because of these vehicle advantages. It was the exact opposite last time.
Yeah, we are entering the territory where RBN do want to make something happen. 120 tickets just thereabout. Do they want to go ahead and stay healthy in that regard? Take a look at this. Meg and Stax, they're both going to be on the engineers. It looks like they're looking for the tank off of the distance. They are quite some distance away, but they're still looking for the angle. The strategic beacon is going to be placed down from the side of RBN. 0 people have used it so far, but it is going to be available as an option. Now, Brandy is getting into the mix of things, does kind of play behind enemy lines, takes out the assault vehicle, which, again, isn't necessarily the most valuable vehicle on the map, but that's going to be a big win. And Randy continues back around the side. Take a look at where he is positioned off in the distance. You would expect an attacker to be over here, but Randy's over here with the tank.
Listen, Randy may be the unsung hero, but today on the defense, we're singing about Randy Savage, man. Continuing to push back Reborn offensive pushes, continuing to make their vehicles think twice about how they're going to aggress over to the B sector. It looks like the attackers are electing to actually go low this time. Look at this. Wag on the flank yet again. We're going to quickly show the map feed and see where the attackers are setting up. Wag trying to hunt down some of these vehicles with the help of some Allura rockets. It's close. It's very close. Funk is on the run, desperately trying to stay alive, but doesn't have an engineer to heal him up. Needs to get these kills, and it looks like Wag has been able to stay alive. Look at this, Wag. Oh no, we're going to cut away. Let's see if Wag gets the kill. It's so close. Wag on the backside. Another vehicle low on point. AAV about to go down. Artillery barrage called, and Randy Savage gets paid again. Unbelievable. But attackers have more bodies. A lot of fun talking about vehicles. They got a lot of people on the point right now that need to die if we want to hold the line here, FX.
Urgent redeployment still active for the side of FX. You were talking about getting active. All of the vehicles for the side of FX should be getting active onto the point right now. You gotta hold it. How are we not investing more to go ahead and try to put up a defense? FX somehow, someway actually managed to give up that B sector. Take a look at the individual kills from the side of FX. 24 from the side of Wormy, 34 from the side of Ezak. Randy with only 18. I actually kind of expected that to be double, because he has found so much value out of that. And still for the side of RBN, Uzbishka stays at the top in terms of kills for his team individually with 31. Now we have seen Sector C fall very, very quickly. Will FX approach it just a little bit differently? Will they try to go ahead and hold RBN back?
That was a wild take. And again, it felt like almost this time FX just like overcommitted on trying to kill the vehicles and just lost sight of what they needed to do, which was sit on the point. Reborn just body stacked and it paid. Just great dividends. Yeah, I'll be very curious to see how fast C gets captured here. We know the play. We've seen the playbook from every single team. Go low, sit underneath, get there immediately. I can't imagine FX is just going to let them jump the point for free, and that's what it looks like right now. Looking like FX says, you guys want to go low? How about Mr. Wormy and a tank destroyer down below with Feder, Luna, Star Baxter, last alive for that team, trying to medic and pick all these bodies back up. Beating each other down inside. But Wormy's not letting them get this low side for free. This is a very smart play from this FX roster.
That one final shot from Wormy right there, I'm pretty sure it took out the medic. That was kind of alive for the side of RBN and pretty much had like 4 or 5 bodies right in front of him. But actually do take a look down there. Uzbishka playing on the engineer still picks up the res and able to pick up one of the squad members of his own. That was a medic. So the medics aren't going to go ahead and get the revives out of RBN, but they do actually flood back to the side of FX, and they're all going to get taken out. Taking a look at towards the tank here for the side of RBN, living right now with a sliver of HP. Wormy's trying to get active. I don't think he's aware. I don't think he's aware of the tank that's right behind him. He's trying to run. He's trying to stay alive himself because he's on a sliver of HP. He gets taken out. That's going to be Yellow being credited with that destruction.
It was just slightly mistimed from the FX team. Randy actually picked up the boat for the defense and was trying to swing the corner to help out Wormy to stay alive, but he just couldn't get there fast enough.
Blinking, you might have missed it. RBN just went down like 20 tickets in 30 seconds.
Yeah, that's actually insane. C sector though, again, I still credit FX with a win so far on C sector. This is the most, I know we just started, but this is the most dominant hold on the C sector we've seen today, which is kind of ridiculous because Wormy played low side with the tank destroyer. It doesn't mean Reborn won't take this sector, frankly, pretty quickly, but we're gonna have to draw up a different play than we've seen so far.
And shout out to Muzz from the side of FX because
that's a trade.
Does find the destruction of the vehicle on the other side of the hill, but Muzz again has kind of been playing, I'm gonna call it a boring role. He has just been sitting in that lob throughout the entirety of this game trying to keep that jet at bay, and the only time he has kind of left that vehicle is to use his Allura rocket when it does come up.
Yeah, I mean, it's a good shot. A boring role, but an important one for sure.
Absolutely, and right back into the jump of things. You can see Boom actually delivers the tank destroyer to Wormy. He drives it all the way to him and gets out of the driver's seat so that way Wormy can kind of jump into that. A little bit of a respect thing.
Oh, see ya. That was a great play. West trying to make a flank here, throw the beacon down. Immediately, Boat picks it up, destroys the beacon. Sorry, no flank for you. Randy holding low side, holding water, while the rest of the team tries to hold the point. Yellow has found his way into a tank. In the past, Yellow has been a huge vehicle operator for a lot of our EU and EMEA teams. They're playing a little bit more boots on the ground up until right now. Let's see what Yellow is going to be able to do on the Reborn side.
This is an important vehicle for the side of FX because this will pretty much equalize the vehicle game, so they need this one to land, and it just does just that. That being said, while they're kind of playing the vehicle game all the way back here, looks like there's a giant push coming in from the side of RBN. This urgent deployment is going to be coming in, so is it a HYD, but it might be a little bit too late. A giant flank on the upper side of Sector C. I don't even know if FX is aware of this. You can see Wormy is investing the vehicle into the lower tunnels down here, but a majority of the attack is actually coming from the top side.
Yeah, it is coming from the top side, but you can see the amount of bodies they had low and top. I think that felt like a slightly misjointed effort, maybe because they weren't expecting this amount of investment from the defense. The only reason this isn't a full cap right now is because Wormy invested the strategic beacon, invested the urgent redeployment, now investing an artillery barrage over the top. They want to hold on C, and it's working. They win low side, the defense playing out of the low side and forcing the attackers back. It's either full commit attackers and lose your vehicles, or back way up and they lose their vehicles. The defense still holding with this much score invested. They have to. If we go to Sector D now, we're going to see a nice score advantage on what they can call in from the Reborn side.
But a respawn beacon placed by the side of RBN trying to make something happen. They're feeling the pressure. All of their vehicles kind of just turn into a scrapyard right outside of the point in a giant pileup. They lost 3 vehicles simultaneously right in that exact moment, by the way. So they're going to have to go ahead and take a moment to go ahead and reset. But it's like, listen, man, the artillery barrage is being called in on top of this beacon. They're all kind of getting
6 kills.
Funneled down. 6 kills is crazy, but it's like, dude, for me personally, you just watched RBN lose 3 vehicles simultaneously, and right after that happens, they call in a beacon to kind of try to make an attack happen, but they don't have anything to support it in terms of vehicles. That being said, I'm just being made an idiot of because it's working and they're capturing the point.
Here's the thing, they are capturing. They've got to capture it right this second, and I don't know if they're going to have enough juice for it. We got a respawn beacon. We're marking it to capture. Is it going to come in? Yes, it does come in just in the nick of time. If that would have waited more than 2 more seconds, that artillery barrage from Mega is picking up 2, 3, 4 kills. I loved the playbook from FX. They said, let's win low side. Every single game of Cyclone we've seen thus far, C is won by the low side. That is the first time our high side team has won C sector. It just happened to also be the attack.
It was a great play from the side of RBN. I didn't think it was going to work, but looks like FX was not ready for it. They had the play necessary to go ahead and counter it, right? Artillery barrage was being called in, but it was like, what, 5 seconds too late? Wormy knew he needed to use the tank destroyer to get up there to kind of take down all the men, but he was like, what, 5 seconds too late? Just absolute small margins being found here on Cyclone between these two teams. Now we do, of course, turn our attention towards this D sector. Let's go ahead and take a little bit of time here to assess the vehicle situation for both teams. RBN, 2 boats available. They, of course, want to get those into good positions. And FX have a vehicle of their own, or a boat of their own, but
it was just a jet ski down. I thought it was. I thought it was one of our main boats. Muzz, again, listen. I mean, really just fighting for this FX roster. This jet will not fall, but the jet is also not being extremely valuable for the last, what, 10 minutes at least. So, Muzz, you're doing the right job. Just keep on doing your thing. we turn our eyes back to the points, and as per the usual, D sector usually takes a while, but one team will say, we want this one, you can have the other, and as always, or most of the time, our defense is elected to say, hey, we're going to hold D1, you can go for D2. So this is going to be the beginning of the tug of war in the D sector between these 2 points. Defense electing to hold D1. Let's see how long they can.
Would you say it would be fair to say that whoa. A sneaky little respawn beacon, okay. Stealing that one, write that down. Would you think it'd be fair to say that we've had a pretty similar attack from both sides so far? I mean, if you take it back to FX's attack, they kind of got stalled out on Sector B, but ended up taking Sector C kind of quick, and RBN, they kind of took A and B pretty quickly, but kind of got stalled out on C just a little bit. I feel like D will be the difference maker for these 2 teams.
Yeah, I mean, it's worth reminding everybody that, yeah, Reborn has technically done much better on the attack. I mean, remember how many sectors FX got to single digits? This is also one of those. So let's see how quickly they can work their way through the FX defenses this time, especially with Rick actually finding quite a bit of value from the boat on the backside and keeping it alive is a huge win. Muzz is still battling.
Shout out Muzz, man.
I thought something else was going to happen. I don't know what.
I could close my eyes.
Muzz might be parking that thing and heading inside. Hey, let me just leave that lob there. We'll come back for it.
I could close my eyes for the next 15 minutes, and you could be like, yo, Viv, what's Muzz doing? And I would know.
Yeah, that's right. Urgent deployment called from Wormy, though. Feeling the pressure right now. D2 was given away, but D1 now in jeopardy, as it does look like FX were able to make a nice move on the backside and take down the boat, which is what they've been trying to do for a while. But while they were focused on that, D1 in trouble. So urgent redeployment coming in at the perfect time to get bodies back onto the point quicker than the attackers can respawn and get there.
Siren trying to make something happen for the side of FX. He needs to make something happen. This AAV has kind of proved in our past matchups to be a big part of the defense of this D2 zone. And urgent redeployment is about to run out, though, but the strategic beacons are still kind of being spawned in. They need to make something happen. Obviously, the vehicle is trying to join the mix right now, but they're still under a lot of pressure. But finally, as I say that, they do get a clear foothold over D1, and they are recapturing it.
Again, showing us why the AAV is so valuable. If you lose your boat, still put that armored amphibious vehicle into the water and still maintain control of the canal between the two zones in this sector. Wormy doing just that, taking a decent bit of damage, but really holding the line for these 2 teams. Again, this is where our audience will say, well, this is where the game gets stalled out on Cyclone, and I can agree. This is a tug of war match that doesn't really move. It just sits there, both teams pulling on that rope until finally a team relents. I'm not sure which team is going to win that encounter because there's still a lot of back and forth. However, I will say this about Reborn. They've done more damage and have put D1 in more jeopardy already on this D sector than really FX was able to do until the final seconds of that D sector in the last match.
Yeah, absolutely. And I was actually just about to say that I feel like we're going to see this stall kind of happen until RBN is able to go ahead and pick up some vehicles that can join the mix, but they might not even need to wait for those vehicles. A big push from the side of RBN towards this D1 zone, and somehow, someway, they're also simultaneously holding on to D2. Now FX is starting to feel the pressure. They need to get body on the point. They also have access to the vehicle. Is Wormy going to try to join the fight with his vehicle? He's trying to go ahead and squeeze through
look at that.
to try to get into this zone. Is it going to be quick enough? The strategic beacon is, of course, placed down, and enough bodies are able to go ahead and join the fray.
Sneaky little play here.
He's in.
Wormy is able to sneak his way into the point. We know that the AAVs can get into this water even on D1 to just put some extra presence on the map and really shell some of these choke points. Ooh. And a nice clutch move from FX to be able to hold. There was a moment where Reborn almost snuck that steal away on D1. Wild little cheeky play here from Wormy. Tucked into a corner with a full AAV.
I would imagine his POV looks insane.
Yeah.
Also for the engineers that are laying on top.
He's Bishka.
Wow, early guided missile here. We've seen this before, though. Where's it going to land? I would imagine it lands on D1 here to try to go ahead and force some of those troops off and maybe potentially also destroy that vehicle. We'll have to see if Wormy kind of stays alive, see how much value it gets here. lands, takes out 2.
Yeah, again, you're trying to win the top side. I mean, that missile can't really get all the way down into the D point. So, I mean, if you're on the high side of it, take down a couple members that are trying to hold the high side so you can push over to the high side and actually find an access point into the low ground. That's not these choke points just getting peppered by Wormy's AAV. So a nice little play from Uspish, going to open things up for the team. Has another one. The team does have enough score to call in another one if they want it. Could potentially call it over to D2. Look at what D2, there's a lot of action in this tunnel.
Nice.
It looks like Rasta, again, that Rasta WAG squad has been rotating around the flank, and they've maintained enough presence that they've held control of the backside of D2.
And Wormy's so smart, right? Calls in the beacon, so that way the flood can kind of happen towards D2, simultaneously marks it as well as their objective. So this is going to be a big score swing for the side of FX. But take a look at top left. RBN actually marked D2 instead of D1, and they're about to lose D2. So again, a big win in terms of the commander play for the side of FX.
No, I like that call out a lot. I think G-Shill was thinking, well, D2's kind of been our home base this entire fight in the D sector, and FX read it perfectly. Now, it does look like West is getting paid on this boat flank, though. There's a lot of bodies falling. We do trade sectors or zones inside this sector. This is still going to be a net victory for FX. I like D1 better when it comes to holding points, but the extra score could be a difference maker. We'll see.
I feel like FX have to destroy this boat right now. They don't have a lot
Ezak could make a play
of stake in the game in terms of the vehicles, right? If you take a look towards the bottom, we know that one land vehicle is kind of just playing outside for the side of FX. They do go ahead and get the boat, but that's going to take a couple of seconds before the boat's actually able to go ahead and join the fray. Now, Wormy is starting to feel the pressure. He wants to go ahead and apply some of the pressure right back their way. The urgent redeployment is called in. I'm interested to kind of see where he wants to invest some of those troops. That being said, oh my gosh, Westas
that boat
wins the boat.
The boat is getting paid down below.
And Wormy just called that in. He just joined the action. Instantly taken out. That's a big win for RBN.
I'm going to be honest. Muzz is still fighting wars outside, but we got to pay attention to this D sector because all of a sudden, this could be the momentum that Reborn needs, right? You've got Westas in the water in the boat. You've got an AAV here for Yellow as well. You have so much more firepower than FX. I think D sector's falling right here, right now, and Randy Savage is saying the same. He's going to call it guided missile. I expect this guided missile to try to land right down the missile silo onto D2. That's my expectation. They need a home base. They need a position for them to spawn in on, put some respawn beacons here, work your way to D2. Let's see. It's going to land over the top and not find hardly anything.
But that was a good play, though. They called in on D1 to go ahead and force all of the attackers off of D1. They also put a strategic beacon down on D1, so that way, as soon as the missile lands, they can flood D1. Great play from the side of FX. Now, RBN with the opportunity to go ahead and counter it with a guided missile of their own, and it looks like they're doing a similar play. The guided missile was called in. It lands on D1. It forces all of the defenders off, and they also called in a strategic beacon onto this D1 point. The same exact play from both sides of the coin here. Another beacon called in for the side of FX. If RBN are able to go ahead and win out right here, right now, they're going to have so much momentum, so many tickets available for the push into E.
Yeah, it's going to come down to Ployd solo over here on the side of D1. Revolts, Urk trying to win their 1v1s. Randy now, boots on the ground, trying to take down this respawn beacon, trying to win gunfights through the smoke. And it's a trading of blows that technically the defense is winning, but Jinx Jill is going to be calling in another guided missile. This one likely landing over on the side of D1 somewhere, trying to sneak their way in, cut down reinforcements, working their way to the point. The FX are holding on just barely, at least for a moment.
Yeah, but as soon as that guided missile sound goes off, they all leave the point, and a big opportunity for RBN to just keep their bodies on the point. But now they are going to be the team that has to leave the point. But is it going to be enough? It's 7 seconds until that missile lands. I think they have enough bodies on the point to go ahead and just capture it. That being said, FX, they flood the point. They go ahead, and counter the push very well. Ployd, what was that, 3 kills from the guided missile, and does great work in terms of pushing all of RBN off the point. Now the beacon is called in for the side of FX. They now have the ability to go ahead and flood the point of their own. Vehicles have pretty much been nullified in this fight for D1 and D2 outside of the boat for the side of RBN.
Yeah, Ployd picking up a triple there with the guided missile was a huge win. You can see the frustration from Jinxshield's face, mainly because it felt like they had it. It was within their grasp to capture this D sector and move back out into the open, and just barely couldn't capture both points. Defense extremely resilient. Respawn beacon to help them regain a foothold. They're back on D1. They've traded points bet yet again, and the defense have now complete control, or nearly complete control over D1. It's just going to be HR and Silly Cat, 2 men on a dream to fight the hordes of the defenders. And they're good, and they're finding a lot of trades, but they're not good enough to win in an extremely outnumbered fight.
You can see this from the side of FX. They're trying to get one of those vehicles back into the mix right now. We do hear the siren going off. Which side called that guided missile in? That's going to be the side of RBN. They need to make something happen towards the point of D1, but they call it in, and it looks like so many of their members are over on D2 that, yeah, they can't make a push towards D1 with that guided missile. That was a waste.
Yeah, missile on missile on missile. We're going to answer back. We've got 3 still for the side of Jinxshield, 2 still for the side of FX. Ideally, Reborn wants to save a couple of these for the E sector, but you got to get through this entire sector first. And what are you going to save your resources for? The next game? Got to start spending them. That's exactly what they're doing. Looking like another stalemate over here on the D sector, and we're starting to run out of time and run out of lives.
Toxie in the AAV runs into the boat of Funk, trying to go ahead and win out this fight, but the boat is just winning out entirely. But a big shot actually towards the side of Funk. They're both on a sliver of HP. The boat does win out. FX, come on, you guys gotta have somebody in the area to go ahead and do just a little bit of damage, and no, I don't think they're gonna make it happen.
That's crazy that boat stays alive. You saw the players jump out. Jinx still gets cut down in the water, but they still win the trade, and the boat is able to stay alive and get out. More missiles. More support called in from the skies, trying to open up a window of opportunity onto these points. Something that can give you an advantage. Wormy feels the pressure. Wormy marking the boat for a kill and putting an urgent redeployment down onto the ground. Enough people were down. He wanted to get people back onto the point, feels the pressure and says, this is how we answer. Feel free to give up so you can get onto the map faster. We have to move as a unit. One way to do that is all respawn together, and that's exactly what they're doing on the back of WAG. This rotation from WAG, Rasta, yet again, the route men get paid. The strike team are opening up the window for the defense to hold on to a sector and trade points again. Doing a great job over on D2, but with the help of an AAV, it looks like maybe the attackers are thwarting it finally. Maybe, just maybe, we will go to E sector, and that's exactly what happens. Unreal. It was a great push by our strike team, but finally a vehicle advantage goes to the side of Reborn in our second round of this matchup.
RBN are going to be attacking the E sector with the most amount of tickets that we have seen over course of the 4 games that we have seen played on Cyclone. They look like they have a big advantage in terms of making this happen. That being said, we were kind of taking a look at their inventory in terms of those guided missiles. They only have 2 available, and I feel like that could be enough, but it obviously would help to have more.
Attack as per the usual, electing to go for E2. You can see a huge push over to E2 of where they're spawning in. And there actually is a vehicle from the defensive side, maybe checking E2. They don't want to completely give it away for free, but at the same time, they don't want to get swept. If they overcommit to E2, sorry, I misread the map. Attackers are going for E2. They usually go for E1. The map was upside down in my brain. E2 is a great play for them. They sent a huge wrap, and it's going to come down to Wormy and the team of the Tank Destroyer to just thin the herd here. I'm not sure how many engineers, I'm not sure how many rockets Reborn have in this push, but Wormy remains nearly untouched in what felt like a smart play for a moment. That's like 10 people down from Reborn in the blink of an eye. An interesting strategy, and I'm not sure it was the right one. They could have maybe just swept over to E1 quickly and taken it like everybody else.
Yeah, and what really hurts about a push like that that doesn't end up panning out is that all of those bodies are in a position to not be revived. So those are just tickets gone right off the rip. They came into this one with, what, 87? You can see it is dwindling fast. They are already down to 71. 70 make it, so already using up like 20 tickets in that push that you mentioned.
Exactly. That's exactly what happened. They all go together and they all die together. No revives coming through on that push. So a significant investment in terms of resources that doesn't work out for them. And they're actually continuing to push from this side. They want to this defense to have to think about E2 and not allow them to be single-minded.
Wormy versus Silly Cat on the backside all the way over here. Wormy is going to be finding best of, as you can see, a giant flood from multiple vehicles, multiple engineers. He was outnumbered entirely.
Yeah, that was an overextend for sure. Got a little too aggressive on the AAV. Maybe didn't get a read on where the rest of the vehicles were.
Vehicles, you want to talk about vehicles, take a look at the bottom of your screen. 7 vehicles, and after that tank destroyer gets decided from the side of FX, just 2 vehicles.
I mean, here's the thing. I still feel like this is a net win for FX in terms of in terms of defense against the Jet. The Jet has 5 kills. I mean, one of the 5 kills was on the Lav off rip. That found 4 kills in the last 40 minutes.
Yeah, I mean, Jet, Pilot, it's really, really tough, but just look at the absolute flood. There's like more vehicles around the map than it seems like bodies on the ground for the side of RBN. They just have so many, and I mentioned this in our last game when FX won the attack.
Oh, nice pickup though.
I said that FX were better when they didn't have as many vehicles. They've got to go ahead and prove me right.
I'm talking all about this Jet. We got to keep our eyes on the point here, ladies and gentlemen. E1, this is more classic form and fashion. What is going on? Oh no. Oh no. After all that, after an insane match, it may look like that we're going to have to reset. No way.
Oh, no.
I can't believe it. That's the nature of competition, folks. Got all the way to the finish line with about 60 lives or so remaining. It was still pretty even. FX did a great job of holding the line on just about every single sector, but Reborn had a nice advantage going into the E sector. I say advantage, usually we say an advantage is like over 100 lives. But unfortunately, it was an even-keeled play with Reborn in control of E1, FX in control of E2, and a look of confusion because we're probably going to have to replay that map. I don't know all the rules. We're on a kind of a technical delay now until we figured it out. But what I know is this, Vivid, we got a lot to talk about. And I think both of these two teams are going, we're about to be in a marathon match. That's a wild way to wrap up game number 2. But that's the way she goes sometimes. That is esports, and that's the nature of the game. We're going to get a reset going and get you all the updates from the admins of what the name of the game is, but I can only imagine it's just going to be a reset.
Yeah, plain reset. You kind of saw the smiles hiding some of the emotions there for some of the players. Where I saw HR with a big smile on his face, but obviously he's got to be feeling frustrated. Everybody's going to be feeling frustrated in a moment like that. Man, who was that kind of looking good for?
Well, I think there's 2 things we can talk about. One, we can talk about the fact that Reborn did have vehicle advantage going into the East sector. We can also talk about the fact that Reborn had the most lives going into the East sector that we've seen any team get there with. Still wasn't a ton.
Yeah.
They dropped like 20 in the first 30 seconds.
Yeah.
So, I mean, would you give the advantage to Reborn if that would have been played out?
100%.
I think so too.
Yeah.
Woo! Could have been game 3. Now we're going to get a reset here and see what happens when they run it back, I assume. Now, I think thinking about running it back, were there any like secret strats revealed that like teams could think about when they go for a reset?
Actually, yeah, there was. Side of FX, remember when they were
on
in the boat?
On the C sector?
No, on the A sector.
Oh, yeah.
With the little island off in the distance, right? I feel like that. Yeah. We haven't seen it. I don't know if it's some big secret.
Yeah, the AA gun build on the backside. Yeah, that's true.
I mean, it was also a giant
quote-unquote secret that Muzz was in an LAV.
Is that a secret, or do we?
No, I think it's the most obvious thing throughout the entire game, yeah.
We did see that in Sector C, we saw FX really prio playing low side.
Yeah, yeah. I will say, though, even though they did prio it, I feel like they did a great job of rotating back and forth.
Yeah.
But again, actually, that's a great talking point, because I feel like RBN even got as far as they did because of like a 5-second difference in a margin on that C sector.
Yeah, true.
Literally, the artillery barrage, I already talked about it, but artillery barrage and the tank destroyer rotation from Wormy, if both of those were 5 seconds earlier, I think RBN just lose on sector C.
Yeah, I agree with that.
So
I agree with that. They had like complete control of the low side of the point, and they were dropping artillery barrages on top.
Yeah,
it was the right play. Again, that's the first time we've seen a high side team actually win C sector. So
yeah,
wow.
Nothing weird though on sector D. I mean, we did see some I feel like we saw some weird stuff from our other teams when they play that in our other games, where it was like when an assault vehicle kind of jumped down. You know, the silo.
Yeah, sure.
To kind of work as a
we
beacon.
We saw Wormy sneaking through the hallways with the AAV.
We've seen that.
Yeah.
But
fun stuff here, folks. We're gonna get a read from admins, but I can again assume it's just gonna be a reset. But yeah, wild way to wrap up game number 2, and likely have to replay game number 2. We told you it was gonna be close though, and it just about couldn't get any closer. We're gonna see more matchups from these two teams, which will be fun to witness. And who knows, maybe they make adjustments, right? They've learned potentially some of the stuff we just brought up, and they may change up their game plan and show us something we haven't seen yet, which could be the difference maker on them winning or losing. And that's the way it goes, and that's the way the cookie crumbles, as they say. Now, Vivid, let's talk a little bit more about rosters. Let's talk about some individuals. Big standout players from either team. Who do you want to start with? Anybody you want to shout out?
You know, Randy.
Yeah, Randy was going huge. Yep.
I mean, we're kind of used to saying his name, but I feel like Randy was doing just a little bit more, you know?
Sure.
And, you know, I'm kind of looking at the list of names over towards FX, and I was looking, I was searching, I was like, oh my gosh, why did I not say that name? WAG.
Yeah, same thing we've been talking about with WAG all day. That flanking squad, the strike team, doing a great job.
So good.
You know, a couple people we haven't shouted out too much. I do want to shout out Fuzor, who's actually putting in some good work on the Reborn side. He's on the same squad as Yellow, John the Bomb, and Rick. Oftentimes that duo of Yellow and John the Bomb kind of take the highlight in the limelight seat. Fuzor is actually doing a really good job. Repeat performance, by the way. Fuzor was also on that No Mercy roster that played in Vietnam about 6 months ago. Of course, that HR Uzbishka Stickinson Starbaxer team was doing quite well as well, or squad rather. And the other person that was actually top of the leaderboard for Reborn in that last match was literally goes by 1. What a gamer tag, by the way. If we didn't have the team tag, it's a single-digit name.
Yeah.
Just literally the number 1.
Yeah.
But was top of the leaderboard moving into the E sector, if I remember correctly, for that roster. So that's a big shout-out, is watch out for 1 on the map. But again, we've seen both of these teams now a ton. We casted over their regional finals. No surprise to see them here on LAN, but it is a surprise to see them battling back and forth so aggressively.
Obviously, Lemon as well. Like, you were talking about how, like, not a lot of value found from the Jet specifically, but the Jet just being alive and keeping the Jet alive is usually enough.
Yeah. I mean, there's definitely some value. Picked up the early kill on the lob.
Yeah.
And it keeps a full player from the defense. I mean, Muzz was just literally sitting in the lob for 40 minutes.
Just busy. Just so busy.
I guess that's a 1-for-1 trade. We take those on either side.
Yeah.
But if you don't have, you know, Muzz on the backside for E sector, I think the fact that Lemon was able to stay alive meant the E sector could have been a little bit more free for Reborn as well. But we're just hypothesizing at this point, folks, because we're gonna have to run it all back. So why talk about the hypotheses when we can just see the action?
Yeah, we're gonna see it again.
Yeah. Listen, I wondered if it was a time issue. Like, I'm not going to hypothesize of what happened, but, I mean, these games are long. Cyclone is taking us the distance,
crazy, man.
We expected this to be a long day. We still have 2 more matches after this, 2 more best-of-3s today. I was expecting it to be a long day. Cyclone is taking us. Imagine if we went to Game 3 in the first matchup, which we easily could have. That also went to double overtime.
Imagine if
on
we were
the E sector
playing Cyclone the whole day.
I mean, it was close. Cyclone. We're then going to
Aftershock,
which will be the first time we see it on the competitive main stage for us, at least.
And then Trench.
And then Trench Lines.
Yeah.
Those are also all long maps. But folks, we're going to take a very short break here in the booth, figure it all out on the back end. When we come back, we'll have your answers and likely have your match. Don't go anywhere.
Sending her to the front lines in her current state.
You ought to know her better.
Stop!
Lena Vandermeer, codename Vlinder, role support. Vlinder is a medical specialist from GTI Europe, specializing in pharmaceutical research, possessing outstanding medical expertise, and a strong sense of responsibility. Vlinder's med drones can be deployed to a targeted area, dispersing med-infused nanobots that restore teammates' health, providing them with an adrenaline boost. They may also be deployed on herself, following and continuously restoring her own health for a limited time. Her windmill smoke grenades are guided by gesture censoring tech. Upon impact with a service, the grenades create a cloud of smoke, creating cover for teammates.
Smoke grenade out.
Vlinder's Flutter Rescue UAVs will automatically target downed teammates, administer medical injections when deployed. Once the injection is administered, Vlinder may approach the downed teammate and manually revive them. During deployment, the UAVs may also utilize their active defense system, automatically absorbing 1 instance of explosive damage per deployment, and applying a buff effect to Vlinder.
Counting on you guys. Vital signs stable. Prepare for rescue. I've got you. It's taking effect. I'm here. Feeling better.
Can't I just have 5 minutes, peace?
Everly, we've picked up abnormal acoustic signals in the Eastern Sea.
Just dolphins mating. It's that time of year, after all. You won't get away.
Luke Everly, codename Morse, class Recon. Morse is a former Navy acoustic intelligence specialist with deep expertise in maritime acoustic environments, making him highly skilled in the analysis and exploitation of sound waves and portable sonar equipment. As an operator, Morse excels in the use of his jammer, a portable sonic device that disrupts enemies by reducing their audio detection range. Morse's advanced sonar device emits sound pulses to scan for enemies, generating markers on their positions.
No more secrets! Jammer out! Point flash! Sending jammer! Throwing delayed flash! Allied troops engaging. Searching for hostiles! Throwing delayed flash! Sending jammer!
jammer!
Shh. The storm is coming. Keep it down. I need to listen. All right, operators. Name's Morse. Command decided someone had to walk you through the season update, and I'm the unlucky sod who got stuck with it. Enough small talk. Let's get into it. The faster I finish this, the sooner I can clock out. Operations first. Zero Dam has changed again. There's a new reed marsh by the water, but there's more to it than meets the eye. The switch extraction point has been restructured too. Expect to see some fierce fights over there. You'll also hear Raven broadcasting about blowing open the vault. Don't get pulled into chasing the signal source, though. 9 times out of 10, it is a trap. Lately, everyone at GTI is obsessed with some parkour competition. Watching them climb walls and jump gaps makes me wonder if anyone here takes their job seriously.
Yeah.
The rewards are decent, though. Join the circus if you want. I'm more interested in the buried treasure around the field. A lifetime at sea has taught me one valuable lesson. The most valuable things are always hidden deep. So get to digging. Occasionally, I'll leave a bevy behind for someone else to find. We'll get thirsty on the job from time to time, right? Oh, and before I forget, there are a few new collectibles. Have a look if you're interested. As for warfare, let's just say things are getting complicated. After our mission in Arc Canal went sideways, the Havoc freighter got lodged in the canal. Hazardous materials on board run the risk of leaking. Someone needs to take the area under control, so we're counting on you. Command has prepped combat supplies. How much you walk away with depends entirely on your performance. Choosing other battlefronts is fine too. Whatever your speciality, there's a place for you here. Stack up on merits and earn rewards. Plain and simple. Now, since we will be working together, you'd better get to know me. I specialize in using sonar to detect hostiles. My resonance jammers and flashbangs can also disrupt enemies. Word to the wise, on the battlefield, the one making noise gets found first. So keep quiet. With that out of the way, let's have a look at the new weapons. The M82 sniper rifle has arrived. Semi-auto, heavy caliber, the kind that drops a target in one shot. This thing means business. We've also got the AR-57 assault rifle. This weapon boasts high capacity and mobility. It's perfect for suppressive fire when rotating positions. A few more things on the agenda. Season pre-registration is live. The early bird gets the worm, after all. There's a weapon skin for those who log in for 7 consecutive days. There's some new arrivals in the armory. Close quarters combat isn't exactly my cup of tea, but if you prefer a direct approach, there's a free legendary knife skin available. Remember to try out the new game modes, and all these combat items are yours. Clothes make the man, apparently. I don't give a toss, but Raptor clearly does. The Echo Season Pass includes a variety of combat supplies. It features an all-new operator outfit for Raptor, along with weapon and vehicle skins. Everything in one package. This season, the Mandel Brick drops weapon skins from the KC-17 Assault Rifle Relic series. There's also a brand new melee weapon called Falling Star. Just be careful, I don't want you cutting yourself and getting blood all over it. And I think that's everything covered for Season Echo. Great, I've got more important things to take care of. Go on, whoever you.
Unbreakable, unshakeable. Shadows tried to dim my light. They told me to give up the fight. Said I was weak, said I was small, but there's a drum inside my chest, a beating heart that gets no rest. I'm waking up, I'm shifting gears. You can build a wall so high, watch me spread my wings and fly. You can try to block my way, but hear the words I'm gonna say. 'Cause I am invincible, I am the storm, breaking the silence, I am reborn. Throw your lightning, bring on the rain. I find my power inside on the blade. Unbreakable, unshakable. Unbreakable, unshakable.
I didn't think we'd be exchanging information with these underlings. Is Smee serious?
Hey, show some respect!
Ready to fight, wanna survive, I got that lust in me. Staying alive and skipping the line, I'm the only queen.
Is that enough respect for you?
Unbreakable, unshakeable. Shadows tried to dim my light. They told me to give up the fight. Said I was weak, said I was small, but there's a drum inside my chest, a beating heart that gets no rest. I'm waking up, I'm shifting gears. You can build a wall so high. Watch me spread my wings and fly. You can try to block my way, but hear the words I'm gonna say. I am invincible, I am a storm, breaking the silence, I am reborn. Throw your lightning, bring on the rain. I found my power inside on the blade. Unbreakable, unshakable. Unbreakable, unshakable.
I didn't think we'd be exchanging information with these underlings. Is Smee serious?
Hey, show some respect!
Ready to fight, wanna survive, I got that lust in me. Staying alive and skipping the line, I'm the only queen.
Is that enough respect for you?
dim my light. They told me to give up the fight. Said I was weak, said I was small, but there's a drum inside my chest, a beating heart that gets no rest. I'm waking up, I'm shifting gears. You can build a wall so high, watch me spread my wings and fly. You can try to block my way, but hear the words I'm gonna say. I am invincible, I am a storm, breaking the silence, I am reborn. Throw your lightning, bring on the rain, I'll find my power inside on the blade. Unbreakable, unshakeable.
I didn't think we'd be exchanging information with these underlings. Is Smee serious?
Hey, show some respect!
Ready to fight, you're gonna survive. I got that lust in me. Staying alive and skipping the line. I'm the only queen.
That enough respect for you?
Unbreakable, unshakeable. Shadows tried to dim my light. They told me to give up the fight. Said I was weak, said I was small, but there's a drum inside my chest, a beating heart that gets no rest. I'm waking up, I'm shifting gears. You can build a wall so high, watch me spread my wings and fly. You can try to block my way, but hear the words I'm gonna say. I am invincible, I am a storm, breaking the silence, I am reborn. Throw your lightning, bring on the rain, I'll find my power inside on the blade. Unbreakable, unshakeable. Unbreakable, unshakeable.
I didn't think we'd be exchanging information with these underlings. Is Smee serious?
Show some respect!
Ready to fight, gonna survive. I got that lust in me. Staying alive and skipping the line. I'm the only queen.
Is that enough respect for you?
Unbreakable, unshakeable. Oh, 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 oh. Shadows tried to dim my light. They told me to give up the fight. Said I was weak, said I was small, but there's a drum inside my chest, a beating heart that gets no rest. I'm waking up, I'm shifting gears. You can build a wall so high. Watch me spread my wings and fly. You can try to block my way, but hear the words I'm gonna say. 'Cause I am invincible, I am a storm, breaking the silence, I am reborn. Throw your lightning, bring on the rain. I found my power inside on the blade. Unbreakable, unshakable. Unbreakable, unshakeable.
I didn't think we'd be exchanging information with these underlings. Is Smee serious?
Show some respect!
Ready to fight, gonna survive. I got that lust in me. Staying alive and skipping the line. I'm the only queen.
Is that enough respect for you?
my light. They told me to give up the fight. Said I was weak, said I was small, but there's a drum inside my chest, a beating heart that gets no rest. I'm waking up, I'm shifting gears. You can build a wall so high, watch me spread my wings and fly. You can try to block my way, but hear the words I'm gonna say. 'Cause I am invincible, I am a storm, breaking the silence, I am reborn. Throw your lightning, bring on the rain. I find my power inside on the blade. Unbreakable, unshakable. Unbreakable, unshakable.
I didn't think we'd be exchanging information with these underlings. Is Smee serious?
Show some respect!
Is that enough respect for you?
Unbreakable, unshakable. Shadows tried to dim my light. They told me to give up the fight. Said I was weak, said I was small, but there's a drum inside my chest, a beating heart that gets no rest. I'm waking up, I'm shifting gears. You can build a wall so high, watch me spread my wings and fly. You can try to block my way, but hear the words I'm gonna say. 'Cause I am invincible, I am a storm, breaking the silence, I am reborn. Throw your lightning, bring on the rain. I find my power inside on the blade. Unbreakable, unshakable.
I didn't think we'd be exchanging information with these underlings. Is Smee serious?
Show some respect!
Ready to fight, you gotta survive. I got that lust in me. Staying alive and skipping the line. I'm the only
Is that enough respect for you?
unbreakable, unshakeable. Shadows tried to dim my light. They told me to give up the fight. Said I was weak, said I was small, but there's a drum inside my chest, a beating heart that gets no rest. I'm waking up, I'm shifting gears. You can build a wall so high. Watch me spread my wings and fly. You can try to block my way, but hear the words I'm gonna say. 'Cause I am invincible, I am a storm, breaking the silence, I am reborn. Throw your lightning, bring on the rain. I find my power inside on the blade. Unbreakable, unshakeable.
I didn't think we'd be exchanging information with these underlings. Is Smee serious?
Show some respect!
Ready to fight, you gotta survive. I got that lust in me. Staying alive and skipping the line. I'm the only
Is that enough respect for you?
light. They told me to give up the fight. Said I was weak, said I was small, but there's a drum inside my chest, a beating heart that gets no rest. I'm waking up, I'm shifting gears. You can build a wall so high, watch me spread my wings and fly. You can try to block my way, but hear the words I'm gonna say. 'Cause I am invincible, I am a storm, breaking the silence, I am reborn. Throw your lightning, bring on the rain. I found my power inside on the blade. Unbreakable, unshakable. Unbreakable, unshakable.
I didn't think we'd be exchanging information with these underlings. Is Smee serious?
Hey, show some respect!
Is that enough respect for you?
Unbreakable, unshakable. Shadows tried to dim my light. They told me to give up the fight. Said I was weak, said I was small, but there's a drum inside my chest, a beating heart that gets no rest. I'm waking up, I'm shifting gears. You can build a wall so high, watch me spread my wings and fly. You can try to block my way, but hear the words I'm gonna say. 'Cause I am invincible, I am a storm, breaking the silence, I am reborn. Throw your lightning, bring on the rain. I found my power inside on the blade. Unbreakable, unshakable.
I didn't think we'd be exchanging information with these underlings. Is Smee serious?
Show some respect!
That enough respect for you?
Unbreakable, unshakeable. Shadows tried to dim my light. They told me to give up the fight. Said I was weak, said I was small, but there's a drum inside my chest, a beating heart that gets no rest. I'm waking up, I'm shifting gears. You can build a wall so high. Watch me spread my wings and fly. You can try to block my way, but hear the words I'm gonna say. 'Cause I am invincible, I am the storm, breaking the silence, I am reborn. Throw your lightning, bring on the rain. I find my power inside on the blade. Unbreakable, unshakable. Unbreakable, unshakeable.
I didn't think we'd be exchanging information with these underlings. Is Smee serious?
Show some respect!
That enough respect for you?
light. They told me to give up the fight. Said I was weak, said I was small, but there's a drum inside my chest, a beating heart that gets no rest. I'm waking up, I'm shifting gears. You can build a wall so high, watch me spread my wings and fly. You can try to block my way, but hear the words I'm gonna say. 'Cause I am invincible, I am the storm, breaking the silence, I am reborn. Throw your lightning, bring on the rain, I'll find my power inside on the blade. Unbreakable, unshakeable.
I didn't think we'd be exchanging information with these underlings. Is Smee serious?
Show some respect!
Is that enough respect for you?
Unbreakable, unshakeable. Shadows tried to dim my light. They told me to give up the fight. Said I was weak, said I was small, but there's a drum inside my chest, a beating heart that gets no rest. I'm waking up, I'm shifting gears. You can build a wall so high, watch me spread my wings and fly. You can try to block my way, but hear the words I'm gonna say. 'Cause I am invincible, I am the storm, breaking the silence, I am reborn. Throw your lightning, bring on the rain, I'll find my power inside on the blade. Unbreakable, unshakeable.
I didn't think we'd be exchanging information with these underlings. Is Smee serious?
Show some respect!
Is that enough respect for you?
Unbreakable, unshakeable. Shadows tried to dim my light. They told me to give up the fight. Said I was weak, said I was small, but there's a drum inside my chest, a beating heart that gets no rest. I'm waking up, I'm shifting gears. You can build a wall so high. Watch me spread my wings and fly. You can try to block my way, but hear the words I'm gonna say. 'Cause I am invincible, I am the storm, breaking the silence, I am reborn. Throw your lightning, bring on the rain. I find my power inside of the pain. Unbreakable, unshakable. Unbreakable, unshakeable.
Reborn has to win on the offense, on the attack, if they want to force a Game 3. This is just match 2 of 4 matches today. We're going to be here for a very long time, but I am excited to get back into the gameplay. So again, thank you for your patience. You can see all that reasoning down below of what all happened. But the good news is that we're back, and the game's about to get started. Players are at their setups. They're ready to rock and roll. Vivid, how about you? Are you ready to rock and roll? What's going on?
Ready to rock and roll, and yes, absolutely. This is kind of what we were expecting to happen, right? A little bit of a replay
of course it's a replay. It makes sense.
And I'm sure the players are kind of expecting this as well. It did take a little bit for us to get that, final confirmation, but again, everybody was kind of expecting that. A little bit of an opportunity for both of our teams to take a little bit of a break, think about kind of what happened. Of course, before it went down, the game itself, kind of think about what happened, what they can kind of adjust, and maybe even think about, game 1 as well, think about what happened. Sure. And what worked for the other team. Just an opportunity for a quick break.
Listen, I will say it wasn't that quick, so I think it is like a full mental reset for both teams. Like, I think if it was something that would have reset within, like, I don't know, 5 minutes and we're right back into the game, I think we could talk about the hypotheses of, like, which it was better for.
Yeah.
I think both teams were maybe mentally checked, then rebalanced, were like, we have to win, and then they waited around for a little bit longer, and now they're on stage. So I don't know that there's an advantage here. I don't think any other team, or either team rather, has an advantage after a mental reset. I do know that replaying this game is going to be a huge difference maker on which team actually has the mental fortitude, and maybe VOD reviewed. There was enough time. Pull up the VOD, watch us cast the gameplay, and see what the strats were from the free cam perspective. You got to remember, they can only see what they can see as individuals. You can have perfect communication and you don't have the fullest picture. they maybe didn't see all of the respawn beacons. They maybe didn't see all the sneaky spots that Reborn put up or FX made to be able to hold a point. So if I was them, man, I would have got everybody checked back in, locked in, and spent all the time that they would give us VOD reviewing the last game, because it's going to be the exact same map. We're on Cyclone, exact same teams, and probably a lot of the same strategies, because those are the strategies they prepared for over 24 hours.
Absolutely, yeah, it does add this extra little layer to the competition for this game specifically. So, like Coach mentioned, it'll be interesting to see how both of these teams kind of adjust. It'll also be interesting to kind of see, you know, maybe some of our commanders start to get more active. Also, I feel like in a moment like this, a lot of the heavy lifting does rely on the commanders or kind of like the leaders of the team in general. Obviously, you can kind of look towards the coaches specifically to kind of keep their teams in check during a time period like that, because you don't want to be wandering. You want to be doing something useful for your time. So being the commander, being the coach, being, you know, some sort of a leadership role on your team to make sure that everybody stays locked in throughout the little bit of a break.
Another quick note, I would say the answer is probably no, but I'd love to hear your take. Substitutes? If you're a commander or you're a coach and you're like, man, that guy got checked on the tech reset, you just bring in the sub?
You think that's even allowed?
Yeah, for sure. They can make a sub, but we're basically replaying. This is where we're setting back up. We're setting back up in the break between Game 1 and Game 2, which is allowed for a full substitute. There's no reason you couldn't.
Yeah, no, I would say no.
You're not subbing?
No.
That's crazy.
No.
I think I sub. Let me see Zin's here in.
You think
Let's put Zin on the map right now for FX. I want to see it.
If you were playing, you would sub yourself out because you're just not locked in? That's
no, let me be very clear. I'm not subbing myself out. I'm saying the commander or the coach, probably the coach should make that play of saying, like, this person's so checked. Like, get him off the map, you know? It is a lot harder in a 20v20 game mode, though. It's like if this was like operations or something, you know, you have a team of 3, that's an easy sub. But for a team of 20, like, if one guy checked, it's like maybe that doesn't make as big of a difference depending on what their role is. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
But anyways, folks, we love to hypothesize here, and that's all we can do because it's all ifs, thins, and buts right now. This is a big what if. This is a big kind of surprise to us as well. And so this is going to be the biggest question mark of the day for certain of how these teams respond to something like this, which, again, that makes a great esports pro. You have to be able to adjust if things get turned upside down, left, right, and center. So
true.
Part of the game.
Got to be able to adapt. Yeah, I mean, listen, I've done a bunch of adapting in my day, man. As a pro player, did a bunch of adapting. I'm used to it.
Yeah, there you go.
You know what I mean? Adjusting.
You are washed now, though, so I don't know if you'd adjust as well now as you could have back in the day. But listen, folks, I want to remind everybody of FX and Reborn. Let's talk about some of the rosters. Let's talk about the squads. Walk me through. We both were kind of a fan of FX in the long run. Both thought it would go to Game 3, though. Let's highlight some of the squads on FX. Maybe some people are new, just waking up. We got time zones all over the world watching this competition. Talk to me about some of the players in the squads on FX.
Yeah, of course. We're going to sound like broken records up here, but just to highlight some of the players on FX that we need to go ahead and look out for. And I'm talking about the players that are going to be making the difference. Obviously, coming into the competition today, we highlighted Wormy, we highlighted Randy. Those two guys are incredible in terms of not only working together, but just working around the vehicle gameplay that Warfare does require. I feel like instantly out of the gates, a player that we didn't come in necessarily talking about, but I feel like we've talked about a lot over the course of the gameplay that we have seen. WAG has been a very pivotal part of obviously the squad, his own squad, which of course is going to be the Charlie squad, but the team in general, because he's kind of been the staple point for said squad to play in that recon role that of course can kind of find those positions where he puts down the respawn beacon for his
strike
squad.
Team,
and then the engineers can kind of spawn in there and kind of find the flanks towards those vehicles. So for me, WAG has kind of been that exceptional player. We talked about Nataxi a little bit as well. He was kind of like the pilot for them when it came down to the jet. Wasn't necessarily in the jet for very long when FX did attack, but instantly found value outside of the jet as well. So great to see a player like him be able to switch things up. Muzz also got a little bit of, you know, some talk around him.
Got a lot of screen time.
A lot of screen time. You may be like, oh, that means he was popping off. I think he had like 3 kills.
Again, it's the nature of the game. That when we talk about statistics for a team like FX, right, you have these players like Muzz that are having to be a role player. Not every role is going to be flashy. They're the unsung heroes, if you will, of the team. Muzz was sitting there in the lob and just keeping that jet at bay as long as humanly possible, which was the entire map. That's the Bravo squad that you're talking about. Urk is leading that squad with Muzz, Natoxi, and then Siren. I haven't shouted out Siren. Also, Siren had been playing with these guys, Wag, Rasta, and Snarf way back in the day. I was hyping these guys up. Siren was a part of that mix as well. So big shout out to Siren. Been casting over him for almost 3 years. And then, yeah, quick shout out the Delta squads. You got Revolts, you've got Storsk, you've got Sovi, you've got Feder. And then, of course, Ezak leading the charge over there with the Echo squad, and some great substitutes as well. So, talking about FX, let's swing over the conversation while we wait on this game to get started. Let's do the same thing for Reborn. Any heavy hitters you want to talk about with Reborn? Somebody that's been making a difference? Any surprises maybe from this roster?
Silly Cat for sure. I feel like every single time that we've seen like a last hit towards one of the vehicles of FX,
or it's the Bravo
obviously
squad.
Some like big damage. Yeah, Bravo squad. Silly Cat doing great work there. Rest of the squad is going to be comprised of Westes, who also was finding a lot of value, specifically in the boat that was in the canal at one point. Did a very, very good job there. Xmiet also was doing a great job. Talking about the commander squad, Jake Still, I was a little bit critical myself in terms of the commander role. The score was a little bit lackluster in comparison to Wormy, who was just doing an absolutely incredible job. So, you know, I would be interested to see if a little bit of a break that we had, we do see a big adjustment.
I will say
what was happening on that side.
Yeah, I do want to give a little bit of credit to Jinx Chill. A little bit of a different role than what Wormy plays on his roster. I will say the commanders can earn a lot of extra score. So to see somebody like Jinx Chill not at the top of the leaderboard for their team, or not even really in the top 5, means he's playing much more of a support role than a guy like Wormy is.
True.
Which still gives him the ability to be a commander and do that effectively.
Yeah.
But it is still something worth bringing up. I mean, Wormy's scoring double his score at least.
Yeah.
Well, we almost finished 2 games. In the almost two games that we played, was almost double his score in both of them, even though, you know, it was so incredibly close. But again, that's because Wormy's getting up into the mix, getting really aggressive in the vehicles, whereas Jinx Chill is playing really slow-paced backline support, playing inside the lob some, and also playing up on top of the hills in some of those vehicles rather than being an aggressive vehicle gameplay operator. Again, it's just a playstyle thing, not necessarily a huge dig at what they've been able to do on the map. But yeah, I agree. More Lemon's a part of that roster. That's a good shout. And we've talked about the Charlie squad quite a bit for Reborn. That's Starbaxter, Uzbishka, Stickinson, HR, and then Yellow Love in that Echo squad with John DeBomb, Rick, and Fuzor. Talk to me about this Delta squad, actually. This is a fun one. Pano's kind of the biggest surprise, I think, to me of how valuable he's been for this team.
It was pretty much all that value to me was pretty much found in the boat.
Yeah.
Which, you know, this also brings up an interesting point, is that we do see players like Pano do incredible work in the boat. But let's think about the entire competition as a whole. I mean, what, Cyclone's like the only map that we have where you play a boat? So
yeah.
So how much
the
value...
only one that actually matters, really, in my opinion.
How much value does a player like Pano find on a different map? That will be an interesting talking point for me when we see, you know, Reborn again as a team. Obviously, you know, we will see them guaranteed at least one more time tomorrow if they do lose this one. Hopefully it's on a different map and we can kind of see the diversity that some of these players are able to kind of implement, because, yeah, Pano's been doing absolutely great. It feels like, to me, it's like a Cyclone-specific thing or a boat-specific thing.
Yeah, that's interesting. I mean, it's just their role on Cyclone probably, but still, yeah, it'd be fun to see what Pano's able to do on bigger maps. With that roster, of course, One, literally the player is named One. Fantastic player, was top of the leaderboards nearing the end of that last game that we had to reset, and then Crollo and Canyon as well. So some fun stuff there. You know, while we've got a moment, we don't oftentimes have the time to do this. Might as well shout out all the subs on both teams, right?
Yeah.
Let's go back to FX. Zinseer, you probably know Zin, Waterfloss, RDG777, Lolcow, and Marino, all subs for this FX roster. Could potentially see them compete later today or maybe even later in this match. You never know. And then on the Reborn side, Red Moon, Netty, Storelife, and Columbus are our subs for both of our teams. Hey, something that is good about breaks is that we get to shout out every single player on the team. So we broke it all down for you. If you got any questions, I'll take a look at the chat here in a little while. I'm happy to answer those. But games should be starting here shortly, and glad we got to shout out our players that we've been watching probably now for quite a while.
Yeah,
I mean,
absolutely.
not only today, but also you and I casted over the regional qualifiers.
So we obviously have taken quite a big break. Why don't we go ahead and remind everybody, you know, what's kind of happening here today. We got 8 teams here in the total competition. We're going to see each one of those teams at least once throughout the day today because we have 4 head-to-heads. This is going to be FX versus RBN. Every single one of those head-to-head matchups is going to be a best of 3.
Right.
So first to 2 is going to win. The first map was randomly, you know, chosen after some bans were kind of implemented. For our first 2 head-to-heads, we've had Cyclones. So this has been back-to-back. FX currently, as you can see behind us, are up 1-0. And yeah, that's pretty much what's going on. And we're going to have a bunch of best of 3s throughout, you know, the next 3 days. And then on our final day of competition, which will be on Sunday, it's only 1 head-to-head that we're going to be featuring. This is going to be that grand final. It'll be a best of 5, so even more action. So make sure you guys kind of tune in then. And I can't lie, we've already had some incredible matches, some incredible games already, and we're not even close to the grand final.
We're not even close to done today, big dog.
Yeah, exactly.
I mean, we are in
the
trenches. We will be in the trenches later today, actually. You mentioned maps. I thought that was a pretty good transition.
That was
Cyclone. We're going to first time we'll see Aftershock on main stage here in Wuhan, China, and then we're finishing in the trenches, finishing in trench line at the end of the day today. So excited to get there.
You know, by the way, dude, I don't even remember what the name of like the event was, but I've played in like a Warfare tournament. It was like this like creator thing
probably cast
or
over.
something, and dude, like I was like good at Warfare. Like at
really?
the time, that was when I like played like a ton of Warfare.
Extremely not believable.
And the map that we played in that match was trench lines.
Yep. How did it feel?
Dude, it was bad.
Listen, here's the thing about trench lines. It is a tough map to play if you're not with a cohesive team. Like, if you're not in comms with everybody.
I just wasn't cohesive.
I think you're just really
I was
not
getting
good.
stomped.
Listen, yeah, trench lines is, I love trench lines. It's actually one of my favorite competitive maps because it feels like the strategies are like, go so deep. Like, especially in the B sector, battling through the trenches is so dang fun.
Yeah.
And being able to watch the free cam perspective, because it's wide on the open, right? But it's trenches, so there's cover for the players.
Yeah.
Watching the free cam, it's like little like mice running their way through a maze. And you're able to see like the actual plays very clearly from the attacking side, which is fun. So
I feel like a lot of the maps that kind of implement a vehicle advantage at the start as well, they're always really cool. Like trench lines.
Oh, it's like starting with a tank.
Yeah, the attack line starting with a tank, which never really like gets active on trench lines. It kind of just sits back behind the hills towards spawn. To like try to like keep it safe and everything like
you
that.
Just shell the points.
Yeah.
All right, well, let's. I'm gonna ask you the question then, Mr. Warfare aficionado, Mr. I played in a tournament. What is your favorite competitive map? Let's say to watch or cast, like of the 8 we have.
To watch or cast, I think Ascension.
Ascension's pretty fun.
Like I feel like, I don't know. I feel like Ascension.
That feels like a crowd favorite too.
It's like it's kind of biased. I won't lie, because if you throw it back to like Vietnam, that's where I felt like we saw some of the coolest strats.
Yeah, that's true. It was the first time we got to see like a team, the former I guess LT, but formerly TL.
Yeah, exactly.
Implement some like really interesting
like,
full team of 20. Been repping this for literally years. Showed us some really cool strats. I think one of the probably the highlight level moment of that game for sure was the strike team flying over the top of the helicopter, falling down the hole as you go up the zip lines onto the next sector, Sector C.
Yeah.
And you go up, they're flying down, and they rocket the vehicle that's spawning.
No, they didn't even rocket it. They stole it.
Oh, yeah.
They hopped in it.
One team did get a rocket kill there, but yes, they did steal that vehicle.
That was, I was like,
you're right. That was a fun one.
Okay, that's when I was like,
that's when you bought into Warfare esports.
Exactly. That's when I was like, Warfare can get crazy. So to me, Ascension kind of brought me into the limelight, and that's why Ascension's kind of like
I know we gave it so much flame, but I actually kind of fell in love with Threshold. I know we watched it. We literally watched it 6 matches, 6 full best of 3s in a row last year. I love Threshold. I think it's so fun to cast.
Threshold is just so weird because like it's like Sector A just falls instantly, and then you're on Sector B for like an hour, but you're not even on like it's
really just
B2.
yeah.
And it's just like nobody can kind of get in on the attacking side of things, and it's like when you eventually do, Then you go to C, and it's like, then the map's done.
I think it's fun.
It's like, whoa, like what?
I
nothing
think
even
the
happens.
transition from B to C is one of the most engaging parts of the game too, because it depends on like how much presence you still have on the map from a vehicle standpoint. Like when a defensive team is able to hold extremely effectively, lose it, but then still hold on cranes going into C sector.
Yeah,
I don't know. That's fun stuff to me. Folks, it looks like we in game. Is this real? Ladies and gentlemen, thanks for listening to the Vivid and Goge Yap session. It's time to start the game. Players are locked and loaded, and we're right back into the mix. You can tell us to stop yapping. It's time to get into game. All right, I am confirming this is real, folks. Players are ready to go. Attackers going to be Reborn. Defense going to be FX. As a reminder of the stakes, maybe you just woke up. Technically, FX is in the lead 1-0 in this best-of-3 matchup. Reborn, the attackers must attack and win this map. They must take every single sector, no matter how long it takes, to force us to a Game 3, or they will be dropping into the lower bracket and potentially facing a team like HAN, who lost the first match of the day. So here we go. Classic vehicle gameplay, classic attackers trying to set up a nice push. They're going to take their sweet time on A, as it's not being given for free.
And Wormy, of course, right back in the boat, trying to apply some pressure thwart the efforts of the attack early on. And oh my gosh, that's going to be a big change between what happened now and what happened just before this. Wormy found so much value out of that boat in the first rendition of FX trying to go ahead and defend this. And the fact that he goes down early, you got to imagine that RBN is going to be up and feeling good about the possibility of securing Sector A early on.
Yeah, it's a nice take onto the boat. That's a huge win, actually, on the boat. This will actually set up the attackers as well as they push through A potentially and take it here, especially if they can do it quickly, to actually potentially steamroll into the B sector very quickly as well. Without the presence of the defensive boat immediately holding low side, you can see a massive momentum shift here for Reborn to kick this thing off, which would be a much different equation than what we saw the last time they matched up.
A lot of pressure, though, onto the vehicle here up the side of RBN. Can finally some damage be found onto the sliver of HP left? The answer to that question is going to be yes. That's going to be Urk picking up the final little bit of damage required to go ahead and take that one out. Now Lemon, kind of a big talking point of the last rendition of this. Whoa, 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 hold up a minute. We're at 147 tickets already?
I mean, they full sent the point and almost got it.
Jeez. All right, anyway, Lemon versus Muzz.
Back at it again, baby.
Back at it again. Nothing different there.
Gonna have a lot of flashback moments to the game that was almost nearly an hour ago at this point.
Yeah.
Gonna be a lot of moments where Muzz and Lemon are fighting each other, but at least keeping Lemon busy in the jet means that the defense down below can continue to maintain a presence. If that jet is allowed to fly freely, could be in for a very quick run through A, B, and then into C. But whatever momentum the attackers had has been completely thwarted at this point. You can see where Pano is playing from Reborn way back in the backside with his boat. Want to make sure he protects the water superiority. They currently have air superiority. Hopefully can thin the herd a little bit and take down some of these AA guns.
And as soon as Pano does go ahead and reveal himself, some rockets start to fly his way. So FX is well aware of the positioning there. As you can see off in the distance as well, we got Luna playing engineer, trying to take out that assault vehicle, which of course is providing a lot of value for the side of RBN, allowing the team to go ahead and spawn pretty much directly on top of the sector. So they're able to just go ahead and flood, and this is one of the biggest pushes that we've seen out of RBN so far towards this A point. Can FX kind of go ahead and thwart this and hold this one off?
What a run there from FedAir and the boys to be able to hold that push. That was not even close. They just got steamrolled on the point. The attackers could not get in. That was like I almost said it, 6 or 8 kills in a row for the defensive side. A great hold from FX, and they're going to burn an urgent redeployment here. They want to stick them at the line. They want to hold them on A. look at our map. Look at green completely flooding A. Everybody's already respawned back in that died in the last engagement. And they've got a full team of 20, minus Muzz basically, on point, ready to fully retake this. They are trying to take all of the momentum away from Reborn, stick them at the line and say, listen, you might have thought you had the last game, but on the rematch, we figured out all your plays.
I really like that urgent redeployment. It kind of felt a little bit wasted if you're looking at the map and you see that there are no attackers near it, but what it did was it gave Wormy time to go ahead and use this boat to get into an advantageous position. As you can see, because he basically delayed the push from the side of the attack, he's able to actually start pressuring Pano.
Oh, here he goes.
Off on the boat. Now Wormy is looking to go ahead and take out this boat early on, but some return damage from Pano is making it dangerous, but Wormy comes out on top. But turn your attention over towards the point directly. It is all red, and RBN are trying to capture it, and it looks like Wormy eventually went down as well. So great job from RBN to not only go ahead and take out Wormy, but also take down the point.
Yeah, there's a lot of vehicle trades there. AAV also went down extremely early in this matchup too. So, I mean, a huge vehicle deficit right now for the side of FX. I mean, they've been making it work, but A is going to be captured here. So a lot of investment there from Wormy, already calling in their urgent redeployment, but a decent little hold. The problem is you don't have anything to show for it. You burn score, you're low on vehicles, and they're coming in with max lives going into the second point. I mean, you were talking about revives. I mean, one's already got 31 revives.
Jeez.
We just started this thing. I told you watch out for one. Support operator, top of the leaderboards for good reason. 31 revives, Mursky at 20. We know who the medics are on these teams. Leo's picked up 14 kills, second only to Wormy in score. But let's see how long B sector takes this attacking team. Oh my goodness, another nice find for Sillycat. Listen, I'm telling you, you hyped up Sillycat during our long kind of intro to this matchup for good reason, man. I really like what Sillycat's been able to do. Has really been prioritizing taking down vehicles. I'd be really curious to see like overall or like average engineering score for some of these players, because they have delineated roles. There's no question about it.
Yeah, absolutely. So kind of great to see that. Muzz is going to be retreating in that lob to go ahead and just make sure it continues to pressure that jet. That being said, since he is kind of backed up right now and repairing the LAV, the jet does have a quick opportunity to try and look for some of these kills from up above. I don't think he actually ended up finding it, so that's going to be a little bit unfortunate. But take a look at this WAG with that respawn beacon down off on the coast. Very, very similar to what we have consistently seen. Taking a look at some of the vehicle operators for the side of FX, it's going to be Siren in the tank, trying to go ahead and apply some pressure, but I imagine that the sector itself, right, the zone B here, is going to be pretty much flooded by RBN and pretty much controlled in terms of the vehicles, right? You got the tank destroyer in the mix, you got some assault vehicles in the mix as well for them, and the AAV. So they just pretty much control this sector in terms of vehicle prowess.
Now Muzz is again still being distracted by and harrying our jet. So you can basically just eliminate a vehicle on either side, and that just emphasizes the advantage even more for this Reborn team. Now we do lose one. Snarf has found an angle to pick up an assault vehicle, but a tank destroyer and an AAV basically on point. Again, like you mentioned, a really good start on the B sector for this Reborn roster. Playing high side, taking high ground, putting a ton of damage down below. Wormy has found his way to a boat that potentially could make a play. Maybe stuck?
He's stuck.
What? No, there's a rock there. That is so unlucky. Oh, no.
We've seen that before.
Yeah, not on a rock. I mean, unfortunately, Reborn was the team that beached their boat last time, so hey, it happens to everybody, but oh, that is a bummer.
Yeah, it's going to be a big blow. It's kind of how FX were looking to go ahead and approach this defense. That being said, as soon as, you know, the boat kind of falls apart, you can see how quickly they start to apply pressure. Lemon trying to go ahead and pepper down this LAV, but Muzz knows exactly what he needs to do to go ahead and avoid getting destroyed. So,
I mean, B is swarmed right now, though. I know we love watching Muzz, and we love to see if this tank destroyer hits the ground, because that could be the difference maker. But in the meantime, we're losing back to Sector B. We got to swing back over there and see what's going on in the fight. I think they're just going to capture it off screen. There it is. Look at this. They're just sticking their vehicles to the point. They just have the advantage. They just outnumbered them on the point and aren't taking no for an answer. That's another urgent redeployment burn from the side of Wormy as well. Ooh. That one, there's no question about it, it was wasted, as it is going to be used for the transition where you desperately do not need it. Again, urgent redeployment for those that haven't played Victory Unite is something the commander can call in based on the score that they are able to rack up that eliminates the respawn delay, your respawn timer. You're able to nearly instantly respawn back onto the map, which again is a dangerous use for the attackers if misused, because that means the lives will also sink through it. But for the defense, still a valuable thing to hold on to that score so you can use it into a sector that you need it on. That's got to be a bummer if you're FX.
Now, last time we did see FX put up a pretty good defense here on this C sector. We'll have to see if they kind of return to form. And look at this. I like this from RBN. If you go back to that pseudo game 2 that we ended up playing, their winning push pretty much revolved around them approaching this top side from off to the right. And instead of like messing around and trying to, you know, do something else, they're instantly using this approach that they kind of won with last time. So they've pretty much learned and instantly implemented the exact same approach. They're like, hey, listen, this is exactly what worked for us before. Let's see if it works again. And they're getting bodies on point. Looks like it is indeed working. Now, Wormy has to be aware of this as well, right? He knows that this is how they pretty much lost the sector last time, and he was going to be the difference maker potentially to go ahead and stop this. He's off in the distance right now. He's got to go in and get active with that tank destroyer and get all of these bodies off of these little nooks and crannies that are up here. And he does just that. He's starting to find kills.
You should see Wormy go down here. Where are our magnetic bombs? Are we out? Somehow this thing is still alive. 1 HP in a dream. Wormy in the tank destroyer finds some value and then has to back up. But this gives an opening for Randy Savage, who's in a vehicle of his own. Siren down below in the tank. Clean up low side. Keep the attackers on the high side, which is, yes, where they won last time. But again, it was razor-thin margins. And Randy's on the hunt. He's got a tank destroyer, and he's hunting down this Reborn team. Punk's in deep trouble and does go down with the help of Boom.
Nice.
These boys are battling their way back into it. I thought it was going to be a Reborn almost sweep in this rep with the way they were playing. But with the help of an artillery barrage called in by Rasta, forcing them to the high side and their artillery barrage landing on their head. I think this is still going to be a hold for...
No.
Is it not?
No, it's not.
How do we not have the bodies to be able to play for this? Unreal.
I mean, the whole point of these tank destroyers is kind of get active up on that top layer, but you can see Wormy in the tank destroyer and Randy both in the tank destroyer. They were both down below. They pretty much had like conceded all of the area up top, and they didn't want to leave that down, that area in the tunnel, because if they left, then they wouldn't have counted as a body on the point. So they were kind of worried about how fast it could have been captured. And listen, RBN is flying through these captures.
Worth mentioning, I love that breakdown. Worth mentioning as we see another tank battle. John the Bomb wins this one. Wormy should trade it.
Oh my gosh.
One more shot. There it goes. Able to trade it back. Worth mentioning, I think Lemon won the war against Muzz. I saw it in the kill feed. Muzz is down, which means Lemon's going to get a lot more active, and Wormy's feeling that pressure right now. Lemon only has 5 kills, but needs to make a move in the transition to this D sector. Here we go. We're back into D1 and D2. Jet not extremely useful on this sector, but the next one is going to be monumental differences, having the Jet and the air superiority still on your side. Muzz down in the loft means Muzz can get much more active in the canal. Look at all of these swimmers.
FX have got to stop the momentum. The giant snowball that is just rolling down the mountain. That is RBN right now. I mean, through sector A, B, and C, their tickets pretty much have not gone below 150. They're just making quick work right now. The defense of FX. Randy right there is going to go ahead and find Silly Cat, who seemingly was trying to pick up some sort of a cheeky flank, but is going to be stopped in his tracks. And D2, we've kind of seen this before. The sector one of the zones does go down early. It typically has been D2, so RBN kind of picking this one up early isn't that big of a deal, as long as FX can consistently go ahead and defend D1. I did just see that a tank destroyer took out a boat on the side of RBN, so a little bit of a win there. And early on into this sector, Wormy's going to be calling in that urgent redeployment. I'm wondering what the plan is here. Like, there are no bodies over towards D2, so didn't want to necessarily go ahead and contest that. And as I say that, potentially a flank actually coming in towards D2, so maybe that's kind of the idea.
Yeah, again, I think marking a point that you don't have control of and saying we have to full cap this in 40 seconds, again, a bit of a mistake. I feel like the team is scrambling right now. Urgent redeployment is trying to stabilize them. They're all spawning basically on Muzz on this boat, and Reborn's getting extremely active with a couple of magnetic bombs, forcing Muzz out the backline. But look who it is! The man, the myth, the legend, Silly Cat, trying to make a huge play. Is a hair late to the party, unfortunately. Maybe jumped out of the jet ski a bit too early, but didn't want to catch a gun to the face. But with the help of Murskys and Westa, Muzz is in trouble, and Wormy could have potentially come to save the day, but they don't know this squad is over here. Use Bishka down below as well. Yeah, this is going to be a well-timed execution. Oh, this full team of 4.
He's going to blow up instantly,
Bang!
And there it goes. Silly Cat finding value once again in the vehicle warfare side of things, and it's just a jet ski, man. Obviously, it's just a transport vehicle, but that was the second time he did it. Remember, I mentioned how Randy actually picked up Silly Cat on his first try at that on the jet ski, so they knew that this was a play that they were trying to implement. Silly Cat's, you know what, heck, and I'm just going to try it again, does it again, and it works very, very well. And once again, Goge kind of made the point. Lemon did go ahead and win out the war against the LAV, and it's kind of just raining down, but super hard to actually find some value as Randy is just running down.
He just got like 7 kills in a row.
Some of the members of RBN. That's scary, though, because finding kills in that sort of an area, those revives are not going to come in. And obviously, we did see a couple of plays happen from RBN, but their tickets are kind of dwindling fast.
Yeah, Reborn is finding like really cool plays. That was a nice flank, a great setup. That's kind of pretty classic stuff for what we see. And then Wormy and Randy Savage are just going nuclear in their tank destroyers. Like, not necessarily playing the point, not necessarily playing like an optimal play or anything, but they're just picking up like 5, 6, 7 kills all together. And we got some anti-tank mines in the water, but I mean, tank destroyers ain't going out there, and that's the problem.
Yeah,
I know the boat was an issue, and it's nice to pick it up. It's opened up the canal between these two sectors, or these zones in this sector. It'll set you up well. You gotta get Randy dead here if you're a Reborn fan. And it's gonna be close, but he's just killing everybody in its wake.
Yeah, well done from Randy to go ahead and stay alive there. And of course, being helped by Boom, who's been the engineer alongside him throughout. And yeah, I think this is the first time on Cyclone that we've actually seen not only one, but obviously 2 tank destroyers alive on the D sector, right? So I'm not entirely sure if this is an intentional adjustment that they've made or if it kind of just worked out this way, because usually we see the vehicles on the defensive side be the AAVs or the boats directly.
And it's a big pickup from this FX roster. They've held long enough to get an AAV. Again, that's that armored amphibious vehicle, technically the newest vehicle to the mix. And Jet immediately finds some damage on it, but doesn't feel comfortable enough to just full sin down there and try to get the kill. Looks like the attackers have actually marked a vehicle for destruction. I can only assume that's got to be the AAV. Not sure exactly where Jinx was to be able to mark it, but looking for the vehicle destruction there as a part of earning some extra score. And we're back into the tug of war of D1 and D2.
Yeah, great job from RBN to go ahead and reclaim. FX had obviously recaptured D2, so RBN did have a little bit of work to do in that regard, but Wormy is going to be swapping over to the AAV. Did, of course, hand off the tank destroyer to, I'm not sure entirely who. You can see up in the distance, it's actually going to be Luna, it looks like, picking up the tank destroyer. So I feel like that's going to be the first time we've seen them inside of a vehicle. Randy, you gotta know that this is a possibility. You see the jet ski rolling down the river. Oh my goodness, hold on. And then Wag runs right by as well. Silly Cat, you can't keep getting away with this.
Dude, Silly Cat's gotta be in the best role on that team. They're like, hey, Silly Cat, no rules, big dog. Leash is as long as you need it. Just go make some crazy plays. Guy didn't care about score. He didn't care about anything. He's not rezzing the team. Silly Cat is making hero plays as a solo with the team. I love it. Oh, man. Well, as we take a look back at some of the objectives here, D2 needs to be held by the attackers, and D1 needed to be held by the defense. They both successfully will get those positions. And it looks like, actually, they're also granted the success against... Did the AAV die? We lost... Yeah, we lost Wormy's AAV kind of off-screen, which is why the attackers were given that successful score hit. That's a nice boon for them as we move into kind of the second half of this D sector.
I'm taking a look at the HP as it currently stands for the AAV on the attacking side. A bunch of engineers are trying to keep this one alive, but it was down to 40% HP. And I feel like if FX were able to go ahead and pick up one, maybe both of those AAVs that kind of are available for the side of RBN, then I'm feeling pretty confident for the defense of FX just holding here on the D sector. I mean, they kind of look unstoppable. Ushbiska is going to be in that AAV, and that's going to go down to Muzz, so that's going to get destroyed. I just kind of talked about how I feel like FX would be in so much control if they were able to take them out, and they do indeed take out one of them. So I feel like the tides have turned. RBN through sectors A, B, and C looked unstoppable. Now all of a sudden, FX, they look unpushable.
Dude, it's because of these two tank destroyers. Like, I know that Reborn had both the AAVs, and they've now lost one, but, like, Luna and Randy are going real on the map right now with these tank destroyers. Mursky knows it. One of our support operators, one of our players running Stinger, but also still picking up 23 kills, by the way, as they're making this big wrap as a unit. Oftentimes you see this, these flanking squads. When you think of like a strike team or a flanking squad, you're like, oh, they're probably like all Firins or D-Wolves or like Assault Operators or Tempest or something. They're oftentimes comprised of a ton of support operators, ton of those Stingers and, you know, Toxic even, or Vlinder. We've seen Vlinder quite a bit on these flanking squads because they're able to pick up the revive. So when you make a push like this, a full team of 4, they're able to, look at this, Xmute down there, they'll make a push, a couple of them will die, they'll smoke up like crazy, and then just pick up the quick revives for their team to be able to continue this push and allow their teammates to respawn, revive, and get right back into the mix on the point that they're trying to make the flank on. So, interesting to kind of watch that meta develop, but urgent redeployment here from Wormy and the defensive team. They're feeling the pressure on this D sector, but so far, like you said, still winning out. Even though they've lost the canal control, D1 still is relatively untouched.
Yeah, I was actually curious to see where these tank destroyers were kind of positioning themselves. They've kind of been working around on the outside of some of the entrances to the canal and picking off some of the infantrymen, but it looks like they're trying to get a little bit more involved and try to help out in the vehicle gameplay side of things. And as soon as the boat kind of peeks around the corner, it takes a lot of damage from both of the tank destroyers, and that's going to be Muzz once again finding the final hit onto one of the vehicles from the attacking side. RBN, their attacks, man, they have slowed down immensely, especially when it comes down to D1.
Yeah, that just felt like a mistake to me. Just overextended the tip of the boat out into the open. You know there's a tank destroyer there. You feel the first shell back the heck up. It felt like they got almost like stuck trying to back up too. That was just a bummer. But you still have one boat still in the canal, so it's still technically a lead in this D sector and vehicles for a team like Reborn. They still have an AAV playing canal. They've got a boat playing canal, but they cannot touch this D1 sector yet. And we do have a tank destroyer down. We're down to one tank destroyer. This is the opening they needed, and they know it. They're going to drop a guided missile. That insult to injury. This is a huge advantage now for Reborn, and they have to capitalize on it.
Let's see how much value this finds. It's hard to quantify because it is just zoning a lot of the time. It's just going to find one singular kill. But yeah, once again, you can see the flood comes in onto D1 as soon as the missile lands, because everybody from the side of FX has to pretty much leave this point, or they're going to go down to said missile. So now a giant push from the side of RBN on the back foot of that guided missile. They have full control. The strategic beacon from the side of FX is called in. They want to go ahead and flood. I would imagine they want to flood towards the side of D2, kind of play that tug of war gameplay. I haven't seen a lot of bodies kind of go towards that. I'm curious to know where that beacon's at. It's actually on D1.
Yeah, and they immediately sniff it out.
That's a mistake, right? You got to go for D2 there.
Well, they look like they had more bodies on the point, and because of that, they lose it. A nice play from Reborn. Again, they capitalize on the advantage they had. I actually didn't hate the respawn beacon. It just looked like I think FX just lost their gunfights, man. They had to protect that beacon if they wanted to maintain control of the D sector, and they just lose the fight and lose the beacon, and then therefore lose the sector. Let's move on, though.
Hold up.
It is time for the E sector, and we got 123 lives, baby. Let's get it.
47 kills for HR.
My goat, holy cow.
Which is nuts, because we know HR just run around with a gun in his hand, man.
Or a bow.
Or a bow.
Yeah.
I'm actually not sure which one he's using right now, so.
Not this game. He's used the bow quite a bit in the last couple reps. I didn't see him in the kill feed. We'll double check it when we see it, but.
Yes.
Here comes Lemon. Gonna get a little bit more active again. We'll be able to show some of that Jet gameplay as we move into the E sectors, folks. We said it last time the teams were at this position. Reborn's in even a better position on the attacking side this time around. Already at 123 lives, and already the Lav goes down for FX. A great play by Lemon and Uzbishka to double team the Lav right as it landed, and it will fall immediately. Talk about momentum. Reborn have all of it.
Same play as last time as well from the side of Reborn. They're just trying to go ahead and pressure that E2. A couple of magnetic bombs are going to land, but of course that's not going to be enough damage. Looking for some bit of help. Maybe an Allure rocket can find its way over here towards the tank, but it looks like Yellow is going to be able to go ahead and retreat. For the side of FX, they're trying to call in tanks of their own, but before they even touch the ground, they're going to be blown up. Remember the last time that RBN made this push over towards the E2 point with a lot of their boots on the ground. They got stomped by the tank destroyer. This time around, does not look like that's going to be a reality, and instead they're just going to be getting a lot of early control over the E2 zone.
Yeah, this is extremely clean right now. And because that Lav went down so early, Lemon is just doing whatever he wants, causing a disruption on the map. Only 8 kills, but a lot of these kills are vehicle kills, so big destruction for the team, very valuable. But you're right, this is E2 push looking fairly successful. Randy as the only tank destroyer for the team, and unfortunately those smokes are nice, but they're not nice enough when they've got a jet in the sky. The smoke clears around the vehicle, not on top of it, and Lemon knows exactly where you are. Peekaboo Reborn is jumping into frame right now with I mean, they have to win now. They have to win right here. They couldn't be in a better spot than they are right now.
Do you remember the exact number of tickets that RBN had coming into the E sector? It was like, what, 127 or was it 123? They have lost
I don't know if they've lost a life.
I didn't think they did. It sounds like 123 was kind of what they approached the E sector with. They have just absolutely stomped FX. Obviously, they have a big advantage in terms of all of the vehicles, but to not lose a single life, or at least like less than 10, and it's just on the back foot of Lemon. This guy is going absolutely crazy. We talked about how Muzz was playing this role player kind of esque thing in the LAV. You are instantly seeing the effects of when he is not in that LAV. The jet is just raining down. There are 0 vehicles available to the defense right now. It is all RBN. That being said, they are losing some of their tickets. They are losing some of their vehicles, but the momentum has not been lost at all.
A lot of investment here beside of RBN. They still have 2 guided missiles they could potentially call in. Now that we're deep into the mix of the E sector, you'll expect to see them pretty shortly. Finally, Ezak.
Okay.
Byron gameplay, baby. Magnetic bombs.
Pano.
And all of the advantages we were hyping up Reborn with are somehow starting to dwindle. Reborn down to 2 vehicles, I think, now. Hey, you said it best in the break. FX plays better when they don't have any vehicles, I guess. I don't know.
Let's see if this lands. Rocket does get destroyed in the air. Pano just barely surviving with a sliver of HP. I'm not sure if he has any engineers over there. WAG is trying to make a little bit of an approach towards this tank right now with the strike squad. Couple of engineers go ahead and apply some of the pressure. Jinx still is trying to back all the way up. No engineers other than just himself to go ahead and try to repair that. Lemon is trying to prevent some of these vehicles from making its way towards the ground. Going to be successful once again. He is at 23,000 score and he has like barely any kills. He is finding so much value, and the game is giving him so much credit for it as well.
What a wild, this feels like an absolute stomp from Reborn.
Yeah, but
they can't get over to E1.
It's like just a giant pause button was pressed. And we're just like vibing right now, just kind of playing Warfare, and we forgot that E1 was a thing.
I completely take back anything I said about Lemon ever. I was hyping up Lemon, and then I was kind of saying, hey, we didn't see anything from Lemon in the last match. I mean, good grief. Lemon is the hero of this team. But, and this is a big one, after all of these advantages, after this amount of vehicles destroyed, how has Reborn not taken the E sector yet? I mean, they got time, they got over 100 lives, they're getting a tank destroyer back onto the map. But I'll tip my hat to him, FX is scrappy.
Trying to make something happen, it's super tough when you have a jet that is just flying around uncontested. I mean, they've had nothing. I mean, you could try to just shoot some rockets off in the distance and try to clip that jet, but
hey, we've seen some crazy AT4 shots.
We have seen some crazy AT4 shots in past. Those are wild to see. But I don't know if we're going to see one here. Lemon's playing pretty safe off in the distance. He knows kind of the extent of where he can kind of play. Wormy now switching over to the Claw, which is interesting. Do you think it's a little bit of a comfort pick, maybe? I would doubt it. There's got to be something
Data Knife
it.
is pretty nice against vehicles because it basically like EMPs them, and so they can't use their abilities. So it's nice to be able to help take down some of the vehicles, but like, I don't know. Interesting.
Left side.
Got some guided missiles. Here's a big investment from the attacking side. Artillery barrage and a guided missile over the top. This one looks pretty good. Yeah, 1, 2, 3, 4 onto E1. Talk about a window of opportunity. There is no window. It just got blown off by a guided missile. There's a giant hole in the wall of the building that is the win condition. E1 is falling quickly, so what did the defense do? They say, golly, we're gonna have to trade. We gotta trade out E2. Let's see if they're able to do just that as another guided missile lands. This one will land on E2.
Oh my
Perfect
gosh.
read, Star Baxter with a fantastic guided missile. That is 2 back-to-back quad pieces on missiles, perfectly reading the defense. If they don't win off that, they ain't winning.
Wag places down a strategic beacon, trying to get his team back into the mix right now, but the points are falling very, very fast. And to make insult just a little bit harder, another guided missile is going to be landed in 5 seconds. They've done a great job at positioning these guided missiles so far. I don't even know if they're going to need it. Take a look at how close they are to capturing these points. This one's going to land, and another 3-piece is going to be picked up. That's towards E2, but it's still being contested just a little bit. Not for long now, as Krollo is going to be calling in the 4th guided missile. Urgent redeployment for the side of FX. The strategic beacon is also trying to keep them flooding in towards the point. And finally, take a look at this. FX, they've somehow managed to go ahead and get a vehicle onto the point. That's going to be a tank destroyer, but the guided missile is probably going to land on the point. That's going to take out 2. Does not take out the vehicle. The engineers, they got to get this thing healthy, so that way they can make something happen.
How is Ployd still alive?
What?
Look at the health of that light, or that tank destroyer.
Repair.
It's unbelievable.
Repair.
They're repairing it. Muzz is doing, no! It goes down! 15 out of the 20 players use that tactical respawn beacon. We talk about efficacy. We talk about the ability to use these support systems effectively. 3 guided missiles in a row. 4, 3, and 2 kills each, and now another being called in, and yet you still can't take E2 because nearly the entire team just respawned on one single beacon you couldn't find. Will this guided missile find value as well? No, it will zone off the defense. It will zone off this FX roster, but they are resilient. They are somehow holding on. Not even holding on, they have complete control over E2. Finally, it's starting to go the other way. I am blown away this game is not over.
Yeah, FX, I mean, obviously they were able to go ahead and jump onto the point, but they have actually struggled to pick up any kills throughout. Like the tickets have not moved a lot right now for the side of RBN. Lemon.
What is Lemon? Is Lemon Is Lemon just getting on the ground? Lemon says, give me a piece of the action.
Maybe to call in.
Calling in some support. I mean, he's earned it, so that makes sense.
Yeah, great stuff there, right? Lemon's obviously picked up a ton of score throughout his efforts in the jet. Big salute coming in as well, showing off.
Yeah, it's the right play.
Oh, he's actually. Okay, never mind. I thought he was going to leave the jet for a second.
No, it's the right play to hop out, drop a tank destroyer, and then get back into it. Well earned from Lemon. How is this game? I cannot believe that. I mean, that feels like a generational hold from FX. That was unreal.
I'm actually going to say that I was very critical in my mind of a lot of the usages of the urgent redeployments and some of the beacons of FX throughout this game. Finally on E2, it was like the best value we have seen throughout the day so far. So great job from them.
And that beacon was far enough away where it wasn't getting destroyed by the guided missiles. Like perfectly placed.
Look at HR on the flank E2.
Yeah, HR actually getting paid on the backside of E2.
He is using the bow, by the way.
Yeah, that checks. That kid is cracked. He's so good.
Super good.
All right. E2 starting to fall on the back of HR and that flank over to E2. We've got a couple defenders trying to actually put some pressure onto E1 as well.
Beacon.
But that Star Baxter used Bishka. That's that same full squad of 4 we've been hyping up for this Reborn roster. You actually see, look at Jinx Jill.
Wag, left side. Oh, went down.
Jinx Jill has got the high ground position overlooking E2 and the tank, just shelling down onto the point. But Uzbishka and HR basically single-handedly, as a squad, wiped E2. And we're going to have to see a big effort from them again as another guided missile is being called in armor, Lemon. Amor is finding more and more value with the jet over the top. This missile could change everything. At least you would pray that it does if you're a Reborn fan. It does zone off the team, the defense, from getting onto the point. We're running out of daylight here. Look at E2. What a fantastic play from Uzbishka and HR and Star Baxter. Great job from the Charlie squad. And Charlie somehow didn't close it out, because look at what the defense was able to do yet again. A perfect respawn beacon over at E1. They're trading again.
And by the way, that was going to be that Wag coming in again on the flank, finding that great position. But I think that beacon is going to be sniffed out very, very soon. The tank destroyer is pretty much taking out all of the infantry that's going to be spawning on top of it. Double vehicles onto the E1 zone right now. Take a look in the distance off on your screen. I don't see anything that is green on the entire map. They were all down. They were all dusted. RBN. It took a little bit of an effort towards the end there, even with a giant advantage in the vehicle gameplay. I mean, yeah, FX were holding on towards the end there, man. I was worried. Obviously, through some trials and tribulations as well, they did look like they had the advantage in that initial game number 2 as well. So no surprise to kind of see them kind of reset, jump back into it, and go ahead and take that out. And welcome to Delta Force Invitational Warfare 2026, for as we are going to our first map number 3.
Man, what a marathon match. Give some celebration from the crowd that has stuck with us. And I am excited to get into our very first game 3. Definitely proud of Reborn to be able to battle back and do it again, right? They had a nice advantage going in to the last map before we hit the reset. They had about 60 lives, and they had control of one of the 2 zones in Sector E. So no real huge surprise, I think, if you're a Reborn fan, to see them win in map 2 on the attacking side. But we both predicted 3 games. We both predicted FX to win. When we start thinking about what we're about to see, I do want to look back on the stats and see why these teams were so successful. Take a look at the man at the top for Reborn, 129 revives, Mr. 1. He is 1 of 1 indeed.
Disgusting there. HR finding himself in 3rd place in score on the back of it of just 79 kills. Was going absolutely crazy. Dude,
I mean, I'm not kidding, put the team on its back.
No, seriously. And how fast of a cyclone was that? Like, we pretty much flew through A, B, and C. So it wasn't like that was like an extremely long match for him to go ahead and pick up 80
79
kills
on the bow.
So Yeah, no vehicle
Also,
usage
you got to
there.
remember that whole Charlie squad. I mean, Star Baxter was the one that dropped the guided missile that finally closed things off at the end, too. So, man, crazy stuff from that whole roster. You see John the Bomb down there at 46 kills, a bunch of people in the 40s overall. Solid stat lines, decent stats as well for the FX team. But the story of FX was the wild and wacky gameplay to be able to hold on for dear life on the E sector, right? I mean, perfectly placed strategic team respawn beacons, perfectly timed on the E sector, urgent redeployments where we really missed the mark earlier in the match. I thought when we dropped 5 guided missiles and couldn't grab the point, I thought FX was winning that. I'm not going to lie. That felt like, we're about to play 2 games and it's going to be a 2-0 just like the last time, but Reborn pulls it out, and I'm pumped for him.
We didn't see it specifically. I'm not sure if we'll see it when we take a look through these highlights as well. But I would say without a doubt, and it kind of hurts to say, but without a doubt, probably the winning moment for RBN throughout that game right there was when Lemon took down Muzz in the LAV. Because the value that jet found, not even just like finding, it sounded like it was finding a ton of kills, but it destroyed every single vehicle that was trying to land during that E sector for the side of FX. Like, just way too good.
I totally agree. We looked at the stats and we know who will be the MVP. It'll most likely be 1. But yeah, my MVP is for sure a more Lemon because the value that he found in the jet, being able to, never died. At literally infinite KDA. I mean, never went down, was able to survive, was able to make an impact on every single point. Team was able to take the D sector without him, essentially. And when we came to the E sector, was able to wipe lob after lob after lob after tank destroyer after any vehicles that the defense was calling in. A nice beacon there, a nice celebration here from Reborn, which in comparison to the reactions we saw in Game 1 is nice to see. But here's that moment, Amor Lemon picking up several vehicle kills on main and a couple off screen, but
just constant.
Yeah, I mean, the pressure that Reborn put on still took them like over 60 lives to take both points. Just a difficult sector.
Yeah, field day for Lemon. He was like, this is why we pilot jets right here. We don't want to sit here and do this back and forth with a lob the entire game. We want to be free, let loose, kind of do whatever you want and showcase our skills. And then obviously we just saw the absolute bombardment of guided missiles. I feel like RBN the call was probably just like, yeah, just keep sending them, we'll win. And then they didn't. And
Dude, it was a perfect read too. Looking back at the highlights,
yeah,
this is at 90 lives. They don't win here.
Yeah.
Like, I misspoke. It was Star Baxter's guided missile that wins them the game. It wasn't.
Yeah.
It was Star Baxter's flank with Charlie roster, the whole squad, that won him the game to finally take E2. Those guided missiles were perfect reads too, and they still weren't able to win because of what the FX team was able to do with that respawn beacon. So fun highlights and a fun game. We are going to Game 3, and the way this works is pretty interesting. I think it's worth talking about. Not 100% certain yet. We'll get a read from the admins. It feels like Reborn will be the team with the priority selection. We'll get a read from the admins to make sure of that. I think they win out in most of our tiebreakers, though.
Yeah.
When both teams win the attacking side, our rule is whoever attacked faster will be the priority team.
Yeah.
Pretty obviously, it should be Reborn, but of course, at this point, we've been up here long enough. Who knows? My sense of time might be out the window. So we'll double check that from the back end before we talk too much about it. But that tiebreaker advantage is nice to have.
Yeah.
Again, our map pool will still be randomly decided for this map. You cannot, you can pick the map if you want to. Usually our priority side, though, will choose just side. They'll say, hey, we want to be able to choose the side. The other team will choose the map. We'll be able to choose the side. That's what I'm expecting to happen. But again, we'll wait for the admins to make that read. So, yeah, Vivid, I don't know. We both said Game 3. This is as expected. We didn't get here by the traditional route, but about went to script, about what we thought.
So why don't we just go ahead and make it fun for ourselves, right? Why don't we just keep making predictions throughout the day? Me and you both are kind of predicting RBN to kind of win out on that, priority side. Before we kind of get into said prediction, obviously the best squad is going to involve Silly Cat. And it was pretty much just that same play over and over and over again. Silly Cat kind of finding that flank position, kind of staying out of combat, waiting for his particular squad to go ahead and spawn in on him with a bunch of engineers, and then boom, they were kind of unleashed. All right. So the side of RBN, right? They go ahead, they get priority selection. Let's say they pick that they want side. What side do you think they're going to pick?
I mean, they're winning on attack.
Yeah. All right.
Well, the thing is, it depends on the map. We'll talk about it in a second. Yeah. See, I think production's listening to us, man. This is the second time that they agreed. Shout out to production. That's my MVP, Amor Lemon, man. I'm throwing a little pizzazz on that because this guy is changing the game. Difference maker for this roster and one of the reasons that they won. Let's talk about the hypotheses, though. I love the question. Where are they going? What side are they choosing? I want to bring this up very directly because we're going to be talking about it in just a moment. The way this works, the team with the priority selection can choose side, just that as the option.
Right.
The other team chooses the map, and then the team that chose priority side gets to choose which side they want to play on that map.
Yeah.
So it really does give you a huge advantage because there are some maps that feel a little bit more lopsided, or at the very least, your team is more comfortable on. So let's just say, for instance, Ascension. This is kind of a classic public, at least in the public eye. If you're talking like Twitch chat, you would say, hey, Ascension's a map that attack can win on. It feels like attack teams can usually win on Ascension. It would maybe even have a higher than 50% chance of winning on the attack. At least some people would say that. Totally depends on the team. But just because you choose Ascension, because you're like, oh, they're going to choose defense. Defense usually wins. It's only been attacking wins, or 3 out of 4 games we played have been attacking wins today. So that's not totally true, and doesn't necessarily mean that you will get your attacking side on Ascension that you're asking for. That team maybe is really comfortable attacking on Ascension. So again, just talking about examples, that's probably how it's going to work, though. I would assume Reborn chooses side, and that will force, or allow, rather, the FX team to choose a map. Now, the real question is, what map does FX choose?
Yeah, to answer that question, I need to remember what maps were banned.
Fault is banned, and Aftershock is banned.
So it can't be Fault, it can't be Aftershock, and it can't be Cyclone.
Yeah.
So what do we got? We got like Ascension's available, Threshold, Cracked, Trench Lines.
Yep.
What's the last map? Is it is Trainwreck?
Trainwreck, yeah.
Yeah. So what side do they, or what map do they pick?
I don't know. They kind of rolled people on Cracked online. You think they could pick Cracked here? Again, we're hypothesizing of
I
the
like
actual
Cracked.
side selection.
I like Cracked.
I mean, it's literally the exact opposite of Cyclone.
Yeah, no jets, no boats.
A 3-sector capture point,
yeah.
all land.
Yeah. You know, we kind of talked about Cracked before as like this map that doesn't really feel vehicle heavy, and then Warfare kind of ramped up and teams got way better, and it was like flooded with vehicles.
Yeah, I mean, vehicles are still very important for Cracked for sure. But it's all land vehicles, so you have no air, no water, obviously.
Yeah,
you're literally in the desert. Yeah, I don't know. I think it's... I don't know which map this team would say they're most comfortable on. I think we even asked, in one of our interviews in the regional qualifiers that we did, we even asked one of the commanders, hey, which map are you guys most comfortable on? What's your best map? And they were like, oh, we take them all. I think that we asked Yellow that, though.
There's just... I love it. Players are just like so confident. Like, surely there's something in there.
Well, also, you don't want to reveal.
Yeah.
Like, if okay, we're interviewing the commander, and Yellow at the time, I think, was, or at least the interview we did, he wasn't the commander, a vocal leader for Reborn. And if he said, yeah, our best map is Ascension, if you're playing them, you're just going to ban Ascension every single time. Like, these players think about that, so.
Yeah, but maybe you fake them out and like, oh, our best map's Fault, and really you guys just like are terrible at Fault.
Yeah. Well, I think almost every team banned Fault leading up to the competition, so. Folks, I want to hear from you. What's your favorite map? All right, type it in the chat. We'll see if maybe one of these teams chooses it. Fun. We obviously have our randomized map pool as we move into the game here in just a couple minutes. But into game 3s, in a best of 3, it is no longer randomized. A team will select it, and it depends on who earned the priority selection, whether they pick side or whether they pick the map. That's something else to consider.
Yeah.
Reborn, technically, if they're the team that wins the tiebreaker, which I do believe they are, they can technically just pick a map that they're most comfortable on, attack or defend. They don't care. They want to play Cracked or Ascension or Trainwreck or whatever they like.
I'd love to kind of look back and get like an official like time-wise of how long that these guys are going to be up on the stage. We're geniuses. We're geniuses.
Listen, you've been perfect on predictions today.
Yeah.
But didn't I call Cracked?
Wait. So Crack was picked.
Cracked was picked.
But RBN is on defense.
Yeah.
So, I mean, we don't know
Yeah, we don't actually have
what.
I don't have any read. I haven't heard anything yet.
But let's assume that RBN had priority. And let's assume that they picked side.
They would have picked defense.
And then FX would have picked cracked.
Yeah,
you think they would have picked defense?
I mean, if that's the way the cookie crumbled, yeah, that's what they would have chosen.
Okay. Okay.
I don't think
Probably
Reborn picked. You think Reborn picked cracked? That doesn't feel right.
Yeah. No, I guess not. Okay, so FX again, not official, but FX picked cracked, and then RBN picked defense.
Yeah, I think that's exactly what happened.
Nice.
We
Nice
know
call.
ball,
dude.
Just saying. Shout out Vivid.
What was I saying?
This is the first time you've ever been right at anything. So
that's crazy. This needs to be documented. What else needs to be documented? I was trying to say this. How long these guys have been up on stage? Because we had that like pseudo game that got canceled, of course, because of network errors after like 40 minutes of playing. So that didn't really happen. Then they had this like 40-minute break, which they weren't necessarily up on stage, but they were kind of still in the zone for that.
VOD reviewing,
so
probably.
They've played what could have been like 4 Warfare games over the course of what time has kind of already happened.
Yeah.
And now they got to jump into another game. Now this is a 3-sector map, so it'll be a little bit shorter.
Practice
but
fast.
These guys got to be feeling a little bit tired.
Maybe. I bet they're caffeined out of their mind right now, dude. I bet they are teed up. Now, folks, I want to hear your predictions then. I already asked you about your favorite map. I'm watching chat, and I'll shout you out. I want to see who do you think's going to win it right here. Do you agree with Vivid and myself? We both said it was going to go to Game 3, and we are here, but we both said FX would win. I still feel like FX wins this. We're going to cracked, baby. They chose it, at least most likely. And with that in mind, I think they're feeling the most comfortable on it. But Reborn, they choose defense. They said, we like cracked as well. We want to defend on cracked. We think we can hold the onslaught of an FX team. Let me know, chat. What do you think? Reborn, FX. Winner stays in the upper bracket. Loser is fighting for their lives in the next couple days of competition. Double elimination tournament. Both will still compete throughout the course of this competition, and both still have a chance to make it to the grand finals, but it's going to be a much harder road for one of these two teams.
Smiles across the board. Remember, FX, they did have the momentum that was kind of halted. Now RBN kind of have the momentum, but something that'll be key to note is that both of these teams, of course, did get a win on the attacking side. And with RBN kind of jumping over to the defensive side of things, FX remaining on the attacking side of things, and how many attacking wins that we have seen today so far, yeah, attack, I feel like just feels a little bit more comfortable for me in terms of who I would predict to win this.
Here we go, folks. Players are locked in. But if we turn that camera over to the other side, yeah, I was about to say, they're selecting their commanders. Game is about to get started. This is it, ladies and gentlemen. Game 3 of the second match of the day. Jumping into cracked. One more chance to either hold the line, capture all those points, and move on in the upper bracket. It's sweaty out here, and I am loving it.
Toasty indeed. Who's going to get burnt at the end of this one? Go down to the lower bracket. As you can see, they are loaded in. 13 seconds. I see that little small countdown up towards the top of the screen over there. I got great eyes.
If you guys are this close to Vivid like I am, you can see his goosebumps on his arms right now. He is ready for this game. Energy is electric.
Confirming as well, FX did ban Fault, RBN did ban Aftershock. Cyclone was our first initial map, so 5 maps left to pick from. Cracked is going to be the one that is chosen. Jumping straight into things. We know how Cracked plays out. A lot of our attacking teams love to kind of play for this right side, get this little bit of a higher ground over the course of this cliff to try to go ahead and get some of these flank positions over towards RBN and the defensive side of things. But obviously, we're looking at a couple of pro teams. They're well aware of the possibility, and they're going to be meeting them over here head to head.
quick look at the map feed is exactly what Vivid was talking about. Playing for the high ground position, playing for the ridge, and then moving their way to the point once they clear out the defense. Obviously, we know spawn points. The attackers, they're spawning extremely close to this A point and up near ridge. If they can win this out, force the defenders to spawn back over into the B sectors and beyond, then boom, you can get your win on A. However, Vivid and I have casted over a lot of warfare at this point, and we also have seen a team, or actually a couple teams, get stuck at the line and be held even on Sector A in Cracked. It doesn't happen often, but in competitive, it certainly can. See who wins it out here. Mostly a trade, an even trade actually on the ridge. So let's see what's happening down on the point at A.
Wow, actually some of our attacking units getting into the mix directly onto the sector early on. This actually usually takes quite some time, but they're actually flooded in a little bit early here. And I do got to talk about the individual prowess that I am seeing coming out of the kill feed. I saw Wormy pick up like 5, 6 kills already, and he's going to be on that bow. If you did catch a quick glimpse at the available vehicles off the start here on Cracked, it's 0. It's none outside of like some ATVs for the attack, so that way they can get some of these early positions readily available to them. But yeah, it's just going to be gun v gun or bow v bow, however you want to take a look at it. And HR, yeah, finally getting into the mix. We're taking a look at some of the POVs here. Quick swap.
Hello. Wake up, smell the roses. HR getting a little fancy up here. Force Spree gonna have to back off. I like that combo. A bow shotty mix?
Nasty.
Oh, the kid showing off for us on main stage. I like it. But all fanciness is nice.
Uh-oh. Bang. Oh. Bang.
Uh-oh. Oh. Nice. It's a little windy. It's all good. All right, I was having fun watching that. Listen, all the fancy play, all the fun moments, some hero plays, picking up triple pieces, that's nice. We got to play for objectives, though. You see where the defense is lined up. Playing for ridge. They're going to look to play for ridge, and if the attack try to just sweep onto the point, they do still have high ground and can pepper down, thin the herd, and then jump back on it with the reinforcements. So far, so good for the defensive side. Fancy or not, it's working.
Wormy's actually going to be winning out the bow battle there against HR. That'll be a cool little head-to-head that hopefully we get to see multiple times over the course of this sector. Wormy's trying to get active. Oh. Hits a beautiful shot on Silly Cat mid-air. He's looking to kind of go ahead and continue throughout, but a res comes out onto Xmiet and finds a return shot onto Wormy as it stands. And I mean, talking about the progress here in terms of positioning for the side of the attack, they haven't really made much. Like, they are trying to go ahead and converge on the left side and the right side simultaneously, but it's costed them a lot of tickets. Already down to 145, so they have used up 35 already.
Yeah. That's a good shout. I kind of like what the defense is doing, actually. Again, still playing high side, but they've got these reinforcements playing the backside of A and catching all of these flanks in rotation. Well, most of the flanks in rotation. Luna maybe allowed that player to get a little too far out of their range with that shotgun, but it's mixy over at A, and we've got some nice flanks set up for the attackers as well. Rasta and co trying to find an angle here to get a full push from high side. Look at them go. Here they go. Randy Savage leading the charge through the smokes. He's actually winning most of these gunfights. It's Shobi finding a triple. I want to say he was running an MP7. I couldn't see in third-person POV, but so far so good for this attacking push. Look at this overhead shot of the attack that's come in. It was namely on the back of that strike team around the far side and then led by Randy to flank around. They lose high ground and they full send on low, and it worked out well for them.
Yeah, the defense kind of fell apart on the zone directly. Yellow is trying to make something happen, but does kind of get picked off. And one of the key points about their push onto this sector, you actually saw it from a player like Boom, and I saw it off in the distance from another player as well. They were able to pick up the respawn beacons that were placed down by the defensive side that should have allowed the defense to kind of flood back in, but since they got destroyed, since they were kind of heads up and paying attention for that, they kind of thwarted those efforts. They were, of course, able to capture a majority of this point, but finally the defense is able to go ahead and get a foothold under them, and they are now returning the favor. Randy's trying to make something happen.
Randy's 12-3, now 12-4. I mean, those are fantastic stat lines this early into the match. First vehicle, of course, goes to Wormy. It's just an assault vehicle, nothing crazy, but we'll take what we can get. Should help with setting up another flank with his squad and respawning on it. Potentially put down that vehicle respawn beacon as well that comes with it. The attackers have a decent presence now, much closer to the point now. Set up kind of their perimeter and their hold. Wormy's going to get up here and cause a little disruption at the very least. Dropping some players off on the backside. See if they can be heroes.
Jinx. Calling in the urgent deployment right there. You can see in the middle of your screen the progress bar onto Sector A is entirely red. And yeah, with Wormy in a vehicle, sometimes we kind of talk about how the assault vehicle does not necessarily find a lot of value, but you put Wormy in the thing and it finds incredible value, picking up kill after kill with the tires alone.
That might be the most value I've seen with an assault vehicle maybe ever.
He's so good. He's so good.
That was like 6 kills maybe with the gun, as well as just splattering people onto the point. And that amount of disruption also completely nuked the idea of using that urgent redeployment for anything. Yep. That is a waste from Reborn that they could have used in future segments, in future sectors here. Again, this is a 3-sector capture map. There's not that much map to work with as we move into the B sector, of course. In the B sector, it is a 2 capture point B sector. You've got HQ, which you're seeing on your screen right now, and B1. And then over there in the courtyard of B2, it's kind of this quad, which is a fun point as well. Traditionally speaking, B1 is given up fairly easily for the attackers, and B2 is where these teams can hold the line pretty aggressively and potentially even attack the team at this B sector if we don't get to see it.
And now Crack turns into a completely different map. The first sector featuring pretty much no vehicles at all. And now all-out chaos kind of ensues, both sides getting instant access to the tank. So that is, of course, going to start playing a part of the strategic approach from both sides. We do see a lot of the times the attacking side, since they are kind of granted access to B1 pretty early on and kind of control over it, we see that tank from the attacking side kind of just hang out on B1 and kind of play that defensive role that prevents any of like the flank ideas or those tug-of-war ideas that you like to call out. The tank can, of course, just solo defend it against anybody just running up to it, so we'll have to see if that kind of plays out. Also, we do see a little bit of a squad of Wormy off to the distance here trying to flank B2, and this little bit of a ridge is going to help out immensely, but one of the squads on the side of RBN is trying to fend them off.
And I actually like Reborn's strategy here to not just give away B1. Make them work for it. That's Yellow playing Roof now at B1. They're actually working pretty hard there. They will finally win that gunfight. It's enough time for Star Baxter to potentially make a play. Potentially pick up some revives as well, but yeah, no, I totally agree. It's going to be the attackers eventually taking B1, likely setting up Siren on B1 to hold the push as they make an aggressive infantry push over to B2 kind of at the same time. Both teams have marked a vehicle for death. It's looking more and more likely that the attackers' objective will not land. They will not get that extra score. I don't see that defensive vehicle dying anytime soon.
Siren trying to make something happen from off in the distance. Again, these vehicles are very important for both sides to kind of keep alive because, again, you can see it's very limited access to vehicles as it currently stands on the map of Crack. So if you lose your tank, I mean, you're at a big disadvantage. Finally, some of those extra vehicles do try to make their way down. It's going to be an LAV. Who better than Buzz to try to go ahead and wait for that, but right in front of him, it's going to get destroyed. And guess who destroyed it? Did you catch that?
Yeah, it's Zero. Zero Lemon. Amor Limon picking up the final there with, I believe, an Allura rocket to kind of finish the job. Great job, good team effort. That's something that is kind of expected at this point in Warfare Esports. You have to be able to find those destructions, and Siren's finding anybody that's thinking that maybe their teammates can spawn on them and cause a bit of danger to him up on the ridge. Attackers have complete control now over B1. The question is, when do they move over to B2? They've got plenty of lives to work with as well. Things looking very kind of methodical at this point for the attacking side.
Yeah, they're trying to go ahead and rack up some score as it currently stands. Like an artillery barrage onto B2 from the attacking side is very, very useful. Kind of waiting for something like that to be able to be called in. Funk, you can see playing extremely far back. But again, this is going to be one of those reasons why B1 is kind of conceded. You can see the line, this road that kind of separates B1 and B2. The defense pretty much spawns on that B2 side of things, and crossing that road with, you know, no cover against the tank and all the infantry from the side of the attack is super, super hard after you do initially lose it. So it's pretty hard for them to continuously defend B1, but they have so much free access to B2 that it does become a little bit of a foothold. And uh-oh.
That's 2 vehicles coming down at the same time. Gets a bit of a second chance here, Siren does, to hopefully knock down the second. And yes, enough.
Nice.
That's a nice take over the top on the battle tank, but they do get the tank destroyer onto the ground. Look how far away these vehicles are landing. Wormy not taking any chances this time around. Tank destroyer way back here. They're willing to kind of sack the lava at the same time. If it would go down, they're actually able to get both because they called them in so far back. This is the way you got to do it, man. You have to be as safe as humanly possible to get these vehicles down because there's just such an advantage, especially on a map where you're kind of there's just not a lot of room for error on this map. So I like to play. They're going to get the assault vehicle as well to help spawn in some attackers. They should be able to set up a nice push over here to B2 now that they have this amount of vehicle presence.
Looks like there's actually like 1 or 2 members of FX that found them onto the B2 point. They were kind of capturing it for a second there, so that was kind of cool to see. But the tank destroyer from the side of yellow does go ahead and stop those early efforts. Now, a big advantage for the side of FX in terms of the vehicle economy. You can see it's 4-2. One of those vehicles being an assault vehicle, so we can kind of chalk it up to being like 3v2. This would now be the opportunity for them to try to make something happen. You can see on the left side of your screen, the tank and the tank destroyer for the side of RBN, they're kind of grouped up. If FX can make a coordinated push and destroy both of these vehicles simultaneously because they are grouped up, that would be great in their efforts to winning this map.
Vehicle advantage technically on the side of the attack. Assault vehicle goes down. 3v2 in vehicles. Still, tug of war is a stalemate. Attackers at B1, no problem. Defense at B2, no problem for the most part. Here's a decent little push going on from the attackers, though. They're going to try to come through this choke point, and yellow's there to make them pay. They try to go low. They then switch to the high ground. They go up to the roofs, and they're getting punished for it, as yellow is finding kill after kill, or assist after assist at the very least, shelling the top side of the B2 point, completely thwarting that push.
And taking a look at what Wormy actually went ahead and selected as the objective there for the side of FX. It was going to be a vehicle, so he wanted his team to go ahead and combine their efforts to destroying one of those vehicles. At the same exact time, RBN, they actually call in an urgent redeployment. I mean, they were facing what felt like no real pressure, but it's going to be called in anyway, so we'll have to see if they can kind of make something happen and make it hurt on the side of FX. The tank is actually being pushed back. That was going to be Randy and the tank destroyer that was kind of pushing Funk back.
Yeah, yellow's low. Yellow also having to back up. Funk able to kind of step in front of what would be a couple missiles here. Urgent redeployment, I think, was just to replenish their numbers. They had a lot of people dead, kind of spread out across the map. They wanted them to be more centrally located around this B2 point because they felt this push coming. Maybe it was a hair too early, but the attack had a nice push. They set up a much closer line of attack, playing around the top side of these buildings. A lot of shelling both directions, but now an artillery barrage on the side of FX. This could be an opening that they need. Yellow isn't able to get quite as aggressive and is very low now, having to go through the alleyway to try to stay alive. And this is where the attackers can just jump point. These defensive vehicles can't play around this point because they're going to go down. And that's exactly what happens. Boom gets active. They keep yellow from regenerating health on the vehicle, and they finish him off with an AT4. And Muzz is going to force this tank to also back up and think twice about even playing for B2. It's looking like Reborn are going to have to hold in the C sector.
Great job from FX right there. They found initial damage onto Funk, forced him all the way back, and it kind of left yellow on that tank destroyer alone against 3 separate vehicles, and FX took instantaneous advantage of that. Now Funk is trying to make something happen from the defensive side of things, but he's taken so much damage that once again has to retreat to a similar position. Now Randy and the side of FX, they're feeling confident. Just go ahead
and capture B2 as fast as they possibly can. And I gotta tell you, with a push like this, with the vehicle economy that they have, with the ticket economy that they have, they've got to be feeling pretty confident in their ability to go ahead and win from the attacking side, because look, they're going to have 180 tickets available, they're going to have a lot of score available, and they're going to have a lot of vehicles as well.
Quick look at the stats. Sophie making some big waves at the top of the leaderboard, actually. 31 total kills and 27 revives. But Aladdin has 61 revives for FX. A couple new faces as we pop into Crack, topping our leaderboards. That is a ton of revives for a Crack game that's not going on that long.
And look, how easy is it for us up here to kind of get distracted by the numbers? We kind of look at those numbers for like, what, 15 seconds, and we tune back in. And FX are so locked in, they know exactly when they need to turn their attention to all their vehicles. They, of course, get that lob, but we also saw prior to taking out that lob, they destroyed another vehicle in the sky. One more for the road. You got to find the last bit of damage. Come on.
A lure rocket? Anybody? Oh, that could have actually been the game.
Nail in the coffin, that would have been.
So close. That was Siren, by the way, and another vehicle goes down that was called in by the defense.
How?
That's Siren from like a different continent away. I mean, that guy was up on the hill battling back at A sector. I mean, good grief, and was landing those shots from distance, and they're going to get another one here.
Dude.
The defense can't get anything going. That one will go to Netoxy, who, again, is way back on the ridge.
I think the defense, by the way, just called in like 6 vehicles and 5 of them got destroyed. One made it down.
Unbelievable, man.
And while all this is happening, because so many members of RBN are trying to go back and help defend against Allure rockets and everything like that, they're losing both zones simultaneously.
Packers have presence over to C1. The defense have marked C2 for a hold. Muzz getting mixy, playing the lob up close and personal. The defense commander says we gotta hold C2, so they back off, respawn, and set up. Body sack into C2 position. Another vehicle goes down. Light tank down. And we've got one tank left, and it's the commander, Jinxchill, who's determined to get a trade here. But this could be a mistake. If Snarf is able to get this kill, if Jinxchill does not get out of dodge, that was close. If this tank goes down, it's still in threat.
They're pushing.
There's no way.
They're trying. Wag, boom, in the mix right there.
Tank
they do
destroyer.
not find the damage, but Randy joins the fight as well. The tank destroyer rounds the corner. The engineer drops out of the tank destroyer. The damage is too much to handle. 0 vehicles available for the side of RBN. Actually, as I say that, an LAV does actually touch down on the ground.
Barely.
Barely, yes. C1.
Man, what a bait. I mean, that was a really good play to get Jinxchill to make the commit. I mean, Jinxchill kind of had to commit to that play, had to at least get a vehicle trade, but then needed to drive that thing as fast as it would go, as far away as he could. Just overstayed his welcome, and then Randy came back in and got the kill.
Wormy smiling. I don't know if I've seen any emotion from this guy throughout all of the games that we have watched so far. He's barely even talking some of these times, and he's got a big smile on his face. He feels confident. RBN, they're starting to feel the pressure. FX is everything on to the point right now, but they're kind of being thwarted by this urgent redeployment that is being called in.
Score looking good for FX right now. They have 158 lives remaining on the attack, onto a single zone of a single sector left. This would be one of the most unbelievable holds from a team that hasn't hardly had an advantage since this map started, if Reborn was able to hold on here. Urgent redeployment has kept some bodies on the point at C2, but Boom and Randy are still going insane in those vehicles.
Yeah, they've been tough. They have been doing so much. We'll kind of talk about it after the game, but Randy and Boom, a great duo there. We're kind of used to talking about Wormy and Randy, but it looks like they've kind of switched up the approach in terms of how they want to play the vehicles. C2 currently being captured. The attack is trying to make something happen, but if you do kind of take a look at where the vehicles are positioned for the attack, they haven't actually joined the fray in that, you know, in-the-face approach of C2 has kind of just been some of the members' boots on the ground for FX trying to get into the mix. And as I say that, Randy's trying to get active. He's trying to go ahead and push that LAV off.
Nice commit.
Now the LAV for the side of FX. Muzz starts to get active. He's
Great
hit one more shot. And the defensive vehicle, the last one standing, goes down.
That was such a strong commit. They send Randy in to cause this vehicle to back up and kind of get stuck in this alleyway on its way out. Randy goes for the flank. We also have the lob commit to the point. This opens up the point, and we get the double cam of Jinx Jill because, frankly, I'd be sweating too, man. This is so dang close, at least in terms of you losing the game right now. Reborn have to step up in a huge way on the back of their commander and their team. They have to rally right this second as they are sending the house at C2, holding on for dear life. But we have so many lives remaining. This feels like all hope is lost if you're a Reborn fan.
Yeah, I mean, FX just have full control of not only the sector, but the entire map. Anytime they try to call in a vehicle, destroyed. Anytime they try to make progress with their defensive vehicles, destroyed. It's currently 3-0 in the vehicle economy side of things. They're trying to make something happen. The artillery barrage is coming in for the side of RBN. They are kind of making something happen as the vehicle does take quite a bit of damage, but Randy makes quick note of that. Is like, all right, you're taking damage. Why don't you go ahead and let me in?
Mean, Randy's just running through people. Should lose the tank
Look at
destroyer.
that feed.
Should lose the tank. Should lose the tank. How is Randy alive? Finally goes down, but took down 7-8 kills in transition on the point. They send the house, and FX have done it. They will capture C2. They will win Game 3 in a dominant fashion. With an unbelievable celebration. The boys are hyped because they certainly earned it. The marathon is finally over. FX will stay in the upper bracket.
Wormy. I called it out. I was like, we watched throughout the games that we played on Cyclone, and there were moments where he was kind of quiet as the commander, not really even like calming during some of those moments. Oh, and the night comes out as well. But Wormy specifically, man, he's been smiling for like the past 5 minutes straight.
You know where his emotion turned? When they got all those vehicle kills and he marked Jinx Jill's vehicle for death and they were perfectly able to execute the plan.
Still trying to hold back that smirk. I see it. FX, man. The emotions are all across the board. A lot of smiles, a lot of excitement, a lot of confidence as well, right? Kind of hitting some of those emotes. But what a completely different matchup on Cracked, right?
Insane.
Like this was super, super different. FX winning their head-to-head in the upper bracket. They win 2-1. Went all the way to game number 3, but they got it done.
Listen, I don't want to toot our own horns over here, but we called it. It didn't go exactly like we thought it would, but at the same time, we said it was going to go 2-1. We said it would go to FX's way, and we both said, we did say separate things on whether it was going to be attacking or defending, but we both said that it was going to come down to FX map choice, and it was the Cracked pick that changed everything. Let's take a look at some of the stats, though, and why they were so successful. Look at FX. You see incredible kill totals between a guy like Leo, Sobi, both picking up at the 40s total. But again, the end of the story is this map is just shorter than the others, and they dominated compared to their opponents.
The end of the story for me is Muzz. This guy went from an extreme role player. He's been like charging up for the past like 2 hours. He's been sitting in a lob doing pretty much nothing. And then he gets a lob on a map like Crack, and he goes bonkers. Picks up 39 kills. And it's not even like he had access to that LAV throughout the entirety of the map, right? It takes a while to actually get access to that vehicle.
Man, also Aladdin picking up 73 revives on what was that, like maybe a 20-minute game? Not even?
Yeah.
That's actually pretty impressive. I mean, there was a reason we saw well into the triple digits as we wrapped up an entire game. They had plenty of lives remaining, and that truly was a dominant fashion. Again, we talked about it. I want to bring it back up. That's the thing with this priority selection. When you win a tiebreaker, you've got to make the right choice. Side feels like the right choice every single time. It feels like the other team can pick any map, and we get to choose to pick our own destiny of how we play that map. But for some teams like FX, I think they would have been comfortable on either side of the coin and cracked. It just feels like the map that they are the most comfortable on. It's the first map in the game. It is one of the maps that's been around since the very beginning. It's a remake of an original Delta Force map, and these guys know it like the back of their hand, and it really showcased here on main stage with what they were able to do on the attacking side.
Let's just bring the conversation full circle, shall we? We kind of came into this matchup, and we were talking about how good FX looked regionally on their attack.
Yeah.
And we were like, dude, they had an average attack time of like 9 minutes, but we were going into Cyclone and we were like, they're obviously not going to attack in 9 minutes. We jump over to a map like Cracked, and we see that very quick approach from the team instantaneously. I mean, it wasn't 9 minutes, and we don't know exactly how long it was, but if I were to guess, like 15, 20 minutes, like, it was super quick.
Listen, into the story for this roster and what they were able to do on Cracked came down to killing vehicles. Look, and we won't see all of them, but there were literally 6 vehicles called in by Reborn, and like you said, only one of them hit the ground. They did a nearly perfect, near flawless job of making sure Reborn could not get a vehicle to hit the ground, and that's the reason they win. This was a great play here as well to get the trade out. We pull in, bait in Jinx Shield to come get into the mix, look for a trade, but when you already had the vehicle advantage, you're willing to sack a vehicle. Did you see the reaction from Jinx Shield there? He knew it, and Wormy smiled. Perfect reaction from both because they both knew that was the moment that the game completely shifted and was entirely into control of FX's hands.
Again, I want to put a giant highlight on the fact that Muzz just looked like a completely different player on a map where he's allowed to go ahead and get active. So, and it feels like FX as a team are just so stacked in how many members can play well in the vehicles, man. I mean, we talked a lot about Randy. We talked a lot about Wormy. They kind of flip-flop in between who's controlling the vehicles, but then you throw in another guy like Muzz.
Yeah, it's true.
They're just so awesome at playing these vehicles.
Listen, we talked about it a ton when we were prepping for Cyclone, and that feels like literally days ago at this point. And we still got 2 more best 3s, all right? We're going to be here a while.
Do?
Some of you are, some of you are just waking up, and you're like, what are we on, the last match of the day? That was the second match of the day. But when we were prepping for the first 2 games, we knew it was going to be Cyclone. All the players knew it was going to be Cyclone. Cyclone plays near opposite of most other maps in our map pool.
Yeah.
It totally changes the game, flips the script. Everybody has different roles. So you're right. It is cool to see a guy like Muzz, who had like maybe 6 kills when he was harrying the Jet in our replay of map 2, come out and bang out a massive game. But our best squad in the last round of this matchup was the Commander squad. This is Alpha. This is Wormy, Luna, Randy, Boom. Well-earned, well-played, gentlemen. Fantastic stat lines.
And this is perfect because, again, Randy and Wormy are going to get a lot of the spotlight on this team. But I did want to talk about another member. Of course, you know, Wormy picked up the MVP, just consistently playing that commander role so well, jumping in the vehicles, and just doing his thing, man.
Yeah,
we know exactly
brain.
what this guy does. But I did want to talk about one of the members of the squad who we really haven't talked a lot about. It's Boom. Randy and Boom have been that duo where Randy has been kind of controlling those vehicles, typically the tank destroyer because he's so good at it, but then Boom has kind of been that engineer that is helping keep it alive.
Yeah.
But Boom has been a player that actually jumps out of that tank destroyer very frequently and is on a Luru and uses that AT4 at such good moments. Like, next time we see these guys, pay attention to that and pay attention to some of the highlights, because I'm telling you, the teamwork that these guys have and Boom just jumping out of the vehicle is something that is not going to be highlighted a lot, and it's clearly not highlighted in the score because he's kind of like the lowest ranking member, a part of this squad. But a lot of the effort, a lot of the credit that Randy ended up getting is on the back foot of Boom.
Yeah, no, I totally agree. I mean, it's a team effort across the board. That's the way Warfare plays. Everybody has their role. Everybody makes their stamp on the game in different ways. You may be the bottom of the leaderboard guy. It doesn't change the difference of how valuable you are to the team or what you're able to accomplish. It's just a metric for what we can see of what you're able to do on the map. So fun conversations for all of our players. And a big shout to Reborn, man. They had moments of greatness, especially going through Cyclone. some crazy moments where they really showcased what they were made of. You and I predicted this being the result because we knew both teams looked very strong. These are the best Western teams we've seen thus far ever to play on a LAN stage. There's no question this is a better Reborn team than it was with No Mercy last year. There's no question this is a better America's representation than anything we could have had even last year, the first time they're represented on stage. So I'm excited to see what FX and Reborn can do later into the competition. And a big shout out to both of those rosters. Got a lot of friends and great players on both of them. So we'll see more of them later. We'll see more of them tomorrow and the next day and the next day, I'm sure. But let's head down to the stage, get a quick interview with our winning squad.
赛后采访环节，哇，这场比赛真的是非常精彩。我们邀请到了指挥官 Wormy 来到赛后采访，也请他先跟大家打个招呼吧。Well, Wormy, congratulations on securing this victory. Please say hi to our audience.
Hello, China. I'm Wormy.
欢迎欢迎啊！第一个问题想问一下，终于是拿下这场比赛的胜利了，现在的心情会是什么样的呢 ？How does it actually feels like to secure this victory?
It feels amazing. It's our first challenge, like in a real competition. So all of our hard work has been really rewarding here today.
他认为这场比赛他们打得非常好啊，而且之前的努力和训练在今天这场挑战当中也是成功得到了印证，并且得到一个非常好的回报。OK， 那下一个问题想问一下，在之前呢，我们也是知道他们在队伍当中其实会有一些语言交流上的小小的障碍，想问一下他今天是如何克服这个障碍的呢？We've noticed that your team might have some problems with the language barriers. So can you tell us how to solve this problem, or maybe temporary today?
I would just say that we couldn't really do it without our bilingual speakers. 15 of the players on our starting roster speak Portuguese, and we only have one bilingual squad leader per squad. So there's a lot of echoing that happens with the communication. We have a little bit of a delay. Definitely today was the first time we were challenged. On top of our communication, so there was a lot of stuff that we learned. But yeah.
Okay, thank you. 他说的是呢，在我们队伍当中有15名选手说的是葡萄牙语。那在每一个小队当中，他们都安插了一位多语言的使用者。那一位使用者会变成他们的这个小队的一个翻译。那当然这样子的话，其实会有在信息沟通上会有一些回声，包括会有一些信息的滞后。但今天的话，对他们来说，他还是认为这一场的挑战他们完成的非常的优秀。好，那下一个问题啊，想问一下，他作为队内的这个载具手，在禁区这张图的 A 点当中有一波勇猛的载具的冲锋啊，想问一下他是怎么样做这波的考虑的 ？You were doing really amazing on the vehicles, especially on Alpha. You were using the vehicle to cut the road and try to get the Alpha A. Can you tell us what's the decision at that time?
They had a lot of medics and no engineers, so I just wanted to run some people over.
That's it?
Yeah. I saw an opportunity and I took it.
You tried to be the hero, right?
Yes, the team needed a hero.
Exactly. OK， 他说的是呢，当在 A 点当中，他发现对面的医疗兵是比较多的，工程兵是比较少的，所以他找到了这个 timing 点，然后来到点里，成为了那个拿下点位的英雄啊。OK， 那最后问题想问一下，他是否是第一次来到中国呢？对于线下的这个氛围是怎么样感受的？包括之后的话会去吃什么食物啊，或者说想去做什么样的事情呢？Is this your first time here in China? And how do you like China so far? Do you like the vibe, and the crowds, and the audience, and anything that you want to try?
Oh yeah, this is my first time in China, overseas actually, and I'm having the best time of my life. I love it here. Really good food, very welcoming people, and the vibe is just really nice. It's a really clean and safe place.
他说的是，这也是他第一次来到海外，同时也是第一次来到中国。他非常喜欢线下的氛围，同样也很喜欢这边的食物，这是他人生当中比较好的一次经历。OK， 那也是再次恭喜 FX 拿下了本场比赛的胜利。以上就是赛后采访的全部内容了。OK，that's the end of interview. Thank you, Wormy. Hope to see you next time. OK， 让我们把时间交还给评论席。
Thank you so much to Lucia and, of course, Wormy down on the stage. First interview for Wormy on a LAN ever and first time in China. Great job, my friend, and congratulations. Well earned. Fun interview. They needed a hero on A on Cracked. Hey, he was that, man. That's the most kills I've seen in an assault vehicle, maybe ever.
So it's so funny because to us, man, it's just awesome to kind of see how well he does.
Well, we're going to head to a very short break. When we come back, we got our next matchup, folks. You're not going to want to miss it. Two brand new teams.
Court finds that the AI holds no legal responsibility.
But the data, this doesn't add up.
Just do it, the AI. Unbreakable, unshakable. Shadows tried to dim my light. They told me to give up the fight. Said I was weak, said I was small, but there's a drum inside my chest, a beating heart that gets no rest. I'm waking up, I'm shifting gears. You can build a wall so high. Watch me spread my wings and fly. You can try to block my way, but hear the words I'm gonna say. 'Cause I am invincible, I am a storm, breaking the silence, I am reborn. Throw all your lightning, bring on the rain. I find my power inside on the unbreakable, unshakable.
I didn't think we'd be exchanging information with these underlings. Is Smee serious?
Show some respect!
Is that enough respect for you?
Unbreakable, unshakable. Shadows tried to dim my light. They told me to give up the fight. Said I was weak, said I was small, but there's a drum inside my chest, a beating heart that gets no rest. I'm waking up, I'm shifting gears. You can build a wall so high. Watch me spread my wings and fly. You can try to block my way, but hear the words I'm gonna say. 'Cause I am invincible, I am a storm,
I didn't think we'd be exchanging information with these underlings. Is Smee serious?
Show some respect!
Is that enough respect for you?
Unbreakable, unshakeable. Shadows tried to dim my light. They told me to give up the fight. Said I was weak, said I was small, but there's a drum inside my chest, a beating heart that gets no rest. I'm waking up, I'm shifting gears. You can build a wall so high. Watch me spread my wings and fly. You can try to block my way, but hear the words I'm gonna say. 'Cause I am invincible, I am a storm, breaking the silence, I am reborn. Throw your lightning, bring on the rain. I find my power inside on the blade. Unbreakable, unshakable. Unbreakable, unshakeable.
I didn't think we'd be exchanging information with these underlings. Is Smee serious?
Show some respect!
Is that enough respect for you?
my light. They told me to give up the fight. Said I was weak, said I was small, but there's a drum inside my chest, a beating heart that gets no rest. I'm waking up, I'm shifting gears. You can build a wall so high, watch me spread my wings and fly. You can try to block my way, but hear the words I'm gonna say. 'Cause I am invincible, I am a storm, breaking the silence, I am reborn. Throw your lightning, bring on the rain, I'll find my power inside on the daily path. Unbreakable, unshakeable.
I didn't think we'd be exchanging information with these underlings. Is Smee serious?
Hey, show some respect.
Ready to fight, wanna survive, I got that lust in me. Staying alive and skipping the line, I'm the only queen.
Is that enough respect for you?
Gabe.
Course, changing teams. We got to quickly talk about what we've seen today and where we are going next. LT took down HAN to kick things off, 2-0 to start off the day, but it was on Cyclone, so it was a long one. There's certainly the case. And 2-0 doesn't tell the full story. It was very, very close, especially in the first map. But then FX and Reborn, talk about a long one, goes the distance, also on Cyclone, and then FX win on Cracked in a magnificent fashion. When we move our eyes to this matchup, HYD, first time on main stage versus AHR. Any heavy hitters for this roster?
Yeah, I'm looking towards Killua on the side of the Commander squad there. That is a name that's going to be familiar to me. I've seen Hazmat as well before, so it's going to be great to see a new team kind of take the stage here. And I think what's great about this format is, you know, once again, we do get to see every single one of our teams featured at least one time on this first day of competition.
That's a good shout. Here's a look at AHR. Same question, not necessarily a ton of familiar names, a team that has a bunch of new faces to the LAN competition scene at the very least. Anybody you want to shout out from AHR aside from, of course, the Commander?
Yeah, I mean, Turtle is going to be a name to me that kind of rings a bell. Also, Lin Yi there in the second squad. Going to be one of only very few female players that are finding themselves up on the stage over the course of the week. So great to see that as well. I see a couple of Ace members there in the third squadron. I have to take a look out for them. Mocha Ace in that final squadron as well. Toby is a name that I also recognize.
Yeah. No, it's a good shout. Watch out for the Commanders, though. SJD is going to be leading the charge for this AHR roster. And then for that HYD roster, it's going to be RCCK maybe. Now, we talk about predictions. You and I have been mostly on the same page throughout the course of today's competition. And you, technically speaking, have been perfect on today's competition in between you and I, which I hate to say. Frankly, Vivid never beats me in anything. He's beating me right now. Let's talk about our predictions very briefly. We both said the same answer. I'm thinking it's going to game 3. Why you think 2-0?
I just feel like this one, obviously we had, 2-1 in that last matchup because I thought the teams were a little bit more even. I feel like just HYD, I mentioned it a lot of the times, when a team is better, I feel like they win no matter what the side is. I feel like HYD are just going to be just a little bit better enough to win on both sides.
Yeah, I was taking a look back on some of the scrims results, and in general, on paper, I would say HYD is a stronger team.
Yeah.
But we know that paper doesn't always go to script when it comes to LAN events and offline events like we are here today. So who knows who performs better? They've been waiting in the wings for quite some time, and we've already done all the picks and bans as well for this team. And we've mentioned it a couple times, so I will remind you and probably remind you one more time before we get there. We are headed to Aftershock, folks. This matchup could go any which direction because this is the newest map in at least the competitive map pool. It's been out for a little while now. Aftershock changes the game with the way the map is played. What do we think we should expect with Aftershock?
I mean, I feel like these teams are pretty much asking the same exact question. I feel like it's going to be feeling like we're jumping back like a little bit in time in terms of how developed some of our teams are when it comes down to Warfare because it's just newer to the pool. There is
a lot of
less
new strategies,
time on the server when it comes down to this map specifically, which it means that teams themselves don't have probably a lot prepared, but then they also don't really know what to expect from other teams. So we could just see some like stomps happen if one team is just that much more prepared than the other.
Yeah, it's a decent thought. I mean, I think there's a lot of different strategies these teams have maybe put together, but we're not sure maybe if they've been put into practice before with all the VOD reviewing they've been doing and planning. Again, it's kind of a new part of this competition is that these teams have so much time to prepare and plan out their maps. I think last year, about 6 months ago when we did 2025 Dfiw, they were given like, 20 minutes a heads up? And I mean, it was something ridiculous. It was really, really tight. The same way our regional qualifiers went. So here on main stage, having a full day of preparation, you heard it at the very beginning of the day. LT was talking about, they stayed up to like 2 a.m. prepping just for Cyclone, over and repping and over and over and over again, practicing strategies and talking about what they should do as a team. So I'm assuming these two teams have done the same for Aftershock. So definitely going to put some new theories and new strats into action, see which team comes out on top.
Yeah, absolutely. And a quick note for the end of the day of this broadcast, we're actually going to be showing the pick ban phase for even tomorrow's matchups. And, kind of depending on when we get done here today with this broadcast, teams again will have the same opportunity to go ahead and prepare for their matchups tomorrow and, tie that specifically to a map in general. So great opportunity for all of our teams to have some time to go ahead and prepare.
Yeah, good shout. Both these teams coming from the Pacific region, so it's going to be fun to see two heavy-hitting teams. Again, teams that won their regional qualifiers to get to this stage compete against each other for a spot in the upper bracket. Winning a spot here, winning and moving into the upper bracket and staying in the upper bracket is a huge win in terms of the amount of reps played. You and I both know it. We've been standing up here the entire time. A lot of our viewers have been hanging with us all day today. We've been live for like almost 9 hours, or actually right at 9 hours now. We've played 2 best of 3s, and we still have 2 more to go.
Yeah.
Here's the thing. It might be feeling like a marathon to us. Playing up to 2 less best of 3s if you stay in the upper bracket all the way through is a massive difference in terms of the marathon longevity of like how ready you need to be and how tired you get competing at the highest level over and over and over and over again. So we know that winning even this first round is a huge victory for these teams in terms of saving and conserving some of those energy. This is a 5-day competition, a long one. You and I hopefully will have a voice by the grand finals on the 5th day, but in the classic form, fashion of a caster, we'll say only time will tell, I guess.
We will also try to pay attention to some of the cameras, right? We have this view of all of the player cameras throughout the competition. We'll have to see if kind of like some faces start to look tired as the week kind of goes on, right? Yeah. And see if they kind of are showing any signs of not maybe getting as much sleep as they're used to, because they are staying up to, like you said, 2 a.m. sometimes, going ahead and preparing. It all kind of also works out to be, it depends on when your match actually ends up getting scheduled as well, so that could be a big part of how some of this kind of pans out as well.
Yeah, I mean, you stay up till 2 a.m., but you're not playing until 9 p.m. I mean, hey, look, we got plenty of time to sleep, rest, recover. Excited to see the teams walk out, folks. Let's head down to the stage and see them enter the battlefield.
Delta Force Invitational Warfare. 有请 HYD 战队 Please welcome Team HYD. 领域巅峰，问鼎冠军 Overstrike. 有请 AHR 战队。Please welcome Team AHR。倾力一战，醉风出击 ，Deep Grind One Stage。硝烟已起，锋芒毕露，战斗即将打响。The smoke is rising, the tension is building, and the battle begins now.
Battle begins now. Excited to get into the action. Great intro. Yeah, I love the production of these walk-ins every single time these matchups happen, especially these are the first time we're seeing these teams on main stage. Again, we've been here for a very long time, but the first time for both of these teams to walk up onto that stage and compete against each other or just compete in general. So I'm pumped to get straight into the gameplay. And again, like we mentioned, we are headed to Aftershock.
Listen, I got to get myself one of those cool walkouts out of one of those tunnels.
That's not happening.
What? Why,
There's
dude?
no
They
way.
look
Sorry,
awesome,
dude.
man. The lights and everything like that going crazy. Strike me a cool pose. Listen, we got another big matchup here. HYD versus AHR. Anything you kind of noticed from some of the players as they were walking out? I personally feel like AHR, they were looking a little bit more confident.
Yeah?
Yeah.
You think so? I think that's a crazy read. I think both teams feel confident. They both feel comfortable. They're ready to rock and roll. They had some nice little send out to the crowd. I'll shout out our crowd that's still here. We actually have quite a few people, bottom row and top row today. And it's Wednesday, man. It's like late on a Wednesday. And we've got 5 days of competitions. I'm being told our weekend shows are fully sold out and completely booked. This place is going to be loud. And we've got people that'll be sitting right behind us over here, behind our camera. So it's going to be a lot of fun this weekend. We got a long road still to get there, though. Yeah, talking a little bit more about these rosters, a lot of more unknowns for these two rosters in comparison to some of the others. You mentioned a couple names that we have seen before. Some of these teams are parts of these teams on different rosters, competed last year, but not nearly as recognizable as some of the other rosters we just talked about, let alone our like small bias of the two EMEA rosters and, of course, the Americas rosters just because we've casted over them. But there were a lot of returners in that first matchup as well. We had a lot of returning players for LT and a lot of returning players for their opposition representing Korea that all played last year in Vietnam and now have kind of made their biggest roster. These rosters are much more new. We haven't seen them compete on the global stage yet, and they've got a lot to prove. And something about that is kind of fun and exciting, is being able to watch teams and players prove themselves on a global stage and say, hey, we're here to stay and we're here to make a statement.
But that's what the global stage is all about. That's why these players kind of feel the nerves. That's why they feel the intensity of a competition like this, because they know what's at stake. They have the literal opportunity to go ahead and show everybody at home, to show us, to show their other competitors, hey, listen, I'm crazy good at this game.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Let's show that individual skill.
Well, a quick look at our sports center. The Hongshan Sports Center is where we are at right now in Wuhan, China, and the sun is beginning to set.
Yeah.
So it's getting dark outside. Still looking nice and crispy out there as we get to see the entire city where the rivers meet. Now, I will say I'm looking at some of our notes here, and like I had mentioned, not a lot of these folks did play in Vietnam last year. A lot of folks on this Japan team, they played at ACL. So the Asian Champions League, a lot of them competed over there under this team's banner of HYD. So I'll be curious to see if HYDs, because of that experience, can show us a little something of what they've learned, what they've been able to execute in the ACL. I've actually had a chance to cast over. We did an English broadcast of the ACL a couple years ago. Really good competition over there, but pretty much the only other like major global or like major regional LAN at the very least that some of these players have played on.
Yeah, that was actually going to be my next question. If you know a little bit about ACL, was that like a exclusive online competition? Was there like a feature?
No, there's a LAN element. Yeah, there's a LAN element to that, yeah.
Yeah, so that's super sick. They competed at the LAN then, I would imagine.
Yep.
And so that pretty much means that, yeah, they have some experience on LAN, which is important to note.
Yeah, no, 100%. I mean, that is a key difference maker. Not all of these players. There's a lot of folks. We had when we did like a form for these players to fill out, it was kind of like past competitive experience. There's a couple players on both of these rosters, full blank. First time ever doing competitive events, worth noting here with Delta Force, which is really exciting to see. Again, a lot to prove for both of these two teams. You can call them underdogs maybe in the competition in comparison, but it's going to be a lot of fun to see what they're able to do. AHR versus HYD. Vivid's saying it's 2-0. Chat, what are you guys saying? You think it's going to be a 2-0? 2-1 like me? Flip the script? AHR win? I think they certainly can. That's why I'm going 2-1.
Let's help the chat out a little bit here and preface this by saying that I've yet to be wrong today. So if you guys are unsure.
I did see somebody in chat hyping you up. I'm not going to lie.
Shout out.
I hate the fact that I have to say that out loud, but
yeah,
you are 5-0 in predictions right now. And you chose the correct side of winning too.
Yeah,
which is,
I mean, that's what I do.
This will be the only time you ever hear me hype up Vivid, but doing a great job. As we take a look at our rosters, of course, both these rosters do have a couple subs. Actually, less subs than most of our other teams. It looks like HYD only has 2 subs they could potentially pull into the mix should things go awry, somebody not feel well. Maybe they have specific substitutes for specific roles, which we've seen often in jet and helicopter gameplays.
You know, they pretty much only brought 2 subs because they're like, well, comes down to, I mean, we can just pick Vivid up.
Okay. Does anybody want to hop on the desk and say, I can't work with this guy anymore? This is crazy. All right, fine. If you're playing with HYD, then I'm playing with AHR. I'm going to switch my predictions. I'm going to tell production in the back, flip-flop me. I'm going AHR now. Sorry, buddy.
Because you're playing on the squad?
No, because I desperately need you to be wrong, and there's something about me manifesting the fact that AHR is going to win now. That'll make me feel very good. I still have an opportunity to beat you, though, even though if I go for HYD, I'm saying it's going 2-1. I think we go the distance in this matchup as well. I think these two teams are pretty evenly matched.
Wouldn't be surprised. I mean, listen, you know, we've talked about it multiple times. It being a new map just kind of even the playing field just a little bit as well. So wouldn't be surprised if we did go ahead and see the opportunity for a 3rd game in this matchup. But nah, I'm still feeling pretty confident. I think HYD got this.
Aftershock. Ladies and gentlemen, a couple things to note about Aftershock. We have the main event in Aftershock, which will happen sometime around Sector B. Certainly worth bringing up in the conversation of what happens on this map, seeing one of the 2 zones of Sector B fall as our buildings collapse, and then you have to capture the rubble. Depending on how fast we move through Aftershock, that will certainly happen. Something to watch out for.
Uh-oh.
Here we go.
Operators being selected.
Yep, I think that is our support team. Here is our engineering team. I love the sneak peek, actually. This is nice to see. We could match up the faces to you know, their names and their operator choices to their roles. This is cool.
Yeah, absolutely. Of course, kind of a sneak peek in how they expect this one to kind of play out. I mean, even thinking back to how Crack kind of played out in Wormy, reading into the situation, we're like, hey, listen, there were no engineers on the map, so vehicle was just kind of like free pickings for me. Of course, we're seeing engineers being picked early on here, so no surprise with a map like Aftershock and early access to the vehicles instantaneously, which is pretty cool as well because you can see how different each one of these maps sort of play out just simply by what you have access to as soon as you jump in.
That's a good shout. Players honing in their settings, double-checking everything before we start this game. Everything's got to be picture perfect. You've been preparing for this moment for months now. Got to execute on main stage. Commanders being chosen. Here we go. We know who they're going to be. Teams have been working under the commander the entire time. As a quick reminder for some of you that are just waking up, welcome to the party.
Good morning.
Dfiw, good morning. Maybe it's good afternoon for some of you, depending on what region you're watching from. But all I know is we're about to have a dang good time with another fantastic matchup. It is a best of 3. We will be on this map, Aftershock, on attack and defend. If we trade wins, we will then go to game 3, of which we'll talk about how that's chosen when we get there. For now, it is Aftershock all day in this matchup. We're playing best of 3s for the next 4 days. Best of 5 at the grand finals on Sunday.
HYD versus AHR. Welcome to the big stage. Welcome to Dfiw 2026. Jumping into the server. HYD starting on the defensive side of things. AHR starting on the attack. The first time we will see both of these teams up here on the stage for this event. The first time that we will see Aftershock up here on stage during this event. It's going to be a brand new map for probably both of these teams in a competitive setting. It's going to be a brand new viewing experience for me and Goj up here, and I'm sure for most of you at home. Let's take a look at how these teams approach one of our newest maps.
Well, the implementation right now is full send. Into the building we go, and under we go to point A. Again, Sector A, fairly easy capping comparison to what you'll find on the B sector. It really depends on how quickly you can move through it for that main event to trigger and bring those buildings down. But an early setup here for the attackers to all move together as a unit. Not seeing necessarily a full flanking squad yet. We'll try to shout them out when we do, especially if we take a look at that map feed. But HYD finding some decent value, actually, on the outskirts of this building. And they will start with an AAV, so the attacking side will have an advantage. AHR with the AAV, working their way through the streets, just slowly pushing and clearing towards the A sector.
And you can see for the attacking side of things, it is a little bit of a slow approach. They do have some corridors to go ahead and work through before they feel confident in actually approaching the sector itself. Some just 1v1s happening off in some of the alleyways and off in some of the buildings. And what's really, really cool about Aftershock is that, yeah, it does have access to all of these buildings, which kind of finds it difficult in terms of this AAV and picking off some of those members. So a lot of cover for you to kind of hide around and play defensively and kind of lock down towards that A sector. Now, we do know that this A sector is a little bit tricky because you can start to capture it from underneath. There is like this tunnel that leads and gives you access to this sector. So we'll have to see if our attacking side decides to go ahead and approach from underground. But as it currently stands, the AAV is staying up on the road, staying up on the surface, and approaching from up here.
Yeah, finding some decent value without giving away the farm, if you will. Make sure you don't overcommit to some of these pushes when you're the only vehicle on the map, but just kind of slow pushing the front line of your infantry so they can start working their way to point, shelling, giving covering fire for the infantry to make a move. Having a bit of a split push. We see one group going left, one group staying on the right with the vehicle in the streets. Slowly work our way this direction, kind of working together as a unit. Blue rockets over the top could do a decent bit of damage. Also get some intel of how this push is falling through. A lot of revives coming in for Tormy Ace. Watch out for Tormy and Pang as the AAV goes down. That is a great pickup from HYD with a bunch of Allura rockets and then an AT-4 to finish the job. A nice play to take down the only vehicle in the game.
Yeah, absolutely. So far, the defense, I feel like, is doing a great job at holding back this attack. They're, of course, finding value in just straight-up position, but they're also finding early value in dwindling some of the tickets to the side of AHR. Upon the approach of the sector itself, they've managed to go ahead and dwindle just straight up 20 tickets, and they haven't really even had to fight over the sector and the zone in its own right. Obviously, as well, HYD doing a great job of destroying that AAV, which is a big advantage for the attacking side to go ahead and start with a vehicle like that. And we can see the vehicle economy for the side of the defense on a map like Aftershock. They start with none. Yeah. So kind of evening the playing field is important.
Something really important about Aftershock, for those that haven't played a ton of it, is there's a ton of destructible environment. I think the most in any map out there. So there's going to be a bunch of these buildings, a bunch of parts of these buildings that will be blown to smithereens basically whenever these teams want to do so. something to keep in mind with how they address these points and how they make pushes over to A sector and beyond, of course. But already one of our buildings fully collapsed. Open things up, give a little bit less cover for the defense to kind of rat inside of and hole up inside. You see Lul, TTV, their only assault vehicle in dire straits, but they do get the respawn beacon down. They do get the repairs in. Should be able to use that to bring the team wherever they want to go.
Yeah, and talking about collapsing, I mean, the tickets for the side of the attack have seemingly collapsed as well. Down to 130 already, and again, I'll go ahead and put an exclamation point on this. They have yet to even have a single member of their entire team step foot on the sector itself. So HYD is just doing such a good job at holding these guys back and creating this little bit of a line that they cannot seem to cross.
I just lost another 13 lives.
What?
Yeah, it's because a lot of revives are not coming through right now. You're seeing these big pushes that get thwarted, and also the medics are going down quickly, so all of those players just hit the respawn and say, okay, we'll try again. So far, a fantastic hold for HYD. They're making these vehicles think twice about getting really aggressive. A lot of Luru rockets will land. The AAV is very low yet again as a couple AT4s also hit. Nice job from the engineers to keep this thing alive, but all this time of keeping this AAV alive means that nobody is actually addressing the point. They're slow pushing together, they're slowly gaining ground, but A has not moved a single centimeter in percentage towards AHR already. And this is not disaster yet, but we're starting to get to a point where it's like, okay, if we can't make a move through the open streets, and we can't make a move through some of these buildings, where do we go and how do we get there?
Yeah, super scary. I mean, Aftershock was kind of a toss-up, and there it is. HYD picking up the assault vehicle, so the play around the beacon not going to be possible anymore. But speaking, you know, in terms of the matchup, wasn't feeling too confident in my prediction, but early days here in the head-to-head on Aftershock has me feeling pretty good about a 2-0 out of HYD. So far, I mean, they just seem like...
Look at the line they've set up.
They are outclassing AHR.
The defensive line you just set up, I love that we got a chance to look at that map view. The defensive line they set up is gigantic. They have pushed all the way up basically to spawn line. They almost couldn't set up any further away. AHR can't get through the opening defense of HYD, and if they don't make a move soon, that's a two-piece there for QKA with the bow, showing the aficionados of some of these top slayers of what they're able to do with that compound bow. Also, I'm paying attention to these player cameras. Take a look at RCCK, maybe the commander. Flying comms left, right, and center. SJD hasn't hardly said a word at this point. They have a game plan. They're trying to execute it, and there hasn't been an adjustment yet. And they're down 80 lives. We're already about to be into the two-digit mark. We're about to be out of the triple digits. This is a big moment.
Yeah, the AAV is trying to make something happen, maybe towards the flank. Looks like they're trying to make something happen towards this side of the map, which is great because it doesn't look like there's a lot of defensive holds kind of happening over here. And a couple of vehicles actually available and not being used yet.
Saving those for later. Leaving them in the back line. Don't want to threaten a loss maybe. Can't use them yet. Got to hold on to A. Finally, we see A be contested at the very least. This is the first look at maybe a chance for the attackers to actually take this point. More engineers on the battlefield, more Allure rockets, and another AAV down. Uh-oh. I'm not feeling good about my prediction right now.
Yeah, HYD, they look very, very good. And they haven't even had access to a vehicle yet, so not even at full power as it currently stands. This A sector has finally been touched though, right? A couple of members from the side of AHR have found their way towards the point. The urgent redeployment from the side of HYD, they're starting to feel the pressure. And the tank is finally found out by the side of AHR, so they're going to go ahead and start to use this to their advantage, but that urgent redeployment is going to be paying dividends in terms of trying to flush out some of the members of AHR, and all of a sudden, look at this. This is a big push.
It was a really good play. We actually saw it at the top side. They actually ran across the railing, then jumped down low, and tried to play the low side of this position position. This is the way you capture A. You have to get to the low side. It forces the defense to get extremely aggressive. And talk about aggressive. This is why the urgent redeployment was the perfect call. They had racked up enough score. They know that they're ahead. This is a great play from RCCK maybe to make a play to get his team onto the point and continue to hold down point A. If they don't call an urgent redeployment there, absolutely AHR have control over Sector A, and we're moving on to Sector B with only probably 20 less lives than max.
Yeah, absolutely. And we saw how much of a flush they just did onto the side of AHR. There were so many members down below the A point, which is kind of that tunnel that I was talking about, is typically like the main approach to actually attacking this point. And because that urgent redeployment kind of came in, they were able to flush all those members out. Since it was a full flush, none of the revives were able to go ahead and pick up. So again, a big investment in terms of the tickets for the side of AHR. The tank is trying to find some value, but now that the position itself has been found out, the Alurus, the Rockets, they're kind of keeping that tank at bay. And what I love about HYD's approach so far is that they are not sitting back and playing defensively. Yeah, obviously when they have to, they are. But as soon as they kind of get a leg up on the other team, they are pushing forward and taking the fight to them. And I feel like it's just catching AHR out completely.
Brother, 2KA has 30 kills.
What? Yeah, I mean, wrap it up, dude. This guy.
A menace on the map, playing Nox, just route man getting paid as a solo. Insane. I love it. I've seen a lot of BoFC over the course of the last several games.
To be fair, I mean, he's dominating, obviously, 30 kills. He's also somehow found a way to die 60 times.
Yeah, true.
And still get active.
Getting active. Another AAV on the map and another AAV down. That is the third down for the side of the attackers. They cannot keep a vehicle presence on the map in a significant way. They're making sure that their tank stays alive by playing the back line and playing just support, shelling the point to hopefully help them out as they make a move forward. But every time they try to get active with an AAV and actually make some real headway onto the actual sector, it immediately gets obliterated. Really well done from HYD to prioritize playing engineers on defense to make sure the vehicles go down. Usually you think of engineers and you usually think of them keeping vehicles alive, and well, that was a weird one, but keeping vehicles alive, but they're utilizing them to make sure these vehicles do not stay alive. I like this play from HYD.
Yeah, absolutely. You can kind of see how they're just trying to go ahead and push the line forward. 2KA is just trying to prevent all of these infantry from getting any sort of powerful position. Obviously the tank is helping out, but take a look at how far, dude, oh my gosh, he's just picking them off for free right there. They're somehow not even aware of the position. He's been here for like 2 minutes and nobody has kind of called him out on the other side of this rock. They're trying to make a push towards the tank right now, but the tank is doing a great job of staying alive. It just needs a little bit more damage, and there it is. It's going to be the Viren picking up the tank right there to go ahead and finish things off. 48 tickets available, 46 tickets available. They are dropping fast.
Yeah, this is extremely one-sided right now. HYD just got started already final form, and they finally earned their tank. They've already used a ton of their score, and it's been used extremely effectively. That artillery barrage they called in did a ton of damage onto the tank itself to get it weak enough to get the kill, and also zoned off the attackers from even able to play for the point at all. I can't imagine this isn't a stuff at the line perfect hold for HYD, who have barely even lost any of A at any point in this competition. There was only one strong push that they immediately answered with their score. This is something you oftentimes see from a defensive team that knows that they're ahead. They're using their score, they're using their support systems reactively, not proactively, and that works when you know you have more score than your opponents because you can always outplay them. You react to what they're doing, you answer, and then if you need to overcommit, you still have the resources and the score to be able to do so. Great job from HYD. I don't think they've even broken a sweat yet.
And they've been doing so great without any vehicles. And in the last couple of efforts here from the side of AHR with just 30 tickets remaining, they now have to face an HYD that has access to a tank and an AAV. And because they have access to these vehicles, they can now try to prevent the vehicles of AHR from even touching the ground. They do successfully prevent the LAV from landing. The tank destroyer is going to make its way down, but I don't know if it's going to be enough.
And again, I give a credit to HYD in the planning that they did. you know, prepping for this defensive push to start things off. A great call to really invest in the engineers here. They've won the vehicle war since the very beginning, and now that they have their own, there's no way any of these players are getting into the low side of A sector.
HYD just looked like a brick wall right now. I mean, you've got the individual prowess of players like 2KA. You've had the great teamwork in taking out some of these vehicles. And then there's Lant, who jumps at an AAV and is just feeling super, super comfortable. As I say that, though,
finally,
great effort from the Dfiw, and actually goes ahead and takes that one out, but not before it finds some incredible value.
Yeah, incredible value. That also didn't get revived. Look at that, down to 13 lives. That was a ton of kills that don't get backed up. It feels like almost AHR is like hitting the give up too fast. I don't know, or maybe they aren't running enough medics. There's just not a lot of lives to go around, and folks, finally, they're getting some action onto the A sector. We've got some bodies on point. It's gonna have to be answered, and it immediately is. I told you they're using their score effectively and reactionary. We see A go down at all. What happens? An artillery barrage, a respawn beacon, and urgent redeployment. HYD says, we are winning right here, right now, and there is nothing you can do about it because we just straight up have more resources than you.
Yeah, and look at this, HYD, there's only 10 tickets remaining, and they're still going on the aggression. They take the tank straight towards the tank destroyer, make sure that one is no longer a part of the battle here. There is still a couple of vehicles available for AHR to try to make something happen. But take a look at the point itself. There's just nothing for the attack brewing at all. They're just trying to send a vehicle and a vehicle respawn beacon straight into the middle of the point, but that one's going to be stiffed down. You can see a couple of members, they're going to be making the comms. The Molotov is going to go down. It's going to be destroyed by the tank. And all of those members that you kind of just saw dive onto the point, they're obviously not going to be able to be revived.
Here they come, the attackers' last play. A lot more revives happening in the final moments here. They recognize, they look up, they go, oh my gosh, we've had 10 lives for now 2 minutes. They're keeping bodies up. They've made a nice push underneath. Once they got that AAV dead in the hallway down below the Sector A, they still have a chance. 8 lives and counting. This is a big push, and there's no more score that HYD can call in right now. It's gonna have to straight up put a tank on point, put bodies on the point, and we gotta win our gunfights. Look at this tank putting in work down in the zone. They've got to kill these medics. If they kill these medics here, the game is over. Down from 8 to 4, there's still people in the hallways, but these players can't hit the give up button. There are no more bodies to go around. This should be all she wrote in the first game of this matchup. What a hold and a great send, a great reaction. HYD go perfect in game 1.
Trying to watch for some of the reactions here, whether or not it kind of feels expected or if they're kind of feeling excited about that one. And they look cool, calm, and collected. They're just like, yeah, fist bumps all around, whatever, put us on the attack.
Clean. I'm telling you, this map is an interesting one in many different ways. And one of the ways it's interesting is that it can be difficult to cap.
Yeah.
I just felt like it felt like a chess match where you have somebody that knows your every move. And so there's just no way to outplay them. If they know exactly where you're going to go and how you're going to get there, they will match you point for point, pawn for pawn, queen for queen, over and over and over again. Anytime a big move was made by AHR, it was immediately matched and reacted to by HYD. They got him everywhere they went.
Well, even still, it looked like all of their moves were kind of prevented as well. They were pushed so far up, right? And just incredible stuff. I'm sure some of these lines are going to go absolutely crazy here. Obviously, we saw 2KA on the bow, on Nox. One absolutely crazy, 41 kills, and this is something that we do not see often. What is this? I'm going to count them real quick. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 players ahead of the commander in score for the side of HYD, dude. I mean, Rock maybe's like, guys, chill out, man. I can't even mark anything. The match is already over.
Yeah, I mean, the same could be said for the AHR side. It's just the fact that we didn't even get through the first sector, so there's not that many objectives to mark or do for the commanders to earn the extra score. So it would have to be them just slaying out the lobby or doing something else that would give them the value that they needed. Quick look at the revive category as well. I think it is definitely worth highlighting on the HYD side. They might have picked up more revives on the defense than the attacking side. You basically never see that. Big shout out to Julius there, 42 total revives. Top of the leaderboard, Tats out the top as well at over 30 revives on the defensive side. Very well done to keep bodies on point and be able to react perfectly, but also, frankly, just kind of outscored them in every category on that leaderboard.
Yeah, super well done from the side of HYD. I will say, you know, obviously we did see some medics for the side of AHR. They were trying. There was like a couple of 30s in there, a 40 in there in terms of revives, but any single time that we kind of tune into some of the plays from HYD, what it seemed like was happening was some of the AHR squads, like specific squad, just members of 4, were so split from the rest of the team that even if there are medics available on the entire team of 20, because your specific squad is just so far away, you don't get revived.
Well, looking back on these highlights, I can't imagine this package is too long because the defense held them on the first point. Still some highlights, though. Most of them were either 2KA with the bow or vehicles being destroyed on the AHR side because they couldn't keep a vehicle alive to save their life, unfortunately. And it was namely because of the amount of engineers, the amount of Allure rockets that were landing anytime a vehicle was spotted was kind of unreal.
Yeah. I mean, you're starting with 0 vehicles, and to pretty much be in control of all of the vehicles throughout the entirety of this first sector. Just super, super clean. And this is one of those statement games, I feel like, for HYD. You're at an international competition. I mean, yeah, and, you know, got some funny stuff like this happening. You're at an international competition, and your first game, this is kind of the appearance you are making. And you got to imagine,
you got to feel good.
All of these teams are coming from different regions, winning out their regional qualifiers to kind of make it here. They're not used to playing against all of these teams, so they don't know necessarily a lot about some of these teams. So if a team like HYD makes a statement like this, you gotta imagine some of their future opponents are just gonna want to give them more respect than maybe they were initially going to get.
I mean, I'd be banning Aftershock if I'm playing these guys. I mean, they look insane on the defense. And again, all of these highlights is mostly just destroying the vehicles of their opposition so they couldn't get any reaction, or couldn't get any advantage rather, on the sector. And then finally, when they did, it was an immediate answer from the commander of calling in respawn beacons, urgent redeployments, artillery barrages, whatever it took, because they had the score to utilize it. The attackers didn't have the score to match the amount of pressure that RCCK maybe was able to do.
Crazy stuff from HYD. Now, AHR do, of course, have the opportunity to do the same exact thing. We're going to be flipping sides on Aftershock. That being said, I don't know. I don't think they're going to be able to match that.
Maybe it's just a defense-heavy map.
Dude, that
Maybe the pro scene is just all D all day on this map.
That looked a little too good.
Yeah, it did. I'm not feeling fantastic about my 2-1 prediction, but I still believe in AHR. I want to see them succeed. Let's see what happens when we flip-flop sides. Let's take a look at the best squad. It was Outpan, Z-Box, Theo-chan, and Tats that make their way to the top as a total squad. Again, as a quick reminder, the way this works is it's just average total score between all 4 players in a squad on a roster that wins, that is at the top of the leaderboard. So this is the squad, certainly. You can see solid kill totals across the board. Mostly these are just fraggers. I mean, they just kind of fragged.
Yeah.
They picked up a lot of kills as a squad in general. It is 2KA, though. The Bowmaster himself with 41 total kills and 13 assists. Great job from him to pick up the most kills in the lobby by, I think, almost double digits.
Yeah, incredible stuff there. Love to see the individual prowess of some of our players when they do jump into the server. I feel like any single time you see somebody run around in a warfare match with a bow, you just instantly, you know, add a little bit of respect to the name. Because you're like, yeah, this guy is he's about to do something crazy.
Yeah, no, I totally agree. If you're rocking a bow, you know you're cracked. I mean, we think of the Reborn team. Big shout out to HR. Best kill totals so far that we've seen.
Yeah.
79 kills, was using the bow the whole time. So maybe it's just the top fraggers, top slayers. The bow's just that good. I will say it is one of those things we use, you know, especially in the U.S., we use a lot of basketball analogies. My basketball analogy is if you're hitting your shots, keep shooting. And that's how I think about playing with the bow. If you start missing, you got to swap up the weapon, man. I've seen some bow users out there that are really good, but they start missing their shots, and then they keep missing, and they keep missing. Your snaps aren't on. You got to swap up weapons.
Yeah, absolutely. But snaps were on there for 2KA. I would imagine that the game plan is going to be the exact same thing, even though we are going to be swapping sides. 4 minutes separates us And between game number 2 of this big head-to-head matchup, HYD versus AHR, like I already mentioned, they're going to be swapping sides. AHR going to be on the defensive side. And, you know, you were feeling not so confident about your 2-1 prediction. I'm feeling very confident in my 2-0 prediction in favor of HYD.
Before you start yapping too much, you and I technically have both been right, I think, on all of our matches. You just have gotten the games right as well.
Well, that matters.
I know it matters. You are better than me right now, and this is the first time ever. So, congrats to you. Relish in your victory for now. Tomorrow will be different, or maybe the next match will be different. Who knows? Listen, let me ask you the question, actually.
Okay.
What does AHR have to do on the defense here? Do they have to just mimic the same thing that we just saw HYD do? Like, what does AHR need to change now that they're moved to the defensive side that doesn't have vehicles?
They got to go back in time and hope for a different map.
Jeez. That's brutal.
I mean, listen, it's just more so. It just feels like there's an individual skill gap. I'll just say it.
Okay.
Like, you know what I mean?
If it doesn't believe in AHR, I still
What do you think they have to do?
I think that that felt like a strategy issue, not necessarily like an individual slaying power issue. Like, it felt like they just couldn't play vehicles correctly.
Okay.
They couldn't keep them alive. They weren't defending them correctly. They weren't able to utilize them effectively. They're moving to the defense where they don't have any, so they don't have to worry about that.
Fine. I will say, I did make this point very, very quickly. To me, there were a lot of times where there was a straight-up just squad of 4 on the side of AHR that was completely separated. And it cost them like so many tickets.
Chemistry issue rather than interesting.
So as soon as all 4 went down, there was nobody else around from the side of HR on the attack to even have a chance to go ahead and revive, which is why we saw a lot of the tickets kind of dwindle very, very quickly.
I will say I think that's a pretty important note. I do agree. The revives, it wasn't necessarily the amount of revives that was the problem.
Yeah.
It was the fact that they couldn't get a lot of those revives on some of the pushes because the medics were going down quickly.
Yeah.
Can you tip your hat to HYD and say, well, great job taking out the medics early? Sure, but I think part of that is the medics have to play slightly differently to keep their team alive and be able to go play for those revives, even if you're going to play for those revives late. I also saw a lot of the kill feed of players giving up to get back into the match quickly. That feels like either a communication error or an impatience error playing on land. But again, we're just hypothesizing. Vivid thinks that he could do better. I certainly don't. These people are professionals, and he may have a big head. Let's not make it any bigger with another correct prediction. So I'm thinking AHR will take it here. I think they still have a chance. They just need to get ready, kind of get settled into their setups, lock in, and play like the team that we know they are.
Yeah, absolutely. It'll be interesting to see kind of how you bounce back from that. A lot of competition in, you know, whatever you are doing is a giant mental game as well. So it is important to go ahead and reset. Obviously, we're going to be leaning heavily on some of the squad leaders, obviously, as well as the commander to go ahead and give some sort of a pep talk. You know, hey, listen, we know what we're doing when it comes down to the attacking side, the defensive side, whatever we're kind of switching to for each one of these teams. Just play our game, man. You know, this is what we practice for. Hopefully, they practice for this because, you know, again, Aftershock, it was this big caveat. No, seriously, it was this big caveat. I was like, listen, how well prepared are some of these teams going to be for a newer map?
No, I totally agree with you. It did feel like maybe AHR was a little bit less prepared, or just that their strategy just didn't work.
Yeah.
Whatever they had prepped didn't work. Let's swing it back. Maybe they're just more comfortable on defense. So let's get into it, folks. I don't want to beat a dead horse. This is going to be a fun one. I'm excited to see what AHR can do. When their back's against the wall, sometimes that pressure can make diamonds. Let's see if AHR can become a diamond, or at least create a diamond with that pressure that they have on their backs right now. If they lose, if AHR gets swept in a quick 2-0, they're going to be going down to the lower bracket, and that pressure is only going to get more intense because this is a double elimination bracket. Even if you have a bad day today, you still have a chance tomorrow.
Yeah.
But you're starting to run out of chances if you lose here. There's a huge advantage in staying in the upper bracket. Less games, more opportunities, and of course, just the ego and clout of knowing, hey, we just won and we can keep pushing and maybe keep winning. Momentum is a big deal in Warfare. Let's see what these teams got. Timer's done. Teams should be starting here in just a second. And I'm seeing some nerves. I look back there. I'm seeing some sweaty brows. I'm seeing some folks getting ready. They think.
On which side?
I think it's a little bit of both.
Yeah?
I think HYD, they're like, wow, we're just like that good. Like, we have that ego. But also, if I was in their shoes, maybe this is a character flaw of mine, but I'd be thinking that was too easy. There's no way that happens again. We have to stay locked in.
Okay. No, I like that. I feel like I would have a pretty relaxed approach to it as well. you know, noting, hey, listen, this team is respectable. They won their qualifier. They are here for a reason. Yeah, we do have to re-lock in.
Yeah, if we get too comfortable, we lose.
But remember,
sure.
we kind of saw the reaction to winning that game. It wasn't like they were like, you know, heads held high. They were just like, all right, dude, fist bumps.
Yeah, let's
and
do it
that's
again.
it. Yeah, let's just do it again.
You're right.
So I'll be interested to see if they do actually go ahead and 2-0 here for HYD. I'll be interested to kind of pay attention to the reaction and see if it is a different reaction. Like maybe when the 2-0 comes in and the match itself is over, if they do get a little bit more excited rather than just being like chill, fist bumps, you know, everything like that.
That's true. You see those sweaty brows I was talking about? I will say that was a quicker map than we've ever seen on LAN, at least in today's competition. Players are locked.
Maybe comparable with Cracked.
Yeah, I guess that's true. Is that was only the second defensive win of the day.
Yeah, it was.
Pretty wild to say as well.
Throwback to LT, their first head-to-head.
Yep.
When they went ahead in 2-0. But it was a close one.
Insanely close.
That defensive win and our first defensive win of the day were very different.
Yeah, that's very true. If you were wondering, by the way, Fault was banned by HYD, and Trainwreck was the other map that was banned by AHR. So, the reason we found ourselves here for these matchups, it is a random draw. You'll be able to see that random draw and how it all works at the end of the day. Vivid was talking about it. But no more yap. It's time for gameplay. This is what we want to see. Can HYD do it on attack just like the defensive side? Will AHR turn the tides back in their favor and force us to a very early and quick Game 3? See what happens.
Now on the attacking side of things, HYD, of course, going to be starting out with that vehicle, and they didn't
They're
really
swinging, man. Look
need
at
a
this
vehicle
squad
in their last approach. And look at this. Remember how we talked about that line that HYD kind of created on the defense? AHR is in a much more passive position. Like, they're behind the sector itself. Like, the team of HYD has seemingly just kind of walked up as there's actually a huge three-piece kind of picked up from the side of AHR. That's going to be credited to Turtle. We're also seeing a Seneva in the mix from the side of AHR. So the early efforts from HYD to go ahead and aggress towards the point early on were actually stopped in terms of the boots on the ground, but the vehicle, it's large and it's in charge of Sector A.
AAV down below is the same kind of, I call it the hallway, the tunnel underneath the sector where they're starting to get some value. This is very quick value on the point, very quickly going to force the defense to have to either jump the point or just allow it to send off and hope to prepare for B sector. Now, again, I know this is pretty self-explanatory, but just because the attackers get through A quickly doesn't really change anything. They'll win the tiebreaker. You got to capture every single sector on this map to count yourself a winner.
Yeah.
Doesn't matter how far your opposition got. You've got to capture everything. So already some nice value HYD, but we're just getting started.
Yeah, absolutely. Some of the defensive is trying to go ahead and throw some mollies, throw some explosives down this tunnel to try to find some value. Even a flank is actually coming in, but some of the guns, some of the boots on the ground, even the vehicle is going to be picking up some of those members of AHR as they make their way to the bottom of the staircase. If you take a look at the right side of the screen towards the kill feed over there were a lot of respawns being activated from the side of AHR, so none of the revives are going to be coming in. I think I saw like 8, maybe 10, maybe 12 total players just picking up that full respawn. And HYD, man,
that was
hold
quick.
up.
That was quick. That was insanely quick. Really well done from HYD to actually utilize that AAV effectively. That was the big question mark, was what can the attackers do with their vehicles? And AHR couldn't get as aggressive with the vehicle that HYD did, or rather they tried, but it got cut down immediately. They did play topside, they did play street rather than going underneath, and maybe that was the biggest mistake. Here we go, let's move into the B sectors. We know that the main event can happen in the B sector. Now, we did move extremely quickly through A. I'm not sure how long it'll take to pull off the main event. But you could see both of these two sectors, sorry, these two zones inside of the sector, watch these buildings fall, and then we'll be playing through the rubble, depending on how long it takes us to capture this point.
Yeah, it looks like a little bit more of an aggressive approach from the side of AHR. They are kind of pushed up, at least playing on top of one of the zones. We can see a tank destroyer is now going to be activated from the side of the defense, but it is, of course, going to be met with a tank destroyer of HYD of their own, and of course also that AAV that is available. And again, it's kind of like the same approach. You can see B1 is currently being captured by a squad of members that are actually underneath of the point. So a lot of these tunnel systems on the map of Aftershock are making these zones very, very difficult for the side of the defense to kind of hold. And listen, I don't know if it's just an approach to the defensive side of things. As you can see, one of the players from the side of HYD. Take a look at the tremor system here. But I don't know if it's like an approach thing, but the AHR team has kind of like not really played the tunnels at all, whether it was on the attack when they were attacking A or when they were defending A either. And now the same thing when they were kind of defending B.
Yeah, this is a nice push over into B1. A lot of revives coming through here as well, so they're going to keep all these bodies onto B1. They should fairly easily capture it. See a couple members of the defensive side try to play the outside. Here's a look at that main event, how long we have until it happens. Not that long, about 17% left until things change. Our buildings fall, we play through the rubble. The attacker's prioing B1 for good reason. Gonna have to play through that rubble depending on how long it takes. And it looks like AHR gonna try to invest our tank destroyer to get some value around the point. But HYD not pressed to get too aggressive to capture both these points yet. They are taking their time, nice and slow. They know they're in complete control right now.
Yeah, it looked like they were actually able to almost take both of those zones before that event even kind of got activated. But as you can see, towards the zones themselves, it's all red. So they do have control over it, although I will, of course, point out the fact that it looks like they could put a lot more bodies on point, so kind of opting for a little bit of a passive approach. Maybe they're a little bit afraid of this tank destroyer and trying to kind of work around that and wait for that to be destroyed before they kind of go all out. This AAV all the way on the backside for HYD is actually under a full press from the side of AHR.
Yeah, honestly, the fact that they were able to stay alive, no, I was about to say, there was no way that AAV is making it out of there. And you're right, it felt like maybe they could have early capped that point, but maybe over-invested, and maybe that's exactly what happened. AAV gets cut down. We do see AHR barely alive in this tank destroyer. The only way to keep it alive is to just get this engineer healing it up as much as possible, but Allure rockets continue to ring true for HYD. That is a great trade for them. AHR have no vehicles to write home about, and this main event is about to happen any second now. Should be seeing our buildings begin to fall, which should open things up for this HYD team to have an easier time working their way through the B sector.
Yeah, and taking a look at the bottom of the screen towards the UI, it looks like the vehicles have been equalized. It's going to be 0-0, and as I actually say that, HYD do pick up a tank destroyer of their own, so now they're going to have a little bit of a lead there, and you can see they're trying to go ahead and once again play around this control system, but they are actually getting stopped from the side of AHR. And B1 and B2 are actually in full control of AHR as it currently stands.
I'm trying to keep buildings from falling too. That is something else to keep in mind, right? We don't want to have to, on the defensive side, it is much easier to force the attackers to have to capture both of these sectors. If these buildings fall, the B sector becomes much easier, and it looks like we snuck in. We started our trimmer system, and we all know what that means. As long as they're able to protect that system, make sure these buildings fall, things get much easier for the attack. That is priority number one right now.
Yeah, it looks super, super hard to actually maintain control over it. Not a lot of cover around this tremor system as well. As you can see, they're kind of just forced to stand out in the open.
They'll build their own cover.
Uluru.
Attackers playing low side at B1 right now. Look at them. They're all underground here on the B1 sector. B2 being slow capped by the attackers. Defense trying to figure out where we want to go. RCCK maybe, our commander, in the tank destroyer. Take a quick look at the map view, and you can see where the attackers are currently located. B2, nobody really cares about right now. Both sides are trying to battle their way through B1 and continue to trade back and forth on this trimmer system. They want to make sure these buildings do not fall. A great job of retaking there for the defense. Honestly, doing a pretty good job of just passing it back and forth. This almost feels like operations, man. It feels like the Metal Bricks getting stolen over and over again. It's just starting and terminating this trimmer system.
Yeah, great job by AHR to somehow keep finding their way towards that little bit of a control panel. I will say, obviously, we did note that 2K was on the bow. Looks like there's actually multiple members now of HYD on the bow. I see Seo Chan picking up a lot of kills in the feed as well with that bow. It'll be interesting to kind of see towards the end of the match how many kills individually they're going to be having.
Nice revives coming through the hallways. I wonder if the attackers just say, all right, we don't care about the trimmer system anymore. Let's just capture both points.
Yeah, exactly.
Oh. All right. Things are happening. You're able to take control over it. Trimmer system, see you later. Buildings, see you later. Down goes building 1. Should see building 2 fall here very shortly. And we're going to move from a 2-zone capture sector into a 1-zone capture sector, as the attackers are going to have a much easier job. They're going to have to move their way into the B2 sector and hopefully find that capture here shortly, as all of our players, honestly, that felt like a mistake to me.
Dude.
Did you just see how many defenders died when that vehicle fell? I mean, that was like their whole team. Like, what? We called an urgent redeployment, though. I want to take a look at the stats as we look at the B sector. Again, B sector's not done yet. Quick look at the stats, though. You can see what HYD's been able to do. See 24 kills from 2KA, 21 kills from Z-Box. I mean, these are solid stat lines. Solid revives.
The Commanders were both like in like the bottom 5 of their respective teams.
Yeah, but because the defense lost so many lives when that building fell,
that was crazy.
They had to call in the urgent redeployment. So this is going to be a nice little bashing of skulls, a big bang out onto B2 right now to see who comes out on top. But the attackers get there first because everybody else died that was trying to hold the point.
It has been costly, though, in terms of tickets for the side of HYD, kind of investing so much and them making sure that that main event did kind of happen. And that being said, you were kind of expect that they would have had a great push towards B2 once literally like 20 members of AHR went down. But no, AHR have actually fought back very, very well. They've went ahead. They've put a pretty solid claim towards this point, and now HYD have actually went past the 100 ticket mark.
Yeah, honestly doing a pretty good job here. Honestly, a smart play to be able to pull that urgent redeployment out once your team fully died. It is worth mentioning, too, when you do something like an urgent redeployment and you have your team fully respawn all together, you have a full force of like 20 players all moving as a unit, all respawning at the same time, which gave them enough firepower to actually push back their opponents. Now, we do see on screen, we did see another magnetic bomb take down a vehicle of the defense, so we did lose a tank destroyer on the defensive side, which is a big blow to their morale, even after retaking B2. But still, pretty impressed with AHR. Definitely looking like they're getting more and more comfortable as a team on this map the deeper we go into it. If I'm HYD, I want to try to close out this sector and move on to the next as soon as humanly possible before AHR say, wait a minute, we actually can win this matchup.
Yeah, I feel like maybe a little bit of overconfidence for the side of HYD. I constantly kind of see them, instead of waiting for a revive, they're kind of just hitting that respawn on some of their deaths, so keep a kind of close eye on that. That being said, it looks like a full push has kind of come in from the side of HYD. On the back foot of that, they are going to be destroying one of the vehicles that was playing a very, very big role in helping AHR actually defend this zone. HYD, of course, getting more and more access to some of these vehicles and getting more and more access to the point of B2. They have finally stake their claim to it, and it looks like they are going to be capturing it.
Yeah, and unfortunately, a team respawn beacon being invested by the defense is just too little too late. That one's gonna hurt. You would like to use that respawn beacon for the next sector. Here comes a tank for the defense. This will be nice to kind of recoup their losses. Get some vehicle presence back on the map. Some excitement. Look at our camera there. Got some folks watching HYD, maybe from back home or in the back rooms. I'm not sure where. But regardless, we got some supporters for HYD, even if they can't be here in person. I love it. Good shout. Production there.
One more sector separates HYD and their 2-0 victory over AHR. But look at the absolute flood of vehicles that the defense gets access to here. Double tanks, the tank destroyer as well. They got to be feeling pretty comfortable about the access to these vehicles. But take a look at the difference in numbers towards this C1 zone. I mean, there's like 3 whole squads of attackers rushing towards this, and it looked like there's only like 1 squad for the defensive side even toying with the idea of defending this.
Yeah, pretty classic 2-zone capture sector, especially when they're linearly stacked like this. Defense is saying, hey, we're gonna hold the line at C2. We really don't care that much about C1. The attackers are gonna full send C1, stake their claim, get respawns much closer to the new point that they're trying to egress, and then set up a nice play, a nice push all as a unit, maybe split and run a 50-50 split, moving over to C2. But Luol TTV is getting extremely mixy. Not gonna give this up for free. They're actually getting paid for this route. Just full sending in with the tank destroyer. Not asking any questions, and they are taking names as well. Doing a good job of staying out of the line of sight of the attacker vehicles. Pretty efficient retake, actually, of C1. What looked like maybe was going to be a free giveaway turns into a lot of kills for this roster of AHR and Luol.
And what kind of feels like the first real strong opposition from the side of AHR, right? That was a great push with the tank destroyer on a zone that kind of felt like it was already conceded. And actually, as I say that, wait a minute, as I say that, the tank destroyer goes down, but so did both of the tanks for AHR.
I don't know. I wonder if we could get that back on replays.
What the heck happened?
They all died at the same time. RCCK maybe went
Great
bonkers buku in the kill feed. I just saw like the entire kill feed was the commander of this roster in the vehicle, I suppose. SJD now boots on the ground as commander. And talk about a momentum shift. I mean, that's gotta be GG's. If you lose both your tanks and a tank destroyer in the blink of an eye, yeah, SJD, he feels it. Urgent redeployment being called in right now for the defensive side. They're feeling the pressure as C1 falls and C2 also is in jeopardy. Time to make a move. Gotta have some heroes show up right now. Running out of daylight.
Yeah, I actually want HYD to kind of press the advantage just a little bit more than it feels like they are. They have 4 vehicles, and for a moment there were 0 vehicles available for the side of AHR, but now, as you can see, they do have a tank destroyer that's able to rejoin the mix, or maybe that was an LAV. We'll have to go ahead and double check that one. But yeah, big vehicles for the side of HYD. Some of the flank squads are trying to make something happen towards the side of C1.
Oh no, the lob goes down as well, so we do lose a vehicle from the attacking side finally. But look at the presence of vehicles here from this HYD roster, holding down some of these choke points, holding down some of the streets. These streets almost act like lanes that they're able to fully zone off. Whether they get the intel or not, it doesn't matter. They can just shell these lanes and make it extremely difficult for these teams to rotate anyway besides one that they find being free. When you've got 3 vehicles on your side holding 3 different lanes, you force the defense to move into almost a choke point position anytime they try to egress over to the zone you're trying to capture. It just makes things so much easier for your boots on the ground to be able to win their gunfights effectively.
Yeah, absolutely. It looks like we have kind of created some sort of a divide amongst the 2 zones. This kind of feels reminiscent of like a cracked style of play between C1 and C2, where C1 kind of falls, but another one of these flank squads from the side of AHR, it found value before. Can it find value one more time? Tank BRK just barely dodges the rocket on his way out, is able to go ahead and survive. And you can see the vehicle support is trying to come in from the side of HYD to make sure that they keep this AAV alive. The tank destroyer is not playing around. It's gotten word that there is a flank squad over here, and it's like, you know what? I'll take care of that.
Yeah, that was a nice play there from the tank destroyer to just get active, man. Just too much firepower right now for AHR to handle. I will give them credit, though. They've done a pretty good job of battling back, even though they've been at a disadvantage for basically this entire match. They've been battling back and retaking C2 over and over again. Still a long road to win this game. The fact that they've been able to hold the line at C2 is still pretty impressive.
Yeah, just pretty much on the back foot of them getting access to this LAV. It is under pressure right now, down to half HP. Do HYD decide to go ahead and invest into this? No, they do not. They go ahead and retreat one of their vehicles. They're feeling pretty comfortable just based on the fact that they've gotten actually great position towards the side of C2. Now they feel comfortable in investing some of their vehicles towards this push, towards this attack. Because listen, there is no vehicle here to go ahead and contest them. The LAV from the side of AHR has retreated almost completely, so now they start to flood.
Yeah, and again, SJD smartly uses that artillery barrage to try to make sure these vehicles that push up onto the point get punished for it. And the attackers are slow pushing. They're not full investing onto the point yet. They're waiting for the artillery barrage to finish up. They will then get on the point and jump it if they need to. But you don't want to sell, you don't want to get too aggressive here as the attackers. You have plenty of life. If you full send a couple vehicles at the same time and you lose all of them, you could totally cut all momentum that you have out from underneath you, cut your legs out from underneath you, and there's a chance you can't even win on this C sector without the advantages the vehicles are giving you. So they're smartly playing very patient, very slow, and just slowly gaining more and more ground until there'll be not enough for the defense to stand on, slowly cutting their way through the low side and the high side of this C sector.
Yeah, absolutely. That being said, because they have kind of taken this slow approach towards the C2, the defense has actually picked up a second vehicle. That's going to be a tank. And as soon as I go ahead and mention that, as soon as they do get access to the vehicle, a giant push towards the side of C2 actually comes in for the side of HYD. They do not care that there is a second vehicle joining the fray. They want to kind of end things now. And that being said, artillery barrage kind of called in, marking some of these objectives, marking the vehicles from the side of the defense is going to be able to go ahead and push back HYD. Also looking to push back the vehicles. They don't want to lose these. Coach was talking about it. They feel like they have such a big advantage. They want to maintain all four of these vehicles.
Honestly, a stronghold yet again. AHR still battling back. Starting to see a lot of red around C2 though. They're taking a lot of damage from this lob actually around the corner that the defense has been utilizing for a while now. AAV gonna get active, they're gonna trade blows. I think Lob technically wins this battle with a little bit of help of their teammates. HYD having to back off from this fight.
Oh, there it is. AHR lose their LAV. That thing has been alive, and it has been keeping C2 alive for them for quite some time, since pretty much the start of the sector. It finally goes down now. Of course, they still do have access to this tank that can kind of fulfill that role as well. But it looked like the LAV was just working so well for them. That being said, one of the AAVs for the side of the attack actually goes down. So they do lose one of those four vehicles. That kind of gave them that huge leg up over the side of AHR. This kind of feels like a giant stall for me. You were kind of talking about it, where they feel comfortable and kind of waiting things out. I would imagine that the tipping point might be when they get access to a guided missile or something like that, that they can kind of just call in on C2 and then go ahead and, you know, call in a full out attack after it does land. Other than that, I don't really know what they can do differently.
Yeah, it feels like HYD just can't close. They've had windows of opportunity to close and just commit, but they're still playing extremely patient. They don't want to sell. They feel like they're still in a power position, and they technically are. I feel like a couple of those times they should have just full sent the point and forced the defense to make a risky move. You're right, it feels like a stall out. The tug of war is fully stationary.
Yeah, but
another assault vehicle goes down for the attackers, and whatever advantages they had in the vehicle category all but gone at this point.
Yeah. A win here for AHR for sure. Obviously, we do know that HYD have just kind of been racking up score because they have had access to all 4 of those vehicles for quite some time. So I wouldn't be surprised if they do have enough of said score to go ahead and continue to call in some of those extra vehicles. That being said, I mean, they entered the C sector with, I think it was like 150, 160 tickets, and they're down to 90. And there have been a couple of times where they've made pushes like this towards C2, but it's only been on the back foot of like 1 squadron, which is like 4 members, and it's been pretty easy for AHR to kind of just take these guys out, and they just lose 4 tickets because of it.
D2 in a bit of trouble. Anytime there's trouble, they've been answering back. AHR in a much better position than they have been in this entire best of 3 thus far. I know it feels like dire straits because they're holding down what is the last zone of the last sector. Like you said, Vivid, they've been holding it down for 70 lives. They still have got control. A nice push here from the attackers, though. This is a full squad rolling in and winning just about every gunfight that they get their hands on. That's Mirica, that's Z-Box, that's Lease, all moving together as a unit inside, finding a ton of kills. But on the outside, Lul TTV finds another vehicle kill, and for the first time in this competition, AHR have the vehicle advantage. But because they've been hunting down those vehicles, all of a sudden they're losing C2. This is the furthest we've seen the attackers get onto C2. This is the furthest we've seen them capture, but it is immediately answered back with the vehicle advantage. They put a tank right onto the point and start taking it back.
I mean, where's the strategy? When you kind of implement a position like they had onto C2, like a beacon, you put a beacon down, right? Kind of call in the troops, try to go ahead and help secure that thing. But no, nothing's kind of caught it. I mean, yeah, they're caught in an artillery barrage right now, but the attack has already been fizzled out. I mean, there's, what, 1 member left remaining from the side of HYD left on the C2 right now. And like you already mentioned, the vehicle side of things, now they have a leg up in terms of AHR, so they have the advantage. I will say HYD, the tickets have dwindled pretty quickly. They're down to 70, but I did see in terms of the loadout and what is available for them in terms of the score streaks, the guided missile down there is available, and I kind of called it out. Maybe they were waiting for that, and then it's exactly what's going to happen.
Yep.
Hazmat, as soon as he gains control of that, as soon as the members of HYD are finally respawned in, he calls in the guided missile. C2, even before the guided missile lands, it's getting captured very, very quickly. I think this guided missile just landing and being a threat is going to secure it. He puts it on the backside of C2. It only finds 1 kill, but the space that it creates, it might just be enough. A very late, urgent redeployment and a strategic beacon from the side of AHR. HYD, they waited for one thing. It was the guided missile. As soon as that came into play, they made the full push come in. And I thought it was going to happen a little bit faster than that, but they made it happen 2-0. From the side of HYD.
Great play and some more celebrations back home. HYD staying in the upper bracket. HYD, a 2-0 victory, the most dominant win we've seen thus far. AHR put up a great fight in the second game. A much better fight than, of course, the first, but HYD certainly the better team. And a great call from you, Vivid. A perfect guided missile, zoning off that team from being able to even play around the point, and it was just enough time for the entire attacking roster to just hard jump the point, cap it before the defense can react. Nice respect from both teams, but again, a dominant win from HYD.
Trying to keep a close eye on the emotions from the side of HYD. Like I mentioned, you know, they seem pretty cool, calm, and collected after that dominant defense they had. After the 2-0 has been completed, it does look like some smiles are kind of being showcased here. We'll have to take a look at them when they take a bow at the front of the stage, kind of take a look at how they are feeling. And dude, I can't lie, I feel like they are just cool, calm, and collected throughout.
Yeah, expect it or not, that makes you feel good. Really strong win, full team victory. HYD's a threat, folks. HYD is a threat. Nice wave for the crowd. That was the quickest best of 3 of the day by a country mile.
Yeah.
HYD dominate the matchup, and again, AHR showed glimmers of hope. You're going to see more of them later in the stages of the competition, more tomorrow, more the next day in the lower bracket. Definitely a team to still watch out for. Glimmers of hope for this team. They were able to put something nice and special in that C sector of Aftershock, but really couldn't piece together other than that. Quick look at the stats here, Vivid.
Yeah, just going down
Hazmat.
the rows here. Yeah, I mean, Hazmat, he was the one that kind of called in that guided missile towards the end there, picking up 27,000 total score. Just on the back foot of individual prowess, going down to 2KA, who we know was kind of playing that bow. Also picked up 44 kills there. A little bit lower on the revives than maybe I would have thought, but still, obviously, enough to kind of get the job done. Taking a look over towards the side of AHR, you were talking about a glimmer of hope for the team towards the end there. I mean, breaking into the 30 kill mark for a couple of our members there. SJD, as the commander, did kind of jump up. A little bit of a weird one. I mean, the score was kind of evenly spread across the board for both of these teams here. Usually we do see a lot of the score being invested into the commander, but not really the case here. Even in the first game of Aftershock, and then, of course, followed up there with the second one as well. So something to keep in mind as we do maybe see this map in the future.
Yeah. No, I think that's a good shout. A lot of these teams have different play styles. A lot of these teams prioritize different things. And also the map delineates the way you have to play to some degree.
Yeah.
Both these commanders taking a little bit more of a backseat, a little bit more support for their team. Their goal was to call in the right support systems at the right time with the score that they afforded, as well as marking the right objectives.
Yeah.
Overall, I would like to say, I think I would say that RCCK maybe is probably the better commander of the two from what we were able to see on stats, regardless of where they kind of landed from the team. But he's able to execute some nice game plans, some nice strategies. Everything worked out pretty well for what they were able to do. Here's a quick look back on some of those highlights, though. This map certainly had more of them. There was a lot more happening when HYD was able to attack, mainly because it went longer. But AHR also played a lot better, and we should see some highlights from them as well. 2KA doing a little piece, whatever that was, 3-piece, 4-piece with the bow. Again, one of the top fraggers for the team, but a little bit more of a team effort. A lot more stats to go around this time around.
Yeah, HYD looked just pretty comfortable on both sides of the board when it comes down to that A sector. We did see some life out of AHR when it came down to sector number B. Of course, we do know the game plan for HYD, trying to kind of play around that terminal, make sure that these buildings went ahead and fell, so that way, you know, they know how the map's going to play out after that, feeling comfortable in that. And obviously, we did kind of talk about it. Aftershock was kind of a weird one, the way that it's kind of played out. Like we mentioned, kind of a fight over the terminal. You kind of explained it as operations-esque with the Mandel break. Just a back and forth.
Yeah.
It's a great way to describe it, but eventually the job was completed, kind of making sure one of those zones is a non-factor, and having fun while doing it, man.
I'm not gonna lie, I couldn't tell if it was actually a mistake. It felt like a mistake to watch most of the AHR team die when the buildings fell.
Yeah, that was weird.
But they then immediately dropped the urgent redeployment, and they're actually able to retake the B sector. So maybe it was part of the game plan, but was crazy to see 20 people die in the blink of an eye when the buildings fell. But we move over to the C sector, and this is where AHR really showed us what they were capable of. I thought they did actually a very good job of making sure that they maintain control over C2. Even when they had all of the advantages on the opposite side of them, they were getting pushed by 4 vehicles, and they were down to 1. They were able to keep their 1 vehicle alive finally. They were able to play around that 1 tank to find some value. They were even able to win some of these vehicle trades, and they found their way into a vehicle advantage. They actually did most everything right. Unfortunately, a guided missile scared them enough to where they jumped off the point, and a well-timed push from basically the entire roster of HYD capped that point of a blink of an eye. Here's a look at the best squad, though. It is going to be that Alpine squad yet again. Same team for the first rep.
Yeah, great to see that they're putting up big numbers on both sides of the coin, attack and defense. And I want to wrap back around to kind of the emotions that we saw. Of course, AHR, a couple of their members feeling disappointed, right? Heads in their hands, a little bit of frustration. And also right after the win, we did see, I was kind of mentioning how HYD seemed cool, calm, and collected and didn't really give much reaction, but shout out to the teams capturing the cams, because we did see a couple of members of HYD get a little bit excited. They were screaming, they were yelling, they were excited about that win.
Yeah, I mean, I would be too, man. If you get a 2-0 after a long day of watching and waiting for your matchup, you come out teed up, ready to rock and roll, and you're able to put up great numbers like that. It's a huge win for your team. Big W to Hazmat. Again, you and I have seen Hazmat compete in some other competitions. I've had a chance to cast over Hazmat before. No surprise to see them as an MVP for this roster. 44 kills in total. And by the way, can I just say, as a support operator, that's 44 kills, 45 rescues, 45 revives for this player. That's a big deal. That's somebody doing the most. That's somebody going above and beyond in their role. So well done from Hazmat.
Yeah, great job there. And of course we do now, because he was able to pick up so much score based on the fact that he was picking up so many kills, picking up so many of those revives, was kind of the big difference maker at the end there with that guided missile, the one kind of gaining access to it first. And help them go ahead and secure that last zone in the C sector was the difference maker for sure.
Yeah, no, I totally agree. Again, when you have hero-level plays like that, you can rely on them to call in some of those score streaks, and you can all of a sudden change the flow of the game. So great job from HYD. They're going to be feeling good going into tomorrow and the next couple days as they stay in the upper bracket. We will see more of AHR a little bit later. And I want to move on to the next matchup. Before we do, of course, we know that we do have an interview being prepped on stage. It is going to be nice to hear from this HYD roster and see why things went so well. I would love to hear what the game plan was, if the game plan was perfectly executed on the defensive side in particular, because again, that was the most dominant win we've seen here in China yet. And so it'd be cool to kind of hear from their mind what that play was. Was that something they cooked up? Did they know the strategy of this AHR team? Have they been VOD reviewing? Or is that just being in the right place at the right time? So fun combos to hear from them in just a little while. But folks, I've been seeing chat. I've been watching you today. Thanks for hanging in with us all day today. We've been live for good grief. I don't even know how long at this point, 10+ hours. And it's been a great day. We still have one more best of 3. We are not done today, okay? We just finished our 3rd match of the day. We have 4 total. You're about to see the final 2 teams that made it to this stage. 8 total teams here on LAN, and we get a chance to see all 8 teams here in day 1. And this is a 5-day competition, so you and I got to drink a lot of hot tea, man. We got to keep these voices going. We got a lot of warfare to commentate over.
Absolutely, yeah. And, you know, we definitely got to stay fresh because all of the action is yet to come. We're still in early stages of this competition as a whole. A lot more exciting things kind of coming your way. And listen, so far throughout the day, I've been pretty happy with everything that we've seen. Obviously, you know, we've had back-to-back Cyclone. That one was a little bit elongated, but we got some great, you know, photo finishes from both sides of the coin there, right? From the attack, from the defense as well. And then we got to see Aftershock for the very first time. That being said, I feel like that map does play out a little weird. You know what I mean? So I'll be excited to kind of see.
I think the weirdness is just, again, it feels very fresh. It feels very new. We're seeing new strategies because, again, the map's been around for a while. It's the first time being in the competitive circuit, though, which goes to show that, like, some of these teams maybe weren't as prepared as the others or their strategies just didn't work is what we've been talking about. But, yeah, some fun conversations. Now, I think as we do turn our eyes to the next matchup, we are moving back to a kind of age-old classic in the competitive circuit. We are moving into trench lines next. So we get a chance to see some trench battles, which will be fun. Get a chance to see another long map. You're going to be going kind of the distance in our sectors, not a 3 capture sector map like Aftershock or like Cracked. You're going to be going quite a ways if you make it to the finish line of trench lines. We'll talk a little bit more about that map and that matchup here in just a little while, but excited to see our final 2 teams of the day. Some teams that some of you at home may recognize or some of you maybe don't know yet. So excited to introduce some more new faces and new names to you all at home, wherever you are watching. I'm taking a look at the chat, and I'm seeing chatters from literally all over the world here in the English broadcast. So I do want to thank you for being here. We've been live again for a long time, and we're seeing all the different time zones wake up or go to sleep, depending on who's playing and who they're supporting. So that's been really cool to see. And Viv and I have been along with the journey ever since the very beginning.
I'm very, very observant. I mean, listen, it's awesome. I won't lie. You know, I'm taking a look at the clock. It is currently 10 p.m. here in Wuhan, China. I know personally from the East Coast of America, it's 10 a.m. there. There is a literal 12-hour time difference than what I am currently used to. So shout out to anybody that's kind of just waking up on the East Coast over there as well. With that being said, you know, I'm kind of observant. I'm taking a look over my shoulder. I did see our next 2 teams start to take the stage. Which means that we're kind of ramping up for that one.
Getting their settings ready.
Exciting. Yeah.
Listen, you got to get the settings right. If you're not getting the settings right, what are you doing? You know, a couple of fun things. Again, I don't want to jump too far ahead. We'll have plenty of time to talk about these two rosters.
Yeah.
I mean, it's worth at least giving a little bit of sneak peek. We got former champions that still need to play.
Ooh, he's finally said it. He's been keeping that one in the
back
pocket.
We got the winners of Vietnam. We got the winners of 2025 Dfiw coming up next, folks. Woo. Talk about some heavy hitters. I'm pumped about this next matchup. This is going to be a banger to finish up on for the day. I'll go ahead and tell you it's going to be TXD versus RRQ. Those are the next two teams. Both of those teams competed last year. Both of those teams were strong rosters. And again, TXD were the winners of 2025 Dfiw. So if you're like, man, I watched my favorite team, but I'm not tired yet, or I just woke up, you're going to want to tune in to this next matchup. It's going to be a banger. I'm definitely predicting we go 2-1 in this series, and you'll have to wait and find out who I think is going to win this one. But, Vivid, a lot of yap and a lot of talk because we're still waiting on this interview to get going, and we're still waiting on this next match to get set up. But I don't know. What are some of the biggest highlights you've had from the day?
Man, some of the biggest highlights. Definitely, I think our first head-to-head matchup on Cyclone, where HAN almost went ahead.
Yeah.
And took down the side.
Literally the
of
first
LT.
game of the day went
crazy.
into double
By the
overtime.
Way, just so everybody knows, like I'll be fully transparent right here. We are very, very well of the fact that we have 5 days of competition that we're going to be standing up here, and we obviously need to preserve our voices. I was feeling a little scratchy after that first game because it was so excited.
We were getting loud, brother.
Yeah, we were getting excited. So if you guys, are waking up, which is, probably pretty common around the world because, again, we are entering time zones where it is going to be morning here very, very shortly. That first matchup of the day is definitely worth watching.
Yeah, I agree. I mean, game one might be the best game we've seen today.
Yeah.
Like, in terms of just, like,
definitely.
how close. I mean, we got the double overtime on Cyclone.
Yeah.
It was nuts.
Spoiler.
Well, okay. It's worth going back and watching.
Watch it.
You don't know who won unless you just look at the bracket here in a second.
I said it like 30 seconds ago, but if
matter.
they're not locked in, then they don't know.
It's worth watching, all right?
It is.
It is definitely worth watching.
Even if you do know who won, like, you know what I mean?
Thanks for listening to Vivid and I have a dang good time up here. I'm excited to be in Wuhan, China. Much like Wormy mentioned in his interview, it has been a wonderful time. Great food, great environment. Everybody's been super, super kind to us. So glad to be here in China and glad to be casting one more game of the day. Thanks for hanging in. I've seen some folks, by the way, in chat that have been here since the very beginning.
Really?
They've been watching since minute one of
Warriors.
a 10+ hour stream,
Warriors.
which is insane. You're one of very, very few. If you've been here since the very beginning, type it in the chat. Maybe give a heart in chat. I want to see a heart emote if you've been here since minute one of this competition. I'll be shouting you out after the break here in a second. I am seeing that our interview is almost ready, folks. Thanks for your patience. We can see them on the stage right behind us. Also, big shout out to production because this set has been sick. The walkouts, the hype scenes, I'm loving it.
Opening ceremony.
Opening ceremony was gas.
Yeah.
That's also worth a watch. If you're just tuning in, I see some folks. Big shout out to Mazita in the chat, just showing up here after probably just waking up. Go back and watch that opening ceremony. That thing was gas. We've got another opening ceremony that'll happen on the grand finals day that you're not going to want to miss either. Maybe that's a leak. I don't know, but it's going to be live in here too. We've said this a couple times. Weekends fully sold out. We're going to have people literally right there, like within an arm's reach almost of.
My arms are short. But
well, you're just short in general, but that's part of the game. Vivid, I will also shout you out one more time. This is the last time I'm going to give you any credit. You are perfect on predictions.
3-0. Well, actually, even a little bit more than that. I've gotten the head-to-heads correct.
You've gotten all the maps correct.
And their proper scores.
Insane.
Yeah.
All right, it's finally ready, folks. Let's head down to the stage to get an interview with our winning commander.
好的，欢迎来到赛后采访环节啊！今天这场比赛依旧是非常的精彩，我们邀请到了2位选手，先跟大家打一个招呼吧。Hello everyone, please say hi to our audience.
Hi, I'm Local Baby.
Hello, I'm Lance.
Welcome. OK， 那第一个问题啊，想问一下，在本次的邀请赛当中的话，也是第一次出现了余震这一张图，想问一下他们队伍是整体怎么看待这张地图的呢？This is the first time we've met Aftershock in this invitational. So how do you guys regard about this map?
ね、とても難しいマップです。
So aftershock is difficult, but we can practice a lot about it. Vehicle is the key to that map, I think.
他说认为余震这张图的话是一张比较难的图，而载具会是余震当中比较关键的一个获胜的点。OK， 那下个问题就非常的关键了。在余震这张图当中，他们认为获胜的法宝会是什么呢 ？What was the key element to winning this game for your team?
So the key elements of winning this game is vehicle, as I said, better aftershock. The team that has the better vehicles basically will win a game, so we practice a lot about it.
Okay, so how about the commander's answer?
Yeah.
Same answer? OK， 他说的是呢，他觉得余震这张图当中的载具是非常重要的，甚至可能比步兵的重要性会更高一点啊，这是他们对于这张图的一个理解。OK， 那下一个问题想问一下，相较于去年，他们队伍最大的一个改变和提升会是什么呢？Compared with last year, what would be the biggest improvements for your team or for your squad personally?
チームのシステム化をしっかりしてコマンダーからチームメイトに対してやることを徹底的にしましたね。
So compared to last year, we kind of listened more to commandos and made the system. How to say? Yeah, basically we listened more of the commandos saying. So that's the biggest difference compared to last year.
他认为啊，也是他们认为，今年最大的改变在队伍当中的话，是他们会更加的去听指挥官在说什么，而不是单独的每一个小队会各自的去做自己的任务。这是他们今年觉得在团队配合当中最大的一个改变。OK 啊，那也是再次恭喜 HYD 拿下了本场比赛的胜利，也非常感谢两位接受我的采访。OK, that will be the end of the interview, and thank you for joining us for the interview. OK， 让我们把时间交还给评论席。
Big shout out to Lucia and another great interview with her commander and extra help there on stage. And again, congrats again to this roster. They dominated. It was the easiest win we've seen thus far. The second 2-0, and honestly, a clean interview. So no other comments from me, no other comments from Vivid. We're going to head to a very short break because the next match is getting started soon. You're not going to want to miss it.
This court finds that the AI holds no legal responsibility.
But the data, this doesn't add up.
Just do what the AI says.
Priority, protect company assets. Valve closed.
You destroyed our home!
That dream again.
Gabriel Mercier, codename N2, role, engineer. As a former nuclear facility engineer, N2 was removed from his position following a major incident that escalated into legal proceedings. He later returned to military service and was reassigned to Arctic deployment under CBR and related units. With the originally designated technical specialist unable to fulfill operational requirements, and following assessment review, N2 has been approved as a replacement operator for the subsequent operation.
Stun out. Throwing stun. Stun hit. Freeze right there. It's getting cold.
N2 is equipped with a modified grenade launcher, capable of firing up to 6 LN2 grenades. Upon impact, each round detonates and releases a burst of cryogenic gas, dealing area damage and significantly impairing enemy mobility. Sustained hits can fully immobilize targets through extreme low temperature exposure.
Cold. I can go colder.
Should we really be sending her to the front lines in her current state?
You ought to know her better. Elena Vandermeer, codenamed Vlinder, role support. Vlinder is a medical specialist from GTI Europe, specializing in pharmaceutical research, possessing outstanding medical expertise, and a strong sense of responsibility. Vlinder's med drones can be deployed to a targeted area, dispersing med-infused nanobots that restore teammates' health, providing them with an adrenaline boost. They may also be deployed on herself, following and continuously restoring her own health for a limited time. Her windmill smoke grenades are guided by gesture censoring tech. Upon impact with a surface, grenades create a cloud of smoke, creating cover for teammates.
Smoke grenade out.
Vlinder's Flutter Rescue UAVs will automatically target downed teammates, administer medical injections when deployed. Once the injection is administered, Vlinder may approach the downed teammate and manually revive them. During deployment, the UAVs may also utilize their active defense system, automatically absorbing 1 instance of explosive damage per deployment, and applying a buff effect to Vlinder.
Counting on you guys. Vital signs stable. Prepare for rescue. I've got you. It's taking effect. I'm here. Feeling better.
Unbreakable, unshakeable. Shadows tried to dim my light. They told me to give up the fight. Said I was weak, said I was small, but there's a drum inside my chest, a beating heart that gets no rest. I'm waking up, I'm shifting gears. You can build a wall so high. Watch me spread my wings and fly. You can try to block my way, but hear the words I'm gonna say. 'Cause I am invincible, I am a storm, breaking the silence, I am reborn. Throw your lightning, bring on the rain. I find my power inside on the blade. Unbreakable, unshakeable.
I didn't think we'd be exchanging information with these underlings. Is Smee serious?
Show some respect!
Ready to fight, wanna survive. I got that lust in me. Stay alive and skipping the line. I'm the only
Is that enough respect for you?
light. They told me to give up the fight. Said I was weak, said I was small, but there's a drum inside my chest, a beating heart that gets no rest. I'm waking up, I'm shifting gears. You can build a wall so high, watch me spread my wings and fly. You can try to block my way, but hear the words I'm gonna say. 'Cause I am invincible, I am a storm, breaking the silence, I am reborn. Throw your lightning, bring on the rain. I find my power inside on the blade. Unbreakable, unshakeable.
I didn't think we'd be exchanging information with these underlings. Is Smee serious?
Show some respect!
Is that enough respect for you?
Unbreakable, unshakeable. Shadows tried to dim my light. They told me to give up the fight. Said I was weak, said I was small, but there's a drum inside my chest, a beating heart that gets no rest. I'm waking up, I'm shifting gears. You can build a wall so high, watch me spread my wings and fly. You can try to block my way, but hear the words I'm gonna say. 'Cause I am invincible, I am a storm, breaking the silence, I am reborn. Throw your lightning, bring on the rain. I find my power inside on the blade. Unbreakable, unshakeable.
we've got to talk about, and in their matchup versus RRQ, another team that also made an appearance in Vietnam only about 6 months ago and had a modicum of success. Both of these two teams are solid squads and a chance for both of them to make some waves. Let's see them walk into the stadium here in just a little moment. Vivid, 2 rosters, 1 opportunity. Stay in the upper bracket. Who you got? Who are you going with? Players about to walk in.
Listen, I'm not going to lie. It feels like the obvious one in a scenario like this would be TXT, reigning champions. You know, they were kind of going into Vietnam feeling like the underdogs, and they came out on top. I personally am going the opposite way, though. I am not only going with RRQ, but I've actually got them winning this thing 2-0 in quick fashion.
All right, Vivid, you have been near perfect on the day. Let's see if you can continue to maintain perfection. Let's move into the players walking onto the stage.
欢迎来到2026三角洲行动全面战场国际邀请赛。Welcome to the 2026 Delta Force Invitational Warfare。有请 TXT 战队 ，Please welcome Team TXT。我们就是 Tuxedo，We are Tuxedo。有请 RRQ 战队 ，Please welcome Team RRQ。荣光归于 RRQ，Viva RRQ。硝烟弥漫，锋芒已现，即刻开战 ！War smoke spreads, true skill shines. The battle starts now.
The battle starts now, Vivid. We've got a great matchup at hand and a great walkout yet again. This is the first time we're seeing both of these two teams on main stage competing against each other. Some nice respect there towards the end, but both of these teams desperately want to win.
Yeah, absolutely. This is one of those matchups that I have been waiting for all day. What about saving the best for last? Because that is exactly what TXT is currently denoted as, the best, the reigning champions.
They're the reigning champs
on the international stage. And I feel like if you want to defend a championship like that, you've got to come out swinging. You've got to make some sort of a statement to the rest of the competition and be like, hey, listen, guys, we're still in form. We are still the best.
they've got to make a statement here in their first head-to-head.
Yeah, and I will say this about TXT. I was taking a look through their roster of who they brought versus who they had last year.
Right.
A lot of returning faces. The
Yep.
exact same commander. You still got Romania leading the charge for this TXT roster. A lot of folks that you're going to recognize if you watch that competition. We still have MMY, sorry. You've also still got, it looks like, a commander here of KPZ. You've got a squad leader of OSSN. The overall commander of Romania, like I mentioned. You got ATX back, Whistly back. I mean, some of these Winters back. Some of these players are heavy-hitting players that led the squad. Now, there is a couple that I missed, and the main one I missed, we mentioned Artyom being a top Slayer. I see you pointing him out. One of the most standout performances we saw from an individual in any match and overall came from the man, the myth, the legend, NTPP. If you all watch the Vietnam Dfiw 2025 Championship, if you watch Grand Finals, NTPP went buku.
Yeah, if they're going to be making another run like they did similar in Vietnam, they are going to need the man, the myth himself, NTPP in form. He's got to be showing up, showing out again.
Yeah, look, the one thing about this roster that was interesting, something we compared last year when I was watching the broadcast back, is that this TXT roster really relies on their fraggers to make big waves on the map. It's kind of similar to the way the last matchup went, where the commanders aren't at the top of their leaderboard. Same is to be said about this TXT roster.
Exactly.
Romania is a big player for them. The commander is a big leader for them and does a great job commanding the entire team. But NTPP will be the difference maker for this roster on how and when they will be successful. If NTPP isn't shooting, some of our individual heroes aren't shooting, you won't see this team succeed, at least not at the highest level. Listen, man, I'm pumped, man. We've been going for 11 hours, whatever it's been, 10 hours, and I feel energized because I know this matchup's going to be a banger. We very quickly moved through some of our predictions and our thoughts. And you're not voting for NTPP. You're not voting for the TXT. You think it's going to be a 2-0 because of their opposition. So it's your turn to hype up RRQ. Why RRQ?
Listen, this is kind of one of those just feeling it out type of picks. You know what I mean? Like no real...
All vibes.
All vibes kind of just going into it. Like the only thing I really looked at heading into this matchup, I'll be honest, was kind of like some of the scrims that happened since they've got there. And I took a look. You know, for you guys at home, for your information, we had information on, you know, each one of these teams. They played 2 scrims against some random team, whatever it was, right? So I kind of took a look at who TXT played in those scrims and how they performed. And then I also took a look at who RRQ played in those 2 scrims and how they kind of performed. And for me, it was kind of just like, it looked like RRQ was the better team, and that's where the 2-0 kind of comes from.
Yeah. I mean, listen, I hear you. I respect your opinion.
Okay.
And frankly, history says that you are currently perfect on the day. You are right on the day. And so if that statistic holds up, you may be right here. However, when I look at a team that was the champions last year, and I look at previous experience for this roster, and nearly everyone says Delta Force Invitational Warfare 2025, how do you go against the champions, man? You think they're the champions of the competition lose it in round 1? I don't know. Feels crazy to me.
How crazy would this pool be, though? Imagine.
Listen, man, I know you're just looking for some, like, clout on the timeline.
Yeah.
I am not going to be the guy that gives it to you. But you have been great today.
I'll be honest. Yeah, I have been great today, and I was pretty confident in all my other predictions. This one's a little shaky. I'll be honest. I'm happy to just cut it there, and we can just go ahead and forget about my predictions for this next one.
Listen, chat, when it is a 2-0 TXT victory, can we all point and laugh at Vivid and say, man, you really did get lucky today. Anyways, as we look at the RRQ roster, let's talk about a couple of the players, though.
Right.
Anybody kind of jump off the page to you that you've either seen in the past or based on stats, you're like, hey, this is somebody to watch out for?
You know, I won't lie. Obviously, we did take a look at the TXT roster, and, you know, again, we watched Vietnam. We were there in Vietnam, and a lot of the members from TXT look very, very familiar. We did see an RRQ kind of featured in Vietnam as well. But taking a look at the roster here, there's actually, what I feel like is not a lot of familiar names to me. So I feel like there have been a lot of roster changes kind of coming into this one, which will be interesting, which is a little bit of a gamble to kind of vote on these guys because, again, we haven't really seen them play. I will say I feel like I recognize the name of Elegant on the side of RRQ. I see Mauza as well, and Riptra, also a familiar name to me as well.
outside of that, man, it does look a little bit fresh.
Yeah, there's a lot of folks on here that did compete, according to their statistics, did compete in former DFIW competitions, but maybe didn't compete last year. So this is a huge roster change from the same team we saw last year. As a reminder, too, if you remember last year, it was RRQ, X7 Sense. It was actually a fully different, like, combined organization that created the team that they are now. This time around, we are RRQ and only RRQ. And so this is a different roster, different team. Representing some of the same branding, but overall, I think these players still have a lot to prove. Now, as I'm looking through their history and what they've done, we got a lot of examples of previous work, if you say. Their resume's looking strong, all right? They filled out, this team, RRQ, an Indonesian team, they filled out more information about what they've done in the past than any other roster here. Ooh. So, listen, I'm not saying you're going to be right, but I am going to say that this is a good team, and I think they're going to give TXD a run for their money, which is why I said 2-1 TXD. Game 3, we go the distance.
Oh my gosh, listen, I feel like the more and more you kind of read into these guys, you're like, wait a minute, hold up. Maybe they do have a little bit of a better chance than I'm kind of giving them credit for. I mean, to be fair, you did give them credit. You did go ahead and denote that they were going to go ahead and take one of these first couple of games. That being said, I did pose this question before when we were kind of taking a look at FX versus Reborn, and I was like, hey, listen, we both think this is going to go to distance. We both think it's going to go to game number 3. How do you think it's going to happen, though? Which one of these teams, or how do you think both of these teams are going to get their first win to make it 1-1? Do you think it's going to come from the attacking side, or do you think it's going to come from the defending side?
Well, I'm going to take your question and ask you one back, or maybe making a statement. Okay. We're going to trench lines.
Okay.
So if on trench lines, which side do you see has a better advantage? In the pro scene, it's pretty even on trench lines. We historically have seen basically 50-50 attack and defend. Traditionally speaking, defense kind of usually wins. It might be like 55-45.
Yeah.
Mainly because trench lines is just a long map.
Yeah.
And so if you don't manage your resources effectively, if you don't manage your lives effectively, if you take too long capturing C, moving into the D sector gets much more difficult. You don't get the 2 capture point fast enough, you move on to E, all of a sudden you don't have control of the water tower and you only have 6 lives. Listen, trench lines is just one of those maps where it can get away from you very quickly as the attackers. And having to capture that last sector with 60, 70, even 80 lives oftentimes is not enough.
So you're talking about history in terms of trench lines specifically. Why don't we just talk about how things have kind of been going today? And I feel like over the course of today, the attacking side has kind of been favored. I mean, I don't know the exact breakdown in my head. Like, what do we got? Like 3 attacking wins in the second head-to-head, and then we had 1, so that was like 4-1 in terms of that. And then it kind of broke down evenly. So what was it, like 5 attacking to 2 defending wins throughout the course of the day as it currently stands? So I feel like the attacking side is pretty heavily favored.
Pretty heavily favored, yeah, that's correct. I don't know if your math was right, frankly.
It was.
Debatable.
Listen, I'm pretty good. Pretty good. It's 5-2.
I know for a fact you're not pretty good. Honestly, the attacking side has been favored today. I think, namely, part of that is the maps that we've pulled. But also, some of those wins on the attacking side were double overtimes, single overtimes. Like, doesn't really give us real data to work with when we're moving into trench lines.
Listen, just read the stat lines, man. You know what I mean? It's on paper. That's all that matters, right?
But I'm still sticking with my guns here. I'm still saying TXD. I think this team's really good. And again, most of them, if not almost all of them, are returning from last year. So they can only really have gotten better from winning that championship. They've been working for 6 months on this game mode, this esport, this format even. Everything's basically the same with a little bit of extra pizzazz with the way we're pulling the maps, which again, we'll reveal that a little bit later. And they've had a full day to prep. That's the other thing. Is that a win or is that a loss, actually? Do you think maybe TXD was so good in Vietnam because they only had 20 minutes to prep the map that they were playing? And they were just like good improvers comparatively?
Man, that's an interesting point. I like that one.
I'm just throwing what-ifs out there while the players get ready. Probably.
Yeah.
Let me be very clear. Definitely overcooking.
Yeah. So, you know what would be interesting to kind of take a look at as well? Obviously, our bracket specifically had our match times denoted, like what time it was actually scheduled for. I have no idea what that match time was, but I can guarantee you we are way past that.
Yeah, that's right.
So maybe they're feeling a little bit.
They got iced or something?
Yeah, like iced out. We were like, dude, we were supposed to play 2 hours ago.
Yeah.
And now we're kind of just loading up. And also, I don't know if you guys kind of saw that at home. We are actually in a little bit of a pause right now for a little bit of a technical timeout leading into this one. So not only are they getting like iced out in terms of when the match was actually slated to go ahead and start, but they got up on the stage ready to go. They got walked out, and then it was like, whoa, actually we're not ready. So kind of like the double ice is kind of coming out for these guys.
I wonder if it was a player thing. I wonder if some of the players were like, nah, these settings aren't right. Somebody messed up with my PC here. I got to get everything rocked and rolling. I got to make sure my sensitivity's dialed.
That's the crazy thing. Sometimes it is amazing that some of these matches do start very, very quickly. Because when you think about it, there are 40 players up on the stage and 40 pieces of equipment for everybody that has to just work perfectly for these to even get underway. It is a feat in its own right. So
I mean, you're changing out peripherals. I mean, you're changing out keyboards and mice for every single setup, basically. Yeah. Unless somebody doesn't care, which pretty unlikely.
You better care. If you're set up on that, you better care.
Yeah.
I'll go ahead and say that.
Well, I mean, care about the peripherals you're using. But
no, that's what I'm saying. Like, you got to. You got to feel comfortable.
Yeah, that's true. Yeah, anyways. Fun combos. Potentially first land for some of the players that we don't know. You know, I'm not going to hide the fact that we don't have all the information about some of these other regional qualifiers. We didn't get a chance to see them. We don't really have access to them. There's a chance that this could be the first like in-person event for some of the players on RRQ in particular. They've got a lot of experience. Not all of them do. Most of them have a crazy amount of experience. And I know several of the events they listed are LAN events, but a lot of them are also online. So you never know what type of experience they're bringing to the table. Again, TXD, we all saw them last year, so pretty good likelihood that they'll be very comfortable in a LAN environment. But
why don't we tell the people a little bit about the run that TXD actually had? Like
Vietnam.
Tell
the story.
That was insane. So pretty much we had 2 undefeated teams going into the final day of Vietnam. That was TXD and TL. By the way, TL absolutely stomped everybody that they went against, and they actually stomped TXD in that upper final.
Yeah.
Then TXD went ahead, of course, dropped down into the lower bracket where they played once more. They had an incredible matchup there. Went down to the absolute wire.
That was against DNI.
Yeah, DNI, and incredible, you know, feat there for them to kind of come out on top. So then, of course, since they won that, they went ahead and jumped back into the championship final. And of course, who did they have to play against? TL. And again, TL looked like favorites. Looked like they weren't going to drop a single map. They looked like they were absolutely dominant. And TXD flipped the switch and completely destroyed them.
Yeah, it was
They won 2-0 against a team that was
basically hadn't dropped the map. Yeah,
heavily favorited. So it was an incredible storyline.
Underdog story for sure.
Yeah, exactly. So you were kind of talking about how maybe they feel comfortable in a setting to where, you know, they prep with like 20 minutes. What if they kind of felt more comfortable as the underdogs and don't necessarily feel comfortable as the top dogs?
Yeah. No, I mean,
champion.
That's a good shout.
So something to think about.
It's always something to think about when Goj and Vivid are in the booth. We're hypothetical Harrys because we have to be. Players locked and loaded, though. Looks like technical pause is all long and gone. Sweet. Should be jumping into the matchup very soon.
Final adjustment. You see that? Got to make sure that armrest is right. That's actually an underrated adjustment, man. If your elbow isn't sitting right, kind of changes the angle your arm's on the desk. You wouldn't know anything about playing up on the stage, good, but I would. And that specific angle is tough. Yeah.
That's the difference?
No, seriously.
Slight armrest angle. No, I actually have heard that quite a bit from a lot of the pros I talked to.
I've seen some pros and some games as well literally bring rulers and like tape measures to make sure that their monitors and all their desks
that's
are
wild.
set to. You haven't seen that?
No, I have seen that. That is kind of wild though.
But
I mean, peace of mind, right? To know it's done exactly right if you're measuring it.
Yeah, exactly. Taking a look at some of the squads here as we go across the stage. It does look like all of our players are locked and loaded. We haven't had that little bit of a change of angle to where we can see the monitors themselves. I am kind of hoping for that along the line here.
Taking a look at some of the other squads. Again, shouting out some of these rosters one moment. It's not often where we have the time to shout out all the teams, and the players rather, on the teams. Verminia, the commander for TXD. You've got squad leaders KPZ, Nail2G, and here it is, folks. We talked about trench lines, and that's where we're headed. Saw a quick glance at the map bans. I'm going to be honest, it went so fast I didn't even see what they were, Vivid.
Fault was definitely banned.
I think every matchup today has had Fault banned. Nobody wants to play
Except
it right
for
now.
the first one.
Yeah.
The subsequent 3 definitely had Fault banned, but we're going to trench lines. Cyclone,
All right.
Cyclone, Aftershock, and now we're going to
in it, baby.
ending the day potentially on trench lines if we do see a 2-0. Speaking about the specific sides that our teams are going to be starting on, it's going to be RRQ on the attack side of things, and holy heck, Goj, they are actually already on Sector A and capturing it early.
Yeah, an early move for RRQ to get some action over to A. And again, we hopped in just a hair late, but we didn't miss very much, as RRQ is just taking hold of Sector A, going to push us immediately into the trenches here shortly. Again, I will go ahead and denote this idea. I think the defense is not full giving up. You can see a nice push here from 2 different squads working together. They should be able to find some value over the top with the smoke and run. Oftentimes, A is not given as much priority. You don't want to elongate fights too long, especially if the attackers are winning most of those fights and you're kind of just barely hanging on, because that gives the attackers a ton of score to work with. Into the next sector, you feel like you could maybe put on a better defensive hold. A couple of hero plays from some of the individuals just spoiling the day, but that is going to be a very quick capture of Sector A for the attack.
Yeah, I mean, it's not often we actually get to count the specific amount of members that are on over the
RQ, it sounds like, in the arena, because we heard a bunch of yells there for a late night, first day of competition, Wednesday night. I was going to say it's a school night, but I guess it's summer, I don't know. Work night. The fans here that are cheering on their favorite teams as few work their way into the trenches. Myself and Vivid have been in the trenches all day today, and we finally found us here on trench lines. RRQ trying to figure out what play they're going to make. A classic move. They have very quick, aggressive stance onto B1. Classic play with trench lines, folks. If you haven't watched Warfare competitive in a very long time, it's worth bringing up the efficacy of what the engine bring, which is building pillboxes, AA guns rather. Realize that from a distance, but also you have to keep your vehicles alive. So on trench lines, the attackers get that tank to start things off, and it always sits on this back ridge, playing safe, just shelling into the trenches. Wow. Making sure to keep its head on a swivel to look for these strike teams. NTPP, by the way, a part of this strike team on the far side, playing with Nail2G, Kino. They can make this wrap, potentially make this tank think twice, at least make it think about not shelling the point for at least a moment. It'll be a nice value add for their team, but they get sniffed out pretty quickly.
Yeah, and that turret that you mentioned being built is pretty much on the next sector on the map. It's extremely far away, but it can still find value just by trying to apply some pressure to that tank that is sitting all the way in the back, because it's pretty hard for any of the defensemen to make a play towards it because it is sitting so far back. But as you can see, B1 is captured. They're trying to call in a second tank to go ahead and help with this attack. But again, those turrets finding early value. The tank does go down.
Yeah, that was a huge play from TXD. Timed all of those shots at the perfect time with a couple of rockets to be able to get the tank down early. That is a huge mistake, unfortunately, for RRQ, as Romania, as the commander, is picking up a few kills with the bow. Continues to show why it's being used in competitive play so often. Just a really powerful weapon, high velocity weapon with very little to no drop off. So a great shot there, but still, of course, we've lost B1, the defensive side, but we traded out the tank for it. That is a worthwhile trade if they're able to hold here long enough on B2, TXD to get full control over this map.
Yeah, but the secondary tank already called in for the attack as it currently stands, so they're pretty much going to be returning to form. Now a big push towards the B2 point forces a lot of the defensemen to go ahead and try to retake this one back, but as you can see, once again, from the side of RRQ, it's actually not a lot of members. It looks like one squad is actually applying so much pressure on some of these points, so they're finding a lot of value out of some of these squads just as they stand alone, which is kind of preventing TXD from finding any sort of a foothold anywhere else on the map, because of course if you're finding value from one of your squads applying pressure to an entire zone in one of these sectors, then obviously your team is going to be freed up to do a lot more elsewhere.
Pay attention to that tank. Very important for the next couple sectors to have the vehicles. You don't have to spend all your score calling in these vehicles when you can use it for things like urgent deployments or otherwise. And Musa knows it. Musa's going to back way up.
Yeah, pressure.
I mean, Mauser went all the way back to Sector A.
Yeah. Rockets and turrets kind of applying that pressure, does not want to lose that tank, so it's going to take some time to, of course, call in that full reset before you can kind of rejoin the fray at full HP. So a little bit of an opportunity for the defense to take a breather, and you want to talk about taking a breather, having access to a tank of your own to go ahead and combat the tank of the attack is going to feel very, very good. The tank destroyer being called in for the side of RRQ. Way in the back, you can see some shots are trying to make its way towards this tank destroyer before it hits the ground, but all of those are going to fail. It's going to land at full HP. And now with a tank destroyer in the mix, I mean, how much value does a tank destroyer really find from the attack here, right? I feel like it's kind of hard for them to get active, especially with all of the trenches that are featured on this map. Like, where do you really go? Obviously, you have to go and focus down one of the flanks, I would imagine.
Yeah, no, exactly. This tank destroyer can get a lot more active. It's much more agile, so it's able to kind of do strafing around's not the right word for it, but I'm kind of losing the word. Basically go in and out very quickly. You can go in, make a big play, and still try to get out. It's also a last-ditch effort that they can potentially make to jump a point, and when they feel like they've got the body numbers on point, send the tank destroyer in to draw a lot of the aggro and put down a ton of fire. And that's exactly what they're doing right now, actually. Gonna full send onto the point. This is what I was expecting. I honestly wasn't expecting it this soon, though. We just send the tank destroyer in, and it's working. They had infantry there. They have bodies on point. They've got the urgent redeployment active for the defensive side because they know that the pressure is on. And you can see all these defensive players dying and almost immediately respawning and swarming this point. But the tank destroyer is currently holding them at bay. Still alive somehow. The engineers are doing everything for this tank destroyer to stay up, but it's taking a ton of damage, and one more rocket could potentially take it down, maybe a magnetic bomb. Anything from the defense to get this tank destroyer dead. This would be a huge win for them. A nice take, a nice vehicle destruction. The defense also get a score bonus from that, and I think that was just a little bit of an overstep from RRQ. It was the right play. I just think it was at the wrong moment.
Yeah, it was actually one of those instances where even if they captured B2 right there, we can see that tug of war being played by the side of TXD, where they had an entire squad sitting on B1. That's going to be Nail, 2G, and Co. So kind of great to see them playing around the map. By the way, that's going to be Nail, 2G, NTPP, XA, and Poco, which have kind of been that squad that is playing that flank and trying to actually apply pressure to the tank that is sitting all the way in the back line. So as it currently stands, this specific squad that is trying to recapture B1 has been the MVP squad for me.
Yeah, I mean, again, you have to have a squad that's willing to take some time for big rotations. Yeah. TXD now showing us what it looks like to finally find some vehicle superiority from a distance, finding another vehicle of the attackers that was trying to land, being cut down before it hits the ground. They are battling right now to hold this team, this RRQ roster, from pushing into B2 now, as they have traded out these points. B1 and B2 have gone back and forth a little bit, but B2 has been the hardest for the attackers to get a real foothold in. And again, I really think they oversold on the tank destroyer. The right play at the wrong time. We still have plenty of vehicles to work with, though. And I think if we are the attackers, we're feeling okay. We haven't spent that many lives, but is starting to get to a point where we can call this at least a net zero defensive win thus far.
Yeah, absolutely. And you can see on the backside of B2, a lot of these players kind of playing that head glitch, and it looks like they have a giant stack of ammo crates, like 5+, so able to replenish, you know, of course, some of their ammo in that regard. So it's really, really hard for the attack to kind of press the advantage, but they can obviously try to do it with the help of a vehicle.
Another one.
That was just an assault vehicle trying to find some value on the flank right there. Does not find much value at all. So the attack is now going to go ahead and resort to an artillery barrage. You can imagine this is probably going to land directly on B2, but with the defensive side, TXD calling in one of their own. It's probably going to be landing in the same exact spot.
Yeah, that was an immediate answer, whether that was read or heard or just perfect timing for both teams to feel like it was going to be valuable. Both have artillery strikes landing. Both may be feeling like they may be able to tank these artillery strikes, but it's going to be a lot of back and forth of a lot of damage going both ways. I can't imagine B2 falls to the attackers when we've got an artillery barrage from both teams landing in the same position. But that's exactly what it looks like right now. The medics are doing a great job of keeping the attackers up on the point. And we only have 3 kills from the artillery barrage of the defenders. And we're going to have to push in and make a retake. And it has to happen right now. B2 is about to fall. You got to get bodies on the point right now. We're going to see B sector fall and move into the C sector. Too late.
Wow.
Nice play. That was all medics all day. That was a support diff. Really well done from the support operators of this attacking team to get those revives and get those bodies back up onto the point, even when they fell and even when they were down on the ground asking for that revive.
Yeah, I mean, just straight up winning their individual gunfights and being able to back it up. Any of their members kind of falling down, like you mentioned, the revives kind of coming in. And look at this, we got some MVPs, right? Mozera picked up 39 revives. Marv, who has kind of been in the mix, 37. And Riptra down at the end there as well. So a couple of the members on the side of our RQ in the 30+ revives. Now turning our attention over to the C sector. This is a little bit of a weird one because as you can see, the entire little town that we're kind of featuring right now has all these buildings that are fully built. The push doesn't necessarily usually come in until the attack is able to use their tanks and some of their explosions to actually break down a lot of these vehicles. So sometimes it can kind of feel like the defense has a long foothold in terms of defending this entire sector. But the setup for the attack, sometimes it just takes so long because all of these vehicles, or all of these buildings, they want actually flattened before they make an approach.
That's a good shout. C sector usually doesn't last very long. Very rarely do you see a team actually hold on C sector because of the very reason you mentioned, Vivid. But I will say the defense is doing a great job of finding vehicle kills before they hit the ground, namely on the back of Romania and the tank operators from a distance just hitting their shots. You can see our C sector in the building that it's on. That building can be mostly destroyed. What we're talking about. But it looks like we are preparing for new. We're preparing for D1 and D2 as our tank. We're just shelling the point down below. And Romania has actually said, let's mark C. Romania believes they can hold C for a full 2 minutes here. I think it's an ambitious mark, but also you don't want to wait on an objective. And the chances of you taking down Musa here in their tank, who's also playing nice and patient, is pretty low. So what else could you mark? Maybe the tank destroyer? C felt like an easier play. They feel like they're going to hold it for 2 minutes. Let's see what they're able to do.
Potential flank squad coming in for the side of our RQ. I do want to go ahead and quickly note that for the defensive side of things, they do have this tank that is sitting very, very far back. But then they also have their other tank in Romania that is actually directly inside of the C sector. So he wants to go ahead and defend it, like you said, for that full 2 minutes because he knows how valuable successfully defending some of these objectives when they are marked can be. Javier in the tank destroyer is looking to go ahead and keep that alive with the help of some of members of his squad. And this would actually be a huge push for RRQ because they will deny that objective being marked for defense if they can successfully do it in the next 50 seconds. That being said, the tank kind of rejoins the fray. It's looking to go ahead and defend it, but so is the tank destroyer. Big fight indeed. Javier is actually going to go ahead and retreat. Not enough of his team is actually there to go ahead and back him up. That was a great call, but all of a sudden a flank squad finds themselves in the perfect position
who better than the squad of Nail 2Gs to once again find value on the flank?
That was such a good position for them to be in too. Yes, on the flank, but also in the retreat position of that tank destroyer. That was a fantastic takedown of a vehicle. They still had, by the way, they had an objective mark. Romania marked the vehicle for destruction basically as it fell. That was a great execution of it. Here's the thing. Look at the C sector. They need complete control of the C sector in order to get these extra points, and it is really close right now. There's a lot of bodies on the point. It could be enough to put it into jeopardy, and it's not looking like they're going to earn those extra points. Oh yes, they are going to get it just in time. It did flip over to success, so they will get some extra score because they were in the green on C. It was almost in the neutral zone. Very slyly able to pick up 2 successful objectives for the extra score and put their strategic beacon inside around the point. 7 of their 20 players used that beacon and spawned on point. This push completely thwarted. This is a great hold on C.
Did not like that from our RQ. They were actually playing so patient and they were making no mistakes. They went into this C sector with like 166 tickets. They were down to like 153, and it had been so long. But because they went ahead and got a little bit impatient, they put a beacon down, and they made just an all-out push. They did lose like 15 tickets right there in that push. That being said, they're still very, very healthy. And like I mentioned, the push doesn't necessarily come in until all of these buildings are kind of flattened. As you can see, most of the buildings are being flattened, at least in the center of this little town. But again, the squad that just continuously keeps flanking these pushes from the side of our RQ is doing such a good job. NTPP finding incredible value. Nail 2G as well in that same squad. So shout out to those guys. Again, they feel like the MVPs.
Yeah, and you do gain quite a bit of lives between each sector if you are able to capture it, so.
Whoa, that was a lot of respawns.
Yeah, we just dropped to 122. I was about to say that we're still in an okay position as the attackers to just take C sector here and basically have full lives going into D1, D2, but now we're starting to get to a point where it's not going to be live. We're going to throw a beacon down. I'm not sure. Oh, it was played. I literally was looking off at the distance. Where is it being placed? No, it's way up here on the high ground. It looks like RRQ wants to change up their strategy. They're feeling like the high ground might be the most valuable position that they need to try to take. The problem is it is immediately sniffed out. Not only do they get spotted, tank shells the point, or shells where the beacon is. All these players are dying. Yikes.
That was bad.
Well, more vehicles, and what could have been a nice distraction turns into a lot of frustration for RRQ. They lose 1 of their 2 vehicles, they hit the ground. They do get the light tank, which is nice. The question is, what are they going to be able to do with it?
An extreme amount of hopium for me here, but maybe it was like intentional to try to distract the tanks so that way they could call in their vehicles.
Yeah, but, I mean,
and
dude,
land.
there's like 3 red people on the map right now. Like, where is everyone? They're all respawning.
Yeah, I mean, they have to because they all just got mowed down after taking that respawn beacon by both of the tanks. And then even though kind of maybe the play was to distract, the tanks were able to kind of turn their attention back to those vehicles that were spawning in immediately and take out 1 of them.
Barely missing out on finding this beacon. Niche reference, but that felt like something from a TV show. Looking for an idol in the jungle so that you stay alive, surviving the battlefield. The camera pans to where it is. Couldn't find that respawn beacon. Players will be able to spawn there and potentially cause a little disruption on the back line, but this is honestly, probably top 3 hold I've ever seen on the C sector in trench lines.
That being said, it kind of felt like the B hold was going very, very well for the side of TXD, and then RRQ kind of put out an incredible push. So I'm kind of hoping to see another one of those, see them kind of put a plan into action that does end up panning out. I'm taking a look all around the map. I'm taking a look for that tank that just got called in for the side of RRQ. Like, where has it decided to go? It's off to the left in the river, maybe trying to get up the hill so that way it finds some sort of a position to maybe contest the position of Legacy. As you can see, yeah, trying to go ahead and put down some shots. So as you take a quick look at the leaderboard here on the side of RRQ, a couple of members entering the 30 kill mark. And for the side of TXD, we've got a member hitting 40. That's going to be Syndrax.
Yeah, nice play from Syndrax there. 32 for KPC. Solid revives on the defensive side too. Overall engineering score is going to go to Okubs. Watch out for that player repairing and keeping these tanks alive and potentially doing damage as well.
Oh, what happened?
Lost a tank, lost a vehicle on both sides actually. Down to 1 apiece right now. Both tanks playing nice and slow in the backside of their rest of their team. RRQ is actually calling in a smoke barrage to help them push up to the C sector. Let's see if they're actually able to make a push right now. That feels a little bit mistimed. There's hardly very many RRQ players. Finally, there they are, spawning in on the low side of the buildings where those respawn beacons are put. They only have to kind of climb a little bit uphill into the actual C sector, which is very clearly still in the hands of TXD, so they're going to get some extra score here with that objective marked.
That being said, yeah, great opportunity for Romania to kind of stay at the leaderboard. By the way, when we were taking a look at the leaderboard, the commander for the side of TXD was at 30,000 score, and the second person behind him on the team had 22,000. He is currently 8,000 score ahead, and we keep mentioning how every single time he marks something, it looks like it ends up happening. So doing a great job of controlling his team, and his team's just doing a great job of following his orders. Now that being said, a giant push from the side of RRQ. It's going to be on the back foot of an artillery barrage, and it's also going to be a back foot of potentially a giant distraction play from the side of RRQ to try to go ahead and press this tank off of this hill, so that way they can remain uncontested on the point. The vehicles are trying to go ahead and play distraction, but I think the boots on the ground are just winning their fights where they need to for the side of TXD.
Artillery barrage landing on the point right now in an urgent redeployment, and a beacon, all being invested by this defensive team. They want to hold the line on C. They feel like they can still hold the point. This is a ton of investment. They need to find some value from it, and RRQ finally strike back in the vehicle war. A ton of damage landing from those tank shells, and they're holding the point. What was a fantastic push with all of this score invested that was well earned from TXD. They're able to hold the line.
That tank shot that came out, it was like it was in slow motion.
Legacy. Crazy.
Just a 3-piece right on the head tops of the pressing RRQ squad. And yeah, I mean, their attack has been thwarted once again. It was, again, a big investment from the side of the defense. I feel like a little bit more in terms of the score, but when we keep talking about their leaderboard and how far ahead they were in the score game, they can afford to kind of overinvest for some of these defenses as it currently stands. Now, this is pretty much the furthest we have seen the tank from the side of RRQ kind of get pressed up. So it's trying to kind of gain some ground and help out the boots on the ground, but it doesn't have an engineer currently near the tank at all that can kind of repair it, and sitting at half HP, it's in a lot of danger. They spawn in though.
I'm blown away with TXD's ability to hold on Sector C. This has moved from top 3 to top 1 of 1. This is the best hold I've ever seen on the C sector. This is not one that traditionally goes very long. I've said that a couple times, and it's forcing this RRQ team to get really aggressive with their stance. They're putting a tank up into the mix, literally 1 HP, just tanking Aluo rockets. These engineers are keeping it alive. They've got it all the way back up to half HP, and because it survived, they're able to full send on the point, do tricks on it, and get onto the C sector. The attackers finally have some control. They finally have a stance, and they can put their flag in the ground and say, we are at least going to the D sector. We still have a chance, and Legacy's gonna full send and gets punished for it. RRQ should finally capture Sector C.
It is a little bit of an overextend from the side of TXD. It looks like they want to go ahead and full send at the last moment, right? They send their LAV into the mix. They also send their tank. The tank is off of the hill. If this goes down, it'll be a huge win for the side of RRQ. The Allure rockets are trying to chase them down. The tank is trying to chase them down as well. The tank is so low. How is it still alive? RRQ lands something, and they finally do. Take a look at the side of TXD at the bottom of your screen. 0 vehicles alive, and that giant hold for them towards that C sector was just on the back foot of all of those vehicles. But finally, RRQ, they catch a break.
And they're able to keep their tank alive. What a swing and momentum. Now, we only have 103 lives going into the D sector. This is something I talked about at the top of the show, or top of this match rather. Vivid and I were talking about some things to expect when you go to trench lines. I'll come back to that. Quick look at the stats here. 50 revive from Whistly on the TXD side. 55 from Mozera, 60 from Marv, 56 from V4XA. It's the reason this team is still in it. We gotta shout out the support operators doing everything for this roster, but Popey at 41 finally finds the kills that can match maybe their opposition, joining the 40 kill club. And again, this has been a TXD win thus far to be able to hold them into the D sector at around 100 lives. But that was a giant shift in momentum. And the thing you and I talked about with trench lines right before this matchup started is if you can bleed some of these resources, this is a long map. If you go into the D sector with around 100, if you go into the E sector with 50 or 60, you're going to have a hard time taking this last sector. And so as long as the defense can hold for at least a little while in the D sector, they are currently winning and should have a pretty good shot of holding it on the E sector. It doesn't matter how far they make it, it's just a matter of capturing every single point.
So obviously, you know, we can see that TXD is able to recover in terms of how many vehicles they do have access to. Really the only thing that kind of hurt them in terms of full sending some of those vehicles towards the end of that C sector was that they actually had to wait a very long time for those vehicles to just fly down. Instead of just using those vehicles to kind of make that rotation, they had to wait for them to kind of fly down. And you can see RRQ was actually able to pick up a lot of positional advantage. That being said, I mean, TXD are kind of just pushing them right back off of D1. This is a giant blank.
That respawn beacon, I don't know if that actually even gets you close. Like that, I think that might be further than their normal spawn. I mean, that is so far away. Is nice though, and immediately found, but is nice for, you know, potentially a strike team to spawn in the backside of the tank. That's why they were doing it. And I think smartly, TXD said, we're walking around, we're driving around until we find that respawn beacon. We know they're trying to place it back there. We know they're trying to go for us, the tanks. Let's clear out our backline before we actually go shell the points. But again, a great position for the attackers. Because of the overstep from TXD, like you mentioned on Sector C, they come swinging in, they immediately take D1, and our tug of war on a two-sector or two-zone capture point here in Sector D begins right now. Oh, no way. They're doing it. You seen this one?
No.
Put some anti-tank mines on a drone, see where it can go.
Ah. Let's see if it actually ends up finding any value. Now, we have actually entered a point in the match where I was, you know, kind of making the question. I kind of mentioned going into trench lines that this is a map that it goes so late that the guided missiles start to come into play, usually at that E sector, but because the RRQ side of things has kind of been delayed on some of these sectors, and I love this new UI because usually I would have to like guess, like, oh yeah, maybe they have a guided missile, but no, we actually know for a fact
they have
now.
Enough score to call it in.
Yeah, so RRQ does have one guided missile, and you got to imagine like all the scores were very, very close for the side of RRQ that a bunch of them are probably going to start to have access to these guided missiles, which can help tremendously when it comes to attacking D2. That being said, in some of the chaos that we just watched, TXD actually lost one of their vehicles, so they only have 2 tanks remaining.
Interesting point. 76 lives total remaining. Certainly not going to be moving into the E sector with full lives. The real question is how many, if they even get there. RRQ still a lot of ground to make up. A lot of work to do on what is another very long map.
Nice.
Another vehicle goes down though. Nice little feather in the cap of the RRQ squad to sniff that one out very quickly and take it down before it hits the ground.
Javier in the vehicle is going to be investing that vehicle, and yeah, it's instantly going to get punished. It kind of just goes into a cavern of all TXD members, engineers, and tanks being a little bit of a welcoming party for that vehicle there. It's going to get instantly destroyed. And that is actually going to go ahead and put the RRQ offense to a little bit of a halt. And TXD is going to be allotted a little bit of space onto D1 and trying to go ahead and recontest it. Now, RRQ continuously try to go ahead and throw a couple of members towards this D2 zone, but it's not really working. I mean, it's only ever like 1 or 2, or maybe sometimes it was an assault vehicle, but I mean, TXD are just kind of waiting for it and playing around it.
Legacy doing a nice job here with the tank, 26 and 7 in the tank for the defensive side. It's been Legacy, it's been Romania, the 2 tank operators for the defense. Doing quite well. Here's a quick look at the map feed of where the players are at. Again, this is the tug of war between D1 and D2. It looks like maybe a massing of attackers on the backside of D1. You can see where they're playing at right now on your screen, trying to play this hilltop on the left-hand side, and maybe try to do a long grab to D2. It's being answered by another line from the defensive side. See V4, XA, and Marv. Port operators picking up a crazy amount of revives there on the left-hand side.
A little bit of an artillery barrage being called in for the side of, TXT and RRQ simultaneously. Looks like it's going to be prioritized from the attacking side on this hill, and Marv is actually going to be picking up quite a few kills with it because there are just so many members of TXT. This could be the opportunity that RRQ required to try to go ahead and push forward just a little bit now that that hill has been cleared out, but a well-timed counter push from the side of TXT towards D1 is kind of forcing some of the attention to be drawn away from what should have been a little bit of an advancement. And ooh, here we go, RRQ with a flank of their own. And as I say that, I totally forgot about the tank from Legacy that is sitting all the way in the back and can pretty much see everything that's happening in front of them.
Yeah, finding a crazy amount of value. Classic commander strat to kind of answer support systems of one with the other. If you feel like you have a score lead, that's exactly what TXT feels like right now. They know they have the score lead. They know they're outslaying their opponents, and they know they are holding them at the line between D1 and D2. And so what do? This time they get a little bit more proactive. They know exactly where all of the attackers are. We're not dropping artillery barrage right on top of their heads. Look at where they place this. They're not going to allow the attackers to rotate up to the off angle of D2. They're going to force them to either sit back on D1 and continue to waste away, or get extremely aggressive and just run straight through the middle where they're all watching, or they've got lined up a bunch of defenses.
You can see RRQ, they've got that assault vehicle currently poised up to potentially try to make a run, and yes, Syndrax, holy moly on the bow. 51 kills. If you didn't catch that, he's absolutely popping off. And you keep kind of calling out how much value those artillery barrages are kind of finding for the side of TXT. That one specifically had picked up 3 kills. Again, this is the guy with the most kills for sure in the lobby, trying to hit some shots from very, very deep with the bow. This requires some practice and some confidence to be taking a fight against a head glitch from like 100 meters, 150 meters out.
One well-placed arrow changes the fight entirely. I'm not seeing any traction here from the attackers. They've got to change up the strategy, or at the very least, we know that both teams have guided missiles should they decide to use them. Legacy continuing to light up the kill feed from the tanks, but it's being answered back by the attacking tanks as well.
I mean, where do we even place?
They haven't moved. We haven't seen the attackers move from this position in this setup. They're trapped on D1 right now. They haven't moved for the last, like, solid 5 minutes.
Where do you place a guided missile? You know what I mean? Obviously, the obvious one is to place it on the center hill, but if they just leave that hill after they see the guided missile called in, then it finds no value.
Yeah, it could give the defense more room to push up, or the attackers more room to push up, but if I'm the attackers, I want to hold this ridge on D1. It gives me an advantage in some of these fights.
There it is.
But here it is. We're running out of daylight, 42 lives remaining. We still have a lot of work to do to potentially capture E. So we got to make quick work of the rest of D. How do we do that? One way is to open up a pathway with the guided missile. Again, you're looking to zone off more than find eliminations with it. But who knows? It might be a good one.
What?
Maybe a juke out there. Maybe they were expecting the defense to back up. Maybe they were expecting the defense to back up to the point when the guided missile was coming in, but it's working out well for them. Guided missile from the defensive side. Artillery barrage for the defensive side. A lot of chaos around this D2 point, and in the chaos, we lose an assault vehicle, and we've also got a tank quite low on the attacking side. Another guided missile. You're going to see missile after missile after missile. It's going to come down to who finds a better one and who's able to jump back onto the point once people run away from these missiles that we know are going to probably land on the flag.
Yeah, the defensive missile just finds 1 kill right there. Let's see if the attacking missile does find any value. That's going to be 3. That's going to be huge value, not only pushing the tank off of the point, but also finding those direct kills. That being said, the push is coming in for the attacking side.
but I can only imagine TXD placed a guided missile right on top of D2 to go ahead and thwart the efforts. They did just that. Picks up 3 kills from the side of Logsy.
Nice
That's going to be a well-placed guided missile. There is still a tank in the mix from the side of RRQ, trying to make something happen, trying to keep the push alive, and he is actually making something happen. Tank on tank, sliver of HP, he goes down. Winter is going to be destroying the tank and destroying the hopes and dreams of the push for RRQ.
Yeah, great missile usage there, and Legacy well earned to get your own guided missile. Legacy, again, your tank operator for the defense. A well-earned guided missile, plenty of score earned because of the plays from the vehicle, and finding vehicle kill after vehicle kill. That felt like a full sin from RRQ that was very easily held against. We have 0 vehicles now for RRQ. We still have enough score for several missiles, but if you don't have the infantry, you don't have the boots on the ground to jump the point when the missile lands, it's not even worth calling it in. RRQ gonna hold on to the missiles for a moment, get bodies together, death ball, here they come, missile starts to land.
Yeah, one more chance. They know they have a couple of more missiles remaining, but look at the side of TXD. They have more missiles in their back pocket. We'll have to see if RRQ Mar finds any value with this guided missile. Where did he go ahead and put it? He lands it off to the side of D2, finds nothing outside of a beacon being destroyed right there. I would expect TXD to go ahead and start calling in their guided missiles. They have 5 available. If you just go ahead and call one in on D2 as soon as the push starts to come in, I mean, you're pretty much guaranteed to find value.
15
that
lives.
being said, RRQ is looking to try to go ahead and reach for something desperate. The same play is going to be put into fruition. Just send a guided missile and see if we can finally make something happen. It's going to be called in on D2 just as the subsequent ones have been, but it finds the same amount of value as the previous ones do as well. Nothing.
Well, look at where the defense is set up. They're not set up on point because there's not actually bodies on the ground. This is what I was talking about before. If you're going to call in a guided missile, you have to be able to follow it up with boots on the ground to jump the point and start taking control. Set up a couple respawn beacons. Go ahead and make a big play that way. This feels just like, hey, we have them. Might as well call them in. If you smoke them, got them. Like, throw these down range and hope that it does something. You know for a fact the defense isn't just camping the point because they're up in your face. They're retaking D1. This is TXD all day. TXD will hold in the D sector. TXD will invest guided missile after guided missile, respawn beacons, artillery barrages to finish this thing off right. 2 more RRQ members need to fall, and then it's going to be a TXD victory in game 1 of the last match of the day.
What a hold from TXD. I mean, this pretty much started towards the C sector. They were able to go ahead and continue that momentum towards the side of the D sector as well. On the back foot of being able to call in 3 vehicles. Legacy playing way in the back on the tank. Never really touched and just got so much value, a little bit too much value on the defensive side of things for RRQ to really ever surpass some of those hills.
Yeah, Legacy, a huge difference maker for me on that map. I think MVP in my mind, most likely. I would love to look at the stats, though, and see who actually topped the charts. I also felt like the defense was basically in complete control the entirety of that matchup. We did see some moments of greatness, of course, from the attackers, but when you see a team hold for that long on the C sector, in my mind, again, this is history repeating itself for me, you're not going to see that team make it to the E sector. It's just not going to happen. You don't have enough time. You don't have enough lives. You don't have enough control. TXD win game 1. And somehow, some way, Vivid is finally wrong on a prediction. I got to say it immediately. You finally missed, my friend. You counted against the champions, and they clapped back a little bit at you.
Yeah.
That's it. Yeah,
that's it. I mean, it was convincing.
You felt shaky about it anyway.
It was convincing.
It was a bold one.
I can't lie. It was convincing as well. I mean, they looked very, very strong.
Insane.
Take a look at the breakdown here. I mean, it's just on the back foot of Romania for me on the side of TXD. 55,000 score, 11,000 ahead of the second member there in Legacy. Switching over to the other leaderboard, Marv was doing insane work, was picking up frags, and specifically on that Sector B, right? We saw some incredible plays, picking up 109 revives over the course of the game as well. Poppy and Arixa on the side of RRQ, also individual prowess with 54 kills of their own. And somebody that went quiet in terms of us specifically seeing him
pop off. NTPP, we kind of called him out. We were expecting the kills to kind of come in from him. We didn't really call it out when we were watching the game
63,
specifically.
man.
But somehow, some way, the guy's got 63.
Top fragger in the entire lobby by a pretty decent margin. I think it was nearly double-digit margin. Picked up 63 kills overall. And again, we expected this. This is what we've seen from this champion roster in the past. This is what we saw last year. NTPP is the reason this team oftentimes finds success. It did start here, though, and A was easy. It wasn't too bad. We saw a decent hold there, but when we got to the B sector, this is where the attackers really started to struggle. They lose their tank early, have to call in their second tank almost immediately. This was a really nice play from the defense to set up and build that AA gun, to build that artillery gun, and that extra damage on top of a couple of Luru rockets and the eventual tank fire of Legacy was able to win them most of the B sector. Once it finally fell, though, C was a totally different ballgame. Look how many lives they have. 140 here in the C sector. And you blink, and they start going down and down, and we're lower than 100, and I think we get to like 60 before they finally capture this zone. Again, one of the best holds of the C sector I've ever seen.
There was like an overarching theme over the course of, obviously A was pretty easy, but we kind of watched it on Sector B, we watched it on Sector C, and I feel like we watched it on Sector D as well. RRQ, I feel like, did actually a pretty good job of controlling a lot of the map that isn't necessarily given to them, right? They're kind of passing that halfway mark. They're putting their members of their squad in a very good position. But then when it comes to actually capturing, whether it be like the only zone that's in the sector or that last zone that is in the sector, they didn't really have a game plan, it felt like. And when they did make something happen, like think about B, they kind of just full sent on the B2. And it failed the first time they did it with the tank destroyer, but then it worked the second time they did it. So then they went to C. And when they were on C, remember all the tickets kind of dwindled very, very quickly, like we were talking about. But then again, they kind of just full sent their tank, and it worked out. Then, again, they got a lot of position towards D1. It looked like they were in a pretty strong position, but then how did they make progress towards D2? They never did. Their only push was like a full send with all of their vehicles and a couple of guided missiles. There just wasn't really a solid plan, and TXD kind of just sat back, relaxed, and was like, hey, what are you guys doing?
Yeah, and I gotta say too, I think there was also a big stalemate that happened on D1 and D2. Sometimes when you see these two sector capture points, it can be difficult to go from one to the other quickly. So that's exactly what happened. It was a very slow transition and a little bit too late. TXD, though, best squad is going to be Legacy with the help of the teammates Skynet, sorry, I butchered that name. Okub as 5 is that player's name. And then OSSN. This is our top squad, the best squad in this last matchup. But Legacy, the star player, 44 kills, 57 assists as well with that tank down below. And then Oak also finding a lot of value in both categories as well. That engineering category is where this team thrived, though, because it was Legacy and all of his engineers all working together. But the MVP of this matchup is the commander, Romania. And like you mentioned, well-earned as well with the scoreline of 55,000 score. That means almost every single objective that he marked went in their favor, and that's exactly what we witnessed on main.
Yeah, and this is always a super weird one to kind of look at. Obviously, the commander is going to be getting MVP in a lot of the matchups that we do see, but we have to give the MVP to somebody, and it's like, yeah, Romina did such a good job of picking up all the score and marking those things, but his team is the one that is actually making that score a reality by going ahead and following his order. So it's like, yeah, he got MVP, but it was a giant team effort.
Yeah, and I mean, again, there is a skill in being a commander, not only from a communication standpoint, but also when to mark things and how to do it, what to call in at the right times. But you're right, the team has to execute on the game plan for you to succeed and earn that score. So kind of a catch-22 there. It is a team effort. Frankly, I say this all the time when we cast over Warfare Esports. This is one of the most team cohesive and macro type competitions that I've ever seen, or you could even watch in esports in general, in gaming space, because you have a full team of 20 players all playing at the same time, all together, having to make these macro plays. So communication certainly key, and very well done from our current champions trying to defend their title. TXD go up 1-0 in the series. So, Vivid, I know you're already wrong in your predictions because you said 2-0 the other way, which is insane, by the way. That was a wild one. But doesn't mean that TXD is going to win. You could still technically get it right in the overall wins. Do you still feel confident that you think RRQ could pull out a win here and go back-to-back and go 2-1 won overall in the series, or do you think this is TXD now in complete control?
I'm going to stick to my guns here in the sense that I went ahead and mentioned earlier on before we actually jumped into this match that I feel like the attacking side has been favorable all day. RRQ just lost on the attacking side. I feel like TXD looked like the better team on the defending side. Now that they're switching over to the attacking side, I think TXD probably has a better chance of beating RRQ on the attacking side. I feel like we're looking at 2-0. I'll be honest.
Chat, do you agree? Oh, you even faked me out on that. That was crazy.
What did I say? What?
Well, I thought you were going on this big long tangent of like, yeah, this is what we were seeing, but I still believe in
no,
RRQ.
I'll be honest. Like, I can't.
You were like, nah, that's a 2-0.
I can't say earlier on that I feel like the attacking side is more favorable.
Yeah.
And then be like, well, actually, no.
I thought you were about to backtrack on me. I respect that from you, Vivid. At least you stick to your guns when you're making an important point. TXD, Vivid's going backtracking and saying 2-0. Now, I technically predicted a 2-1. I still feel like it could be a 2-1, certainly.
Okay.
I do think that the TXD roster looked much better in the first matchup. And like you said, it's been an attacker day today. I don't know if it's something in the water or what, but a big win for the attackers today. Much more wins from the attacking side. And TXD, they win on defense. We'll see what they're able to do on the attack. I will say the same thing that I've been saying about trench lines, though. This is a hard map to attack. It is a long map. You have to conserve your lives. If you make a couple key errors as you're working your way later and later into the map, you show up, much like RRQ did, into the D sector with 60 lives, and you're like, that is not enough. Because there is a whole nother sector after this that is even more difficult to capture, in my opinion, because the defense basically spawns on the point.
Yeah, but you have guided missiles. I feel like E's easier to capture than
you
D2.
got guided missiles on D sector, too.
Yeah, but they can be spread out.
Nah.
Anyway,
disagree.
listen, why don't we talk about the proof that is actually in the pudding and how that one ended up panning out. If we're kind of talking about the approach to the attacking side for the side of TXD, we're kind of getting a little bit of a taste of that from their defensive side of things. And the reason why I go ahead and mention that is the big caveat about trench lines is that the attacking side starts with a tank. And it is one of those tanks that plays extremely far back. And what do we just see from the defensive side of TXD? Legacy, who feels very, very comfortable playing way back on the tank.
That's true.
That's exactly probably what he's going to be doing on the attacking side of things. And you know, I feel like that specific role has to be so nerdy because I can almost guarantee you that they have like lineups with the tank to where they need to like park somewhere specific to where they can angle those
on
shells.
the B sector? Yeah.
I feel like it's just so nerdy because how many times have we seen somebody play a tank so far back and pick up 44 kills like he did on the defensive side of things? So I think the guy's nerding out a little bit, and I'm a little worried for RRQ, I'll be honest.
Listen, Legacy being the MVP squad with his engineers, seeing crazy engineering scores, not only keeping his tank alive, but also doing damage to other vehicles. It's scary. Yeah. You're right. When they start with the tank, we'll see how fast that A sector drops, how fast it falls, and then what Legacy's going to be able to do in that tank on the B sector, shelling those points. Get through B quickly, C quickly. All of a sudden, you look at D and you're at max lives. That's when things start to get really dangerous as the defense. You're like, man, can we really hold D1, D2, and then E for a full maximum 180 lives? Shoot, I don't know. Not against TXD. I think the win condition for RRQ is going to be holding TXD for a very long time on the B sector.
Yeah.
That's going to be the difference.
Yeah, it'll be tough, though. I mean, TXD do look very, very strong. We talked about how they are the reigning champions, and kind of comes into question, were they able to go ahead and maintain form over a 6-month-long break between them last being on the stage? It'll be interesting to see if they can also continue their domination. They showed how prominent they can be on the defensive side of things. Can they also do it on the attacking side of things?
That's right. It's the same question we're asking every single time. Team dominates one side. Can they do it on the other side? It feels like a totally different game, totally different matchup when people swap sides. But TXD look like they're in final form, so I can't count against them. I said they were going to win. I'm sticking to it. I think they certainly will. And
I'm surprised you think that it's still going to be a 2-1.
Well, listen, I have to be right today in game count. I've been mostly right in my prediction count across the board on who's going to win.
Right.
I got to finally be right in the game count. I've been mostly off today, not going to lie.
But you still think it's going to be 2-1. So you think RRQ is going to win this?
No.
I
really don't. I think TXT's got it in the bag.
One of the biggest backtracks we've ever seen.
I'm gonna be honest. I couldn't do it, man. I couldn't lie to the audience like that.
That's why they bring
me. I want
me.
to be surprised. How about that?
Okay.
I want to be surprised. I know RRQ is a strong team.
Yeah.
They've been able to show that. TXT also very strong, obviously. But the way that game went down, it felt like TXT was in complete control. There wasn't a moment where I was like, RRQ might have this. The whole time I knew they were in control. And it's not often you feel that way from a defensive squad. So it's hard for me to backtrack, but I'm hoping RRQ gets the win here. I want to see Game 3.
As we were kind of taking a look at some of the players down the line there, I won't lie, RRQ, they actually looked pretty comfortable. I saw some smiles across the board, right? You can see some on your screen there. Looks like they're in good spirits kind of leading into this one. So even though they did go ahead and lose the first round there, still feeling like themselves with a full little bit of a mental reset with what is like a 10-minute break. As you can see right there, 10 seconds separates us and the first moments of the second round of Trench Lines. Swapping sides, TXT have the opportunity to make one heck of a statement here on the opening day of Dfiw 2026 in Wuhan, China, 2-0, as the reigning champions will put a huge target on their back for all of the remaining teams that they have to face ahead of them.
Listen, man. First time we've been able to say this today.
Okay.
This could be the last map of the day. If TXT go 2-0, we are done for the day. This could be it. Win condition, of course, for RRQ. Gotta hold the line.
Jumping into things here, we talked about how strongly we felt about the chances for TXT to take this one down, with them starting off with that tank, and to nobody's surprise, it is definitely going to be Legacy taking control of that tank. RRQ with a little bit of a different approach, kind of playing over towards this river, pretty much behind the cover of a bunch of Uluru walls, which is something that I personally have not seen before. But as it currently stands, the sector, it is falling, but not at a concerning rate currently.
Yeah, I'm gonna be straight with you. I don't care about A at all here.
Okay.
I only care about the B sector.
Nice.
I mean, if we see a hold from RRQ on the A sector, I mean, I'm gonna be excited because we'll be going to Game 3. But you don't oftentimes see A held for very long on trench lines. And again, I'm putting the win condition on RRQ on the B sector. Not necessarily them winning there, but how long can they hold TXT on B? Hold them long enough, you definitely have a chance to win this one. Doesn't matter how far TXT gets, they've got to take everything in order to win right here, right now.
I just saw a 3-piece in the feed from the tank as well, so that's obviously going to help them go ahead and take down this A sector. Let's take a look at the squad here for TXT. This is actually going to be Romania playing this little bit of a flank squad. I actually expected this to be Nail, 2G, and like NTPP kind of playing that flank, but kind of swapping roles. They're trying to go ahead and take down this squad, playing this river, and they aren't going to be successful in that. Hold up, wait a minute. RRQ have one member left remaining. He's trying to make something happen. Does get a couple kills before he does go down. But that strong position from the side of RRQ is going to fall shortly after this one has started.
I mean, Legacy is just farming on A, though. I know production probably, I don't know if they'll swap to it, but I would love to see what Legacy's kills are already. I mean, it's got to be double digits already. We just started. Legacy's got so much damage onto the point and have completely opened things up for TXT onto the A sector. Again, like I said, look at the defense. They've had to respawn on the backside here, and they can't even get over the hill because of the position of Romania having complete control of height on the far right-hand side. They're getting a ton of value from high ground. Tank shelling point, bodies on point now, not a green player in sight. Easy cap on A.
Yeah, and that's why we saw strong foothold from RRQ over towards the side of that river. And I'm actually kind of surprised they're still running towards the point at all. because they're at such a big disadvantage, it kind of feels like the kills for TXD are just a little bit too easy, kind of just giving over some scores. So I think finally they've kind of realized, hey, let's just go ahead and set up for the hold here towards the side of B. Nothing too crazy so far. Obviously, we expected Legacy to be very, very good in the tank, but A usually falls very, very quickly as well, so nothing to be concerned about if you are an RRQ fan.
Good read from the defense to say, it's fine again. Like I said, we don't care about it. This is the win con. This is where the defense really need to step up and make this difficult for TXD. Mark my words, if B sector gets captured quickly, that's GG's. TXD will win this competition and win the first match.
This push from the side of TXD is one that we have seen sometimes, but it's not too common where you actually send your initial push over towards the side of B2. You don't really care about B1, and the reason for this is because B2 is obviously the one that is a little bit harder to capture, so you try to catch the defensive side a little bit off guard and try to make one of these quick little moves. Now, it does look like the RRQ side is actually holding strong, and what makes this pretty tough for the side of TXD, this type of push, is that you do have to invest your position pretty heavily, right? You kind of have to like run it down a little bit, and you're going to be, if you do go down, in a position to where you're not really resable. So you are kind of sending tickets to the void if you do go down. That being said, they actually have a lot of members still alive on that push, whilst they are simultaneously capturing B1 with just 2 members over there.
Mia still, as the commander, playing flank, finding some nice value as Blue Rockets land over to B2, and we've got a decent amount of bodies on the point here for the attacking side. B1 falling to the attackers, B2 in jeopardy as well. Looks like the defenders are maybe trying to prio B2, and the defenders know that the pressure is on, and this is their win con. RRQ investing the urgent redeployment because, frankly, they need to. Both B1 and B2 falling at the same time is extremely bad news if you're a defensive fan and you're an RRQ fan. And that urgent redeployment will save them on B2, and they'll trade out B1 with it. So the tug of war begins in the trenches. Defensive presence on B2 will mean a full retake of that capture point, but not all hope is lost if you're RRQ fans, but a really nice play from the attackers in TXD to get a foothold in the trenches and not have to play on the backside or play these crazy flanks up the riverbed.
Be your own judge in terms of whether or not this is a good or a bad idea, but I have noticed that one of the biggest differences in terms of approaches to the defense here between TXD and RRQ was that TXD actually had 2 turrets kind of posted up that they built all the way behind the defense of B2, and that pretty much distracted the tank pretty heavily. But RRQ have not gone ahead and built any of those stations, so they don't really have that in their arsenal right now, and the tank is kind of just free farming, just sending these artillery shells for free towards this B2 point, which, I mean, TXD have, or RRQ have successfully defended it so far, but eventually it's going to be pretty overwhelming.
And here's our new attacking line being set up closer and closer to the B2 sector. This is a big fight that's taking place right in the middle of your screen. It does look like it's actually going to go to the side of the defense, still holding the line inside the trenches. So they're looking pretty solid if you're an RRQ fan. I will shout out, by the way, Arixa in the kill feed running the bow for the defensive side, picking up several 3 pieces and 4 pieces. Some nice hero plays to thin the herd of the attackers and make it more difficult for them to find a foothold closer to B2.
Yeah, this actually feels like a very forward position for the side of Skynet in the tank. It's going to be taking a couple of rockets to the face. Another one's going to land, and that's going to be followed up by, yeah, another one, down to about 40% HP, but the engineers are going to be on top of the tank trying to keep it alive. It's down to 30% HP. A little bit of a smoke kind of comes out. One more rocket does land. I think one more would do it, just barely dodges that one. Skynet is going to be forced to retreat, and yeah, that was a very forward position. It felt like risky even. I mean, we just saw a rocket whiz by what would have been probably the killing blow, and that would have been tough for TXD to kind of overcome. Wait a minute, wait a minute.
Nice play.
The retreat comes in, but RRQ conquers it, takes down the tank, from all the way across the map. That being said, we do know how this kind of went just in the previous game. Another tank is quickly available from the side of TXT, so they're still fine. They still do have a vehicle available to them.
Yeah, I think probably more willing to get aggressive when they knew they had a tank in the reservoir ready to call it in a moment's notice. So maybe the reason they were getting pretty aggressive, but still a great find with those allure rockets over the top to make sure that tank isn't able to survive, and they're actually forced to invest it on the B sector. Again, I call this the win condition of RRQ. They're looking pretty good, actually. They've set up a nice defensive line. They're not giving any footholds on the backside of B2. They're clearing out their flanks. They're making sure that they have the information of where their opponents are, and they've been able to hold. We're starting to get to a point where, technically speaking, TXT, if they were able to capture it very soon, would move into the next point with less than full lives, and that is a technical win for the defense as Elegant sniffs out a nice flank here.
Yeah, trying to go ahead and apply some pressure to this tank. And the difference in terms of, you know, why RRQ is even able to hold so strong right now and put TXT down to 130 tickets, in my opinion, it has just been straight up the gunfights. They're just winning them.
Yeah, it does seem that way.
Big push from TXT in the center of the trench lines in between B1 and B2. I'm not entirely sure if that flank is kind of still alive for the side of RRQ. We did see the engineer trying to go ahead and make something happen over towards that tank. And look at this, trying to play sneak, but ooh, Taki's actually going to get behind the box and now going to have the opportunity to go ahead and call out that flank. That being said, RRQ is going to have access to a tank of their own. I can't lie, Goj, 130 tickets for the side of TXT, whilst RRQ is not only setting up their tank, but also setting up some of these turrets. This looks good, but a big push for the side of TXT to try to prove me wrong.
Yeah, this is a well-timed push. This is something where the attackers have been lying in wait, making sure they have numbers, and then all move at once. It's kind of the mentality of they can't kill us all if we all run together, and that's exactly what happens. They get all the way to B2 and gonna very quickly take possession of this point, push it into the neutral zone, and try to get a full capture here. What felt like a complete control moment for RRQ, suddenly they blink and they're like, oh my gosh, we're losing the B sector, and we can't even hardly get back to the point in time. Feels like it was just perfect timing for TXT to take it. So what do? The defense says, well, we're gonna invest everything. They put down a beacon, they put down urgent redeployment, and these bodies are flying towards B2, but they cannot get through these choke points. They're dying. I mean, the hordes are getting wiped out, and finally they're getting some value on the point, but it is just too late. A solid job on the B sector, but I said the win condition was how long can you hold it? Perfectly timed push. The death ball play over onto the B sector works, and they're going into C at max lives. Walk me through some of the stats you're seeing.
I mean, it's all NTPP for me. I was kind of mentioning that RRQ is picking up the individual kills, and yeah, they are. If you take a look at some of them, right, 20, 26, 14, 14, 16, that's pretty good, but NTPP stands tall at the top. 31 of his own, probably making the difference right there. And that was kind of crazy because RRQ had so much control over B2. But what I think was that they had members of the whole entire team kind of fall back, play engineer for some of the tanks that were kind of dropping down, try to build some of those turrets, which is what I wanted to see when they initially went into that sector. But because they kind of fell back, they didn't have as many bodies on the point.
Yeah, it's just a numbers game.
And they just got overwhelmed. They tried to make something happen after that, but you're just so far behind at that point that it just feels bad.
Yeah, and then because it was just scrambling, they urgent redeployed and then just ran through the trenches and kind of just all lined up and just got obliterated. Gonna be tough to come back from that one. Who knows, we could see a nice hold on C again for the opposite team. I kind of doubt it, but you never know what could happen. Calling in a couple more vehicles here for TXT to set up a nice push all together as one. Vivid shot of this out in the last game. I'll bring it up again. Again, with the C sector, it's an interesting one because there's actually quite a bit of cover on the C sector, but most of it is destructible. So you can actually blow the walls off the building that holds the capture flag, and that will allow you to retake it or take it for the first time much easier. The attack now, 3 tanks on the board. 3 tanks to try to clear the way and blow these buildings up onto the C sector. They want to go into D1 and D2 at max lives, and they have plenty of time to still achieve that goal.
I'm pretty sure the defensive side for RRQ should be able to call in a second vehicle sometime soon here as well, but
Yeah, I mean, 3 tanks feels like a tall mountain to climb for the side of RRQ. Like you mentioned, obviously, the access to 3 tanks, I think when TXD were on the defensive side and RRQ were on the attack, they had like 1 tank and 1 tank destroyer. And that was kind of their efforts to go ahead and destroy all the buildings.
Oh, no.
Ooh.
DXD pick up another vehicle kill.
Yeah.
This will put RRQ in deep trouble without a vehicle to their name. DXD not full sending the point because they don't have to, but making this slow push, continuing to gain ground, get control, get respawns up. As long as they don't sell any of their vehicles right now, they're going to have a great advantage going into the D sector.
What I was saying, though, with the 3 tanks, how fast they'll be able to go ahead and destroy all these buildings around the C sector. I mean, I wouldn't be surprised if they just fly through this capture.
Yeah, I think so as well. Couple shells over the top. Got to get boots on the ground, though, if we're going to make a move here. Going to wait on a couple of these respawns. The setup's going to be happening around these 2 tanks on the left side. Here come all the infantry respawning now.
Yeah, I mean, beacons are down, tanks are down. It looks like all 20 members of TXD are in one singular spot. That being said, if the side of RRQ can actually sniff this one out, I'm sure they'll be able to create some sort of a counter strat to go ahead and prevent anything from surmounting from this side. I mean, even if they do know it's coming, 3 tanks is something that you have to deal with if you try to go ahead and face this. Now the flood comes in, right? You can see some of the members from TXD, they're making their way just a little bit closer towards the sector, trying to go ahead and claim some of these houses. So it feels like they're making progress. If they can go ahead and claim some of these buildings, find some kills on the back of their tanks, then the walk towards the sector after that will be pretty easy. Another flank trying to come in from...
Oh, no
Wait,
way.
What? What?
All the rockets at the same time. Mutual destruction, 2 vehicles down in 1. There's an idiom there I can't quite come up with, but something about 2 birds, 1 stone, couple rockets, couple tanks, and bang, all of a sudden, a huge vehicle advantage turns into a small one, and Sector C still stands on the defensive side. That was either a fantastic play or a mistake, or maybe a little bit of both. I don't know which, but a blink of an eye, and we lose 2 tanks. The attacking side, that's crazy.
Yeah, it's one of those things where, you know, the opportunity presented itself and RRQ played it perfectly. I mean, we just took a look at those tanks prior to that and they were like full HP. We take a look back 5 seconds later and they're blown up. So that was an incredible amount of cohesion amongst the squads of RRQ. But a full reset for TXD. Yeah, a little bit of a falter there with them losing 2 tanks simultaneously, but they are going to be able to pick up 1 in return. So they're going to have 2 tanks available to them. And I mean, time-wise, obviously, a little bit of time wasted, a little bit of tickets wasted because their tanks aren't even anywhere near this push. But you can see that the retreat is coming in for the boots on the ground. You take a look in the surrounding area of Sector C. There's pretty much not a single red dot. And now that the tanks are full and healthy, they're making the run back.
I guess my bad about talking bad about Sector C, man. Triple the vehicles, triple the fun coming in for the side of the defense.
They need it.
Tank, Lav, assault vehicle. They need to answer the call of the impending push that's coming in from the attack. But Sector C still stands to be one of the more difficult sectors for both of these teams, which is extremely surprising to me. Here we go.
Yeah, this is where RRQ, I mean, they've done a great job of defending so far, obviously. But 3 tanks for the side of TXD. RRQ have to put up a similar defense like TXD did towards this C sector. But a big push coming towards the mountain. RRQ, somebody's got to go ahead and call this out so that way they can start to go ahead and try to prevent this. They've done a great job of doing it before when they did go ahead and blow up those 2 tanks. But are they going to be able to get word of it happening right now? Mauza kind of left alone in the tank all the way in the back as well. So every single time that he takes some damage, he's going to be delayed greatly because he has to go ahead and repair his own tanks. And like I kind of mentioned before, this big push by the boots on the ground up to the side of this hill. RRQ are kind of poised for it with this LAV. With the smokes already coming in, they're trying to make a push with boots on the ground towards the sector itself.
Sector C still hasn't been touched, though. This is a solid push. They've got the strike team up on the high hill.
Oh my gosh. Ooh, Skynet, you're low. Found it. Found it. Malza gets a huge destruction on a tank that is sitting way in the bank lines. But still, those tanks that are sitting all the way back there for the side of TXD are still keeping some of those vehicles very, very distracted, because imagine how much value Malza would be able to find right now from his tank if he was able to look towards Sector C and lay some of these shells down on the group of like 6 to 10 members of TXD. That being said, they might not even need it. As it currently stands, RRQ is actually trimming down the pack that are trying to go ahead and form towards this little bit of a warehouse. But they do actually seem to go ahead and reform. There's a giant group left back available. And the one squad of RRQ that is left standing on the sector itself is going to be faced with all 8 members very, very soon as the smoke comes out and they're trying to go ahead and cross the road.
Defense also does a good job here to earn some extra score in complete control of the C sector. Success comes in there. That extra score will be helpful to call in urgent redeployment, potentially call in some artillery strikes. I am blown away that both of these two teams have been able to hold so well on this C sector. But another Allura rocket over the top and another tank down for TXD. Every time it feels like they have earned a bit of an advantage, they lose it in the blink of an eye.
So how are TXD going to respond? The last time this happened, they full retreated. They went all the way back and they waited for their tank to go ahead and respawn in. But take a look at this. Malza is going to be taking out the assault vehicle. So efforts from that, the respawn beacon not going to be able to come down. Romania is the last vehicle standing, and he's actually under heavy fire on the backside. It's going to be the LAV getting in the mix. Alongside him, it's going to be a couple of engineers. They're looking to go ahead and land some of their missiles, but they're not going to be able to connect. Romania is still going to be alive, dodging, weaving, dipping, still taking damage though, down to 50% HP, but
nice
NTPP is going to be able to turn the fire over towards the lab. That's going to be a great trade there for the side of TXD. And the vehicles are actually going to be even amongst all the chaos, 1-1. I mean, I feel like TXD could potentially press the advantage because they know that the tank for RRQ has been playing so far back that if they go ahead and press the attack right now, would the tank be able to join the action quick enough to stop their attack?
The problem is I don't love this angle of attack.
They keep trying it though.
I know. They're trying to rotate up to basically the barn on the back and then work their way onto the point. There's just so much open space. So what do? I mean, you just throw down a ridiculous amount of smokes, kind of pray you don't get shot on your way through them. Finally, it feels like they might have enough bodies here to actually make this push through to the barn work, while the rest of the team is on the back line here, making sure that the tank stays alive.
I feel like we are also approaching the moment where, you remember that kind of strike team from RRQ when they sent those 3 coordinated